The day the country died and the beginning there was crass, although as reluctant leaders of an anarcho-punk movement that essentially eschewed all leadership, I doubt they'll thank me for saying that. But they were year zero, a very literal line in the sand that translated as enough is enough. No more corporate companies misrepresenting our music. This was the birth of genuinely DIY labels, whose records were sold at virtually cost price, and bearing pay no more than notices to make sure they were. No more big booking agents controlling punk shows, leveling extortionate guarantees. Now fans of the music themselves could communicate directly with the bands, and book them into alternative venues at affordable prices, the meager door takings being plowed back into worthwhile causes locally. No more glossy magazines dictating how punks should look, sound and behave. Anyone who could string two words together and use a stapler was a potential fanzine editor. No more inane lyrics about cider and glue. The kids were taking back control and making a difference. Image. Steve ignorant of crass, picture by Tony Mottram. These things may well have happened without crass, of course, but every single band in this book cites them as a major inspiration. They were a catalyst, no doubt about it, even if they defiantly refuse to be figureheads. Preening rock bands like Guns N' Roses may pay lip service to the concept of being the most dangerous band in the world, but how many bands of that ilk had their phones tapped by MI5 and were courted by the KGB? Not bad for a bunch of exhibits really. And of course it was Johnny Rotten who sneered, "Never trust a hippie," but how many ex-members of Crass do you see appearing on celebrity game shows nowadays? None, because they meant it, mon. Crass ushered in a whole new concept of punk as a movement as opposed to merely an outlandish fashion statement, and that movement, for all its naive shortcomings, made its mark around the world. Fueled by the very real evils of Thatcherism, economic depression, and the nuclear threat that hung over the UK like a funeral pall during the early 80s, anarcho-punk kick-started the mindset of a generation that would ultimately make serious headway in the struggle for human and animal rights. 1984 came and went, and the world didn't go up in smoke, but the hopes and fears of these bands mean as much today, if not more, in many ways, as they did back then. Image. Conflict vocalist Colin Jerwood, picture by Tony Mottram. The anarchy and chaos punks, as examined in Burning Britain, professed not to care, but the anarchy and peace punks did care. They wanted their children to inherit a planet where the sun still shone, where the air could still be breathed, where you could walk down the street without flashing an ID card, free of the cold hard stare of CCTV cameras, free of curfews, free of oppression, free of fear. Just because they've convinced us over the years to think we're being paranoid doesn't mean that we're not being watched. The anarcho bands weren't so rigid in their musical approach as the bands featured in Burning Britain either. Your average UK 82 punk band had a fairly generic sound, but the anarcho bands were bound together more by their ethics than any unwritten musical doctrine. Distinctly less ambitious as regards their musical careers than their leather-clad cousins, they weren't afraid of setting their creative sights significantly higher. So you had bands as disparate as The Mob, Conflict, Chumbawamba, and Poison Girls sharing stages, all for the common good, influences taken everywhere from meandering folk via raging hardcore to arty noise and back again. No rules, was the only real mantra, after all. And, quite rightly, the natural balance between males and females was far more representative in the anarcho-punk scene. A subculture so yearning for internal and external peace and freedom was bound to embrace sexual equality after all. Anarcho-punk truly empowered all it touched, encouraging every last one of us to take control of our own destinies before it was too late. So, now it's time to see who's who. Image. Squatting the Zigzag, 1982, picture by Tony Mottram. T. Chapter 1. Here's a strong argument for the two most influential punk bands of all time being the Sex Pistols and Crass. The former encouraged bored teenagers everywhere to get off their arses and start their own bands, the latter encouraged them to think for themselves. Of the two bands, however, the shadow cast by Crass is certainly the one with the most substance. they gave the ephemeral rebellion hinted at by the pistol's specific shape and purpose, and 1,000 anarcho-punk bands set sail in their wake. And these bands weren't thrashing against any imaginary opponent conjured by the paranoia of youth, no, they set themselves very real targets and clearly deemed, if a little ambitious, objectives. EY weren't interested in sensationalist, unworkable notions of anarchy and chaos, they wanted a gradual revolution from within, they wanted anarchy, peace, and freedom. Shock tactics of punk had been usurped, given an articulate intellectual makeover, and were now being put to sound social use. Well, I don't think that we were leaders of any movement, says drummer Penny Rambeau modestly, although we may have helped inspire one. And we ourselves were inspired by some of the earliest punk bands, but what we aspired to do was what they only pretended to do. Commercial punk was a complete sham, part of the whole rock and roll circus, operating in the same way as someone like Mark Bolan, which is not to denigrate it as such. All, music is an industry, it produces product and people enjoy product. But to imagine that the RST wave of punk related in any real way to what followed is quite inaccurate, and it was basically niched by late 77. And that particular element of rock and roll that was called punk would have died a natural death, and the next phase, be it goth or whatever, would have been invented by the music business. It would have required its main characters, of course, but would have just continued along the same line that rock and roll has always continued along for many, many years. We sort of tail-ended that RST wave, he adds, of Crass themselves. We were playing through 77, playing a lot with bands like the Subs, for example, and being talked about in the same breath. We didn't see any great disconnection really, but we actually wanted to put into action what had never been the intention of those earliest punk bands. We picked up their pretensions and tried to make them real. We came in with their energy, but also a great deal of political sincerity, and it was the political sincerity that attracted and created a movement. You could never have created a movement out of something as banal as punk rock. I mean, they were playing a Clash record on the radio earlier on today, and it struck me that you couldn't really tell the difference between that now and the Rolling Stones. It was just rock and roll at the end of the day, just music. It was our sincerity, and our authenticity, that made us different. Of course, it's only now that I'm aware of the authenticity part, but I was certainly aware of the sincerity even then. We genuinely meant that anyone could get up and do it. Because we had gotten up ourselves and done it. Most of the bands before us had been pub bands, on some sort of circuit, they'd already tried some form of rock and roll, just commercial players looking for a break, but we were saying, have a go. And we really meant it. And when we set up our own label, at least initially, anyone who said they wanted to get up and play could get up and play. And we ourselves were happy to play with anyone else. We couldn't see that what we were doing was any different to what the Subs were doing, but it soon became clear that we did mean it. And we were quite prepared to put what little money we made, actually it was quite a large amount of money, back into promoting those ideas. Penny Rambeau, drummer and co-founder of Crass. If what you're saying is that we created the anarcho-punk movement, then we didn't create it as leaders. We were just as hard-working as anyone else, scrubbing oars, knocking out leads, carrying our own gear, and everyone else's too. We never separated ourselves, we were a part of it, at one with it. There were those that tried to force that sense of leadership onto us, but I think we were very successful in never, ever accepting that role. Crass were never your typical band from the off. A truly unique chemistry that set up the claustrophobic tension so inherent in their sound was a result of many factors, including disparate musical tastes, but more importantly differences in age and class. Penny was a 35-year-old ex-art teacher, living a communal life at Dial House, on the edge of Epping Forest, whilst vocalist Steve Williams was a 18-year-old yabo from Dagenham. It all came about through my older brother, who would turn up at people's places, ask to stay the night and then end up staying 3 weeks, laughs Steve, by way of explanation of how he and Penny hooked up. He'd stayed at Dial House for 2 nights or something, through some hippie types that he knew down in Ongar, and he came over to see me where I lived in Dagenham. This is pre-crass, by the way, when I was only about 13, and he told me about this amazing place where you could go and draw if you wanted to, go and play piano if you wanted to, whatever, and he took me over there. I was totally intrigued by it. I was an ex-skinhead, and I turned up in all this gear, really loud Rupert E. Bear trousers, check jacket, and there's all these people walking around barefoot, with no fucking television. Talking in these accents I couldn't understand, using all these words I couldn't comprehend, and sounding like they had eaten plums in their mouths. But also, for the RST time in my life, I was actually being included in the conversation, even though I didn't understand what they were going on about. They treated me like an equal, you know. If I said something, they would consider it. It was the RST time that I thought, well, yeah, I have got something to say. So, I kept playing truant, and going back there to stay, but then I left school and moved to Bristol for about a year, and then punk came along. I went to see E-Clash at the Colston Hall, which totally did it for me, and Joe Strummer said, if you think you can do better, start your own band, which became my battle cry. I came back to Dagenham, the week of the Queen's Silver Jubilee, I think it was, with the idea of ending my old drinking buddies and starting a punk rock band of my own. But of course, none of them were having any of it, 'cause they all had wives and jobs and all that bollocks, so I came out to Dial House, to ND that Penn was living there on his own, writing Christ, Reality Asylum. G had gone to America, doing illustration work, and so he said, what you up to? And I said, I'm gonna start a band, to which he replied, I'll play drums for ya. And that's how it all started really. His previous band, Exit, had stopped performing properly in '74, but people would still come over at weekends and jam, and what a fucking racket that was. Anyway, I turned up wanting to be Johnny Rotten or Paul Simonon. 'Cause he was a good-looking bloke, always looked a bit tasty, and with my David Bowie background, sort of thing, a part of me always wanted to be famous. And then you had Penn's background, which was much more intellectual, and it just came together. I couldn't even understand what Christ, Reality Asylum was all about, but I knew I liked it because it was having a pop at religion, and it had fuck in it, which was well punk rock, wasn't it? I dunno, we just got on really. Dial House was this place where everyone could go. There was this idea that if you were a poet and you turned up, you could earn your night's board by reciting your poetry, for example, and there was going to be all these dial houses all around the country. So you had all these people turning up who weren't working class, they tended to be middle class and into photography or LM making, and Penn used to like them turning up and being confronted by me, this spiky-haired, spotty little oik, 'cause punk rockers were still frightening back then. And I used to enjoy seeing that happen as well, my so-called elders and betters being a bit scared of me, so that worked for us as well. It was a little bit of a stage act, a performance. The funny thing was, as soon as Crass started, a lot of the people who used to visit Dial House stopped coming anyway, 'cause the whole place would be full of Italian punks or whatever. So yeah, there was a class difference. I remember I always felt really nervous in front of Penn's mum and dad, but it worked for us. It was a good mixture, and I don't really know of any other bands that had that. At early poem of Penny's, Christ, Reality Asylum, remains a tenet of the Crass canon, an outrageously focused cornerstone from whence the band developed and renamed its gleefully confrontational style and approach. With its condemnation of Christ's martyrdom as a churlish suicide, exclaiming that Jesus hung in crucified delight, nailed to the extent of his vision, it was deliciously, shockingly blasphemous, and was always destined to land the band in trouble with those kind-hearted censors that safeguard our precious morality. When the band's RST-12 came out, the song was let off by the outraged pressing plant that manufactured it, forcing the band to name the silence LE in its place E sound of free speech. But there were no tactics as such, claims Penny. I had this friend staying with me, the guy who actually designed the crass symbol, a bloke called Dave King who now lives in San Francisco. And we were both from upper middle class backgrounds, and we were talking about religion, and I went off on this rant, and I ended up rolling around on the oar, doing all these theatrics. And he said, "Fucking hell, you ought to write that down." I was so in the moment, tearing up all this stupid religious tradition, and I realized that I was 35 years old but still bound up with this superstitious rubbish, and it all started falling away when I started getting into the rant. So I got up off the oar and wrote it down, carried on ranting but onto paper, and that became the Reality Asylum book, and the crass logo was actually a symbol that Dave designed for the frontispiece of the book. But no, there was no intent there, it was just what I was feeling at the time. With Penny on drums and Steve providing vocals, the duo began writing their own material, Steve's searingly blunt approach providing the perfect foil for Penny's more considered, cerebral musings. The contrast between their very differing approaches can best be gauged when comparing Reality Asylum to Steve's RST composition, So What? Well, actually, the RST song I ever wrote was probably something like Song for Tony Blackburn, which only ever appeared on a tape or whatever, corrects Steve, and the RST proper song I wrote was Do E Y O Us a Living. The second one was So What, I think, and by then I'd sat down and read Reality Asylum. To be honest, it really annoyed me in a way, it was all I, you, me. And again, when I look at how we laid the lyrics out on E feeding of E5000, with all the obliques and no punctuation, that annoying as well, but at the time, I agreed with the others that if we made it difficult for people to read, they'd have to concentrate a lot harder. Anyway, little did I know that the RST song I ever wrote, Oh Us a Living, which I sang under my breath, marching back from the shops going, you know, fuck the politically minded, would be the main song that I'm remembered for. And all the other songs I've written that I consider far better than that, 'cause I've written some great songs since Crass, no one knows, or cares, what they fucking are. And if I formed another band tomorrow, you know full well that there'd still be people shouting for Oh Us a Living even now. To be honest with you, we never thought it would get any further than the music room at Dial anyway, it would just be our little hobby, we never dreamt we'd ever get a gig. We didn't take ourselves that seriously, to start with. And this guy turned up called Steve Herman, he was a bald, beardy bloke with glasses and sandals, didn't look anything like a punk, but he could play guitar, and we thought, fuck it, it's punk, anything goes. And then Andy Palmer turned up, he couldn't play and he didn't have a guitar, but he nicked one from somewhere and tuned it so he could play a chord by putting his enger straight across. And then Pete Wright became involved, but even then, it was like a weekend thing, it was only once we'd done a couple of gigs, that we thought we were maybe onto something. And we were still going on blind drunk at that point, just having a laugh really. Yes, it was Steve and myself at RST, Clary's Penny, and Eve used to live just up the road, a mile or so away. She used to come down, and although she didn't join in with the band for the RST year, she was quite instrumental in the nature of how we grew, especially the feminist aspect of it all. It was Eve that disallowed our use of the word cunt in the lyrics. And because we've always been this cultural center, we've always had people coming and going, there's always been an itinerant body of people moving in and out, some of them stuck and some of them didn't. We never ever thought to ourselves, oh, we need to get a bassist, or anything. People just turned up. I remember Andy turning up, he was at a local art school, and he'd never played an instrument in his life, but he nicked one from the International Times offices, and came round and said he wanted to be in the band, so he was. That's how it worked, we were just mucking about. Me and Steve originally called ourselves Stormtrooper. Eve thoroughly objected to that, and thankfully persuaded us otherwise. But really it all just happened, it wasn't by design. Although there did come a point the RST year, when we realized that we were basically fucking ourselves up, drinking quite a lot and using other substances. We couldn't have kept going like that, so we had to say, are we going to take this seriously, or are we just going to carry on pointlessly like this? So we had this big conference for a whole day, which was very self-conscious, and we made these decisions about what we were going to do, and those things stuck. And by then, all the different people who were going to be in the band were already in the band, and from then on we only incorporated extra people if they could actually add something to it. So we had makers and poets turn up and get involved, and I suppose if a saxophonist had turned up, we might have got them in as well, but they didn't. Prior to them sobering up though, the very RST crass gig was during the summer of 1977, somewhere on the Tottenham Court Road, although the band didn't actually get to perform their full set. Andy of Crass debating with police outside the Zigzag, picture by Tony Mottram. Was a big squat there back then, with a big yard out back, recalls Penny, and we did 3.5 songs, before we got switched off by this retired colonel, who thoroughly objected to what we were saying. It was a very nice squat, very regularized, not at all how one might imagine squats nowadays, and they were basically having a nice afternoon fete, and this bunch of drunken punks came along and spoiled it all. There were a few people there who seemed to half enjoy us, but basically we just fucked up everybody's nice afternoon out, and quite rightly this bloke came along and objected. We got turned off 12 minutes, guffaws Steve wickedly. Some resident from across the road came across and switched us off, and we let him do it. How punk is that, eh? Here's some photographs somewhere of us playing, in the background, and two people dressed up as giant teddy bears. It was a fucking weird gig, more like a fete for the people in the squat. And we did our RST gig at the Roxy, and that went well, and I met this Deptford punk called Charlie who played in a band called Deceit, doing this sort of percussion-based avant-garde stuff. That, we somehow got a gig at Covent Garden, some sort of festival when they were about to knock it down, but Penn couldn't make it, so Charlie stood in for us on drums. Someone actually LMED that too, so somewhere out there is this video footage of early Crass, when we all still used to wear different stuff, without Penn on drums. And we did Action Space, in Cheney Street, and the Chelsea Art College. We emptied that place. There was 500 people there when we started. I turned around to talk to Penn the RST song, turned back to say something to the audience and they were all gone. Fucking hell. We cleared it out. About this time, Steve Herman departed for Safer Climbs, and Phil Free joined on lead guitar, the band returning to the Roxy for an infamous performance that saw them forbidden to ever return to the club. A moment immortalized in Penny's song, Banned from Roxy, that appeared on the RST Crass release, the aforementioned feeding of E5012, for Small Wonder Records, where Steve spits vehemently, banned from the Roxy? Okay. I never liked playing there anyway. They said they only wanted well-behaved boys. Do they think guitars and microphones are just fucking toys? We were all so out of it. Steve recalls of the gig in question. I remember throwing up in the street outside. It was partly from excitement as well. I knew all my mates from Deptford would be there and just got pissed too quickly. And then I couldn't hear anything on stage, and kept forgetting the words. I remember when we were setting up, every item of the drum kit that came on stage, Penn was looking at it and going, "What's that?" He was already out of it on 3 bottles of red wine. The only one who wasn't totally pissed was Pete the bassist. It was a bonkers night, the ore was completely soaked in beer, you couldn't walk on it. And I remember Mick Duffield being drunk and ingling me across the room for some reason or other, but that's all I can remember really. Initially, for the RST year perhaps it was just about having fun, although our lyrics were rather serious, ponders Penny, of the self-implication within band from Roxy that Crass were already much more than just a band as early as 1978. We used to be quite drunk and play rather badly, not following any particular punk ethic really, more just because that's what youngish lads do, I suppose. But no, I don't think we ever regarded ourselves as a band, and certainly by the time we became known as a band, we didn't see ourselves as anything of the sort. If anything, and I don't think we were quite so self-conscious about it at the time, we were more a sort of information network. Although all of us had our own interests in music, we also had other interests in art and literature and everything else, so it was a combination of all of those aspects. And we didn't really make any effort either, we never tried to sell anything or promote anything. We were picked up by Small Wonder because we did a rehearsal that we recorded, just for a friend of ours to listen to in his van, and he used to do displays at record fairs and stuff, and he took it into Small Wonder. We didn't make any effort, and we certainly didn't give him the tape with the intention of him doing that. We eventually made our own label, of course, but that wasn't because we wanted to make pots of money, it was quite simply because Pete at Small Wonder kept getting hassled by the police because of what we were doing. And it seemed really unfair that there was Pete and his missus in their little shop in Walthamstow having the vice squad going around and harassing them. Why should he have to put up with that just 'cause he was nice enough to nance our record? I think I can honestly say that we worked very hard, and we were very committed to what we did, but we never ever went out of our way to sell ourselves. And none of the things that we did were about trying to sell ourselves either. We didn't wear all black because it was a natty look. It was initially because it was a very anonymous thing, so although Steve was clearly the frontman/singer, he never became isolated in the same way that generally happens with bands, you know. That never happened with Crass, and that was partly because we all decided that we would, as much as possible, all look the same. It was a policy decision so that we couldn't be individualist, but eventually it became a practical necessity anyway, because everything around the place was black, and everything came out of the washing machine black. But we really didn't want to be easily deanable in the rock and roll context. Recorded completely live on October 29, 1978, by John Loder at London Southern Studios, feeding of E5000 was a complete revelation, totally unlike any other record released before or since. Built upon the Earth's staccato rhythms of Penny's militaristic drumming and Pete Wright's ruthlessly tight, incisive bass work, the truly unique Crass sound revolved around Andy and Phil's incredibly trebly, distorted guitar tones, weaving jaggedly in and around the thumping rhythm section, and Steve's raw, earthy, no-frills vocal delivery. Locked together in their collective rage, Crass were an inexorable musical force, despite claims from their detractors that they just reveled in noise for the sake of it. Yes, their latter works did deliberately descend into sonic chaos, but at their leanest, meanest, and simplest, they were genuinely untouchable. No wonder then that they quickly inspired a legion of loyal fans in their wake, not to mention hundreds of similarly stripped-down bands, encouraged by their deadly DIY approach. It was terrifying to us that we suddenly seemed to create an army, reckons Penny. We set off wanting to break through the banality of that RST wave of punk, we were just pissheads having a laugh, but we soon realized that if we were going to have any sort of real effect, we had to straighten ourselves out. People were starting to take an interest in what we were doing, but we would never have survived the way we were going, we were out of our heads all the time. Not in any real sort of hedonistic way, but because we couldn't cope with it. Even now, I only ever drink when I perform, and then only because it's a way of being able to get out of self. So, we curbed the drinking, and we started to wear black because it made us anonymous. It was also a statement against that bloody stupid, very expensive clothing that was being ogged down the King's Road as punk gear. What a load of shit. But we certainly didn't start wearing black so that everyone else in bloody Britain would start doing the same, though all of a sudden, it appeared that was exactly what every young punk was doing. So, we thought, oh shit, now what do we do? Rather than exploit it, we just ignored it, and hoped it would die its own death, but it never did. And it's since become synonymous with the whole crusty anarcho-punk thing. Yet, in the sense that it was considered, it was orchestrated, it was very, very rehearsed, it was like a Nuremberg rally, and the closer we could get to that sort of undeniable visual and emotional perfection, the better. That's what we were looking for. We wanted to produce a backdrop that was absolutely unbreakable, because we wanted to smash through the banality. We were like a torpedo going straight at all this stupid music business, media crap, and we were strong enough to blow straight through it. And we didn't sit around making conditions on the other side either. We created a breach in their wall, and fucking thousands of kids ran through it. And if they wanted to then argue about who was wearing leather shoes or not, that was their fucking business. It was nothing to do with us, we just blew the hole in the wall for them, and I don't really think that we can take any responsibility for all those stupid arguments that ensued because we really weren't involved in it all, to be honest. Prior to the recording of Feeding, however, the band actually played several shows in America, one of the RST UK punk bands to play there, albeit on a very low-key level. Yeah, we went out to New York, when G was living there and knew a lot of the punkers like Richard Hell and Patti Smith. We didn't go out there as any sort of grand tour, we just played half a dozen gigs around New York. We didn't do CBGB though, they gave us the ultimatum of either playing there and not the alternative venues, or not playing at all, so we told them to stuff it, and played all these great alternative venues in low S and places. It was early 78, I think, before Feeding even came out, but, in the short time we were there, we were getting fucking big audiences. We caused an awful lot of confusion out there, people really didn't know how to take us. And it was there that the fascist thing really got pinned on us. Yet we were one of the RST bands to organize a mixed race gig there. We set up this gig with a phenomenal reggae band from off the island. It was in a Polish working men's club, and they wouldn't even allow these colored guys through the front door. And that was a very, very unusual event, this English punk band playing with a black reggae band. It was a great evening. Steve reeks candidly on one incident from the New York visit that illustrates the tremendous pressure the band exerted upon itself not to leave any public chinks in its armor. When Crass went to America, it was heaven for me. The RST time I'd ever been abroad, loads of drugs and whatnot, and we were in New York as well, so it was really good quality stuff, even the amyl nitrate was fantastic. Hey. Anyway, all these American bands like Heartbreakers knew we were in town, this English punk band, and there was someone living across the hallway from G who knew all these other bands, so at all times we had to wear black and be punk and, blah blah blah. So Phil Free goes down the stairs in his shorts, and then came running back in, saying, "Fuck it. I've just been seen by Gladys across the hallway in my shorts." And I was like, "Oh no, you wanker. What have you done?" Haha. Crass live at Cleatormore Civic Hall 1984, picture by Trunt. And another time, I was at Dial House, and I said to Joy, "Oh, give us a short haircut," and she cut it a bit too short, and it looked like a suede head cut. We cancelled a gig because of that, in case we got a skinhead following. EY had me in tears over it, I was guilt-ridden. But we brought it all on ourselves, 'cause we wrote all those songs, and then we had to stand by them. So, all the time we were scrutinized, and we were scrutinizing ourselves as well, examining everything we did under the spotlight, so everything we did was fraught with danger. I went along with that, and even now, if I'm out with my mates, people will be going, "Are you drunk?" And I'll be absolutely fucking pissed, but I managed to keep straight 'cause of that training in Crass. Don't ever make yourself look like an arsehole, 'cause you'll make the whole band look like arseholes. So we were very self-regulating, it was really difficult. I used to ND myself sneaking around, 'cause we had a policy of no drugs at Dial House, quite rightly, because the police had their eye on us and it would have been stupid to have been busted for that, so I used to sneak out and do my thing. I always preferred chemicals in those days, blues and stuff, and I used to hate going back there still stoned or speeding. I always had this imaginary Glaswegian punk in my head, adds Penny, because at that time Glasgow was the poorest city in Britain, and I had this mental model of this young punk. I'd think, now would he understand me taking a 2-week holiday in Benidorm? No, so I wouldn't get on a plane and go on holiday. Would he understand me going to the local Chinese restaurant for a meal out? Questionable, better not do it. So, for 7 years, I lived as the alter ego of this 14-year-old punk in Glasgow. I'm sure I put a foot wrong in places, how could I not do? But I made a conscious effort to do the right thing whenever I could, keen to take complete control of their recorded output. Crass set up their own eponymous label for all future releases, and although they kept their profit margins to an absolute minimum, enough revenue was quickly generated to allow them to begin releasing records by other like-minded artists. As a general rule of thumb, most bands they worked with were only invited to do one single for the label, and by keeping a tight rein on the production and presentation side of the process, Crass Records quickly developed a distinctive identity all its own, ensuring that each release, beautifully packaged in stark black and white poster sleeves, sold respectably well on the strength of the label's reputation for reliably sourcing stimulating new talent. The next 4 years saw Crass unleash some of the most challenging music imaginable, from artists as eclectic as E-Cravats, Poison Girls, Annie Anxiety, and Jane Gregory. The IP side of the equation was a whole slew of bands that were basically taking the ideological baton handed them by Crass and running with it in a very similar direction, and with Penny producing their records, they sounded like Crass as well. Ironically though, these more generic releases sold far better than the avant-garde material that Penny more naturally favored. Yes, to some extent, I was guilty of that, admits the drummer. Because I was largely responsible for choosing what we put out on our label and then producing it, but if we'd only done singles by the likes of NDT or Annie Anxiety, we would have busted ourselves quite quickly. Not to say that I chose bands like Dirt or Flux because they were saleable punk, but nonetheless they were saleable punk. So at least we got our money back and paid for the records. But stuff like Andy and Annie, we lost lots of money on, so there was this funny mixture of bands we worked with, some that were a labor of love, and some giving people a chance that I knew were quite derivative of ourselves. Almost embarrassingly so sometimes, but I only really resented that when I started to ND myself at odds with those bands politically. It was like sowing a seed and then the wrong plant comes up. You can't control it, maybe shouldn't try to control it, but you can sometimes regret planting it in the RST place. But I also think it's very untrue that all the releases we did sounded like Crass. E-Mob were certainly an exception to that rule, so were Zounds, most of them were, actually. You had extremes of stuff like Annie, right through to KUKL, for example, who were really just total rock and roll, in my opinion. I think we were far more courageous with the material we tried to put out than people give us credit for. I remember doing E-Sniper's single, and people really fucking laid into me for putting that out. But I always thought that punk was about giving people a chance, and I liked what they had to say, yet you wouldn't believe the amount of stick I got for that one. And not just from people like Gary Bushell either, but people in our own camp, people in my own band, in fact. EY thought it was a pile of shit, just do a rubbish, but if someone had been there to manage that band they'd have probably ended up on Factory, who specialized in all that grey raincoat stuff. EY were really nice kids too, they did one gig with us, and people just didn't get it. But I said, is what it's meant to be about. Ordinary people who wanna say something, getting up and saying it. But the whole idea was that we were not a label as such, we never signed anybody, never had any agreements other than a spoken promise that bands would get 50% of anything that we made, which was very and next to nothing. The only agreement was, you come in, and we'll help put it together. We wanted the circle design on the front of every record too, our corporate image so we could sell the stuff a bit easier, but they were the only conditions. Most people asked us for help with the artwork as well. All we were doing was facilitating, basically showing people how to make records, from the production to the artwork, everything, and that was it, one single, and on your way, once we'd shown you how to do it. We weren't a record label per se, we just wanted to help people create something else. But we then realized that a lot of the bands didn't have the wherewithal or interest to do it themselves, so we then created Corpus Christi as a secondary label. And that had no conditions attached to it whatsoever, and in fact I virtually gave that to John at Southern to run, and he did one or two bands that I would never have touched, but he liked them and that was fair enough because that was his remit. I remember we gave the Poison Girls 100% from the RST pressing of Chappaquiddick Bridge, at our own expense, because they weren't selling many records at that point and were so underfunded. We were always looking for ways to help these bands to go and do their own thing, because we certainly didn't want people standing on our back. At the other end of the scale, a band like KUKL came along, and they didn't really belong in the crass camp at all, as far as what they were trying to do, as regards making a forceful political statement, but all I tried to do was help them make some bloody good records. It was inevitable really that they should go in the direction that they did, and it was very obvious even when I was working on holidays in Europe that the press and media were only interested in Björk, grabbing at where the money was and shoving the rest of them back into the bloody Icelandic Ocean. So I worked very hard on holidays, to even that out, to make sure that Björk was no more there than Einar was, because the beauty of that band was always the balance of personalities. Björk and Einar of KUKL, picture by Per Ekwarn. As well as the long-awaited, completely uncensored Reality Asylum single, the RST Crass record issued on the band's newly established label was the superb Stations of E Crass album, which shot straight to number 1 in the independent charts. Regarded by many as the band's deaning moment, it spent a staggering 2 years in the chart, positive proof as if any was needed of the powerful hold Crass had exerted on the imagination of English youth. More subtly produced than Feeding, there were some huge leaps taken in terms of composition and delivery, resulting in two of the band's most chilling moments, Mother Earth and E Gasman Cometh. Penny maintains however that it was never his intention to discount the listener. I just wanted to share my feelings about something, and Mother Earth is a good example. It's a pretty horrible subject, but the reason I wrote that song was, I read an article by this bloke who was working for the Daily Express or something like that, who'd been covering the Myra Hindley case. And he was hanging around outside the jail where she was being held, and he began to realize that people weren't there out of criticism for what she had done, but out of some sort of strange affinity, which was a very frightening, unpleasant realization. So I wanted to create this very creepy sense of something horrible about to happen, to suggest a complicity, which is why it's got this slightly heartbeaty sound. I didn't want to make people uncomfortable, but I wanted them to share my feelings, which is what any novelist or painter would do. Not because I thought my feelings were particularly important, but because the only time I've ever learned anything in life is through sharing other people's experiences. It's a basic artistic approach, and it's the same thing that I do now, except that these days I work with jazz musicians, which is a great freeing up. Iwiri incredibly fast, incredibly sensitive, because that's what their world is, react/respond. So, the net result is an even more unlistenable music than we ever did with Crass, because basically speaking, if you take 10 jazz musicians and feed them the kind of questioning lyrics that I'm liable to, then you get some devastatingly heavy responses. Stations, also picked up where Feeding, left off with its harsh criticism of the impotency inherent in the so-called punk movement. Feeding, had Punk is Dead, which almost certainly prompted Exploited to proudly call their debut album, Punk's Not Dead. As well as White Punks on Hope, Stations, contained Hurry Up, Gary and I Ain't Dick, It's Just a Trick. Such pointed questioning of Punk's real worth, and the subsequent angry retorts from its indignant defenders, created a very denightri within the scene, between so-called peace punks and their more chaos-oriented counterparts. Colchester's Special Duties took a special exception, even releasing a single entitled Bullshit Crass, that featured the chant Fight Crass, not punk. Parodying, of course, the Fight War, not Wars, slogan popularized by Crass. I really couldn't understand this vicious hatred they had for us, sighs Steve. I couldn't work that one out at all. When their record came out, it was all over the fucking place, and everyone was like, oh my god, this band doesn't like Crass. And I was actually surprised that someone didn't do it earlier really, you know. And what a great way to get your name out there. But we'd done the same thing to E-Clash anyway. But I thought that it was all a front, and if we ever did meet them, they'd be alright about it and we could have a drink together and that. And we met em in the service station coming back from a gig, and what annoyed me about them was when I questioned Steve Arrogant and asked him if he really thought we were that bad. He said, it's alright for you, being at fucking college and all this, and I said, well, I never went to fucking college. So, you're totally against everything we say then. And he went, yeah. I said, so you think nuclear wars are a good idea? And he went, yeah. And what about the police, do you agree with them? And he went, yeah. Everything I said, he said the opposite, and it really wound me up. I mean, how fucking stupid can you be, just to make a point? Anyway, I lost my rag and got him on his own outside and threatened to blow his fucking kneecaps off if any of our conversation ended up in the gossip column in Sounds. He said, I thought you were a pacifist. And I said, yeah, I am, but I'm so stupid, I thought it was a 9-to-5 job, and I just niched work and I can do what I like now. I later met the drummer from Special Duties, who had actually joined THIRD, and I got on all right with him. When asked what it was all about, he just said, oh, it was a publicity stunt, mate. A few years ago, I read an interview with Steve Arrogant in this little fanzine from Colchester, and he was asked about Crass, and he said something like, I've got a wife and a kid and a mortgage now, and if me and Steve Ignorant met today, we'd probably get on like a house on re. And I thought, yeah, whatever, and then he said, but I'd still like to see the size of his bank account. Well, I haven't got a bank account, all I've got is a building society account, with about 16 quid LE in it. I ain't got no fucking money. The whole thing was so strange. 6 Subversa of the Poison Girls, picture by Tony Mottram. Sadly Crass and Special Duties never shared a stage together, which might have cleared the air somewhat, as did a low-key, last-minute show they played with one of their other most vocal detractors, E-Exploited. Yeah, that was a great night, I loved it, smiles Steve, still sounding surprised that it even happened over 20 years later. That whole Crass/Exploited thing came about when Woody said that Crass were a bunch of wonkers, but that was just because we were in every fucking fanzine going, and even I was getting bored of reading about us, so if someone had said to me at the time, what do you think of Crass? I'd have gone, oh, Crass are a bunch of wonkers. Just to be controversial, you know. But this whole thing brewed up, aided by the music press, of course. Anyway, Annie was going out with Woody. Christ, that would have been a wedding from hell, just imagine those kids. E-Exploited were playing the 100 Club, and Woody asked her to ask us to go and play it unannounced. At RST I was dead against it, but then I came round to the idea, and went dressed as a soul boy, wore a short-sleeved shirt, with my hair parted to one side, didn't look punk at all, so no one knew who I was. And there were a few skinheads there looking out for us, and I remember these 3 in particular, a big one, a little one, and a medium-sized one. We went on and played, and then I was stood there watching E-Exploited, and they were okay, I didn't rate them that much, to be honest, a lot of stamping about. And suddenly I'm aware of this little bleedin' skinhead stood right behind me, breathing down my neck, and his 2 mates, the big one and the middle-sized one, were egging him on. So I went to the bar and got a drink, and came back, and his two mates were down the front pogoing, so I stood right behind him and breathed right down his neck. And I fucking kept him there. And in the end, he was rubbing his neck, didn't know what to do, and Penn came and stood next to me and was completely oblivious to this little psychological drama that was going on. And, as we were leaving, I saw this little skinhead outside, and went, "See you later, mate." And he was like, "You fucking cunt." But there were no big STGHTS, no animosity between the bands. He seemed a nice geezer, you know. He asked us to play, and good for him. It was a shame that Special Duties couldn't have done something like that as well. On a related note, as to whether or not Steve Ignorant was an alter ego character he could become just prior to playing live, Steve adds carefully, "Yeah, it probably was. 'Cause I was always shit scared about going on stage. But the funny thing about Crass was, 'cause we all lived together, I can't really talk about a personal life and the band, it was all one and the same. It wasn't like we'd do a gig and then say, right, see you Monday then.' With us, it was the band all the time, we'd be talking about it over dinner, getting phone calls all day, people turning up to see us all the time, so eventually, Steve Ignorant wasn't an alter ego, because that was who I was every minute of the day. I don't think there was another band like that, who all lived together, and that was something people used to get pissed off with Crass for being holier than thou or whatever. But we lived like that because the band was like that, and the band was like that because we lived like that. Nothing was done for effect. Well, alright, the wearing of black and the LMS were premeditated, but we didn't grow organic vegetables to be trendy or to be punk, that was how we lived. And that's why some of the people who tried to copy Crass couldn't, 'cause if you're living in a squat in Bromley, where the fuck are you going to put your vegetable garden, you know? I was glad that I called myself Steve Ignorant too, purely because I was ignorant of politics. We used to play in Manchester a lot, and every time we played there, this little group of college-goers always used to single me out and surround me in a semicircle, and be like, "Well, what about the trade unions?" All this stuff that I knew fuck all about. It got to the point where people were more worried about whether you had milk in your tea. I used to think, maybe I'm stupid, maybe I ought to read all these intellectual books on anarchy, but they're all so fucking boring, aren't they? I always found it very difficult in Crass that it wasn't the done thing to be personal, to write about yourself, everything you wrote had to be about everybody. Stuff I wrote later was much more personal, and I prefer that, because I'm opening myself up for criticism then, and I can defend myself, and defend what I believe, rather than have to defend what Crass believed in as a collective. It was weird suddenly getting known, with people coming up to me, not in the street, but in pubs and clubs, and I would feel guilty and stuff. At RST I didn't know how to deal with it really, but then I started to enjoy it, and it didn't really matter anymore. It never made sense to me really, 'cause even if I met David Bowie now, I wouldn't ask for his autograph. I'd argue with someone for half an hour about why I didn't want to sign an autograph, but in the end I found it easier and quicker to just sign the bloody thing. And have they still got it hidden away somewhere? I doubt it. Stations was followed in late 1980 by another Bonada classic, The Bloody Revolution / Persons Unknown split single with the Poison Girls, a Bennett record that raised £20,000 towards the setting up of the London Anarchist Centre. For such a worthwhile cause, both bands offered up some of their nest material, Bloody Revolutions by Crass being their most ambitious, sprawling arrangement to date, and Persons Unknown by Poison Girls a dangerous, stirring exercise in dark, lurching atmospherics. As well as being united on vinyl, the two bands were also inextricably linked by this time on the live front, touring the length and breadth of the country together, taking in en route all manner of alternative venues that most other bands would avoid at all costs. The obvious reason that the two bands originally hooked up was that they only lived 3 or 4 miles up the road, explains Penny. Basically speaking, they had a very different sort of agenda to us, a very different story to tell. They were essentially a feminist band, that was always their main preoccupation, even though we actually had more females in our band than they had in theirs, and we felt that given the predominantly male attitudes in rock and roll, and especially punk, they brought in this other element, and that was very important. EY weren't that liked though, and they had a fucking hard job playing with us, but ultimately they got the respect they deserved. Oof, when we later toured with the likes of, say, Dirt, as we did straight AER we did with the Poisons, the main body of the punk audience were well pleased to be able to just pogo, rather than be confronted with a bit of thought. We were becoming darker and darker ourselves by then, the whole thing was becoming more complex, so it was quite nice not to have that added connect of a difficult opening band as well. From that point on, we at least started giving people a good time for the RST half of the gig, and then we'd come on and wind them up. As the turbulent 1981 unfolded like a bad dream, it seemed as if Crass could do no wrong with the record-buying public, who rushed out and bought the Nagasaki Nightmare single, in sufficient quantities to send it rocketing to the top of the indies again, and it didn't vanish off the charts radar for a whole year. Seemingly determined to test the will of their listeners, Crass hurled a well-aimed spanner in the works with the Penis Envy album. Those relishing the thought of another foul-mouthed outburst from Steve Ignorant were disappointed, because he didn't even contribute to the record. Those hoping for a long-overdue feminist statement from a band that were rapidly being perceived as fascist bobber boys were grated by the considered production values and a commanding stint from Eve Libertine as lead vocalist. There was a point when we could have become the biggest oi band going, reckons Penny, just AER feeding of E5000 came out, when even bands like the Cockney Rejects were desperate to come here and see what we were all about. Despite never having met us, they were massive fans, just on the strength of feeding, but when Penis Envy came out, they were shocked into thinking, what a bunch of fucking cunts those blokes turned out to be. We did play it that way, whenever it seemed that our public image was becoming too easily deanable, we would do our best to throw people off the scent. Maybe not consciously, but certainly I as an artist have always enjoyed being contradictory, and I've always enjoyed playing with those contradictions. The release of the rival Tribal Rebel Revel single, inspired by LE wing attacks from the Red Brigade on British movement skinheads at one of the band's Conway Hall gigs, led to yet more confusion as to where the band stood politically, but Crass refused to take sides they didn't feel completely comfortable with. Yes, we had quite an argument with the Anti-Nazi League once, recalls Penny, with whom we had no ideological quarrel, but I objected to the way they divided people in just as prejudiced a way as the people they were condemning. My own experiences with young skinheads who superficially said they supported the British movement, or whatever it was called in those days, was that they were actually very lonely kids with nothing better to do. And if you gave them something better to think about, they accepted it gratefully, generally speaking. And LE wing prejudice just added fuel to the really. We very consciously LE the door open to everybody. I've no patience with either the British movement or the Trotskyite Red Brigade, they all play the same stupid games. I could see what Gary Bushell wanted to achieve with the unification of all these youths under one banner, but it backfired on him horribly. Following the rather bizarre Merry Christmas single, the noisy, overproduced, and rather forgettable Christ E album emerged during summer 1982, by which time the UK was at war with Argentina in the Falklands. His sad turn of events focused Crass on a specific target once again, our warmongering Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, who was the subject of their Rush-released EXI, Sheep Farming in E Falklands, and the next proper single, the poundingly belligerent How Does It Feel? The uproar these traitorous releases caused amidst the patriotic media led to the band being discussed in Parliament and participating in a live radio debate with Tory MP Tim Egger. The band ate the hapless fool for breakfast, of course, leading to letters of support from the opposition parties, and Crass found themselves teetering on the edge of a potentially lethal abyss. Pete Wright of Crass at the Bingo Hall, Islington, March 1984, picture by Paul May. I didn't like playing sheep farming, live, admits Steve. I felt really uncomfortable doing it, and I know why now. I know it's their choice to join up, but I do feel compassion for the squatty, and I think it was a bit shit to take the piss out of them really. Plus the fact that, it was all well and good to take the piss out of skinheads, the chances of them driving out into the middle of nowhere to do ya were fairly remote, but with Royal Marines, they might actually consider doing just that. I remember once the war had actually really kicked off and people really were being killed, and the Falklands EXI had gone out, talking about soldiers shagging sheep and stuff. I thought to myself, oh god, this is where it might get really nasty. The only time I really got a bit scared though was when we started getting letters from the Labour Party, and from the House of Commons, all about how does it feel. Up until then, I thought, we can really say what we want, we're so well known that no one's going to touch us, we'll just sell more records off the back of it. But we started reaching those sorts of people, and I suddenly thought, is starting to get a bit serious now, and there is a point where you can rock the boat too much. To bolster themselves for the battle looming large on the horizon, members of Crass organized the now legendary squat gig at London's Zigzag Club on December 18, 1982, which was a resounding success on all fronts. Joined by well over a dozen other great bands, they proved that the underground punk scene could handle itself responsibly when it had to, and that music really could be enjoyed free of the restraints imposed upon it by corporate industry. I wasn't really involved in the arranging of it, says Steve, but I remember turning up on the day and being overwhelmed by it all, everyone getting on so well, and no trouble or anything. And such an array of bands as well. You had DNV, and Connect, and Zounds, and the organizers had done it all perfectly. We could never have done it all ourselves, so they're the unsung heroes of the whole day, the people who got in there and secured it, the people who were cooking food for everyone but didn't want paying for it. Someone found some beer barrels in the cellar, so they came up, and that was free, and everyone had a great time. The idea was to go in there and squat it as a one-off and then vacate the place, but of course there were a few people who argued they had a right to stay there to live, and then a couple of boneheads smashed the bogs up or something. But really I went away thinking, oh, we've done it? All living together in harmony, if only for the day, and we performed well that night, it was a good sound system, and the place was packed out, it was absolutely fantastic, and, like I said, no GHTS at all. Zigzag gig list, picture by Tony Mottram. Buoyed by their success, Crass entered Southern Studios during March 1983 and recorded Yes Sir, I Will. Possibly their most articulate and lasting statement lyrically, it was unfortunately their least articulate musically by far. In fact, it was an awful noise that tried the patience of even the most ardent Crass fan, but that was the whole point of the exercise. That was our artistic approach, claims Penny. As a writer now, whenever anyone accepts a piece of my work, I'm glad that's happened, but it gives me a license to push harder. And what I'm writing now is utterly unpublishable. To try and break down more cultural barriers, and my major input into Crass was that whenever we'd gotten anywhere, it was a green light for the next step. We had gained this large following of people who appeared to appreciate our records and wanted to grow with us, so every step we made was more like, great, now let's try this. And I accept that Yes Sir, is truly one of the most unlistenable records ever made. The thing is, AER Christ, album, we decided that we couldn't afford to take another fucking year writing, recording and manufacturing an album, people were very frightened and upset. And I think I wrote Yes Sir, in a week, I just sat in my shed and did it. We didn't edit it or anything, I said, right, here's the script, we're not going to rehearse, and we went in and fucking did it. It was an immediate heartfelt response to what was going on around us, and that was the general route from the start. As things got worse, so they sounded worse, but it was a very honest process. We had realized that if we were to be an effective information service, we couldn't afford to spend an excessive amount of time on production. Well, we could afford it financially, but certainly not psychologically, and so, from then on, we did those singles like Whodunit, and You're Already Dead very quickly. EY were like tactical responses, and if we had continued, I think that's how we would have done it. Almost working how a press reporter has to work, they do their thing today, and it's out tomorrow. Yes sir, was very much like that, we went in and recorded it and got it out, there was no fucking about. I didn't like Yes Sir, I Will at all, although I liked what it was saying, adds Steve. We actually performed that album in its entirety once live, actually holding the scripts up and reciting them, and I swore I'd never do it again, 'cause there was no rhythm, no beat, nothing, I didn't know what to do, and didn't enjoy it at all. And it was fucking unlistenable, continues a frustrated Penny, but the majority of the people stuck it out, for no other reason than they were caught up in something other than their own thinking. What we were saying was, back off. Fucking take a look. We were very angry about the Falklands, and very, very angry that so few people seemed to have anything to fucking say about it. I didn't think that we could go on dancing the night away AER the Falklands, so we did a piece of music that wouldn't allow people to have any fun to it. We thought that we would wipe the oar with people, that they would walk out of our gig and have to face what was happening, but they didn't. EY jumped up and down, made the most they could out of a bad job, so they didn't have to actually look to themselves as we'd had to when we wrote it. Anything but start thinking, it was just so stupid, it was turning into a joke, which was why we had to stop, why we did stop. Yes, crass were rapidly reaching the end of their natural life, and thankfully those involved had the good sense to niche it all on their own terms rather than allow themselves to descend messily into self-parody. EY still had one or two tricks up their sleeves though, not least of all sending the Itchergate tape, a cleverly edited recording of an alleged telephone conversation between then-US President Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher, during which Thatcher admits responsibility for the sinking of the Argentine battleship, General Belgrano, to the world's press. Although blatantly a mischievous hoax, the vehemence with which it was investigated and denied by the authorities, suggested that the band had denitely struck a raw nerve in the corridors of power. Yes, it was a hoax, agrees Penny, but all based on facts at the end of the day. Everything that Thatcher says on it was classied information that we'd gotten from this guy in the Falklands, and what Reagan says on it was all supposition, but all based on what one knew he was up to. It was serious stuff, serious enough for the Pentagon to be totally taken in by it anyway. And that's a very long way from turning up at the White Lion in Putney, half-pissed and having a good laugh. Although I can't remember feeling terried, I can genuinely say that it was terrifying. I remember meeting the bloke from the Falklands who gave us all this information, meeting him at this bar in Victoria Station, it was horrible. Writing down all this information like it was a menu, and getting home and looking at it, and thinking, fucking hell. What are we going to do with this? That sort of stuff isn't very funny, but that was us actually trying to be responsible, trying to do what we felt was our duty. And I don't think anyone else was getting representatives from Baader-Meinhof turning up in their garden. So, there was this thing called punk rock, and everyone's out there making their records, all arguing amongst themselves about who was still wearing leather shoes, but none of them were getting the IRA claiming to be watching their backs. I mean, some of it was great, but some of it was not so great. We were a rock and roll band too, at least we thought we were. And that's another reason why we remain unique. All the time we were out on the road, all the time we were making records, all the time we were trying to help other people go out there and make records, all the time we were printing leads telling people how to make their own bread or whatever, at the same time, we were also dealing with all this other shit. Like getting letters from the Houses of Parliament, getting embroiled in other people's fucking power games, which we were happy to do in a very unhappy sort of way, because what else can you do when you get given the information? We carried a big load, because other people didn't know where to turn. Where else could some skinhead who joined the army and ended up in the Falklands write and say, is what's happening, Can you do something about it? Other people could have fun, but we couldn't. It's hard to have fun when that sort of shit's going on around you. Rumor has it that Crass had always planned to split up in 1984, and all their records' various catalog numbers thus counted down to that ominous Orwellian deadline. Questioning their continued relevance, Crass did indeed collapse under the weight of internal and external pressure that very summer, following a rowdy Bennett for the striking miners in Aberdare, South Wales, guitarist Andy being the RST to jump ship, but it seems it was never written in stone that this was going to happen. Image. Joy de Vivre of Crass, Liverpool 1984, picture by Andrew Metcalf. Yeah, funny that, innit? I Denny Telly didn't know anything about it? Scoffs Steve. I just assumed that 1984 was a key date, and certainly didn't expect to niche AER that Aberdare gig. Funny thing was though, when Andy said he was gonna pack it in, 3 or 4 of us, myself included, said, yeah, so are we. We were just tired of it all, and for me, there was this sense of relief, at not having to think like that all the time, look at all those horrible images all the time. I was burnt out on it all, but 2 weeks later, of course, I had itchy feet, missing the adulation, and wanting to go back touring. And suddenly we were living with each other as individuals, and not as members of Crass anymore, so personal issues started to come to the fore, and some real antagonisms came to light, some really bitter stuff, and various people dial house as a result. While the band was going, we were all there for the common good, but the minute that the band was taken away, it all got directed at each other then, it all deteriorated from there really. Once the band split up, so did the household, but I don't want to go into all that really. It isn't fair, and it'll just set up another myth. No, we didn't play Aberdare knowing it would be the last show, con Reams penny, but it was in the air, and it became fairly obvious traveling home in the van. Air was a terrible sadness to that gig, it was a miners' Bennett, and we'd put a fair amount of work into helping the miners' families, and we saw all these people broken by the vicious despot we had in power. And we realized that working class honor was being mercilessly trashed during that whole conflict, the dignity of the main force of people in this country was being dragged through the dirt. And we started thinking that it was wrong to be jumping up and down and shouting on stage, when these people didn't even know where their next fucking meal was coming from, everything had been taken from them, and it put a lot of things in perspective for us. Air was a time when we felt that we could really make a difference to things, and there's no question that we helped shape this movement or whatever, but that gig somehow made us realize the futility of it all as well. As one last act of clarification, members of Crass issued the Acts of Love and 10 Notes on a Summer's Day albums, 2 sensitive collections of poetry that sought to demonstrate that the band's anger was born of love not hatred. EY merely added further to the indefatigable mystique surrounding Crass because they were so completely and unapologetically different to everything they had issued previously. Steve Ignorant became a permanent member of Connacht, appearing at their now infamous gathering of E5 show in 1987, and recording 2 studio albums with them in the late 80s, before immersing himself in Schwarzenegger, with members of Acher on Acid, and, most recently, in Stratford Mercenaries, with Gary from Dirt. Penny has concentrated on his writing ever since, although still performs live on a regular basis and releases the occasional recording as Crass Agenda, a free-form jazz project that bears little sonic resemblance to his old band but remains as intuitive as ever on a lyrical level. He still lives at Dial House, having fought a long hard battle against property developers to keep it standing, still considers himself an anarchist, and thankfully isn't averse to contemplating his time in Crass. Meanwhile, Eve set up Red Herring Records with the enigmatic A Soma, and still performs to this day. And with Penny, G remains on the cutting edge of LM making and graphics, and Pete Wright is currently involved with Martin Wilson in the Judas 2 project. I still question the whole concept of democracy, maintains Penny. You hear that word thrown about so often, but I don't think there's a government in the West that presents a true model of democracy. I think the only true democracy lies somewhere in the anarcho-construct. Equally, I do acknowledge that many, if not most, people aren't capable, be it through slavery, through bad education, through bad social conditions, whatever, of determining their own lives. I'm not saying that in a condescending way either, but those opportunities don't exist for most people, and we tried so hard to say that they can. We were saying to working class kids that they weren't fucking idiots just 'cause they hadn't been to public school. We can all make our own decisions, they might not be world-shattering, but they can be personally shattering. That's the essence of anarchism, respect for yourself, and respect for others. And I don't mean respect yourself in any narcissistic or egotistical way, but just being able to trust yourself. That was very central to what we were saying, and that's still the path I continue on. I would have maybe thought 20 years ago that by now, aged 60, I might have found some sort of solid ground, but it actually goes the other way. Rather than working towards some sort of pyramid point, it's actually the opposite, and I ask bigger, wider questions now than ever before. Fucking hell, back then I was just asking questions about the government and the church, but now I'm deconstructing my own feelings. The process continues, and that is essentially an anarchistic approach. I do not want to be a part of this cult of individuality, or this new age thing. Knowing yourself isn't actually good enough. You have to know yourself before you can trust others, but it's the second part of the equation that's most important. Well, it's not most important, because that's like putting the cart before the horse, but if the only reason you're looking into yourself is to improve yourself, that Californian dream, well, you can stuff it up your arse, because I'm not interested in that. I didn't want to destroy the church for my own sense of satisfaction. I wanted to do it because I believed that as human beings we could aspire to something a little bit better than a heaven you'll never see and a God you'll never know. I wasn't sure what it was, else I might have said so, and I'm still not sure what it is, but I do believe that there's something better than that. On a political level, I think the whole idea of cooperatives and decentralization, the whole syndicalism thing, is very sensible ground. But given the fact that we're living in an increasingly globalist world, and the leaders of that globalist world are more than ready to enact violence upon anyone who opposes it, then it's a bit duh to say, oh, let's base our model on these Catalonian syndicates. Fuck me, we need to base the model on ourselves, so we are strong enough to resist all of what globalization is throwing at us right now. I think we should have a long-term political view, but until we're clean enough in ourselves to honestly say we're not just catering to our own little desires, it won't work. Fear is the key. We don't need imposed slavery in Great Britain because people willingly put on their monocles every morning because the fear of what will happen if they don't is so deeply instilled in them. We've had 400 years of democratic conditioning. We don't need to be told we'll be in the shit if we don't get up at 8 o'clock. In less developed nations, people are still asking questions. They think, oh fuck it, I'm going to stay in bed a bit longer, or I'm not going to work today, I'll sit and eat this mango. We're not yet in the monocles of capitalist economics, although it's trying its best in every corner of the globe. The thing is, it is possible to live outside the system, and, with Ringo's a little help from my friends, that's how I've lived all my adult life. We live very frugally, we live in a very valuable house, thanks to the generosity of some close friends, on very, very little. I'm not about to feel guilty about it. I've lived by my wits, and one can do that, if one's prepared to do without. Or go out and do something to get whatever you need. I mean, I used to work as a coalman to pay the rent. I wasn't prepared to do that to buy myself a Porsche, but it was worth it to have a place to live where we could all sit around and talk revolution. But that's anarchy, a cooperation, sharing, putting aside one's own little fantasies and desires. Yes, what we're doing now is a very natural and logical extension of what we were doing before. No one should be shocked, at least no one who knew us. We're still every bit as radical and confrontational as we were then. And I'm not putting myself down as an idiot, ponders Steve honestly, but all I was an oik in a band, you know. Who wanted to be Johnny Rotten? But, not being thick or stupid, I quickly believed in everything we were saying, because I could see that it was fundamentally right, and I still live my life to most of those terms and conditions. But it was a weird thing to have to deal with, because we didn't get people coming up to us saying, "Oh, great gig." It was always, "Oh, about what you said about so and so," and because I was in Crass, I had to deal with that, whether I felt like it or not. On the other hand, as well as the people who loved what we did, you also had the people who fucking hated it, and they were even more intense. I remember when all the factions were splitting, and there was a lot of hatred towards Crass, I was thinking, isn't what I set out to do. I thought we were all going to be mates down the pub. It all snowballed out of control really, and went into areas that I didn't understand. Where I got my ideas of anarchism from were the black and white 60s LMS about angry young men. Allen Ginsberg. Jack Kerouac, LMS like Taste of Honey, where this woman has sex with a black guy, is having a baby and living with a gay bloke. That was what I thought anarchy was about, being able to speak your mind and break down barriers, not Spanish revolutions and Polish miners' strikes. I mean, good luck to 'em if they won, and also if they lost, but it doesn't really have any relevance to my own circumstances. I'd be at gigs, hanging about afterwards, and I'd be watching members of the support bands copping off with girls and stuff, and I'd be stuck discussing anarchy and peace with some idiot in an anorak holding a clipboard, thinking, hang on a minute, there's something wrong here. Once, when I was on stage in Los Angeles with the Stratford Mercenaries, I became aware of this red dot dancing over my chest, and for an instant, I thought, oh shit, here we go, out like John Lennon. But it was only someone with one of these ashy ballpoint pens with a laser light on it. What I'm now ending is, I go to the pub around the corner, where no one knows me as Steve Ignorant from Crass, and it's just normal blokes, people from the Countryside Alliance and all that, reckoning that we shouldn't have blacks living around here and all that sort of shit, and I'm gradually putting them right on a few things. And the funny thing is, it's like being on the front line all over again, arguing about racism and sexism and all that. EY all know I was in a band, of course, and they're like, oh, what was the name of your band, Steve? Crass. Oh, right, and they go off and think no more about it, but then the other night someone came in and said, hey, Steve, I was talking to some girl up in Rochdale who was into punk, and she used to absolutely love your band. So you were famous then? And I'm like, well yeah, check it out on the internet. Sometimes it really sort of moves me that people are still so interested, all over the world. Alright, so I ain't got a car, and I never ended up rich and famous, and I ain't got my own recording studio, and I don't go to parties with Paul Weller or whatever, but it's comforting that I can go to just about any country in the world, and meet people who know about Crass. Also, you can get vegetarian food in every single cafe now, people are so much more aware of all that, and I was a small part of helping that thought process arrive. I'm not saying it was because of Crass, but we were a part of it, and I can hold my head up, because I did my bit. I did go on the protest marches, even though I sometimes didn't want to, sometimes I hated it, but I'm glad that I went. All those stop e-cities and that, yeah, I wouldn't have missed it for the world. By means of a postscript, in November 2002, all the original members of the Crass Collective performed at the Voices and Music Against War event, at the Queen Elizabeth Hall on London's South Bank, although they did not appear on stage at the same time. Thankfully, Crass are one band that will never reform, and hence their legacy remains as pure and honest as the day it was created, untainted by the vociferous appetite of prot-driven nostalgia. Image. Select discography 7s. Reality Asylum Bloody Revolutions, Split with Poison Girls Nagasaki Nightmare Rival Tribal Rebel Revel, First issued as a limited flexi disc. Merry Christmas, how does it feel? Sheep Farming in E. Falklands, first issued as a limited flexi. Whodunit? You're Already Dead 12s. E. Feeding of E. 5000. 10 Notes on a Summer's Day. LPS, Stations of E. Crass, double LP Penis Envy Christ E. Album, double LP Yes Sir, I Will Acts of Love at a Glance. Anyone who has taken the trouble to buy this book and read this far needs to own at least E. Feeding of E. 5000 and Stations of E. Crass, both of which have been reissued on CD by Crass/Southern with full lyrics and artwork, although it has to be said that the CD versions of these releases simply can't do justice to the original stunning gatefold posters that the band wrapped their vinyl releases in. E. Best Before 1984 CD collects all the band's timeless singles onto one disc, complete with a thick booklet of lyrics and notes by Penny Rambo, and is another essential purchase. Finally, the Pomona book Love Songs compiles all the band's lyrical outpourings in one highly recommended volume, whilst Penny's own book Shibboleth is a must-read experience for anyone intrigued to learn more about Crass. Hot on the heels of Crass, Flux of Pink Indians also surely rate as one of the most important anarcho-punk bands ever. Hailing from Bishop Stortford, the band produced several classics of the genre, not least of all the rather glorious New Smell EP for Crass, a record probably responsible for more punk rockers turning vegetarian than any other, before nose-diving into pretension and eventually self-destructing rather messily. Like their mentors Crass, they ultimately succumbed to the relentless pressures placed upon them by the restrictive scene they themselves helped create. Of course, things weren't always so complicated for the band, who began life in 1978 as Epileptic Fits and actually picked up their instruments with ambitions no lower than making a bloody racket for the sheer hell of it. It was just totally different really, recalls vocalist Colin Latter of his immediate attraction to punk rock in 1976. I'd been into all the usual bands before then, Deep Purple, Zeppelin, yes, all those kind of bands, but punk had such an energy, it was totally new. Plus I remember that, in all the classes in my year at school, there was maybe only the four of us that liked it, so there was the added attraction of liking something that most other people didn't. To be honest, I can't imagine that we'd have even had the idea to start a band without punk. We started off as Epileptic Fits. I think my mum came up with the name. But we thought that was terrible, so we shortened it to Epileptics. We had a guitarist who could play a bit and a drummer that had never drummed. I couldn't sing either, but that didn't really matter, and we didn't have a bass player, so the early rehearsals were just drumming on cardboard boxes with the guitar going through a little 30-watt practice amp, and me screaming over the top. Image. Flux of Pink Indians vocalist Colin Latter, picture by Tony Mottram. Derek used to hang around with us, and we asked him to play bass, but he thought it was a boring instrument and said he'd never play it. So I bought a bass guitar, and tried to play bass and sing at the same time, but that was impossible from scratch, and in the end Derek picked it up and had a go. We were just school friends, and none of us, apart from the guitarist, had ever touched an instrument before in our lives. We lived in semi-detached houses, in a very average suburban area, and it was great when we went to visit the drummer. 'Cause you could hear him drumming about 100 yards down the road. I always thought that it was unfortunate for drummers, 'cause how the hell do they ever learn when they've got nowhere to really practice? But he used to buy all the punk records of the time and work out how to play them, and he came along really quickly. If you listen to the RST single, 1970s is actually quite a complex drum pattern. Fair play to him, he wasn't content to just tap away in the background, with the enthusiastic impetuosity of youth on their side. Epileptics wasted little time taking to the stage to ply their wares in public, even if it was at their local haunt minus their regular bassist. It was at the Triad in Bishop Stortford, at an all-day punk gig. Derek had gone on holiday, so we asked Steve, the guitarist from the Newtown Neurotics, to play bass for us, but he didn't know any of the songs so he just plodded along. But we were on early in the day anyway, so there weren't many people there to see us. Second gig we did was actually with Crass, and that was a bit of a funny one really. 'Cause of a cock-up they had a gig arranged at the Basement in Covent Garden, London, the same night that we did, so we decided to combine the two. We'd only done the one gig, and Crass had only been together for about 6 months then, and no one had done any advertising, so, only 2 people wandered in during the sound checks, but wandered back out again, and apart from that, not one person came to the gig. So we played to them, and they played to us, but it was a good way of the two bands bonding. I'd already seen Crass play at the Triad before then, and was totally shocked by them really, they were like nothing else I'd ever seen. We weren't expecting anything at all, it was mid-1978, punk was dead apparently, and every band we saw there, week in, week out, was basically crap. A band called Heat were headlining, I think they were so punk or whatever, and Crass opened. We were really anti-fascist at the time, and I can remember seeing them with their banners and all their black gear on, and thinking, I don't like the look of them. And Steve came over and said, "You got the time, mate." And one of my mates thought he was Denny Telly a punk. We stood there at the front of the stage, looking at them, and half of them were bald, and we didn't know whether to knock all their water over on stage or what, but about the third song, one of us turned to the others and said, "Start pogoing," and we all went crazy. And then we talked to them afterwards, and told them that we thought they looked like fascists, and Penny wrote me a letter a few days later, I wish I'd kept it, that said all across the bottom, "And we ain't no fucking fascists." Is rudimentary version of Epileptics, although penning several decent tunes that would later be reworked for use in Flux of Pink Indians, were still a million miles away lyrically from the serious political statements they would eventually become synonymous with. Yes, our songs were dreadful, laughs Colin. Some of the lyrics were just foul-mouthed, perverted stuff, mainly written by Clive, like "I wanna give you a 69. Typical early punk stuff, rather than anything politically correct. Either Crass didn't give a shit, or couldn't hear what we were singing, 'cause they offered us another gig, which was up in Bradford. But before that, we played locally again, just Kevin had joined the band, when Clive L.E. A local scene was emerging, and Stortbeat Records were arranging all these gigs but they didn't want us to play 'cause they thought we were really bad. Kevin was actually quite a good guitarist and had already played in a local band called Darlex, so everyone was shocked when he joined us, whom they all thought was the worst local band going. Originally we thought we'd call ourselves Antichrist, reveals Kevin of Darlex, who settled on their name in March 1977. The RST line from Anarchy in UK, of course, but we only had that name for a few weeks, then we changed it to Urban SS, obviously nicking the idea from the London SS that we'd read about. By March 1977 we had changed it again to Darlex. Can't remember why, but it just seemed like a good idea at the time. And we changed the way it was spelt in Who, I think we imagined we might be big one day and didn't want to get any hassle from Terry Nation, the Daleks creator. Our set was made up of songs like Saudi Jubilee, Routine Day, I Hate Work, Smash Councils, Born to Rule, and one called Boutique Clique, which was taking the piss out of punks who bought their clothes off the peg for stupid amounts of money, rather than taking the DIY route that we did. I used to paint all my own t-shirts, one was a rip of the Seditionaries' Destroy design, it had the word at the top in the same style but a big question mark in white on a red circle with negativity underneath it. I also did one of a wounded policeman being carried by his colleagues, and stenciled riot at the top. I don't think any of us had any mass-produced punk clothes, we just used to stencil or paint splash on shirts from Chazers and wear straight trousers and Doc Martens. Paul, our singer, used to wear this diarrhea-colored boiler suit most of the time which he'd paint all over. I did buy a leather jacket from a motorbike shop once, seeing Steve Jones and Sid Vicious wearing them in the Pistols video for Pretty Vacant on top of E-Pops. That was my one concession to the ready-made look. Aere Darlex disintegrated, I'd noticed some graffiti around the town, the name Epileptics sprayed on walls and stuff, with the legend smash guitar solos, and I was determined to ND out who they were. In late 1978, I was at the Triad, and I asked someone if they knew who these Epileptics were. Is bloke called Stringy, who later formed Erratics, pointed to two younger kids, one who looked like a punk with a quiff and one who was a skinhead, and said, "Well, that's the singer and that's the drummer." I went over to them and said that I thought their name was brilliant, and even though I hadn't seen or heard what they were like, I was intrigued by them. I also said, "If you're ever looking for a guitarist, let me know," and then Col looked at Richard, smiled and looked back at me, and told me that their guitarist Clive was leaving to go to college. And that was it, I was in, I'd become a member of Epileptics. So, the next gig we did was with this Hell's Angel band, 'cause they were the only people who would give us a gig, continues Colin. And then we had the C&D Bennett in Bradford with Crass and the Poison Girls, although we never actually played in the end. Ivan broke down, so we didn't turn up until 11 o'clock, but when we did turn up, just as everything was nishing, at least they realized that we were serious. We got stuck up there that night in the snow and had to sleep in the van, rough several more gigs over the next year. Crass helped introduce APX to the London crowds, and even offered them a one-single deal with their Edgeling label. But, following an initial demo, recorded March 79 at Romford Speedway Studios, Epileptics, in yet another peak of youthful naivete, had already signed the next 2 years of their musical career away to the aforementioned Stortbeat, who released the 1970 SEP in November 1979. A suitably abrasive debut, 1970's hinted at the brilliant noises to come, the title track effortlessly stealing the show with its compelling chorus hook built around Colin ranting, "Plastic crap. Plastic crap. That keeps going wrong." On the IP side, despite displaying some strong ideas, neither System Rejects nor Hitler's Still a Nazi managed to rise above the horribly messy production. We recorded it at Space Ward up in Cambridge, just went in and did it all in one day. Didn't even know what songs we were going to do until we got there, and we were really incensed by this guy Shane, who was the guitarist in a psychedelic punk band on Stortbeat called E-Sods. But you go in the studio and see all these buttons, and get totally carried away, and those 3 tracks ended up sounding nothing like we really were. It must have been pretty good though, 'cause Peel played it over and over again, he must have played it at least 20 times. But I think it only sold about 1,000 copies, 'cause the record label went bust, yet they still held us right until our contract was up. Still, with Stortbeat eventually rolling over and releasing them, Epileptics were at last free to take Crass up on their earlier offer of a single, which resulted in a true genre classic in the shape of the aforementioned New Smell EP. But not before they had changed their name to Flux of Pink Indians and undergone a significant line-up shuffle. Kevin and Richard L.E., explains Colin. Richard L.E.R.S.T., we'd been going for about a year and a half, and getting more and more involved with Crass, who were more politically motivated than musically. That suited me and Derek down to the ground, but not so much Kevin and Richard. The only drummer I knew was Sid from Rubella Ballet, and it seemed up in the air whether they were still going or not, so I told Kevin that I was going to try and track him down and get him to play for us, but Kevin didn't like the idea at all. Being in Epileptics had been great, although the band did tend to have 2 factions, reckons Kev. Colin and Derek on one side, me and Richard on the other. I think it basically boiled down to the fact that Col and Derek were always more political than us, certainly we'd gotten more involved with Crass, whereas Rich and I were more interested in the musical side of things. It became particularly apparent when we played a couple of gigs outside of our comfort zone, and it almost led to Epileptics splitting in 2. On the RST occasion we had a gig in Deptford, South London, where we were one of about 9 bands that were supposed to play sometime between the afternoon and the evening. As was generally the way at these multi-band gigs, the whole thing was a shambles, Someone had the idea, got all the bands to come along, but there was no organization whatsoever. A complete free-for-all, and as a result it meant that the bands just hung around for fucking ages, not knowing when or if they would even get chance to play their set. I don't think it bothered Col or Derek at all, but a couple of hours Rich and I started to get really pissed off, and we decided to go back home. It wasn't as if people had come to see us anyway, so we weren't going to disappoint anyone, but me and Rich buggered off, and Col and Derek weren't happy about the way we'd behaved, and looking back I can't say I wouldn't have felt the same way in their shoes. But we got over it, and were rehearsing again the following week, so not too much harm done. And a month or so later we got the chance to play at Stonehenge, which Crass were also doing. Right from the start Rich had reservations and so did I. We couldn't see why we would want to play to an ostensibly hippie audience, but we went along anyway. Once again, there didn't seem to be any kind of organization at all, and we arrived at the place mid-afternoon to be told that we'd be playing late afternoon. Nothing happened, and we were then told that we'd be on sometime in the early evening, so we waited and waited, and it was a grim place to be. There was fuck all to do, no decent food to eat. The mobile toilet wagon was set at a jaunty angle and you couldn't get closer than 3 feet to the urinals or you'd be wading in piss, and these horrible little hippie kids were climbing in the transit and going through our bags and jackets trying to nick our stuff. Well, we still hadn't played by about 7 o'clock that evening, so Rich and I said that we'd had enough and got into a big argument with Col, Derek, and our so-called manager, Dave Director, and refused to play even if we were eventually allocated a time. So that was that. We all piled back into the van, not speaking to each other. It all sounds very childish now, but it goes to show how the two factions in the band had quite different attitudes. A few days later, we were all okay again, but I think that had Denny Telly caused some damage. Anyway, we made it through to the end of the year. Then just before Christmas 1979, Rich decided that he was going to leave the band. At RST I thought I'd stick around, but as soon as Col and Derek told me that they were thinking of getting Sid in on drums I realized that the band would end up being a 3-against-1 kind of out, with me out in the cold, so I jacked it in two. Andy Smith and Neil Puncher, both guitarists with local band EU Samples, were consequently recruited, the latter actually laying in on drums until Sid joined before moving to second guitar. It was this lineup that recorded the New Smell single. Image Epileptics live at the Triad, November 1979. The ambitious packaging included detailed information about the government's various nuclear fallout shelters. Colin, Derek had this thing that every single line should matter, and that if you were writing a song about a subject, you should include all these different points of view, and make sure that nothing was left out, which is a bit of a way to write a song, to be honest. It was like going back to school. So, when you get to Strive, it was still me writing most of the songs, but Derek would rewrite a lot of them. If you hear the demos of that material, the lyrics are one way, but slightly different on the album. But on Mixomatosis, Kevin's saying my original lyrics in the background, but the actual lyrics being sung are Derek's rewriting of my song because it hadn't touched on what it could have touched on. We were getting quite serious about it all, which wasn't Kev's cup of tea at all. You know? I'm sure Simon had something to do with writing some of the guitar bits on both Mixomatosis and Blinded by Science. And Kevin only had one rehearsal tape of it to work out what he'd done, so he ended up reinterpreting it all. We wanted the album to be really punchy, so I got a fat guitar sound, explains Kev. I was aiming for something like Steve Jones of the Pistols crossed with Tony Iommi of Black Sabbath, and I think Penny was quite accommodating. In fact, I laid down 3 or 4 layers of chords, recording the same guitar parts one on top of the other to pad out the sound. It was just such a great experience to be able to spend time getting exactly what we wanted down onto tape. We'd carry on recording until late in the night, or into the early hours, then go upstairs and crash out, then get up the next morning, throw some food down our necks and go back in to start all over again. It was Penny's idea to have the layers of feedback between each track, to sort of link them all together, so I had to crank up my amp to maximum and just get the strings vibrating, then move the guitar around to vary the feedback, and the volume was set so high that I only had to change my position a few inches to make the squealing sound different. I don't know how long I did this, probably only for 10 minutes or so, and it completely knackered my eardrums. Then when I'd finished, Penny said, "That was great, now do it all over again." I thought he was winding me up, so I said, "Fuck off." But then he told me that I needed to record a second layer of feedback so that he could put it on top of the RST take, to make it sound really noisy, and I did, but it was really painful. I didn't realize it at the time, but I must have killed my amp doing all that, and the following week we played a gig in Milton Keynes, and the bloody thing just wouldn't work at all. Anyway, once we'd finished laying all the tracks down, we had to go back in and listen to a rough mix, and it sounded fucking brilliant. Somehow though, between then and the LP being pressed, Penny remixed the whole thing and compressed the guitar so that it sounded thin and zzzy, more like Crass's own sound. I didn't know it was going to be like that until we were given the white label test pressings, and when I heard it I was gutted. I can't remember who told me, but apparently Penny doesn't like rock music, and reckoned that the original guitar sound had been too macho. Fucking unbelievable really, but there you go. Despite such a sterling release in the racks though, behind the scenes it was business as usual for the Flux soap opera, with yet more dissent in the ranks. Just before we did Strive, Derek was threatening to leave, because we weren't serious enough, but we managed to convince him to stay and do it, sighs Colin. At the time it seemed so important to keep him in the band, and I'm not sure why. He was Denny Telly a big onions on what we did, but I suppose he was a bit of a dictator too. Like we were driving to this gig and he told us that Virgin had contacted us, AER the success of New Smell, and offered us a deal, but he'd told them to fuck off. And Kevin was like, "How can you make that decision without asking us?" And Derek replied, "Well, if you wanna do it, I'm leaving," and that was it, and he would always come out with that. We always had that hanging over our heads. But he would also do some amazing things, like sticking up for you when no one else would, and stuff. It would have been strange if he'd LE then though, 'cause he was working in the tax office at the time, and we'd have done Strive, with some other bassist, and then we might have signed with Virgin AER all, and Derek might never have started One Little Indian. Recorded over VE days at Southern Studios, with Penny Rambeau at the helm again, it was hardly surprising that Flux of Pink Indians were growing ever closer to Crass in both sound and attitude, not least of all in the vocal department. We were always one step behind Crass really, admits Colin. ERST single wasn't influenced by them at all, 'cause we didn't even know them then, but by the time we'd done Strive, we'd been gigging a lot with them, and my vocals were just like Steve's. We were just sounding more like them, we were part of that scene and you couldn't sing muck about songs anymore. We didn't worry about being in their shadow or anything though, and we actually pissed them off quite a bit sometimes. I remember that we did gigs with 6 Minute War, and they had openly slagged Crass off on one of their EPs, and Crass were shocked that we would endorse that. And we were going to do this record on Spiderleg for a band called Is Bitter Lesson, just a girl singer, guitarist, and drummer, and it sounded like the song was anti-abortion. Crass heard it, 'cause it was recorded at Southern, and they said that if we ever released it, they would take out a page ad in Sounds disowning us, so it never came out. I still don't know what the song was all about either. So, we did lose a lot of the fun side of being in a band, but we always thought Crass were the business really, they were amazing, even when we didn't see eye to eye on everything. Image. Flux of Pink Indians, Sunderland Bunker, April 1983, picture by Andrew Metcalf. Many gigs were undertaken to promote the 12 the length and breadth of the UK, but never abroad, a period that Kev remembers fondly, for the most part, at least. One of the best gigs was at Digbeth Civic Hall, which we played with Crass and Dirt. It was a massive place, or certainly seemed like it. I'd seen a picture of it on Black Sabbath's Volume 4 LP years before, and it shows the band from the back, with the audience out in front of them, and bugger me, there I was looking out at the same hall. It was packed, people everywhere, the place even had balcony seats. And it seemed to me like, wow, we're pretty well known now. Obviously more people had come to see Crass than Dirt or Flux, but the atmosphere was brilliant, really enthusiastic. I think the response must be something to do with the Midlands, as that part of the country seems very warm, very into whatever music it is. Gigs in the Midlands and the north of England were almost always better than the ones we played in and around London and the southeast. Maybe it's always been like that, maybe it still is, but southern audiences always seemed more jaded, harder to impress, maybe they were spoiled for choice. In the Midlands and the north, people always seemed far more appreciative, more into what we were about. And they were a lot friendlier, more genuine individually, whereas southerners always struck me as more suspicious and aloof. Somehow it felt as if they wanted to be part of an elite, which is really ironic when you think about it, an elite anarcho scene? But that's how it felt. The only gig that I didn't enjoy at all, and ironically enough it was a northern one, was at the Lead Mill in Sheffield, which we did with Crass, Annie Anxiety, and Dirt. I wasn't really into what Flux wanted to do at the time anyway, and right from the start the place had a bad atmosphere. There were a lot of wonkers there that night, lots of glue sniffers and general idiots around, really aggressive punks, and even when we were playing our set, Col and I were getting was of evostick vapor coming up from the kids at the front of the stage, and it was sickening, quite literally. And fuck knows why, but we'd always been gobbed at during gigs, and that night at the Lead Mill it was just atrocious. Phlegm rained down on us for the whole set, we were completely covered in it, and it's disgusting. I remember sitting around we'd played, trying to clean this shit off my shirt, my face, out of my hair, off my guitar, and thinking, what the fuck is this all about? Oh yeah, and one other thing about that gig, something else that sticks in my mind, we'd played and we were packing up, some kid came up to me and started asking me serious questions, and I just wasn't in the mood. Actually, it was always the same, we got these rather earnest and intense young blokes coming up to us and asking us tricky stuff. We never ever got girls asking us for telephone numbers, just pain in the ass blokes being difficult. Anyway, this one asked me something like, you talk a lot about anarchy, but what does it actually mean to you? I wasn't in the mood for one thing, as the gig hadn't been a good one, and secondly he had exploited painted in big letters on the back of his leather jacket, so he was hardly into punk for the philosophy, was he? So I just pretended that I hadn't heard his question due to my ears being completely buggered by the sound level that night, but he was persistent, so I said something arsey like, oh, go and ask Derek, he's the thinker in the band. Actually, on occasions, kids would come up and ask us for autographs, sometimes even ask me for my plectrum, and although it might seem a bit like we were playing the Star Trip by doing that, I didn't have a problem with it, and neither did Col or Martin. I mean, if someone wants your signature, or a memento of the gig for whatever reason, then where's the harm in it? The look on their faces when you scribbled on a slip of paper, or when they could have your plectrum or a drumstick or whatever, just showed that it was a big deal for them, and that's great. But Derek refused point blank to give autographs or anything like that. He said that it was making a distinction between us as a band and the people in the audience. Well, Derek, we were a band and they were the audience, and your point is. Anyway, whenever he refused a request for his signature, the people who asked usually looked disappointed, they probably thought he was actually being more of a star by being so detached. I mean they'd paid to get in, had probably trekked fucking miles to see us, so to follow Derek's line, maybe we shouldn't have played in the RST place, all, by being on stage it would only emphasize the division between us and the audience. Pratt. Flux were even courted again by a major label during this period. Lured by the enigma of a political hardcore punk band who could top the indie charts with seeming ease, Island Records were the next corporate whores to be sent packing, but it became ever more apparent that not all of the band shared Derek's hardline views regarding their music and big business. Kevin Le The Fold in late 1982 AER a gig in Nottingham to be replaced yet again by not one but two guitarists, Timothy Luke and Lou, the latter formerly with popular anarcho out Dirt. And his departure, although possibly strengthening the resolve of the band as a cohesive political unit, essentially marked the end of Flux of Pink Indians as any sort of enjoyable musical entity. I'd felt for some time that I was pulling in a different direction to Colin and Martin, and especially Derek, and they had also been talking about getting a house together, and sharing it. I wasn't into that idea at all. Communal living ain't for me, so that didn't sound too good for a start. And Colin and Derek had suggested that we go for a more noise-orientated sound, less structured, less riffy, and Col moot this idea of getting Lou from Dirt into the band on second guitar. That was another idea that I didn't agree with, not because I didn't want someone else playing guitar alongside me, but if you have two guitarists in a band I think they've really got to spark off each other, or else work together really tightly, and I wasn't even bothered about Lou as a person, let alone as a guitarist. Don't get me wrong, she was okay, just not my sort of person, completely different in attitude, and she used to get really nervy and intense before playing a gig, and I couldn't imagine it working. It was bad enough that we had to go and look for Derek before each gig. He used to get so anxious that he'd get an attack of the shits, and he'd be in the bog for ages before we went on. Oh, yeah, and the NAL straw for me, as far as leaving Flux was concerned, was that the others had all been telling me how great they thought Anti-Sect were. I had never seen them until that gig in Nottingham, and when I did I just thought they were like a poor version of Discharge. I just didn't get it at all. So AER they'd played their set, and I heard Col and Martin saying how brilliant they were, and how Flux should sound more like them. I just decided that I wasn't on the same musical path anymore, and I made up my mind that that was my last gig. ERST album for the new lineup was controversially entitled "E Fucking Cunts Treat Us Like Pricks," and although it actually made number 2 in the Indies upon its release in March 1984, its success must have been predominantly due to the sensationalism of its title, because musically it was as bad as it was utterly pretentious. I tend to agree with you, laughs Colin candidly. What happened was, Kevin Le, and we were playing these gigs with Dirt, and Lou, their guitarist, joined us, along with her boyfriend, Tim. Whereas Kevin's guitaring was excellent, they couldn't play that well, so our whole sound totally changed. Also, Crass had just done Yes, Sir, I Will, and we were always one step behind them. EY did an album that was just noise all the way through, and we went in and did the same thing. It was originally going to be just a 4-track EP, but it ended up a double album. We had the RST 4 songs, but the rest was made up on the spot, so no wonder it's rubbish. A total waste of time. Derek's theory was that if you made the music unlistenable, people would have to pay more attention to the vocals and lyrics. The problem was, we didn't sell that many as a result, so no one knew read the lyrics anyway. I've talked to so many people influenced by New Smell and Strive, but I'm yet to meet one person influenced by anything on E Fucking Cunts. Derek had also got into this whole feminist thing that, again, Crass had already touched on, and it was another world really. He even said that it was all a result of one of our band members being raped, and that was rubbish. Lou was the only girl in the band, and she was never raped. An old girlfriend of mine had been, but that was 4 or 5 years earlier, when he wasn't even involved. But where were we meant to go next anyway? Without Derek, we would have ended up making Strive. Part 2, just ended up repeating ourselves, so we followed Crass's lead a bit really. You weren't meant to have any fun, it was all so serious, rock songs were really frowned upon. And there were people like Andy Martin from E Apostles who thought we were really lame anyway, Because we were against direct action, and they were full on, out there smashing windows. So then Derek decided that we had to be 100% as well, out there disrupting stuff, and I always regarded myself as Derek's lieutenant. He would decide what to do, then stand at the back, while I pushed forward and did as he said. It wasn't only their peers in the scene with mixed feelings about the band, audiences too were unmixed by the sharp LE turn in musical direction, and anyone who turned up expecting a greatest hits set that included all their favorite songs from the earlier records would usually leave disappointed. But Flux didn't want to be bound by such expectations and refused to be a part of the rock and roll circus, most of the time, at least. I remember we played a gig in Stevenage and everyone had turned up to hear Strive, really, and we started playing E Fucking Cunts, before it had even came out, and AER the second song, so many people were shouting abuse at us that we stopped. Derek started talking to them all, and AER words he was saying, "It was so worthwhile, if we just played Strive, I would never have got talking to all those people." Image. Flux of Pink Indians, Liverpool 1984, picture by Andrew Metcalf. The interesting thing was though, AER all those super serious gigs for E Fucking Cunts, we did this total piss take gig in Camden, a real odd rock and roll gig. Chumbawamba were supporting, and they wanted to do their gig as normal, with all their banners and stuff, but we covered the stage in foil, hired in this big light show, got Pete Wright to mingle in Frank Zappa guitar solos, we all came on in shades and shorts, even changed a lot of the songs to make them more rock. And it was one of the best nights ever, and we all wondered how we could go back to doing what we'd done before AER that. So it was one of our last gigs for a long time. E Fucking Cunts Treat Us Like Pricks also featured a sexually explicit cover illustration. Once again the band were keen to provoke a reaction, if only to make a point. The original idea was that we were going to have all these full-on pornographic images on the front, and we had all these pictures spread out all over our living room over, trying to decide which one to use where, and Derek's girlfriend's mum and dad banged on the window, saying coo-ee. We were like, oh fuck, and never moved so fast in our lives, shoving them under chairs and cushions and stuff. And then Andy came up with all these drawings that he'd done years before, so we used them in the end. But really it's a waste of vinyl, there's a couple of good songs on there, but that's it. You're better off playing it at very low volume. We couldn't use a safe cover really, because let's face it, it's got to be one of the most offensive record titles ever, and we needed artwork to suit. And, along with the Dead Kennedys, I'm sure that it helped launch that whole parental advisory sticker thing. It was their penis landscape poster, and our album title, that brought all that in, so whenever I see one on a CD now, I have to smile to myself. I never told my mum that we'd even released it, adds Colin with a wry chuckle. She just thought we hadn't recorded anything for a bit. It was only ages afterwards, when I'd LE Flux, that she found out, when she saw a thing in the paper about us being taken to court, and I was like, oh, it was all Derek's idea. But the whole thing was of its time really, and I only hope that there's someone out there doing the same thing now. Well, not the same thing exactly, but the same kind of thing, their own way of stirring things up. One of the big regrets that I do have is, the fourth side of Fucking Cunts, is one big, long song, which I wrote. I went into the studio without telling anyone and recorded it all myself, borrowed everyone's instruments and played everything. Annie Anxiety, who we were living with, went and played it to everyone, and they were like, oh, it's alright. I knew it was a racket though, 'cause I couldn't play at all, but she gave it to Penny, who actually liked it. And he told Annie to ask me if I wanted to do it on Crass, and he'd produce it and play drums on it, but as soon as Derek heard that, he was determined that it was all ours, and it ended up as part of the Fucking Cunts album. AER March 85's Taking a Liberty single, Derek had a disagreement with John at Southern, and the band abandoned Spiderleg to set up their own label, One Little Indian, with new distribution courtesy of 9 Mile Island. ERST release was a new Flux album, Uncarved Block. Although any telly better than fucking cunts, it was still self-indulgent rubbish compared to the likes of New Smell and, with the band's following now wise to their game, sold accordingly, barely troubling the indie top 20 upon its release in August 1986. One Little Indian went on to release comparatively mainstream music by the likes of Shaman and Sugar Cubes, the latter being the Icelandic rock band previously known as KUKL, who had released records on Crass and toured with the likes of Chumbawamba. Sugar Cubes female vocalist Björk went on to ND fame with her solo career in the 90s, and, on the strength of Sugar Cubes, Derek Burkett landed One Little Indian major label distribution, an astonishing about turn considering his unwavering stance on big business and the music industry whilst in Flux. Colin, meanwhile, started Hotelatio, in response to Flux's ever-diminishing creative credibility. It was about 86, mainly because we were getting asked to do all this stuff with Flux but no one else wanted to do it. I was getting more and more into rap stuff, so me and a friend started making our own backing tapes, bit like Beastie Boys really, and doing this rap band, which Derek absolutely hated. He loathed dance music, he wasn't keen at all, especially as I was doing stuff outside of Flux. I remember when we were recording I used to hear him through the headphones slagging it off up at the mixing desk where he thought I couldn't hear. Calling it rap crap and stuff. I also remember being interviewed for Maximum Rock and Roll by Andy Chapman as Flux, and he said, "Oh Colin, do you want to talk about your new project, Hotelatio?" And Derek shot me a LTHY look as if to say, "You see? I knew this would happen." So I just said, "Nah, maybe another time." Band's ambitious musical evolution then ground to a halt, having painted themselves into a corner of such uncompromising extremity, Flux had nowhere to go that wouldn't appear to be copping out. Any ideas of touring had similarly been shelved, not just due to lack of interest, both internal and external, but also the increasingly insurmountable logistics involved. We just became Flux, we got involved with Adrian Sherwood and the Tackhead stuff, and we reinvented ourselves a bit, totally removed from the Crass thing. But people didn't seem to care by then anyway, they just wanted to hear Jesus and Mary Chain. We started doing these banners in red and blue, and by shining red and blue lights on them, you could make the images appear and disappear. So you had Reagan and then Atcher, a swastika then a hammer and sickle. We were still so deadly serious even then. We did one gig that took 6 months to rehearse for. We just played all of Uncarved Block, and there was about 20 of us on stage. I couldn't hear my own vocals at all. So I couldn't do it anything like the album, and Lou, who had such a great voice on the album, sang the whole gig out of tune cause she couldn't hear herself either. It was a good gig, I suppose, but not really worth the effort. A bit later on, just Uncarved Block, we did venture overseas, just the once. We were invited to go and play this new music festival in Amsterdam. The organizers had heard our album, and thought it was a whole new sound. Of course, Adrian Sherwood had been involved, which tweaked their interest, but he was only on the record and nothing to do with when we were playing live. So, when we got there, we were playing with World Domination Enterprises, Tim Westwood, Salt and Pipa, a whole host of different bands. And we were really punky, and our set, these guys who were meant to be interviewing us totally blanked us. It was then that we suddenly realized that they wanted us to be more like the album, not like Strive and New Smell. Anyway, it was 3 gigs, 2 in Holland, 1 in Belgium, so the next night we played all our set as if it was Uncarved Block. But then, when we turned up in Brussels, we could see from the poster, with the starving boy with a tag on him on it, that they wanted our punky stuff. And that was the only time we ever played abroad, and Derek had to be held down on the ferry because he was convinced that it was going to sink. Inevitably Flux came to a halt. There was no spectacular climax to provide a satisfying conclusion to their tale, they just gradually ceased to be a band. i.e. the house where we all lived together in South London and moved back up to North London again, and since then I've only met Derek on 3 occasions and he's been obnoxious, a real wanker, every time. As if he thinks, how dare you leave? Looking back now, I have to admit that leaving the Flux house was like walking from a compression chamber into a lovely, wide open eld. You felt like you couldn't say anything, you'd just sit there and join in a conversation now and again, but no one ever dared start one, in case you said the wrong thing. I always felt like I was the odd one out, and it was only when I left there that I realized that it was the people who I lived with that made me feel like that. I moved into a squat in Hampstead with 2 friends and we had a bloody great time, I loved it. Despite the animosity between himself and certain ex-members, Colin, who now designs NTS luxury kitchens, remains quietly proud of the musical legacy of which he was a part. Although he would rather not be remembered as the band that turned all those punks vegetarian or that band who did that album about fucking cunts and pricks. I prefer listening to little stories like, my girlfriend and I kissed whilst listening to Tube Disaster, and we've been together ever since. That sort of thing, with no politics involved. Something positive, 'cause we appeared to be so negative, we always seemed to be against everything, and just assumed that that made it clear what we were for. In a way I just think that people should live their own lives. I hate it when people say, huh? What VE you got your ears pierced for? Why have you got all those tattoos? I would never say to anyone, why are you doing that? I don't need their reasons, people have their own reasons for doing things, and people should be allowed to get on with it if they aren't causing anybody else any trouble. To be honest, I've never fully understood what anarchy meant anyway, he ponders, on the subject of the anarcho-punk scene he will forever be affiliated with. Johnny Rotten's ideas were certainly worlds apart from Penny Rambo's. Unless you'd read all the books, it was hard to explain yourself, but Derek was the man who was good at all that anyway. That was one of the reasons that Kevin left, because he was not into it at all. He refused to be vegetarian when he was in the band, but when he left us, he became one. We had this idea that we should just go somewhere else, somewhere where we could live our lives how we wanted, rather than trying to change the whole world. Crass had this idea of starting a commune, or buying a couple of houses, a plot of land in France or somewhere. I so wish we had tried it too, but we only ever talked about it. I know now that the thing to do is just to get on with your own life. I can remember back then though, I was shit scared that it would all be over any day, and it was a relief living the last 20 years not in fear of a nuclear war. Even all this stuff with Al-Qaeda now, it doesn't worry me a tenth of how the bomb worried me in the 80s. Now I can see how and why my mum and dad viewed me as a bit strange. I used to want to end a cellar to hide in during the Falklands War, in case I was forced to join the army, and that seems a bit silly now, doesn't it? Derek wrote quite a good song for taking a liberty, called Pass Me Another Issue, which was all about that really. Sometimes we were just looking for things that were wrong, so we could sing a song about them, but what happens when you run out of issues? Will everything be okay with the world then, or will you always be looking for something else to sing about? Kevin has his own take on the importance of the band. I think that Strive still stands up as one of the better anarcho albums of the period, despite my feelings about how the production wasn't what we wanted. There are some great tunes on there, and it's quite an accessible album. I maintain that if you want to get your point across through the lyrics then you have to make the music easy to get into. I could never stand stuff that was just a load of words ranted over noise, even if what is being said is thought-provoking and important. Who can honestly say they would want to play it again and again if there are no hooks or riffs to latch onto? To get your message across, you've got to draw people in with a fucking good tune. If they can get into the sound then there's more chance that people might actually take notice of what you're saying. So yes, despite having Penny make the guitars sound like Crass, I'm quite proud of what we put on Strive. It's just a shame that New Smell and Strive are all that there is to show what Flux of Pink Indians were about, Musically speaking. To me, fucking cunts, is just complete bollocks, noise and anger for the sake of it, no redeeming features whatsoever. If it hadn't had such a provocative title, no one would have noticed the album at all, much less have wasted their money on it. And as for Uncarved Block, it's nothing to do with punk in the slightest, a completely neutered record with no balls at all. Trumpets and bongos on a punk album. Arty farty sight, I'm afraid. Select discography 7s. 1970s, As Elix New Smell Last Bus to Debden, Live Epileptics recording from 1979. 1970s, As Epileptics Taking a Liberty 12s. New Smell, also included the Taking a Liberty EPLPS. Strive to survive causing least suffering possible. Fucking cunts treat us like pricks. Uncarved Block at a glance. One Little Indian have issued most of the Flux back catalog on CD, but Newcastle upon Tyne label Overground have compiled the most pleasing posthumous releases. As well as a 28-track Epileptics History, System Rejects, they're also responsible for 2 Flux discs. Not So Brave features 25 tracks lead from demos, live tapes and compilations, whilst Live Statement features a whole gig recorded at Kev's last gig at Nottingham's Sherwood Community Centre in 1982. Californian label Dr. Strange's Fits and Starts also comes highly recommended and is beautifully packaged, even though most of the tracks are available on the Overground releases already mentioned. Whilst it's true that London's Lack of Knowledge didn't look or sound anything like the typical anarcho-punk band, surely one of the most enduring ideals of the whole genre was that of not conforming, something that Lack of Knowledge did both instinctively and incessantly. EY also, of course, released several records through Crass and gigged with many of the more obvious bands to be found in this book, but it's the Earth streak of independence that ran through everything they did that really qualifies them for inclusion here. If you listen to a Lack of Knowledge record, even the ones that were on the Crass label, you'll soon discover that we were not trying to be anything that we weren't, elaborates guitarist Tony Barber. Most people's idea of anarcho-punk is to do with haircuts, clothing, and how fast the music is, or how aggressive the lyrics can be. The thing is, we already existed before anarcho-punk came along, and we only ended up on Crass because we met them before they'd even started their own label, and when we put out our own single, we gave them a copy. But this whole idea of having some sort of template for being anarcho-punk, it's no different really to being a teddy boy or a mod. It's almost the opposite of what it's actually meant to represent. And for us to sit here and say we were an anarcho-punk group, just for us to even label ourselves as such in fact, would be a complete paradox. We never sounded anything like an anarcho-punk group, and that's probably the one reason why we were one, because we never tailored our sound to an imaginary mold. Image. Lack of Knowledge, November 1984. Formed in Edmonton in late 1980, and previously known by such weird and wonderful monikers as Assorted Tools, English Assassin, and, rather unfortunately, Trio of Testicles, Lack of Knowledge initially comprised, as well as Tony, Daniel Drummond on vocals, Paul Stevens on bass, and Chiefy on drums. I think I liked the whole DIY aspect of punk, that was what really appealed to me, reckons Dan. And so, going to see groups, it seemed almost obvious to form your own. Being a part of it was more important than just watching other bands do it. Before that, bands, not that I didn't like a lot of them, seemed totally remote. The idea that you might one day be playing in Alice Cooper's band, for example, was absurd, a complete pipe dream. You couldn't imagine being that, but you could imagine being in Generation X. It seemed like something that I could actually do, something that was for anybody that wanted to be a part of it. Participation was very important, not wearing something that somebody else wore, but wearing something you'd made yourself. And the anarcho-punk thing, of course, was even more focused on there being no divisions between audience and band, so, Lack of Knowledge began booking their own shows wherever and whenever they could, in local youth centers and church halls, hiring out the room, printing and sticking up posters and even manning the door, all themselves, helping create a local punk scene where there was none before. I always thought our best gigs were the early ones that we put on ourselves, recalls Tony fondly. The minute we played in a rock club like the Clarendon or somewhere like that, it completely devalued what we did, and somehow made us feel redundant as a band. I wouldn't have been able to tell you at the time what it was we were meant to be doing, mind you, but it certainly wasn't playing downstairs at the Clarendon on a Tuesday night. We should have carried on doing what we'd already been doing, I suppose, hiring out churches, putting on VE local bands and charging 50p to get in. Those were always our best gigs, we played better, it was always a more interesting setting, and you felt a sense of accomplishment at the end of it that you never felt doing gigs in proper venues, you know. I look back at that and think, fucking hell, we did some amazing things, and there's nothing out there today to compare with it, not just because of the nostalgia thing, but if I wanted to go and hire out a community center now, imagine the amount of bullshit you'd have to go through to get permission to do a punk rock show. There's no turning up and paying £4 to the caretaker anymore, is there? I think the culture of the country was totally different then, less paranoid, less corporate, and you certainly didn't have the same amount of private money tied up in local government. The culture was so much more sympathetic to you just seeing an empty hall stood doing nothing, banging on the door and booking it for the following Thursday. Everything's moved on now, and I hesitate to use that phrase, obviously, but all the cracks have been plastered over. Playing those early gigs always felt like a bit of a struggle, adds Dan, laughing. We were all rather incompetent, and, speaking for myself, anyway, rather nervous people, and the combination of the two things meant that sometimes the gigs would work really well, and sometimes they would spectacularly explode. The gigs we organized ourselves, we kinda controlled the vibe and set the atmosphere, and they were far more enjoyable to play than gigs where we were playing for someone else. I didn't so much mind turning up and supporting other bands, playing before someone else to people who weren't really interested in you, because they weren't there to see you anyway, so you had nothing to lose. It was more when we started playing at venues where we had no control over what was happening and people were turning up to see us, and I didn't really like that so much. I found that quite difficult to handle. In early 1981, Lack of Knowledge entered Octave Electronics in Edmonton and recorded their debut single, Uninvited/Ritual, which they released on their own Lock Records. An impressively ambitious debut by anyone's standards, the single established the band's rather unique sound, revealing the quirky relationship between guitar and bass that would characterize every release and Dan's richly melodic voice so reminiscent of a young Phil Oakley. It not only got them played on John Peel's radio show but also landed them a prestigious deal with Crass Records. We took it over to Dial House and played it to Penny and G and whoever else was there at the time, explains Tony. Rambo took it out into the back room and played it, came back in and went, it's really interesting. Would you be interested in making a record on our label? Me and Paul Stevens were sat there going, you what? It was the most instantaneous A&Ring ever. He literally went and played it, came back and offered us a single. I didn't actually believe he'd even listen to it, 'cause he was only gone for 1 minute, 30, and the shortest song is 1 minute, 32, nah, just kidding, but that's actually what happened. It was very spur of the moment. It was to be well over a year before the band actually recorded for Crass though, and during the interim period they bade farewell to drummer Chief, replacing him with Philip Barker from Clay. Aer playing many more shows, including the Zigzag Squad event with Crass. They entered Southern Studios during early August 1983, under the watchful eye of Penny Rambeau in the producer's chair, to record the grossly overlooked Grey single. Oh, it was a whole new experience for us, says Dan of the session. When we did our own single we did it on 8-track tape, so there wasn't a great deal of producing going on, not in the day we were in there anyway. I really enjoyed working with someone else, doing something different. When we did Uninvited, we didn't even get a day in the studio, we recorded it in a fucking evening, guffaws Tony incredulously. And we turned up at Southern and they had extra pairs of headphones, spare mics, all sorts of shit. But we never got carried away. That was the funny thing about us as a band, we just turned up and concentrated on what we were doing. We never went, wow, we're in a big studio. It was no big deal to me, to be recording for Crass. I didn't exactly consider it to be what we should be doing, but I didn't consider ourselves to have been especially lucky either, and I certainly didn't think to myself, hey, we're on our way now. It was just happening, so we got on with it, you know. With its dark, lustrous melodies and irritations with the electronic post-punk pop scene of the time, Grey remains one of the more interesting singles on Crass, but it's hardly surprising that it threw all the hardcore punks waiting on each new release from the label into some much-needed confusion. Tony, we used to go down the Centro Iberico, or the old Autonomy Center, and you literally just wrote your name on the board if you wanted a certain date, and once you'd wrote it on there, that was your night and you just put the gig on. And people would walk past and see that and go, oh fucking hell, fucking lack of knowledge. What the hell are they doing here again? We used to hear people saying stuff like that all the time, and it was hilarious. You'd look around and it would be some bloke covered head to toe in patches and badges of every single anarcho-punk group, except us. He kinda bloke who's probably now working in a bank somewhere, but there was never meant to be a hierarchy in the anarcho scene, by definition. So, you put out your own record, and then when you went to see, say, Flux of Pink Indians, you never thought of them as being above you in any way. In fact, one gig where we played with Connect and all that, we drew the names out of a hat to decide who would go on last, and that happened with that Zigzag gig as well. The running order was drawn from a hat. But then we had to ask if we could go on before 4:00 p.m., because we had another gig that same night, which we were putting on ourselves. Lack of Knowledge were then asked by Crass to release an album on their Corpus Christi offshoot, which resulted in 1984's Brooding and Absorbing Sirens Are Back LP. However, by the time of its release, Paul Stevens had LE and been replaced on bass by Tony's then girlfriend Karen Gower, who couldn't actually play when she landed herself the role. Yeah, we didn't ever pick the easy option, sighs Dan. That was because we tended to pick people who we knew. Sometimes it wasn't so much that they were friends, but just because they wanted to play in the band with us, and we thought that was better than having someone who was just turning up and playing with whatever band wanted them to. And seeing as we weren't on any sort of conveyor belt to success, it wasn't a case of not being able to wait for them to learn their instrument. It didn't make any difference to us. We weren't on a tight schedule, adds Tony. And I'd much rather be in a band with someone I'm friends with who isn't very good, than someone who I'm not friends with who I only see on the days we rehearse but happens to be a better player. And all the time we were going, we never ever sent a demo tape to a record company, never ever advertised to get a new bass player or anything. All the things that bands do, we never did. It wasn't planned that way either. It's only now, looking back, that it's apparent. Even when we had a single out on Crass, which was big news at that time, we never sent a copy to anyone. Never said, oh, we're a band, just done a record on Crass, are you impressed? Please sign us. And I bet there are bands out there that were on Crass who sent copies of their record to the A&R man at EMI and stuff. I bet there is. We've got to spread our message further, tour in the south of France and places like that. Ha! It was back to Southern to record their next release with Mel Jefferson in May 1985, the Sentinel 12 for Chainsaw Records, a strong, up-tempo offering that was to be their last of the 80s. Despite the record garnering much critical acclaim, even landing them the lauded single of a week in sounds, Lack of Knowledge split a show in Colchester in August 1986. It was ironically the furthest the band had ever traveled to play a show, during a troubled period when various band members were questioning just how comfortable they felt with how far they had all strayed artistically from their humble beginnings. It was just personal problems between the members of the group, claims Dan, of their premature demise. Although it's absolutely true that we had no ambition whatsoever, we did put a great deal of pressure on ourselves. I'm not sure what all that was about, because playing together now, it's so completely different. But we just made everything really difficult for ourselves, and I don't know why, and I just felt uncomfortable, felt that the band wasn't really working. And playing these gigs, expecting people to turn up and be charged money to watch you, and deep down I felt that we weren't providing people with anything that you could really charge money for. Does that make sense? When we were doing it on a totally amateur level, I felt okay with it, but when it moved up a level, I just didn't really feel that we were, good enough. I'm not sure why, but that was just how I came to feel, and I'm not sure how much that had to do with other aspects of the band making me feel that way. If you've got a record on a major label and it sells 400 copies, it's a disaster, a total op, offers Tony, philosophically. But if you put it out yourself and sold 400 copies, it would be regarded as an astounding success, but it would still be the same record. And when you do make music with no expectations, and you staple all the sleeves together yourself, you instinctively produce better stuff because you haven't got the pressure of, shit, now we're on a major label, we've got to up the ante and become entertainers. It clouds your artistic vision, it taints your purity of purpose. When you get together as a band, crowded in your little rehearsal room, it's just you, the 4 or VE guys or whatever, there's not even some guy from a punk rock label looking over your shoulder, but somehow we moved up a level from the youth club rehearsals and shopping trolleys, to still being in the youth clubs and shopping trolleys but also being in the independent charts at the same time. And it artificially created this idea that we should move more towards being a conventional band because it seemed like a logical progression, when in reality it was the worst thing we could have done, because as soon as we put one foot in the water, we were drawn by the currents towards that goal. We were a brilliant group putting out records in photocopied sleeves, doing our own gigs in funny little cinemas in Shepherd's Bush, we were about as good as you could get, but as soon as we were trying to operate in the mainstream, we were just this rubbish rock band really. In 2001 however, Californian label Grande Audio contacted this rubbish rock band with a view to issuing a retrospective CD, a communication which stirred lack of knowledge back into tentative action again, regrouping to record properly for the RST time some of the songs they had written in the 80s but had never actually committed to tape. More recently in 2005, another Californian label, Alternative Records from Berkeley, released a newly recorded self-titled 7, and, no doubt spurred by the sudden interest in the band's back catalog, Southern re-released the single and LP recorded for Crass as the Grey CD. Against all odds, Lack of Knowledge are back together, even playing their RST shows outside the UK's southeast, in New York. During late 2005, but how long they grace us with their presence for this time remains to be seen. We won't be writing any new material, explains Tony, who nowadays also plays bass for Buzzcocks. New releases are all stuff from 1981 that was never recorded, songs we used to play day in, day out, that we never even did demos of, and the only copies we had of them were old rehearsal tapes or live tapes or whatever. And we consciously made an effort to record them in the most authentic way possible. We didn't change any lyrics, didn't change any song structures, didn't embellish them with anything that we didn't play at the time. I even used the same guitar and amp. We don't even profess to have reformed really, it's just that now and again someone rings us up and asks if we're interested in doing another record. But we did say when we did it, that we would only record the songs we already had written, and we're running out of songs. There's only 4 or VELE that we never recorded, just enough for maybe one more EP. Although we could compile the 7s onto one CD perhaps, just to tidy up that aspect of it, but then that'll be it. Except for the occasional show, if it's somewhere interesting, when there's some anarchist art festival in Prague or wherever, that realizes they can't get Crass, Dirt, or Flux, so they have to ring us up instead. Selected discography 7S. E. Uninvited. Gray. Lack of knowledge. 12S. Sentinel. LPS. Sirens Are Back. At a glance, E. Grande Audio CD, Americanized, mixes up old and new recordings to great effect, but readers of this book will no doubt be most interested in Southern's Gray CD, that features the Crass-released single of the same name, plus the Sirens Are Back LP originally recorded for Corpus Christi in 1984. Complete with all the original artwork and lyrics, it's a fascinating snapshot of a thoroughly unique band. Another punk band that were never really anarcho in the traditional sense of the term, this Erratics were still part of that scene, albeit more by association than design. EIR unruly carefree approach, and their blatant irreverence for both authority and peer expectation, endeared them to Crass, who included them on their Bullshit Detector compilation, ensuring their place in anarcho history, but it was only when they evolved into the slightly more sophisticated look Mummy Clowns, that they even entered a recording studio, and by then the band had virtually burnt itself out. At the beginning, it was me, Snout and Bondage, recalls bassist Terrence Stringy Castle. We were all mates from school, living in a place called Waltham Cross, about 10 miles north of Stoke Newington. I grew up in Shoreditch, but there was a lot of slum clearance when I was a kid, so I was moved out to the fringes of Hertfordshire. We were going to gigs in the West End, getting a train there and back. This would have been late 77 or early 78, when we were only 16 or 17. We also went to gigs at the Triad in Bishop's Stortford, when Epileptics were just starting really, and Crass played there soon AER, and all these bands were very inspiring, and we were already thinking, hey, we could be in a fucking band ourselves. When we were going into town and seeing all these second-generation punk bands like E-Ants, E-Lurkers, and 999, we still saw them as being pretty professional. They were punks, but they were proper musicians, in a way that we could never be, just fucking about at home. When we went to the Triad, we thought, hang on a minute, these people are pretty much the same as us, they can't fucking play either, but they're having a good go, and they're rapidly getting there. Suitably encouraged, the intrepid trio took up instruments, playing their RST show at the Triad with Epileptics, Urban Decay and Rubella Ballet on June 15, 1979, Stringy attempting to sing as well as play bass, until they recruited Mark Roper double on vocals. Snout was a guitar player, and he'd been playing since about the age of 12, but I never knew this until punk broke, and we were talking about doing a band, and he said, well, I've got a guitar, and I was like, fucking hell, have ya? And he's always been the musician amongst us. I'm certainly no musician, never have been and don't wanna be either. The thing is, Bondage couldn't play the drums. Well, he could, but he had an extremely odd style. I swear that he invented hardcore drumming because he used to do this basic kinda 1-2 beat, and it was the RST time I'd heard anyone do anything like that. I remember AER the RST gig, everyone talking about that drummer. But I think we made our noise and we were happy that we'd got on stage and done what we wanted to do. Roper was a bit younger than us, but he ended up on stage with us a couple of times early on, singing along. He would get a bit enthusiastic at gigs. And so we just asked him if he wanted to do it permanently. Erratics bassist Stringy, live in Southend. Roper made his official debut with the band at the Focus in Southend, supporting Cynics, a band with whom Erratics would become strong friends. We switched from being based around Bishop's Stortford and Harlow to London when I got kicked out of home basically, chuckles Stringy. I had to move into a squat in town. I was sleeping on Roper's mum's couch for a bit, then on Snout's mum's couch, then I moved to London, and the Islington squatters group took me in because I had nowhere to go. I was on the fucking street, and ended up knocking on their door, and they were all a bit older than me, remnants of the late 60s/early 70s hippie thing, and they had this tight-knit, old-school squatters ethic. It was those kind of people, and a few of the new punkier types that were coming in, that set up St. James's, the Pentonville Road squat we all called the Old Church. We then took it over a bit, if only on certain nights when we arranged our own gigs. Politics was there from the beginning, he adds. Only the second song we ever wrote was called Factory Floor. We were workers, we left school at Eton and got jobs in factories near Waltham Cross. I went into an electronics factory, and there was plenty to complain about there, but at least it meant we had some money, not a lot, but enough that we could afford to go to some gigs and buy a few records. And by the time our band was ready to play, it was 1979, the winter of discontent, wage freezes, rubbish in the streets, the whole thing was kicking off. I was in the union, and we were in and out of fucking work on a regular basis. Union activists would come along and say, "All right, brothers and sisters, it's now 10 degrees below an acceptable temperature and we're fucking out, until they warm the factory up." Mind you, the RST song I ever wrote was called Tablets, which is on the Urban Decay record that Gordon put out, and I'm not credited with writing it. We used to do it originally, and Dean from that band would sing it with us, and AER a bit, they used to do it, and I'd sing it with them. But it was my song, and what happened was, I busted my leg in a car accident when I was in, and spent much of my teenage punk years hobbling around with calipers on my leg. So I wrote Tablets when I was in hospital getting pumped full of painkillers. It wasn't about recreational drugs or anything. Although garnering a modest following with their entertaining live shows, Erratics never made an official recording, and their sole vinyl offering was an appearance on the Bullshit Detector compilation in early 1981, with National Service, a track recorded in Snout's front room, straight onto a regular tape recorder. It didn't seem important at the time to do a proper recording, we were too busy playing gigs, and although I regret that as an artist, that we never documented the songs properly, I don't think it would have really been any different if we had, 'cause we were so on together. It was all about the gigs for us, the whole social thing. We never really considered ourselves a proper band. Erratics called it a day in late 1981, a disastrous gig in Walthamstow where the drummer from DNV stood in for Bondage who hadn't turned up. Wisely, it would transpire, as the event descended into violent chaos. All these guys smashed their way in and wrecked the place, recalls Roper sadly. We were actually playing when this was going on. I can remember David from FAC coming up to me, armed with a chair leg, and saying, "We gotta go out front and help sort it out." There was a proper battle going on. Stringy, at one point, I thought, "Fuck this, I'm off," and jumped off stage and tried to do a runner with my guitar, but I couldn't get out anywhere. The last proper gig we did though, with Bondage on drums, was at the Stevenage Bowes-Leon House, and we went down like a fucking lead balloon. We were invited up to play, and we were optimistic about it, but we ended up playing this cavernous hall to no one, while everyone stayed in the bar, blanking us. The only people in there were slagging us off, but we were performing pretty fucking badly. If I remember rightly, I think Special Duties were playing or someone like that, explains Roper, and it was only their people who had bothered to come 'cause it was snowing. And we were trying all this experimental stuff that we'd only previously played in our front room, and Bondage didn't know what to play and just sat there, shaking his head. And that's why he never turned up to the next gig, and we never heard from him again that night. As mentioned earlier, Roper and Stringy, keen to pursue the experimentation began by Erratics to its logical conclusion, then started up a new outlook Mummy Clowns, with Dan McIntyre of Apostles drumming. They played their RST gig with lack of knowledge in Shepherd's Bush. That was a weird one, actually, admits Roper, because there were some LMS being shown as well between bands, so there weren't too many people there, but it was a good warm-up. Our RST proper gig, where we headlined, was at the Pied Bull, with Hager Ewum, and it was blinding. We played a good set, and we were really buzzing that night, because we'd come a long way since everyone who was at the gig had last seen us as Erratics, and Tony D was there, and he reviewed it for the NME. Stringy, basically, we chucked erratics in the bin, and were just writing exactly what we wanted to play, never mind sticking to any anarcho-punk formula. It was quite a jump really, from the one band to the next, and we were really gunning for it at the start. Although Look Mummy Clowns seemed to hit the ground running, they found it impossible to maintain their early momentum. EY recorded a live demo in March 1983, and also had gigs with the likes of Blood and Roses and Urban Decay reviewed favorably by Sounds and Melody Maker, but the writing was on the wall for the band by the time they toured Italy later that year. Yeah, we had a connection with this guy out there called Jumpy who was running Attack Records, explains Stringy. He liked erratics, and then he liked the Clowns, and he ended up inviting us over. It was all done through friendship really. We played Bologna, which was a university town and very political, and there'd been all these riots there in the late 70s. There was a lot of squats there, and a lot of interest in radical music, and we weren't even very political. Whilst in Italy, Look Mummy Clowns even recorded a single, The Delicate, Meandering Bard Buster, for Toto Records, a less political offshoot of Jumpy's Attack label. Roper, we recorded that in Bologna, and we had to rush off before we'd even niched it properly, because we had to catch the bus to Milan to play the Virus Squad. And we got separated on the way to Milan. Me and Stringy arrived together, and the other chaps ended up somewhere else. Then, when it was time to go home, me and Stringy caught the bus, but they got stranded and had to stay in Italy for another few weeks. Stringy, but they had all our luggage, so I had to come all the way back to England with no fucking trousers. I got strip searched at customs. I was in a right state. I could go on about that trip for ages, 'cause all sorts of shit went down. Bus driver punched one of the passengers, all sorts of shit. Unfortunately, Look Mummy Clowns wouldn't be together long enough to see the single be released. An equally eventful visit to Holland. The band were a tinderbox of tense emotions just waiting for the right spark to set them off, and that spark came at the band's NAL show, in New Merlin's Cave, Islington, June 11, 1985. The thing is, the Clowns took on a lot, begins Stringy cautiously. We wanted to be totally fucking original. We decided we'd never support anyone else. We decided we would organize everything ourselves, and we ran out of resources. Me and Roper were falling out over whether we should talk to this one label or not. We had a lot of principles for a non-political band, but we were outstripping our actual capacity to do all these things. The end result was that we'd fall out over who was going to carry the equipment, who was going to sit on the door, and me and Roper got into conflict, and off he went. It was all over nothing, sighs Roper, but I can remember losing it and lobbing this big jar of money I'd taken across the venue. I stormed off to calm down a bit, and when I came back, Stringy just said, "Do you want to do the gig or not?" And I said, "No." So they played without me. Stringy, we were reluctant to do it, but we had an audience who'd paid to get in, waiting to see a band. And we briefly discussed carrying on afterwards, but didn't. Roper, it had gone full circle. We'd played New Merlin's Cave as the second or third gig we played, and there we were back again, worse off than the RST time. We'd achieved everything we possibly could, and we were just getting more and more compromised. 2 years after the demise of the Clowns, Stringy attended St. Martin's School of Art for VE years, getting into performance art in the process, but is now back with Roper and Snout in a brand new band, Peck and Paw. We coexisted with all the other anarcho bands, but we wouldn't wear their badges, concludes Stringy, pondering exactly where they really lie in the big scheme of things. We were a bit more personal. We were still living under Atcher, still had no jobs, no fucking money, so what we were saying wasn't that different from what they were saying, but musically we were very far removed. And that variety was important. Roper, vocalist with Erratics, live in Eltham. We didn't want to get involved in big arguments about eating meat. Even though I was a vegetarian for a long time, it was all getting a bit too black and white, and life is a bit more hypocritical than that. If you choose to do those things, you do them because you think they're right, not because everyone else is doing them, adds Roper. I think we were in the middle of everything, without really contributing anything to it all. Band's power was always live. It was a very spontaneous thing we did at gigs, too spontaneous sometimes. Some would go well, others wouldn't, we never knew what would happen. We were all over the place, but that was what we did, and we did it the best we could. Select Discography 7s. Bard Buster. At a glance. Both Erratics and Look Mummy Clowns have been featured on Overground's anarcho-punk series of CDs, Erratics on 2005's Volume 2, Anti-State, and LMC on Volume 3, Anti-Society. "Ank Christ for Rubella Ballet," exclaims crass vocalist Steve Ignorant whilst acknowledging that, punk went from being this fun, colorful place to be, to all these miserable bastards wearing black. I knew what I'd see there, I knew what I'd hear played there, and bands like Rubella were a breath of fresh air. Indeed they were, being one of the most colorful, mischievous acts of the early 80s anarcho scene, more concerned with liberating our uptight senses than preaching po-faced politics. The thing is, it wasn't a conscious idea to be like that, reckons vocalist Zilla Minx. It was just us, we were punks, making all our own clothes, and back then, you couldn't nd a pair of straight trousers for love nor money, and you had to go round all the old teddy boy shops and charity shops looking for jeans that no one else would wear. It was about doing your own thing. The funny thing is, my best friend, Sandra, who went punk the same time as me, started to dress all in black, and she was the RST person I knew to do that, and people would go mad at her. Her mum was like, "You don't wear black unless you're going to a funeral." It was that stupid in those days. At the beginning of Rubella Ballet, a lot of the clothes I made for the band were cartoon characters, Mr. Men and stuff like that. I think the only direction we had for our band at that point was that we wanted to be childlike. But I was an original punk rocker in 1975, hanging out at the Lacy Lady where members of Damned and other early punks went before the Sex Pistols went on TV. And the punk scene exploded onto the world, and we all know that story. During this time I was only in, but I saw every band you could possibly name, and went to every known club, and a lot that were unknown. I was part of the evolution of punk and it meant everything to me, as did the bands of the time, the Sex Pistols, X-Ray SPEX, and E-Slits. Seeing girls in some of these bands gave me an idea. At the time I remember punks saying we were going to change the world, and when Crass came along they described Johnny Rotten's Anarchy in the UK, our punk anthem, as a lifestyle we could actually really adopt. Image. Rubella Ballet. Sid saw the Pistols and became a punk immediately, the only one in his little village. Jem and Pete were the son and daughter of Six Subversa, the singer of Poison Girls, so were obviously involved in the scene through them and Crass. In fact, it was at a Crass gig that IRST met Sid, and he ended up living at their house with them and Poison Girls. We then met Jem and Pete, used Poison Girls equipment to jam and write songs, and eventually just got up and played at a Crass/Poison Girls gig. We formed because we had the opportunity to do so. We were young punks having a laugh, being creative and doing what we wanted. Sid had never played drums and I had never sung or written lyrics. But punk was about being able to do anything you wanted to. In the 70s women had only just had a law passed for equal pay and just getting on stage as a woman was a political act in itself. We did it because we were breaking stereotypes and doing anything we wanted. It broke rules and changed society's attitudes, but at the time we were just living anarchy, the punk lifestyle. Do and be what you want. Most punks were into peace, so violent activities were not part of our plan, but many normal people in society at that time were violent to us, and as punks we sometimes had to GHT back, both physically and mentally. Adapting the rather unusual moniker of Rubella Ballet from their original choice of name, Rubella Babies, the band RST got together in 1979, when they were all in their mid to late teens, and they quickly began making a name for themselves through countless DIY gigs anywhere and everywhere they could manage to get their gear on a stage. Our RST couple of gigs were very fragmented, admits Zilla. At a crass gig, Sid got up and played drums with lots of other punks, including Jim and Pete, Annie Anxiety, Anarchy, and Womble. Another time, at a gig in Chelmsford, I sang and Sid played drums borrowing equipment off the waxwork dummies. It was the RST time I'd ever sung on stage through a microphone, and I thought, oh, that sounds alright. We did about 20 minutes or something, and when we got off stage, everyone was like, that was really good. So then, at a gig in Chelmsford Football Club, we asked members of the audience to play all the other equipment. So, for the RST couple of gigs, it was Sid, Zilla, Jim, and Pete, but at various times it was also lots of other punks. Eventually though, as we were the ones who ended up living together, at the Poison Girls' house, we became Rubella Ballet. All of our early gigs went well really, the audience loved us, but maybe that's because so many members of the audience had been in the band. It was pretty easy when Sid lived with the Poison Girls though. This was their house in Epping, just down the road from Crass in North Weald, a big, old mansion that had been condemned, because the M25 was scheduled to run right through it, but of course people objected to the scheme, and it was 20 years before they built the motorway, which turned out to be the M11 Link Road. It was old and decrepit, but it was big, really big, with 2 staircases, one of them a great big sweeping one. It had VEOers. It was a proper mansion, brilliant. Anyway, Sid was staying there. He'd just moved down from Birmingham to be a chef at this really posh restaurant called the Capitol Hotel, working under Brian Turner, the celebrity chef. Sid's actually a classically trained chef, but because he was a punk, and got caught washing his pink hair out in the sink where he should have been washing the vegetables, he had a big GHT with Brian Turner, and was asked to leave. Thing is, he was a live-in chef, so he lost his job and his house, and stayed for a while in the Notting Hill cinema with a load of punks, before he moved in with the Poison Girls. At the time, Pete Fender and Jem Stone were in Fatal Microbes, and their record had just come out, but Honey Bane got all the attention and decided to go solo, so Pete and Gemma were looking for a new band. And because Sid was living there, and I was there all the time visiting him, we naturally ended up getting a band together. Anyway, they had this gear we could use, rehearsal space, and they were doing lots of gigs where we could also get on the bill. In later years, when we lived in our own on the 24th floor of a tower block, it was a lot harder. We had to buy our own equipment, get our own gigs, everything was harder. We drove ourselves to those gigs, set up our own equipment, got the PA and venue, did our own posters and publicity. I remember doing gigs with all the other bands using our equipment and then it'd be broken by the time we did our set. And taking down our equipment and packing the van, only to end that I was the only sober person to do the 7-hour drive back to London. ERST real gig as Rubella Ballet was at the Eater Royal in Stratford, opening, of course, for the Poison Girls. It turned into a riot, chuckles Zilla ruefully. It made the front pages of the local press, because it was meant to be a Bennett gig to pay for the renovation of the theater, and all these skinheads turned up and went wild. Mind you, because I came from the East End, I knew most of the skinheads, and quite if they were running away from the police a West Ham football match, they'd come round my house to hide. That was one of the reasons I was always safe at these gigs, 'cause if they threatened me, I'd give 'em hell. If on tour, we would usually ask members of the audience if we could sleep at their house, and the house would be a cold squat. It was hard work and we rarely covered costs, we were all on the dole, and had bills to pay, but we loved it regardless. We were punks who wanted a different lifestyle. In keeping with this deadly underground approach, Rubella Ballet's RST release was the Ballet Bag, a cassette-only offering that came in, surprise. Its very own bag, complete with a booklet and badge, all designed and printed by the band themselves, a labor of love that ultimately went on to sell almost 1,000 copies. We recorded our own music, wrote our own lyrics, made our own lyric booklet, even made the stamp that put the ballerina on each tape, and then assembled the whole thing ourselves. It was important because everyone else was always telling us what to do, and we wanted to do it our way. Sid had by then been poached by Flux of Pink Indians, playing on their timeless New Smell EP for Crass in 1981, which was recorded by Penny Rambeau and John Loder at Southern. A single on Crass for Rubella Ballet was soon on the cards as a result, an opportunity that the band surprisingly chose to gracefully decline. Penny moaned that I was playing too many roles, that I should make it sound more military, recalls Sid, of his time in the studio with Flux. And I said, but I don't wanna fucking play like you. I'd only been playing for about 6 months then as well, but I was already the nastiest drummer on the fucking planet. And people always say that drummers can't write songs, which is bollocks, because it was the driving tempo of the drums that made Tube Disasters from a really pants tune into such a classic. And I wrote all the music to Background of Malfunction, but I think the tribal drumming, all the toms I would play, gave that single a different feel to the other stuff on Crass, gave it the Rubella Ballet feel. To be honest, the only reason we didn't do the Crass single though, and we were asked, right Sid did the record with Flux, was that we just didn't want a black and white sleeve with the round Crass logo on it, says Zilla. We weren't being difficult, we just wanted it in color. We were different to Crass, but we were still part of the same thing, still believed in most of what they and the Poison Girls were saying, otherwise we wouldn't have done so many gigs with them both. We were a punk band, not a Crass band. Nowadays people go, what have E-Jam got to do with punk? Iwiri a mod band. But in those days, all the mods played with us, all the reggae bands played with us, it was one big scene of people who were on the outskirts of society. It was one big mixture at the early punk gigs, there were mods there, skinheads, black people, gay people, now there's an exclusive gay scene, but then there wasn't, and punk was somewhere for people to go if they were different. One of the RST gigs I went to where Crass played was at the Conway Hall, and up until that point I'd been going to see bands like X-Ray SPEX, and then I'd started going to a lot of gigs at the Bridge House, which was my local, and everyone used to play there. I met this bloke called Cookie, and he had this badge with the Crass logo on it, and I said, "What's that then?" And he told me all about them, and I'd just learned to drive and had this beaten up old Morris Minor, but it gave me and my friends freedom, 'cause now we could follow a band like Crass around and have a laugh. Rubella Ballet live at the Marquee, October 1984, picture by Paul May. Anyway, at that RST gig where I saw Crass, the audience were punks. And really weird punks at that. EY weren't dressed in black, everyone was doing their own thing, and it was only gradually, later on, that their audience became so regimented. Sid, thing is, you had bands wearing all the same clothes, smoking the same tobacco, using the same fucking Rizlas. I mean, Jesus Christ, I've been to Dial House 100 times, but I'm not going to start idolizing Crass. I thought Penny's military drum patterns were really good, but that's as far as it went, and I certainly wasn't going to start playing like him. I did do one interview where I slagged off everybody, including Crass, but that was mainly because I can be a self-opinionated twat sometimes, but what I meant was, I wasn't going to toe any party line. Because we were doing something completely different, we, as people, as well as a band, were different. I must have fucked a lot of people off with my stupidity over the years. I left home when I was 16, 'cause my mum was beating me up, blah blah blah, everyone around me was listening to Status Quo, for God's sake, so I shaved all my hair off, sewed safety pins all over my clothes, walked down the local youth club, told everyone there to fuck off, and moved to London. My mum couldn't ND me for about a year and a half, but that was something I had to do, get my life back together again, and not let someone else dictate what I could or couldn't do. Bollocks to the lot of them, and at that point, I thought, oh, I must be a punk. And having Crass tell me what to do would have been no different to having my mum tell me what to do, so we went our own way. We didn't sit around waiting for anyone else to lead us, we just did it ourselves, for a fucking laugh, and if it wasn't a laugh, we stopped doing it. And that's why we're still doing it today, because we're still having a laugh. Zilla, we had our own opinions, our own lives, our own minds, and we were punks, we didn't need someone else to fucking tell us how to think or act. Consequently, Rubella Ballet decided to go with Hendrix, the label ran by Poison Girls, for their debut single, Ballet Dance. Recorded during late May 1982 at Hendrix Studio, it made the indie top 10 upon its release several months later, and whilst a song like Crack Track demonstrated the quirkiness inherent in the band, it was le to the brooding heaviness of Something to Give to hint at the dark, throbbing power they also had at their disposal. AER2 well-received radio sessions for John Peel. Another solid release came in the guise of Spring '84's release by Jungle of the 42OF12. Recorded at Gooseberry 2 Studios during February of that year, it saw a chap name of Sean replacing Pete Fender on guitar, but the three songs chosen, whilst atmospheric, were slightly lacking in the catchy chorus department. Unperturbed, Rubella Ballet embarked upon an ill-fated Italian tour to help promote it. Zilla, it was the RST time I'd ever been on an aeroplane, and the promoters only sent us single tickets, not returns, so we were a bit dubious. Should we or shouldn't we? You know. So, I got someone to lend me some extra money, just in case there was a problem. When we got there, we hadn't eaten for 2 days, and our RST meal was spaghetti with a blob of tomato paste on top of it. We were staying in squats, everyone pretending they couldn't speak English, we were given shit equipment to play on, tying drum kits together with bits of string. We weren't getting paid, weren't even getting drinks for on stage, and it was 100 degrees, sweat pouring off us, nowhere to wash, couldn't drink the tap water. Rubella Ballet, live at the Leeds Beer Keller 1984, picture by Trunt. AERVE days, me and Gemma both had cystitis, which was agony, so we needed the toilet every 2 seconds, and we were sat on this bucket in this squat, and in the end Sid went fucking mental at all. Next day, they took us to a station and sent us home on the train, another 2 days without any food or money. Hello. By the time of the Superlative Money Talks 12, Sean and Jem had been replaced by Adam and Rachel Minks, and before the band recorded their debut LP, At Last, It's Playtime, at London's Alaska Studios, Adam had been superseded by Steve Catchman. Zilla herself admits that such a rapid turnover of personnel obviously had a restrictive effect on the band's creative growth. Sometimes I felt that some of the songs on some of the albums were rushed, usually because we hadn't had time or money to rehearse properly. The other thing was, with all these different musicians coming and going, you had to teach them all the songs in your set, before you could get round to writing any new ones, and that kept setting us back all the time. Sometimes I think we should have given up the original band stopped, or at least changed the name and did something else, but we always kept going as Rubella Ballet, and I'm not sure whether that was a good thing or not, because every new guitarist that joined NLE changed the sound. I think me and Sid should have been more demanding of our fellow musicians, and insisted on the sound we wanted them to get for us. We didn't even like all of the stuff we released ourselves, we just did it, and I'm not sure why. But how the band sounded depended upon which guitarist we had at the time, Sid, and to be honest, to this day, I don't think any of the guitarists we had were any good, apart from Pete, and none of them stayed in the band long enough to really become a part of it. Or they'd see us as some big band that they could join, scoffs Zilla, so they'd think they were good, but at gigs they'd get really pissed and wouldn't be able to play. And we'd be like, fucking great. All that effort, teaching them all the songs. Like fucking Steve Catchman, who later became a fucking copper. spits Sid. But I have to admit, I was pissed all the time myself, and doing loads of speed, and I really think that if I hadn't been such a hedonist, we could have been quite a good band. The lineup did stabilize considerably around 1986 though, allowing Rubella Ballet to produce their best works, the If LP and the Arctic Flowers single, both of them recorded at Slaughterhouse in Hull. Opening with the punishing killing joke-like thump of Plastic Life, If skips through musical subgenres with all the mischievous delight of someone dancing in the puddles by an April shower, from the thoroughly addictive Cowboy Heroes to the heaving dub of Closer Red Alert, via the rousing feminist anthem, Sisters, and the impassioned Mescalito, it remains the band's most convincing and well-rounded full-length. Whilst the Arctic Flowers single was a sublimely graceful slice of post-punk gothic pop that truly revealed once and for all the band's ear for a catchy tune. I wrote a lot of personal stuff, about relationships, about my own life experiences, explains Zilla. I'm actually very political, but there was a big reason for me not being overtly political with my lyrics. My father was an activist, he stood outside South Africa House to protest in 1950, and got thrown down the stairs and beaten up. I came from a family of activists, we lived in this commune, our phone was always being tapped. My mum and dad nearly got put in prison for being so political, they were the people who got rid of Reg Prentice from the Labour Party, it had never happened before, and it'll never happen again, but my mum was all over the front pages of the press, called an MI5 agent on the front of E-Sun, I was followed by journalists, my parents were blackballed, and as a result, I would pretend not to be too political in the band, because the implications for my family were pretty dire really. And that always frustrated me, but, I mean, I was a girl in the middle of this male-dominated punk scene, which, like I said earlier, was a political statement in itself. There were so many hypocrites involved amongst the political bands though, and, I'm sorry, but I don't want to hear it off people, telling everyone else not to eat meat, when they themselves go into McDonald's. Don't do this, don't do that. Do as I say, not as I do. 1987's Cocktail Mix album was merely a compendium of the earlier Ballet Bag and Ballet Dance releases, whilst 1988's Birthday Box Double LP had been recorded live 2 years prior to it appearing on vinyl. The next brand new ballet album, At the End of a Rainbow, released by Brave in 1990, turned out to be their last. An intoxicating fusion of feisty punk and wispy pop, with a side order of swaggering rock, it even contains several updated versions of older songs, and proved a lasting legacy for a wonderfully innovative act. Rubella Ballet split soon after its release, playing their NAL show at Camden Palace in 1991. At that point, another guitarist and bassist had just size Zilla, and we thought, what's the bloody point? And besides, me and Sid had another band together by then, a dance band called Xenophobia, we did Kiss Radio and were #1 in the dance charts. And we were part of Spiral Tribe, we did that Castle Morton gig, and our record Rush in E-House was playing at every DJ rig all weekend, but a lot of people involved in raves were ex-punks, it was about entertaining yourself for free, organizing yourselves, making your own music. But Sid has always been ahead of his time musically. Because he's a drummer and we lived on the 24th floor of this tower block, he couldn't really rehearse at home, so he had this tape-to-tape, and he started sampling in 1980. If you listen to Money Talks, that's one of the RST Time samples were used, on the B-side of that. Although everyone in the band was equal, anyone could write lyrics, anyone could write music, Sid was the musical one, he listened to a lot of diverse music, and he influenced us a lot, to do stuff like Crack Track, with that funky bass line and stuff. But punk was always about being able to do whatever you liked, wasn't it? In 2000, Rubella Ballet reformed to play the European Gathering Punk Festival in Milton Keynes, and have been together on and off ever since, the current lineup consisting of Sid and Zilla, with Pete Fender back on guitar, plus Phil from PAIN on additional guitar, and his girlfriend Parasite on bass. Well, We didn't reform as such, corrects Zilla, it's more a continuation. AER the dance stuff, and what I really didn't like about that rave thing was that you had to get on stage and mime. I couldn't stand doing it, it felt really alien. We never really stopped because we wanted to anyway, it was more that people just stopped asking us to play, and when we did, especially in the 90s, and only VE people would turn up or whatever, it just didn't seem worth it. And the Milton Keynes gig we did, that Stu put on, actually seemed worth the effort. We really enjoyed it too, as musicians, because we were just totally ready for it. We'd rehearsed really hard. In the early days, every gig seemed like one big party, with everyone in it together, but as it went on, and people's expectations grew, and the press were turning up to review us, it stopped being quite so much fun. But we always enjoyed ourselves, except when we started clocking up a big debt, so now we choose our gigs very carefully, making sure there's going to be an audience there, and that we're going to cover our expenses. Zilla has recently niched work on her long-awaited LM, She's a Punk Rocker, a movie as important as anything she's ever worked on musically or lyrically for challenging stereotypes. I started it when I went to university, doing communications, and audio and visual productions, and in the last year there, we had to make a documentary, and I decided to do one about women in punk. It was only a 10-minute thing, but I got such a good reaction to it from the college and all the students, and because I knew so many other punk women, and no one had ever done anything like it before, I thought, I'd better do this properly. No other punk documentaries touched on any of the underground bands, apart from maybe X-Ray SPEX, it was always Blondie. At college it started off about the equality of women in punk, about it being a movement for both men and women. For the RST time there was a youth movement that included women as equal to men, not just the girlfriends of the blokes in the band. Susie Sue is as important as any of the men that were there at the time, isn't she? So it began as that, and I wanted to help other people understand what drew us to punk in the RST place. I've got Poison Girls in there, X-Ray SPEX, Gay Advert, all the main bands that I thought were important, but it isn't about the famous people at the end of the day, it's just stories from people like Mad Mary, who was Poly Styrene's bodyguard, from when they were hanging out with the Pistols, that stuff that people want to hear, 'cause it's about Sid Vicious, but they were just friends at the time, they weren't famous people. It'll explain what it was like being a woman in punk. It's all about the attitude, like Gay Advert hasn't been a punk for a long time, but she still has that certain attitude towards life. And if you've got that attitude, you can change the world, and that was what punk was about, and it did change a lot of things, no matter what everyone says. I always say I don't need someone else to tell me how to think, however, I do think it's a good idea to put your opinion out there. It's right to try and influence people, as long as you're sincere about what you're saying. And that was where Crass were so successful, influencing so many people to change their lives for the better. Punk became so much more interactive, you always had all the lyrics to the songs. It was Johnny Rotten that brought up anarchy in the RST place though, so it's not like it was exclusively Crass, is it? But Crass did a great job of raising political awareness, because not everyone came from such a political family as I did. EY also introduced this idea of punk as a lifestyle, not just a fashion or an attitude, and that's when some people got a bit carried away, expecting everyone to go vegan and stop wearing woolly jumpers. Some people did take it to extremes, but it didn't disseminated out into society as real change. My idea of anarchy wasn't that I hated society and wanted to go to war with it, but more like, right, I'm a woman, but I'm not going to leave school, get married, have 2.4 children, get a mortgage and all that. I might want to do it later, but I'll do it when and how it suits me. Not to fool what society feels is my role as a woman. And as a working class woman, when I took my GCSEs, I was the only girl to do that. No one got them, you weren't even supposed to take them. It's different now, Back then just wearing straight trousers and an earring made you a punk. Select discography cassettes. Ballet Bag. 7S. Ballet Dance. Arctic Flowers. 12S. 42OF. Money Talks. Arctic Flowers. LPS. At last, it's playtime. If. Cocktail Mix Birthday Box, double live LP at E end of E Rainbow at a glance. Greatest Trip serves as a more than adequate overview of the band's colorful career. Despite being much maligned by many as mere crass clones, THIRD have proven to be one of the most enduring and influential of the anarcho-punk bands. Their simplistic rants lent an unique allure by vocalist Dino's banshee-like shriek. But although she was very much the public gearhead of the band, it was actually guitarist Gary who formed THIRD in 1980. Originally it was me and a girl called Mo, he explains. I used to go round the country watching bands, just to get out of London, and she was a friend of mine who had a car. At the time, I was playing guitar and wanted to get a band together. I'd written all these songs but had no band members. So, I started teaching Mo how to play guitar, and every Saturday morning we'd meet in London and have a jam. And we knew from the outset what we wanted to do, knew that we wanted a girl singer. I was very into female-fronted bands like Poison Girls, Penetration, and X-Ray SPEX. They held a fascination for me that none of the macho bands ever could. Punk appealed to me, the fact that anybody could do it, he adds. I already had a guitar, and had been practicing in my bedroom playing Beatles songs and stuff, but then I started learning all these punk classics. I had a friend at school, and we used to buy records together, and he had a guitar as well, so we'd sit down and work all these songs out between us. And he had a cellar, so we'd go down there and jam, and from that point on, I knew I wanted to be in a proper band. Every time I went to see a band on stage, I'd be watching them, seeing what they did, checking out what was going on. And I bought so many records. I remember the advert single, One Chord Wonders, and it really confused me, 'cause I thought it was one chord all the way through. Even though I played guitar, I could hear the chord changing and couldn't understand the concept of it. I'd buy all these records just because they were on colored vinyl and stuff. I was quite fanatical. And I started seeing crass logos everywhere. I think I stumbled upon the Poison Girls RST of all, completely by accident. I saw them playing at some university or college, and there were no bouncers on the door. It wasn't in the marquee or the music machine. It was a very odd place for a gig, and it was kind of scary, and I liked it. It was different. There were all these people dishing out handouts, making their own stencils. Meeting Dino on the bus home one night, the initial lineup of THIRD was completed by bassist Vomit and drummer Fox, two brothers from Edmonton, who responded to an ad placed in the Sounds music paper, the latter turning up for the audition with his dad, Leo, who would provide invaluable assistance to the band. Yeah, Fox turned up, this guy with a Mohican, with a friend of his, who actually turned out to be his dad, although we didn't know that at the time. He was a builder, a demolition guy, covered in tattoos, but just was not punk, and I couldn't see what the connection was between them, this Mohican and this builder. They never introduced each other as father or son, just by RST names. Fox sat down and I showed him some of my lyrics, which he gave to Leo, who sat there in the corner looking at them, and, of course, my RST reaction was, hang on, they're stealing my lyrics. I was very paranoid at the time. Anyway, Fox started playing, and he got into the patterns real quick. I'd never played with a real drummer before, and he upped the tempos, so we got faster, at which point Mo couldn't keep up. At the time we were listening to a lot of 6 Minute War, and they were quite slow, and that was the kind of pace she was comfortable with. Mo went home, but I carried on with Fox, and we got faster and faster, and we did about VE songs in the end. I had a van at that point, so afterwards, I drove Leo and Fox back to their house in Edmonton, and it turned out they lived together, but I just thought they were roommates. I didn't ND out for weeks that Leo was his dad. Anyway, we talked about the band and what I wanted to do, and Leo thought it all sounded good. I told him we were called Dirt and that we already had a singer, who they'd meet next week. I said that we just needed a bass player, and Fox said, "I've got a friend who's a bassist." Friend. It was his bloody brother, but he didn't say brother, he said friend. And they brought him along to the next practice, and he was only 14. I was about 20 at the time, but Emma was 28, a lot older than the rest of us, and when Vomit came in, 14 years old, again with a Mohican, she felt very uncomfortable, couldn't talk to them, and she quit that day, and we never saw her again. Dirt live in Wapping, January 1982, by Davin's store. It was only when Dino was chatting to them one night that we found out they were brothers, and that Leo was their dad. It all seemed very strange at the time, but it just worked, and they were a very good rhythm section. And whatever money Leo made during the day on demolition sites, he would spend on equipment for the band. There was no food in their house, but he bought Vomit a bass stack. If they needed it, he'd go out and work to make sure that they had it. He was very supportive of them and the band. He even bought a lighting rig and would do our lights when we played. Void created by Mo's departure was LLED by another woman, Lou, completing the lineup that played the RST Dirt show at the Africa Center in Covent Gardens, June 6, 1980, although the band actually played an impromptu set at the University of East London a few days prior to their official live debut, when invited on stage by their friends, funeral directors. None of their other support bands turned up, recalls Gary, and we all happened to be there in the crowd, so they asked us if we wanted to play. We got up and did a set, even though there was nobody there, but it was like a warm-up, which was good, because it helped us get used to setting gear up on stage, moving it all in close to the drum kit so we could hear everything. We even had our own banner, the Vivisect Skull one, although it actually had GR on it, because Fox and Vomit had started their own band Gutter Rats, which never got past 2 or 3 rehearsals, so we kept their banner and modied it, Leo adding the beams coming out of the eyes. He was very into Hawkwind and stuff, and it was just his own interpretation of a futuristic Holocaust. He had all these visions going on, which to look at him, you'd never have guessed were there. On the outside he was a demolition man, but underneath he was an artist, a poet, a painter, a fantastic character. I still see him every couple of months. He's in his 60s now, but still has a rehearsal studio in his back garden. We turned up there the afternoon of the gig, dragging our equipment, and the old guy that ran the center didn't like the look of us, laughs Gary, back on the subject of their RST proper live appearance. It was an African culture center, and all these punks were turning up, but they'd had gigs before, and when we got talking to him, we convinced him it would be alright, and then all these skinheads started turning up, by the busload. In Edmonton, where Fox and Vomit lived, was a big skinhead contingent, and of course, 'cause they were local, they'd given them all ears, and they all turned up. A guy on the door at the African Center locked himself in his office, the girl behind the bar LE for the night, and we were told we had to do our own security. We hadn't planned on that. Anyway, the PA turned up, but the guy took one look at the crowd, turned straight around and tried to drive off. Luckily someone blocked him in, there was heavy traffic, and we ran down the road and talked him into doing the gig. We had to pay him upfront and swear that we'd cover any damage done to his gear. But there was no trouble there whatsoever. All the skinheads knew Fox and Vomit, so they didn't start anything, and although there was an unnerving atmosphere, it all went really well. Several other gigs with the likes of Cynics and Erratics, and even one opening for The Last Resort. Dirt quickly hooked up with Crass, and the rest, as they say, is history. Up until that point we were still very much our own band, thinking we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, but I'd already said to Dino that we ought to play with Crass as soon as we could, 'cause that was the direction I perceived we should go in, and they were already doing it, and I felt we ought to go along that same path. Anyway, something went down between Crass and Poison Girls, and they fell out, and I had a phone call off 6, saying that they were going it alone, and they were looking for a band to tour with them. She'd never seen or heard us, but we'd played a few squat gigs, and people had been talking about us. So, I went to see her, and we talked about it, and she said they didn't have anything coming up. One of the band members had just LEN. When I got home, I had a phone call off Steve saying, "We've just fell out with the Poison Girls, and we've got a tour coming up in 4 or 5 weeks' time. We've heard about you guys, have you got something we could listen to?" I told him that we'd done this demo but it was really crap, although I thought it would give him an idea of what we sounded like. He said, "All right then, I'll come and pick it up." I told him that we rehearsed every Wednesday in this church hall, St. Peter's, up in Edmonton, and he said he'd bring some of the other Crass guys along to see us, and we could all talk about it. And our rehearsals, we always treated them like proper gigs. We'd set the drums up, then the amps around them, and Leo would even set the lights up, 'cause he was still learning how to do that. And Crass walked in on a Wednesday afternoon, and it was like a proper showcase for them. EY laughed, until we told them that was what we did every week, that was how we rehearsed, because we wanted to see what was going to go wrong on stage before it actually happened, even down to having a spare guitar handy if a string broke. So, we were very professional for a punk band. We definitely had professional aims at least. Anyway, about 6 or 7 of Crass turned up to watch us, and we just got on with it, played for about 20 minutes, and then we stopped and had a fag and a good chat. EY liked what we were doing and asked us if we were up for a tour, told us they didn't have all the dates on the list though and would ring us that weekend, and sure enough, Andy phoned us a few days later with 10 shows we could play. EY had their van, we had ours, they would pay for everything, sort us out with somewhere to stay and stuff. Most of the money they took on the door would be going to various Bennetts, so all the prot was already allocated elsewhere. The door price was only £1, but we'd get petrol money every night, just no guarantee how much. But we didn't care about money, so off we went. The RST show was an experience. It was in Swansea with the Living Legends, and there was all this football violence. I was used to seeing bands like Crass or whoever policing their own gigs, getting in the crowd, linking arms and pacifying people, so when I saw someone hit someone else right in front of me, I dropped my guitar, jumped off stage and hit him, and he hit me right back again. I thought, oh, fuck this. Anyway, the gig was stopped, and carried on, was stopped again, but I learned an important lesson: don't just jump off the stage and hit someone, have an aim, or at least be aware of one. It was a big eye-opener, and from that moment on, I was very much more aware of what was going on around me. Dirt vocalist Dino live at the Zigzag, picture by Tony Mottram. Touring that ensued proved a learning curve in many other ways, the band honing their stage CRA and garnering quite a reputation as a live band en route, and an EP on Crass Records was the next logical step. A 4-track single, Object Refuse Reject Abuse, appeared in March 1982 and sold 13,000 copies, shooting straight to number 4 in the independent charts. A caustic exercise in distortion, its strength lies in the incredible intensity Dino and Gary manage to inject into their vocal deliveries, a sincere and passionate outrage that helps the rather generic material transcend its minimalist 3-chord limitations. It kinda came as a package, the tour and the single. We're giving you the tour and some exposure, people are going to see you, we'll put a record out for you, and then where you go from there is up to you. I think it sounds dreadful now though, to be honest. We did it at Southern Studios with Penny producing, and there's one song, Unemployment, I think, where every word was recorded separately, although you can't tell that listening to it. But we'd do a take, and Penny would be like, there's Steve-isms in that, we can't have that, do it again. Or, like the way your voice went on that, We'll keep that bit. You know? It took all day. Luckily the guitars went down pretty quickly, although I remember they wanted me to get some feedback, and I had to stand on the mixing desk, holding my guitar in front of these great big speakers up on the wall, and Penny was going, turn LE a bit. It was bizarre. It was almost as if he'd mapped it out in his head how he wanted it to sound, and then he just had to coax it out of you. We always said that we were better live than in the studio anyway, 'cause we weren't great musicians, we were very basic, and that's where we came across the best. But doing the Object Refuse EP, we almost set a precedent for how we were going to sound on vinyl, which was rough. It all sounded like it was being played in a tin box with the lid closed on it. Later on the Just an Error album, at least the guitars sound like guitars, and the bass sounds like a bass. I remember me and Dino going out to punk gigs, and someone would put Object Refuse on between bands, and we'd stand there cringing, 'cause it sounded so fucking bad. Especially if it came a band like Action Pact, or any other band with a girl singer, who had a crystal clear sound. A proposed 2-track single with Corpus Christi ground to a halt. Dirt became one of the few bands Crass honored with a second release on their label. Although the rather excellent live album, Nevermind Dirt, Here's Bollocks, didn't come out until January 1983, by which time the band had very publicly split up at the Zigzag Squat gig on December 18, 1982. Crass had done the single, and we'd done a couple more tours with them, and it was more a case that we had to put something new out, admits Gary. EY asked us to do an album, but we didn't have enough material, and then it was suggested that we do this live record, so we hired the Half Moon Eater in Stepney, and Southern rented in the Stiff Mobile Recording Studio, this big fuck-off semi-arctic parked in the back of the venue. It was pretty full on. We had a few bands playing with us, and we actually did our set twice, just to make sure we got everything. It still turned out that they hadn't mic'd up Lou's guitar properly, so we went in the studio later. Well, I did, 'cause she didn't turn up, and re-recorded her parts. I redid some of the lead bits, and some of the backing vocals that hadn't come out. And Lou came in 2 days later, heard the album, heard me playing all her guitars and knew it wasn't her, and had a tantrum. She'd already made plans to leave Dirt and join Flux at that point anyway, which we all thought was the biggest mistake Flux could possibly make, because they were such a brilliant band and already had a fantastic lineup. Strive to Survive was one of the best albums of that whole era, and then they took Lou and Tim on as guitarists. Anyway, what had happened at the Zigzag was, the show was organized in advance, but no one knew exactly where it was going to be. All the propaganda had said it would be at the Rainbow, but it was at the Zigzag, so all the bands turned up, and were like, right, who's going to go on RST? We were one of the only bands who didn't care where we went on the bill, RST, last, in the middle, it didn't matter, as long as we performed. A few weeks earlier, Connacht had a gig at the Clarendon, and they pulled out, couldn't do it, and they asked us to play instead of them, with Erratics and a few others supporting. We turned up, expecting to play instead of Connacht, who had since decided they were actually going to play. We were still on the bill, but it meant that Erratics were going to be on earlier. Straight AER the doors opened, so Erratics and Fox got into a big argument, and it was all because of Connacht. We said, oh, it doesn't matter, we'll go RST, who cares? But Fox got the hump, and was like, no, you said we were going on here, so we're going on here. He just didn't wanna be fucked about. From that day on, we decided we weren't going to get involved in these hassles. Anyway, on the day of the Zigzag, you had the main bands like Poison Girls and Connacht, and how were they going to put them all on, without seeming to give one a higher prole than another by creating an order? And someone pointed out that if Crass went on last, it would look like they were the main band, so they put all the names into 2 hats, one for all the early bands, and one for the later bands. And it turned out that Crass would go on before us, and we'd go on last, and that was Crass saying that they were just like us, and they weren't more important or whatever. But Fox said to Andy, everyone will go home after you played, and Andy said, but that's not the spirit of it, to which Fox replied, I don't care about the fucking spirit of it, we'll end up playing to no one. And Leo turned up with his lighting rig, to do lights for all the bands for no charge, and he got into an argument with G, I think, who told him, no ashing lights. He said that he didn't do ashing lights, but she reckoned that he'd be trying to make Dirt look like pop stars or something. And suddenly we're all arguing, and Dino said, let's just go on now and get it over with, but Fox said, I ain't fucking going on now, forget it, and stormed off and couldn't be found, so we had to go on last anyway. E-gig went on, and it was a fantastic day, and then it came to us. Everyone had been down the front for Crass, but when we came on, they all went back to where they were before, and it looked like a big void in front of the stage, so Fox threw his sticks down halfway through the set, got up and L.E. Thankfully Martin from Flux was standing on the side of the stage, sat straight on the drum seat and carried on, and most people didn't even notice. Afterwards, we came off stage, and Fox had quit the band, wasn't talking to anyone. It was a great day, but it ended really badly for us, and Penny came over and was like, what are you gonna do now then? What Gary did was start up a new band with The Enemy, enlisting Stuart Bray from the vehemently anti-Crass Special Duties to play drums in a new project he tried to get off the ground with Honey Bane singing and Daryl from Omega Tribe on bass. Although it never went past more than a few rehearsals, this project paved the way for the resurrection of Dirt, because when Honey Bane, ironically, fucked off with Fox and it all fell apart, Dino and Vomit returned, and alongside Gary, Stuart, and new rhythm guitarist Paul, toured the UK with Anti-Sect. And Vomit decided it wasn't the same as before, sighs Gary, not without his brother on drums, without Leo on the team, it was all new people, and he didn't really know Paul. Also, me and Dino had this relationship where we thrived on being angry, we just argued all the time, and that hasn't changed. But we did this tour with Anti-Sect with him on bass, and he decided he couldn't deal with that. He didn't like the music, didn't like the direction we were going, and he quit. I'd actually set up that tour for MDC and Crucix, and Anti-Sect were going to open. I booked all the dates, and then MDC arrived at the airport with their guitars, but were refused entry. Crucix were already in the country, Anti-Sect were ready to go, but we needed another band, and I thought, well, I booked the tour, we might as well play. So we did the tour, and that was when Vomit quit, at the end of those dates. He was replaced by this guy Richard, who was one of 3 guys from Colchester who used to come and stay in our house most weekends. He'd come to Belfast with us on one of the Crass dates, moved into a squat in Brixton, and we'd become good friends. When Vomit LE and we needed a bass player, we thought, well, he's always in the van coming to gigs with us, so he learned to play bass. With Richard on bass, Dirt recorded the aforementioned Just an Error album, at Gold Dust Studios in Sidcup, which they self-released on their very own Dirt Records in 1985. Although a collection of angry punk tunes that are well worth revisiting, it lacked the airy desperation of the RST single and would prove to be the last Dirt release of the 80s. Yeah, it was fun, but it just didn't have the same momentum as the early days, concedes Gary. Back then, we had a goal, we had a vision, and we really felt like we were doing something important, but this was more like, we've got these songs written, and we want to play them, but the old anger wasn't there, no one was arguing with anyone. Me and Dino had split, and she was living in the upstairs with Lippy from Anti-Sect, so we didn't even argue at home anymore, so all the tension had gone. We did a few dates, but it didn't seem as if it was going anywhere. It felt as if we were beating our heads against the wall, we were just a band, nothing more, and we recorded Just an Error but didn't do anything to promote it. I think it sounds like a demo that ended up as an album, and later on, we did an album that got put out as a demo. But I didn't like it much, it was too, I had a vision of how the band should sound, but Paul wanted his guitar to sound a different way, and Richard thought he knew how he wanted his bass to sound, but he could only play the one way, so he couldn't really modify anything. And Stewart was a very lazy drummer, whereas Fox was a proper drummer, and if a bridge in a song needed something, he'd sit and work something out. Stewart was basically a metronome sat at the back. Sometimes, instead of doing a roll around the kit with two hands, he'd do it with one hand, and his one hand would wait for the other to come back. And I'd be stood there saying, "You can't fucking do that." He was just so lazy. Dirt, live in Bolton 1983, picture by Scotty. We booked into the studio, and it was all on borrowed money, and we were paying 16 quid an hour to wait for Stewart to come back from having a smoke, or Richard to come back from the off license, so when they came back, it was always a case of, "Get it down, now." And the engineer had his bit of input, with all these ideas of how he wanted it to sound, putting reverb on Dino's voice, and I hate fucking reverb. And we were all pulling in different directions, it just didn't work. When we played live, the tunes were fantastic, but when we recorded them, it was just so middle of the road. Deciding that the reincarnated Dirt wasn't what it was meant to be, Gary folded the band AER many tours of Holland, Belgium, and Ireland. About a year AER the recording of Just an Error, and nothing more was heard from him musically until 1992. Yeah, I stopped going to gigs altogether, basically I gave up on music, nothing was inspiring me. I started my own business and stuff, just plodding along really. And the girl I was living with at the time started working for the NME, as a photographer, and she was being sent to all these gigs, getting sent passes. Before the NME, she worked for Spiral Scratch magazine. Thing is, she'd take all these photos and the editor would ring her up afterwards and say, "Great pictures, but the guy who was meant to write the review never turned up at the gig, so we don't need them." Basically she needed someone to write reviews, so I created a character, Mr. Jackson, and started writing for Spiral Scratch, but I didn't like the bands I was going to see, so I was just trying to be funny. And she started with the NME, but I carried on going to shows with her, just cause she had all these passes, and there was this one band, Daisy Chainsaw, who just blew me away. I hadn't seen anything like it. They were a four-piece with a girl singer who dressed in a wedding dress, looked like something out of a horror film, and she was all over the stage, really full on. EY were a fantastic band, and I called Dino up the next day and said, "What are you doing?" EY got me all red up again. 'Cause I still had all this energy, but just wasn't interested. I thought we had one more go in us, and that would be that, so I rang her and she was up for it. And then we had two ND people to play with. There was a bit of messing around, a couple of drummers came and went. Steph became the drummer at the time, he was one of the characters who used to come up and stay with Richard. Another friend, Mick, was on bass. This time, when Dirt went out, we had two girls in the band, one white guy and two black guys, so there was this different ethnic look as well, which was good, and it lasted for a while. But then mine and Dino's tantrums got the better of everybody. Mick ended up getting argued out of the band. Him and Dino had a GHT in Belgium and smashed someone's house up. They were throwing things at each other that didn't even belong to them. So that ended badly, so a girl who was on the road with us at the time became the bass player. Steak from Doom joined on drums as well, because Steph had a family and a proper job, driving buses, so he couldn't always get time off to go on tour, so I had two drummers, and we used to alternate them. But it got to a point where I'd book a tour, I always just used to get the dates sorted out and then ring everyone and tell them when they were, and ask could they make it or not. And I'd be ringing people up, and they'd be like, "Well, who's on bass? Who's on drums?" There was a lot of tension again, and a lot of the people in the band couldn't relate to each other. Despite this lack of stability, the early 90s Dirt was far more prolific than their 80s predecessors, recording a superb demo, 2 great singles and another decent live album. Concerted touring was undertaken, both in Europe and the US. They even toured Europe without Dino, who quit scant weeks before the scheduled dates, Stacy from Connecticut band Mankind proving a more than adequate last-minute replacement against all the odds. "Well, me and Dino always fell out," chuckles Gary knowingly. "She'd always say she wouldn't play a gig, just to wind me up. If I said it was black, she'd say it was white. We never agreed on a thing. I basically paid for the Drunks album, and I'd got it back from the plant. I had 1,000 copies to sell. Final Warning had booked their tickets to Y over here, and I'd booked this tour, but we decided to buy a bus to travel together in, 'cause we couldn't all tea in one van, so me and Neil bought this bus, just to tour Europe with, and then Dino said she wasn't going, and this time I could tell she really wasn't. So what were we going to do? I couldn't cancel the tour. I didn't want to get the band a bad name, 'cause I knew no one would touch us again if we blew out a whole tour, so I basically decided that I'd have to sing, even though everyone would be expecting to see Dino up there. And I thought of Stacy from Mankind. We'd played a few gigs together, and she was vocally very similar to Dino anyway. So I phoned her up and said, 'What are you doing for the next 6 weeks?' I told her I'd pay for the IT and everything, and she said she'd think about it. She called me up the next day, telling me she'd booked a IT, and 2 days later we were on the road in Europe. She arrived, slept on my couch, and the next morning she got in the van and we went, and we pushed our new bus down the road, so we started how we meant to go on, 'cause we pushed it most of the way round Europe as well. It got hit by a train in Poland, so it came back with one side smashed in. Actually it was a very good tour. It was certainly different, it was very relaxed, there was no anger, it was good, but it wasn't Dirt. And for the most part, no one cared that Dino wasn't with us, until we got to Poland and the promoter was really worried about it, but hardly anyone at the shows noticed. Stacy really carried it off, she did a great job. I'm glad we did it. I think we had to do it, too many people would have lost too much money if we hadn't. And then we got back to London, for the last show, at the George Robey, and Dino got up and sang with Final Warning, which was funny. Final Warning had a few gigs in Ireland, and I was going to go with them anyway, and we all ended up going and playing in Ireland, even though we were never booked to, and I think the last ever Dirt show was in Cork. Both Gary and Dino are now parents, so their priorities have changed considerably in recent years, but since the absolute demise of Dirt, Gary started up Stratford Mercenaries with Steve Ignorant from Crass on vocals and Dino guest on the Toxic Waste album, the Belfast band with whom she also did 2 European tours. We came, we saw, we deadpan Gary, when asked how he would like Dirt to be remembered. We got a lot of stick in the early days, as soon as we teamed up with Crass, especially down at the Anarchy Center in Wapping. Every time me and Dino went there, they'd be scowling at us, pointing at us, questioning everything we did, what we ate, what we said. And I really couldn't deal with people like that, slagging us off right and center. I remember one night, there was this black guy called Luke, who was always at all the shows, and he fell asleep on the oar. So Fox and Vomit picked him up and moved him over into a corner, looked at him basically. They actually became good friends with him. But Luke went away to France a few days later, and of course there were all these rumors ying about that they'd beaten him up, drew fucking swastikas on his head or whatever, and it was all coming from this one group of people, and they really pissed me off. There was always a lot of backstabbing within the anarcho scene, but no one wanted to stand up and do anything about it, in case we drove a wedge in there. Everyone else was already trying to split it up, and we were trying to keep it together. Anyway, how to be remembered? Just as a part of it all really. I'm glad I was involved, and I think we opened up a lot of doors for a lot of bands. By taking the likes of Polemic Attack and Anthrax on the road with us, it got them talking to people from other areas, and it had a knock-on effect. It was all about creating a network. It was never about being content with what you had, it was about making something more. I saw what we did as a form of art in many ways, an outlet. And if you feel angry about something, deal with it, but there's no point in pretending to be angry if you're not. Select discography 7s. Object refuse reject abuse. Scent of kill. Beast or burden. LPS. Never mind dirt, here's bollocks just an error drunks in rusty transits at a glance. Skuld's superb black and white release compiles everything the band ever released, and even some stuff they didn't, onto 2 discs, complete with tasteful digipack and an exhaustive booklet of all the lyrics, plus original artwork and entertaining liner notes from Gary. Of all the anarcho-punk bands from the early 80s, Omega Tribe were one of the most tuneful, their tales of social woes bittersweet pills coated in mournful melody. Formed in Barnet in 1981, they were originally a 3-piece comprising Hugh Vivian on guitar and vocals, Daryl Hardcastle on bass, and Pete Shepard on drums, and Brie called themselves Deadly Game before becoming the much more evocative Omega Tribe. I'd been in a band called Comatose, which was a bit more experimental than Omega Tribe, reveals Daryl. Hugh was in this hippie band called Whoosh, and Pete was in a band too, but I can't remember what they were called. We were all mates from school basically, just 16 or 17, funnily enough, we got together the day that Charles and Dig got married. We had our RST rehearsal, down in this basement most of the day, and missed the whole fucking thing. It was great. Hugh and Pete of Omega Tribe, picture by Tony Mottram. I started off getting into the Pistols and Clash in the late 70s, but I'd been into Crass for a few years by the time we got started. I was really into their lyrics, very intelligent, though tout stuff, rather than just shouting bollocks at everybody, and the music was unusual, totally unique compared to all the other bands of the period. Hugh was quite a good singer, he adds, on the distinctly tuneful edge they brought to the genre, and he always preferred to do that rather than just shout and scream, although there was thrash stuff in our sound as well, especially at the beginning, because we weren't that good at playing. But even that was quite melodic, 'cause Hugh's voice was always in key. Debuting locally at the Monkfirth Boys Club during the summer of 1981, Omega Tribe somehow managed to blag a support slot at the prestigious 100 Club as their second gig, thus ensuring their tenure around the halls of Barnet would be a mercifully short one. Yeah, it was supporting Meteors, laughs Daryl incredulously, just 'cause Pete, our drummer, knew one of them. And they said, come and play with us at the 100 Club. So, that was a bit of a jump up from the RST gig. It was a bit of a clash of styles as well, but we just did it for a laugh, and their audience were okay too, pretty subdued really. I think they were just waiting for Meteors to come on stage, and when they did, they all went fucking apeshit. But then we got more into the Crass thing, and started playing with a lot of those kind of bands. We didn't really do many local gigs at all. We weren't really a local band like that, we got out straight away. We soon realized that we didn't want to be stuck in Barnet all our lives, you know. E-band was all we ever thought about, writing songs, rehearsing, recording demos. We were quite an ambitious bunch really, we definitely wanted to make ourselves heard. Especially Hugh, who was a bit of a poet, he was a good lyricist and he had a lot to say. He still writes poetry now, in fact. Practicing once a week at We Mean It in Barnet, the rehearsal studio ran by Steve Broughton, one-time drummer with radical 70s prog rockers, the Edgar Broughton Band. Omega Tribe recorded their RST demo in March 1982. One song of which, Nature Wonder, found its way onto the huge-selling Crass Records compilation album, Bullshit Detector, Volume 2, AER, which the band found themselves invited by Crass to play their Zigzag Squat gig, the only time the two bands would tread the same stage on the same day. I was doing a fanzine at the time, called The Realities of Society, and I went to interview them, recalls Daryl of his initial introduction to Crass. I met them at one of their gigs, and asked if I could put them in my zine, and they said yes. So I interviewed them, and then met up with Poison Girls as well. They were basically the only two bands in the mag, and that's when I met Pete Fender, over at their house. It was about 1980, I think. And when I started hanging about with him at the Poison Girls place, I would bump into Penny and other members of Crass, and get talking to them a bit, and I got to know them all quite quickly. I suppose I was in awe of Penny and Six a bit, at least to start with, but I was seeing Pete a lot, and Six was just Pete's mum to me in the end, you know. Like anyone else's mum. So anyway, when Penny said he was doing a second Bullshit Detector compilation, we quickly recorded some songs in the Poison Girls basement studio and ran it up to him at Dial House. He liked it and put it on there, and that was what led to the single on Crass, said single being the masterful angry songs that crashed into the independent top 10 upon its release during spring 1983. 4 tracks of acerbic tunefulness, it dared to defy the hardcore thrashings and nihilistic tendencies that were dominating the scene at the time with its optimistic pleas for love and peace. Ably produced by Penny at Southern, it was a typically overblown affair, with Another Bloody Day being an especially ambitious arrangement, with Pete Fender, then a brand new addition to the ranks, handling lead guitars and pianos. Well, it took a lot longer for a start, reckons Daryl, on the Difference recording with Penny and John Loder made, because we'd only ever used a 4-track before then, so we were used to bouncing songs down virtually live, but Southern was a 24-track studio. It went okay though, even if we were a bit disappointed with the NAL sound. Penny always went for very harsh tones, that was what he wanted, the sound he tried to create on all the records he did, but if you listen to our album, AER the single, it's a lot warmer and fresher, a lot more upbeat. But we weren't complaining, it was just a privilege to even be doing a record for Crass. Everything they did sold thousands of copies almost immediately. And I still like the single, but I'd rather listen to No Love Lost, it's just got a nicer sound, for me at least. Pete just came in the studio and played some piano and guitar for us. As I said, we already knew him as a friend through the Poison Girls, and he was always at our rehearsals, and he'd help us put bridges in songs and work out harmonies and stuff. He had his own studio in their house, and he did all our demo tapes, but he didn't join officially until about the time we did that RST single. And yes, it did really well, especially in the independents. I remember seeing the chart in Sounds, and we were at number 4, and damned were at no 5, laughs Daryl proudly. And I thought, oh my god, this is a bit weird. I even had my picture on the front page of Sounds, not the whole cover or anything, but just a little picture of me in the Featured This Week box. It was a bit weird walking into my local news agents and seeing that. AER undertaking several UK tours with Connect, Omega Tribe concentrated on the recording of their one and only album, the near-perfect pop-punk gem, No Love Lost, but not before playing what Daryl still remembers as the pinnacle of his time with the band. That would have to be when we played Stonehenge in '83, he beams. Well, we played in '84 as well, but that was in the afternoon, and everyone was just lying around stoned. But when we played in '83, we were meant to go on at about 9:00 p.m., but this band played before us, the Tony McPhee Band, and they went on and on and on, every song lasted about half an hour, so we ended up going on at about 1 o'clock in the morning, and there was about 20,000 people there. That was the biggest gig we did by far, and it went really, really well, we played well, and the sound was fucking brilliant on stage, that was a real thrill, I can tell you. And, when Penny asked us if we wanted to do an album for Corpus Christi, we said yes. But we really didn't want to do it at Southern again, we wanted Pete Fender to do it, 'cause he really knew the band and what we wanted to sound like. So they kindly allowed us a recording budget of about £500, even though it would have cost about VE grand or more to do it at Southern. Luckily one of Pete Fender's mates had a 24-track studio called Heart and Soul, just round the corner in Leytonstone, and he was just about to move premises to Walthamstow and had 2 weeks of dead time coming up while he was packing stuff up and moving out. And it was just a lucky break for us, because I think we only actually spent about £300, and it was all because of this dead studio time we utilized. And we were 2 doors down from where Poison Girls lived, so we kept going back there and sitting in their garden when we weren't doing anything. Recording is always so boring, just sat there in a yard out back somewhere, listening whilst everybody else records their bits, so it was great to get away from the studio as much as possible, and that kept the recording fresh, I think. Whatever the secret ingredient was, it worked, because No Love Lost remains an unsung classic of the melodic punk genre, every song eliciting a powerful gut reaction, be it joy or sorrow, elation or fear, not to mention much tapping of feet and nodding of heads, Daryl's unique and dynamic bass playing proving an irresistible focal point. I took influences from everywhere really, he admits with a chuckle. A bit of crass, bits and pieces from lots of other bands, but you put it all together and you sort of get your own style. I'd play some of the stuff with a pick, the faster parts, but found I could get a nicer feel playing with my fingers on the slower parts, so, on something like A Ermith, I'd be picking away on the fast bit, and then I'd quickly slip my plectrum into the scratch plate for the slow bit. And I'd bung a few chords in here and there, just to keep it interesting. Either me or Hugh would come up with a tune, and play it to the other one, and we'd chop it about, so even if it might have sounded like crass to start with, by the time we'd finished messing about with it, it sounded like Omega Tribe. Especially once Pete Fender joined fully, that was when we really started to develop our own style. We did have some other songs ready for it, but we thought they were a bit crap, he adds candidly, on the noticeable brevity of the album. So we went for quality rather than quantity, we didn't want to dilute the good songs with crappier tracks. With Freedom, Peace, and Unity being possibly the most intense cut on offer, its ominously brooding opening section bursting into frantic life, the most painfully poignant song on offer is My Tears, a pacifist anthem if ever there was one. Well, I wrote that about the Falklands War, 'cause not a lot of people were saying anything about it, reckons Daryl. Well, crass were, but no one else. I mean, a few bands were obviously saying, bollocks to war, but that was about it, nothing very insightful. It was quite amazing actually, 'cause I went to the pub and got really pissed, came home and wrote the whole song in about 8 minutes, the music, the lyrics, the whole thing. I'd never done that before, and I've never done it again since. And that was just before we recorded the album, so it only just made it on there. Elsewhere the tender what he held with commanding opener duty calls for the listener's attention, leaving one in no doubt that this was truly an album that had genuine potential to cross over to a much wider audience than merely that encompassed by the anarcho-punk scene. Daryl of Omega Tribe, picture by Tony Mottram. Yeah, I think that whole movement started to get tedious quite quickly, a bit too stagnant for its own good. We were moving further and further away from the heavy punk thing anyway, and becoming more melodic. Hugh and Pete Fender were proper musicians really, and it's debatable whether they were even punk in the RST place. So, when we were recording, Pete would say, "Hey, let's put some tambourine on, and what about a triangle?" And you just didn't get that sort of thing from other punk bands. And it was nice, 'cause when you played it back, it sounded bloody lovely. And we didn't want to stay the same forever, we welcomed change. Some bands do like to always sound the same, but we were happiest when we were moving along, you know. But yes, of course, some of our stuff did go right over the heads of the punk crowd, especially if we played with Connect or someone like that. But if we were playing our own gigs, we tended to get more, subtle punks, if you know what I mean. Once they knew what we sounded like, we didn't get the hardcore lot coming along just to see us, they'd only turn up if we were playing with whoever they were into at the time. January 1984 saw Omega Tribe back in Southern Studios recording a new single, It's a Hard Life, which was produced by the keyboardist from Hot Chocolate and made the indie top 5 when it was released later that year. It was quite a departure for the band that surprised even those who were used to their musical heights of fancy, but lyrically it was still loaded with the band's trademark pathos. Producer did the total pop thing with us, which is what Martin Goldschmidt, our manager at the time, wanted him to do. Martin also managed the Poison Girls, and when he said he'd manage us as well, I was happy for him to do it. Up until then I was trying to do all that, and I was getting in from the pub and there'd be 20 VE or 30 phone calls on my answer machine, and I was thinking, fuck this. I've had enough. I didn't mind writing endless letters, but organizing gigs and everything was really getting on my nerves. Martin wanted us to go in a much more commercial direction, and you want to move on, don't you? Otherwise you get bored, plus we were so broke, we just wanted to make a bit of money. We were preaching all this stuff about anarchy and that, and then we were going to sign on. So we thought it'd be nice to make a few £100 a week just to live off, to be self-sufficient. An extensive UK tour was undertaken, that also saw the band promoting a live cassette, recorded at the Hammersmith Clarendon just after the release of Hard Life, and put out by Rob Chalice of Faction and All Madman on his 96 Tapes label. However, it was the last concerted trek the band made together, because they quietly and amicably split in 1985. We did record another single, but it never came out, reveals Daryl. He just didn't want to do it anymore, so I went and started up another band called Simply E-Tribe, and carried on from there. It was a different sound again, it was more ska, with a brass section and everything. We even played with Bad Manners once, which was quite funny. We did a few demos, and played lots of gigs, but never released anything, and that ended in about '88. Hugh went and did a Billy Bragg sort of thing for a bit, just writing his own songs and performing them with an electric guitar, you know? Pete Fender was in Rubella Ballet for a bit, his sister, Gemma, was in them as well, as bass player, and sometimes he was in them, and sometimes he wasn't. And Pete Shepard moved to Spain about 8 years ago, Six from Poison Girls went out there. I see him occasionally, in fact, when Six comes home to see Pete, I sometimes see her as well. She came to a barbecue I had at my allotment a few years back, and it was nice to see her. She was 70 this year, in fact. A lot of my beliefs are still the same, adds Daryl, who still occasionally performs the odd Omega Tribe number, albeit acoustically, at jam nights in his local pub. I haven't become a Tory or anything. I still don't vote, and most of the things we said in the band I still adhere to. We called ourselves anarchists then, and I'm still one now. Well, I try to be. I work for myself, I'm a gardener, I don't work for a boss, but it's hard, 'cause I pay taxes, but you have to toe some of their lines, you still gotta take your kids to school. Actually, Hugh's a teacher now, in a primary school, and he's very good at it. He was always a sensitive bloke. He schools in a rough area, and he handles the kids very well. And as for that scar across Daryl's face, surely a reminder of some punk rock showdown with the establishment's boot boys. I'd like to say it was received during a GHT with a load of vicious skinheads, he laughs good-naturedly. But really I came off my bike and fell through a window when I was VE, I had 60 stitches in my head. Just a schoolboy accident, nothing very exciting, you see, truth isn't always stranger than fiction. Select discography 7s. Angry songs. It's a Hard Life. LPS. No Love Lost. At a glance, only official Omega Tribe retrospective, Rugger Buggers Make Tea Not War CD, is unfortunately no longer available. Standing alone in the anarcho scene like diseased lepers, the perverse ramblings of Rudimentary Pen remain an enigma to this day, the band still shrouded in mystery, primarily due to their reluctance to perform live, their early thrashier works universally adored by punks around the world, yet much of their later, more experimental output sailing straight over the same spiky heads and careening wildly off into the distant cosmos. A punk band? Yes, ponders bassist Grant Matthews on where they might tee into the grand scheme of things, if one tried hard enough to bludgeon them into a particular pigeonhole. But anarcho? No, not really, though I had considerable sympathy with crass politics. John and Nick weren't into the politics at all, and our association with that scene was mainly due to me volunteering to help out at the Autonomy Center in Wapping, and then the release later on of Farce on Crass Records. Grant of Rudimentary Pen pictured at the front of a Cynics show, 1981, courtesy of Steve Pegram. Formed June 1980 in Abbots Langley, Hertfordshire, as well as Grant, Rudimentary Pen comprised vocalist/guitarist Nick Blinko and drummer John Grevely, and emerged from the ashes of Nick and John's previous band, Imagits. John devised the name, reveals Nick. A shortening of the original name, Magit Turds, and a portent of a genuinely uncompromising name to come. Nick and I were at the same secondary school together, Langley Berry Comprehensive, elaborates John. And we met through a mutual friend also at the school, Martin Drooper Cooper. His was when Imagits were formed, alongside another school friend, Alex Hawks. I reckon this would have been in 78 or 79. We used to have the odd rehearsal around my parents' place, and by God we needed it. Musically, it was pretty shambolic and probably naive, but it was just exciting to be a part of the punk thing. I don't have any memories of Magit gigs, but that's not to say there weren't any. My interest in drumming started when I was about 8, my uncle was a drummer in the late 50s/early 60s, in a jazz band. My parents were always very supportive, and bought me a second-hand kit, and always encouraged me to do my minimum 1-hour a day practice. Sometimes that pissed me off, but I'm grateful to them now. I started taking lessons at about the age of 10, and after a while, I used to practice at home by putting on a pair of headphones, and playing along to whatever I was into at the time. In the early days this would have been Slade, Gary Glitter, Sweet etc. etc. I started getting into punk about the time of the Pistols' Nevermind album. I asked my snobbish auntie for the album for Christmas, and I reckon that when she went into the shop to buy it, it was the RST time she'd ever said the word bollocks. Testament to the empowering qualities of punk rock, even a band as obscure as Imagits could immortalize themselves on vinyl. No longer was that a privilege the preserve of larger-than-life rock stars. No, now anyone could release a record if they merely set their mind to it. Which Imagits duly did in 1979, with the 4-track fully coherent EP, for Nick's own Outer Himalayan Records, the rather disconcerting result. Anyone who has heard this perverse, meandering collection of keyboard torture will know that its song titles such as Fragmented and Disjointed are mischievously and knowingly apt. John himself didn't play on the single, it being the creation of just Nick and Drooper. A second single was also recorded the following year, Upon Any Game, with Alex Hawks also lending his services, but it never saw the light of day for various reasons that not even Nick himself can, or cares, to remember. And with the premature demise of Imagits, Rudimentary Pen, a much more hardcore punk affair musically, began rehearsing in earnest at John's parents' house and made their live debut in early 1981. It was in a village hall outside of Watford, with the S-haters and so drinks. We played quite well, but the small crowd were unimpressed, deadpans Grant. His dim view of performing live would lead to the band playing but once a month to begin with, and increasingly less frequently as the years went by. Indeed, Nick was quoted in issue number 1 of IQ32 zine, as saying playing live is a pain in the arse, who needs it? With such an attitude, it's hardly surprising then that they never toured, but their distaste for public appearances merely helped add to the enticing air of mystery that suggestively shrouds them to this day. I do remember that the few gigs we did bother to play in the early days were most disappointing, offers John. In the respect that, there would usually be some wanker that thought it was all about spitting at the band and generally being an aggressive, annoying tosser. Wherever did the idea that bands enjoy being gobbed at come from? I'm fucked if I know. And most gigs ran a similar course, i.e. the majority of people clearly disappointed that we didn't have green Mohicans and multiple piercings. I think we were all aware that we didn't look as we were supposed to, but I don't think any of us gave this too much thought. Basically, if you were the sort of person to be put off by what we looked like, you were never going to understand or appreciate the songs anyway. Nick and Grant of Rudimentary Peony live in Derby, April 1993, picture by Lee Halford. The worst gig we ever did was in Harpenden in 1981, reckons Grant. We had so much stuff thrown at us we had to leave the stage. In the early years, it was probably a combination of laziness and a lack of opportunity that prevented us from gigging. And it was illness that stopped us, and in later years, it was generally half-empty venues and unappreciative crowds. Rather, Rudimentary Peony concentrated their efforts on recording, steadily racking up an impressive body of work, their innate ability to disturb and provoke the listener on some deep, primal level almost unrivaled in the punk scene. We did a short demo RST, which I found quite a thrilling experience at the tender age of 16, explains Grant. The results totally sucked though, out of tune and no fuzz on the guitar. And the RST EP was recorded during the summer of 1981 at Street Level Studios in London. The engineer was from a band called Here and Now, and initially he seemed quite appalled by Nick's abrasive vocal style. Yes, that very RST demo was quite an experience, laughs John. We did it in a local 4-track studio in Watford that was run by a twisted old prune called David K., whom I think made a part-time living entertaining old-age pensioners with his organ. I think it was quite an eye-opener for him. As far as the recording of the RST single went, I didn't have any great expectations going into the studio. I used the house drum kit, and we bashed through the songs at a ridiculous rate. I certainly don't recall there being many second takes. However, as we were mixing, it began to dawn on me that this was sounding rather good, and AER cacophony, I reckon it's the best thing we've done. Don't you think all punk songs should sound like B Ward? Actually, it would be a shame if they did, because then Peony wouldn't stand alone as demented visionaries towering above a sea of all too and shallow and generic peers. At RST self-titled EP, once again released by Nick on Outer Himalayan, sounds like nothing else released before or since. Although seemingly steeped in the doctrines of punky thrash, it crawls with an otherworldliness that quite literally has the ability to raise the hackles on the neck of the listener. A demented chorus of hers, the chillingly laconic, sibilant delivery of E. Gardner, and, most memorable of all, the completely insane intro of Teenage Time Killer, Grant's burbling bass wandering cryptically in and around an eerie guitar refrain before the whole thing explodes into intense chaos. And insane would be a word and mentioned in the same breath as the band's name, with Nick's lyrical meanderings, not to mention his superb, albeit utterly twisted, artwork that adorned each and every release, owing much to his own questionable mental health. It took me a while to meet Nick, 'cause he was quite a reclusive character even back then, recalls Mark Farrelly, guitarist with Part 1 and a close friend of Peony during their formative years. He was especially close to Nick, sharing the same interest in macabre art and literature, and indeed their bands shared the same stage several times in the early 80s. I'd seen Grant at the Anarchy Center, but I never knew who he was. I hadn't spoken to him, but there was this other guy, a really good friend of mine, who used to call himself Scarecrow, and he was in a few Andy Martin related bands. He's still around, he's done a lot of performance art over the last 10 years or so. Anyway, he would put together these compilation tapes, and he was playing one of these one day and this song came on called Teenage Time Killer, and I was just fucking blown away by it. It sounded so odd, so fucking peculiar. To say it was eccentric is quite an understatement. Scarecrow was sneering at it, saying that they were just a bunch of fucking sixth formers, but I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And he pointed Grant out to me, and we ended up on the same train home that night, 'cause he was getting off at Watford and I was going back to Bletchley, which are both on the same line. Grant didn't drink, and I was really pissed, but we struck up a conversation, and because they lived relatively close to us, I eventually met Nick, and we really hit it off straight away, because we both had this very morbid outlook. And I loved his artwork, it was fantastic, like nothing I'd ever seen before, and he discussed it with me all the time, because no one else was really that interested back then. I'd always been into drawing since I was a kid, but I'd more or less stopped, and then I met him, and he showed me this catalog he got from the Hayward Gallery in '79 that was a big influence on his artwork, called Outsiders, and it was all what we know as outsider art now, you know, art from mental institutions, just fairly odd characters who had drawings in their pockets and stuff. And he showed me this thing and I could immediately see his energy, where he was coming from. 'Cause he'd actually worked in a mental hospital himself, just outside Watford. He'd gone to Watford School of Art, and LE because he couldn't stand it, but he loved the very resonant world of outsider art. I think it had a big influence on his approach to music as well. Yes, when I was 17, I was dispatched to the London Asylum working as a ward orderly, con Reams Nick. Although by the time I worked there, it was called Shenbury Hospital. Soon, such village-like institutions were not deemed too cool, thus care in the community arose, and Shenbury Hospital, like most of its kind, is now nearly all houses. There's nothing wrong with art school though. I attended a few years too early and might well have done better applying at about age 19. Oddly enough though, my doctor, who I rarely see now, suggested that I reapply, and yes, the shrink has seen my artwork. E-Band's RST London gig was with Flux of Pink Indians and the Subhumans at the Red Lion, Leytonstone, on September 18, 1981, and cemented the band's connections with the burgeoning anarcho-punk scene. Almost inevitably, the next single, Farce, was produced by Penny Rambeau and came out through the Crass label during July 1982. A slicker, but weedier, take on the raw malevolence of its predecessor, it nonetheless showcased Penny's unique sonic signatures for a wider audience, and made number 7 in the indie chart. Grant, in the summer of '81, I went down to their place with a fanzine writer. I gave them a copy of our RST EP and they offered us the chance to do a record on their label. I think Farce is NE, though Nick's vocal performance was somewhat inhibited by Penny's production. We wanted to make a fast, intense, high-energy punk record, and within the limitations of the budget, I think we achieved that. I thought it was a bit of a letdown myself, proffers Mark, mainly 'cause Penny lost something in the sound. The work he did on the Crass records is fantastic, but when he came to produce Penny, he denitely lost something that was present on the RST single. I mean, just where the hell did that come from anyway? But the guitars are very thin and trebly on Farce, the whole sound is very clinical, like a white space type recording. The RST EP was really dirty and mushy. And Nick's voice on Farce is just shit, it sounds stranded. However, the band's real masterpiece was to arrive in the shape of their debut album, Death Church, which was released by the Crass offshoot, Corpus Christi, in September 1983, spending 3 months in the Indies, peaking at number 3. Wrapped in an intoxicating, meticulously drawn poster from Blinko, it saw the band applying the brakes considerably and exploring the more subtle shades at work in their sound. Mixing the morbid and the surreal with the obligatory earnest politics and even several songs about animal rights, it's a dizzying dip into dangerously dark waters. Since its release, many have aligned the introspective psychological lyrics with Nick, and the political commentary with Grant, a conclusion the latter strongly warns against. Never assume that Nick wrote one thing and that I wrote another, people are usually wrong when they try to do this. To sum up though, we have both been responsible for writing both music and lyrics, but in different degrees and at different times. There is no set pattern to it, and there are no set rules about what will or will not be a subject for a song, but certain themes tend to attach themselves to different records. John did not write any lyrics though, nor any guitar and bass parts, apart from the last 2 seconds of Cosmetic Plague. He did, however, write all the drum parts. Nick and Grant would come to me with basically complete songs, elaborates John, on the band's writing process, they would have worked out with a basic drum machine track, if any drums at all. I would add what I saw rhythmically, and it usually worked straight away. Grant and I just seemed to click in terms of playing. The album was done at breakneck speed, of course, recorded and mixed in 2 days, but it felt good. It just worked, RST time, virtually every time. And again, with the mixing, came the realization that this was turning out to be a good recording. The album also includes the poignant Cloud song and Inside, songs delivered at a somber pace that are steeped in hints of devastating personal revelation, possibly a direct result of Grant contracting lung cancer during the album's gestation period. He happily managed to help cure himself, however, with, as well as the more orthodox treatments for cancer, the healing powers of meditation and visualization. Despite many rumors, no member of the band has ever died, yet. He chuckles wickedly. I did get seriously ill in late 82/early 83 though, in between the recording of Farce and Death Church. To be honest, I don't think it did much to the momentum of the band, though it was a very grim time for me. If the relaxed pace of Death Church surprised some of Peeney's hardcore fans, the next album threw virtually everyone for 1989's Cacophony was even more complex and bizarre than anything the band had attempted before, a deranged concept album loosely based on the life and works of cult horror author H.P. Lovecraft, the hyperactive musical compositions linked by nightmarish spoken word sections. It had Sounds magazine declare the band, mad alchemists, a million miles from the rest of the thrash eld, brewing up a sound and pouring it straight from their subconscious into the world. Most fans of the band found it too drastic a departure, and opinion was divided even within the ranks of Peeney themselves. My favorite release is Denny Telly Cacophony, reckons Nick, before admitting, but Grant is a better judge of that sort of thing really. At the very outset of Peeney, I wanted to wear masks and use keyboards as well as guitars. I don't think I'd still be talking about the band today if we'd gone down that avenue of nondescript. Rather than try to keep up with any particular musical fashion or trend, we have a general policy of just doing what we want to do, which, with Cacophony as the exception, has usually taken the form of either 77-style fast punk or 80s-style slower, heavier tracks, but avoiding the usual trappings of heavy metal. Incidentally, I own the grand total of one Lovecraft book, which I bought 3 months ago. I've been illustrating some of his stories over the years, the Cacophony cover being an example, with the intention of issuing a small number of prints in a folder, but in the late 80s I sold all of his books. His work fuses the macabre with immaculate, almost poetic prose. I can't understand why serious critics hate it so, and it's only mentioned in such circles when some current novel is referred to as better than Lovecraft, usually meaning that atmospheres are evoked then marred by personality piffle. By the way, on Cacophony, the spoken segments between the tracks were intended to be the equivalent of Lovecraft's descriptions of dark matter, or as he put it, the mad spaces between the stars. John also enthuses about the record. For me, it was the most interesting thing that we had done musically, in terms of all those weird time signatures, and the lyrics are fascinating, even if I don't understand all of them. I just think that the band as a whole put in a really good performance, and it was the best thing Nick has ever done vocally. I think he was at the absolute pinnacle of his creativity on that album. I don't share his interest with Lovecraft, but I do think his lyrics are amazing, and I think that is one of the main things that distinguished us from other bands of our genre. A different style of Cacophony was not intended, adds Grant, more cautiously. It just came out that way, and in retrospect I regard it as a move in the wrong direction, into self-indulgence. As a result of that, in recent years, I have pushed to build upon and improve the more traditional Pini style. I actually introduced him to Lovecra, and that was part of the reason why we fell out, claims Mark Farrelly. Because I was getting more and more jealous of the Lovecra-ian tomes he was ending, he acquired some lovely books that I didn't have in my own collection, and I didn't like it very much. I didn't actually see Cacophony until years later, but when I picked that up, I couldn't believe it. Every single song seemed to have some Lovecra-ian theme. But, oh, good luck to him, you know. It was all just personal stuff why we went our separate ways. I wanted to get out of Milton Keynes, where I was still living with my parents, and Nick was with his folks, and wanted to make some kind of break, but didn't know what to do. All the intensity of part 1 and Pini, we were at a bit of a funny crossroads. It had all gone very quiet on the Western Front. I knew I didn't want to do music anymore, but I didn't really know what I wanted to do instead, so we both just decided to carry on doing gruesome illustrations, writing Lovecra-ian horror stories, and then hopefully, by the time we were 60 or 70, someone would discover this great tome of work we'd created. That was the plan anyway, and we were both laboring under a similar illusion. Nick had always been more of the recluse when I first met him, but by the end of the 80s, I was the recluse, and he was the one making connections with the big, scary outside world. There would be another yawning hiatus before rudimentary Pini returned to terrorize our world again, an inconsistent work ethic they've maintained to the present day, and, to be honest, when the third album, Pope Adrian 37th Psychristiatric, was unveiled in 1995, it was something of a letdown for all concerned. With Nick in the throes of mental illness, and with many of his delusions ending their way into the fabric of the new album, Pope Adrian was always going to be a rambling schizoid affair, but it sadly lacks the vital spark of Cacophony, with the production also adding to the impression of a band just going through the motions. The enigmatic rudimentary Pini captured live in Derby, 1993, by Lee Halford. The reasons for the gaps between releases are varied, elaborates Grant, sometimes illness, sometimes just lack of interest. Now we're at the stage where we just do short EPs every few years, in order to keep the quality as high as possible. Pope Adrian is my least favorite of all our releases though. A total turkey in my opinion. There are too many long, repetitive tracks which just sound smug and careless to me. John, I agree, I thought the end result didn't have the intrigue or edge of the earlier stuff, and ended up sounding a bit monotonous. The irony of Pope Adrian is that nobody felt its recording would help, adds Nick. Most saw it as actually detrimental to my mental health, all excepting one person, my psychiatrist at the time, who put the question, can music make you ill? And so the racket was condemned to tape, and great wrangling eventually released, minus a critical effect on the bass guitar. Loathsome but undoubtedly a milestone, and yes, the shrink had heard the Pini. The saving grace of the album though, it was adorned by some of Nick's most impressive artwork since Death Church, a disturbing gallery of bitter despair brought lurching to reluctant life by his meticulous scratching. The guitarist/vocalist had also by this time turned his pen to writing a novel, the rather compelling E Primal Screamer, published by Hackney's Spare Change Books, a semi-titious account of the author's illness, not to mention his band and their uneasy battle for acceptance within the punk rock scene, all garishly dressed with Lovecra-ian references of ancient evils straining at the parameters of our dimension. If the Primal Screamer is to be believed, Nick was a connoisseur of hallucinogenic mushrooms and a county chess champion before he was 3. The fun of the Primal Screamer is trying to gore out what's true and what isn't. I did used to collect fungi spore patterns, and I did play chess for the county 3rd team, but when I was not 2.5. I still play chess a fair bit, and continue to aspire to mediocrity. Regression therapy, a cornerstone of the book, seems to skew the imagination occasionally, highlighting old paths in new lights. That is to say, it's not a self-help piece. Mark Farrelly also gurs quite prominently in the book, albeit under the pseudonym of Marco Ferrellini, a character that Nick wickedly imagines as still suckling at his mother's breast when aged 18. But he did post me the little model of a coffin, chuckles Mark, just like in the book, and I've still got it. It was a little plasticine gur, in this incredible tiny coffin which he made with sticky bandage, this little brown emaciated gur of plasticine, with his own hair on its head. It was about 6 inches long, an inch wide, and he'd written my name and address on it in his spidery scrawl. The postage stamp was almost too big to go on it. But somehow it got to me safely. 1997's Echoes of Anguish EP saw the band returning to their slightly more conventional earlier sound, pitching itself stylistically somewhere between the Death Church album and the 2 singles that preceded it, albeit far more measured and calm when considered alongside their original outbursts. 2000 saw the release of Underclass EP, and 2003 Archaic EP, both comprising, just like Echoes, 12 short, sharp bursts of minimalist gloomy punk rock. My favorite release is the Archaic EP, reveals Grant. It has a good sound and more reneged song structures, i.e. with all the irrelevant, waffling, cluttered bits taken out. We're working on another EP right now, though it won't be out for a couple of years yet. There's no intention of ever doing another full album though, and there won't be any live performances either. We've really never split up or reformed in the conventional sense, instead we simply get together to record stuff when we feel like it. For me, it's been very rewarding, reeks John on his time with Peony. I think we have made a valid contribution, and I am very proud of most of the stuff we put out. Showing my kids a cutting from Sounds of Death Church at number 3 in the indie charts and number 1 in the punk charts was a very proud moment. None of us have ever been that fussed about playing live though. I think that our very early experiences effectively suppressed that desire. Also, it would have been virtually impossible for Nick to recreate most of the vocal stuff off Cacophony Live. I would just like the band to be remembered as one that were exceptionally creative, and made people think. Nick Blinko though, ever the enigma, has a suitably nihilistic parting comment. Us? Be remembered? I think not. Select discography. EPS. Rudimentary Peony. Farce. Echoes of Anguish. Underclass. Archaic. LPS. Death Church. Cacophony. Pope Adrian 37th Psychiatric at a glance. No punk rock collection is truly complete without the Death Church and EPS of RPCDs, the latter being the band's first 2 seminal singles compiled on one disc. Nearby Luton spawned the quite brilliant Karma Sutra, an anarcho band of exceptional intelligence and tunefulness. EY remained sadly elusive during the research for this book, but their 1987 album For Paradoxical, Daydreams of a Production Line Worker, is an enthralling slab of ambitious, melodic punk rock, and they contributed NE tracks to the Mortar Hate compilations, Who? What? Why? When? Where? And We Don't Want Your Fucking War. Amongst the other Luton bands they so ably assisted whilst in existence were Dominant Patry, who played less than a dozen shows and recorded just the one demo, Hero's Glory. At Soul Studio Session though was enough to ensure their place in the annals of anarcho-punk, being of such intense power, it has captured the imagination of all who hear it, and is now enjoying a limited vinyl release as part of Demo Tape Records' planned series of singles resurrecting obscure treasures from the early 80s. Karma Sutra, picture by Jazz Wiseman. E-punk scene in Luton was good fun, Smiles vocalist Chris Jones, and Karma Sutra were Denny Telly at the center of it all, putting on gigs and arranging transport to various demos and stuff. They were a positive influence on all concerned, and very well organized. In fact, the furthest we ever traveled to play a gig was Liverpool, and that was with Karma Sutra. There were quite a few skinheads in the audience that night, and our bassist Steve played most of the gig with his back to them, convinced they were staring at him. As well as Chris and Steve, the band, who formed in 1983, comprised Kate Packwood on vocals, Paul Bugsy Huggett on guitar and Gary Pratton on drums, and they recorded the 3-track Heroes Glory demo on June 18, 1983, at Luton's Midland Road studio. Unfortunately they split soon AER, otherwise the undoubted promise of songs such as The Furious, Dirt-like Experiment would surely have catapulted them to popularity in the positive punk scene. Studio in Midland Road where we did the demo is no longer there, sighs Chris. It used to be part of a shop called Can You Music, which literally just fell down one day. Rumor has it that the owner, Paul Gittins, employed some dodgy builders to save a bit of money. There's a moral to the story somewhere, but I'm not sure what it is. As for the split, it was drugs related, and I'm afraid that I was the culprit. I deeply regret causing the band's demise, but my behavior became erratic and unpredictable. AER dominant Patry, Steve, Bugsy, and Gary formed another band, the name of which eludes me. It was something like Pnumpasi, I think. Meanwhile, I did nothing but procrastinate, aided and abetted by copious amounts of exotic herbs and spices. At a glance, the likelihood of securing yourself one of the limited to 200 copies Heroes Glory 7s is something akin to the UN locating any weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, so the curious reader may have to console themselves with the thumpingly heavy death of Omus, on Overground's anti-capitalism. Although ex-members of the Apostles themselves deny that they were ever an anarcho-punk band, their, primarily overlooked, contribution to said scene was immense, not least of all as a foil that forced the lens of scrutiny uncomfortably back onto oneself. Despite playing just 24 gigs, they released an incredible 7 singles and 7 albums, countless cassettes and pamphlets, and helped set up and run 4 different anarchy centers, the Autonomy Center, the Centro Iberico, the LMC, and the Recession Club. We also ran an information network, adds vocalist/violinist Andy Martin, put homeless people in touch with housing co-ops and squatters groups, put lonely people in touch with other like-minded lonely souls, and organized various social events of a non-musical nature. We also participated in direct action politically. There were other groups that did more than us, but they didn't play music. My main criticism is that we tried to do too much in too many different fields, so that we excelled in none of them. Certainly our music was ineptly performed and badly produced. Our political activities were rather more successful, but only in a small way. The results of our 9 years' work still exist, but hardly set Parliament on re. For me, the 1980s are associated with just 3 things: crap politics, crap fashions and crap music, and anarcho-punk was a musically conservative and rather insignificant sideshow to the real assault on global capitalism in which I was, and still am, engaged. Dave Morris and Helen Steele, for example, have achieved more for the campaign against McDonald's than every punk band there has ever been. Is not to unduly berate punk bands, but they must be regarded in the correct perspective. Dave Fanning of E Apostles, recording the second EP, 1983, picture by Chris Lowe. The very RST Apostles lineup was very different to the band that released the aforementioned slew of tape and plastic. Forming in late 1981, they comprised Bill Corbett, Pete Binghall, Julian Portinari, and Dan McIntyre, during which time Andy was actually a patient in the Springeld Psychiatric Hospital's secure unit for disturbed children. The fact is, punk was already dead by 1981, and really we were all just prolonging its death throes, he claims. I was not a punk, on the contrary, I regarded punks as outdated, hopelessly naive, denitely irrelevant, and very boring to be around. My pals were all into soul, funk, and reggae, which didn't interest me particularly, but at least the bands dressed properly. I gravitated more toward the industrial and independent pop music scene, where I encountered 12 Cubic Feet, probably the most unjustly neglected pop group of the past 2 decades. EIR drummer, Andrew Binghall, informed me that his younger brother, Pete, was also in a pop group, and that they needed a singer as their current incumbent, Bill Corbett, was going off to start university. Of course, I never told the lads I had dyspraxia and I never told them I was gay. I was ashamed and also a little anxious they might reject me if they knew. All, I had learned the hard way that most people despise spastics and queers. Being both, I realized I had to be careful if I wanted to maintain the fragile friendship I developed with the band. Trouble is, we were destined never to be a success because I was in the wrong band. EY wanted a punk singer in the crass mode, and I wanted a pop group like 12 Cubic Feet or an avant-garde ensemble like 5 or 6. It had to end in tears, and it did. EY'd invite me to gigs with them, but I usually declined their offers. A night out having my ears assaulted by flux of punk idiots did not appeal to me, surrounded by leather-clad morons, all beer and safety pins, sharing one damaged brain between them. No thanks. Pete, Julian, and Dan were not like that, so I couldn't understand why they moved in such circles. I'd invite them to accompany me to the Africa Center to see Lemon Kittens and Ilis in Gaza, but they'd look at me with just the right amount of pity to ensure I realized how far apart we were culturally. ERST Apostles' gig was a chaotic appearance at Basement Youth Club in Covent Garden, where Andy met Dave Fanning and John Soares. A second concert in Southend, organized by Cynics, went well, but the band were pulling too violently in opposing directions to last. It started when Pete, Julian, and Dan arrived one afternoon in my Stoke Newington attic for, I assumed, another rehearsal, reveals Andy. On the contrary, they came to collect their amplifiers and drum kit. Goodbye, Martin, your services are no longer required, and please do not ask us for a reference. At the time, the story they handed me was that being in a band had become boring, so they had elected to cease operations. I then asked them, calmly and politely, to tell me the real situation. Pete had the decency to reveal, with some reluctance, that they simply couldn't work with me anymore. Dan and Julian hotly denied this and berated Pete for being so cruel. I know they didn't wish to upset me, but I had more respect for Pete because he told me the truth. I had been sacked. Were they being unfair? Actually, no. Did I deserve to be sacked? Probably not, but I certainly could not remain in the group. The problem was that none of us was actually wrong. EY were in the band to have fun, and could not understand why being in a group was so important to me, nor why it was so imperative we achieve a high degree of technical ability and attain a level of professionalism of which we could be proud. I could not understand how they could be satisfied with anything less, not that I tried very hard to appreciate their point of view. Hooking up with John Soares and Dave Fanning again, plus Martin Smith, all of them ex-members of Libertarian Youth, Andy set about forming a band of his own, and because he was still smarting from his treatment at the hands of Pete, Dan, and Julian, he decided to call it Apostles as well. His lineup of the band played a few shows and released the cassette-only albums, Apostles and Second Dark Age. Tapes demonstrated the band's far-reaching musical ambitions, an earthy, driving, and hypnotic, punk rock dirge that refused to do what was expected of it, loaded with all manner of rhythmic ourishes and off-the-wall vocal deliveries, but John departed soon leaving Andy to re-enlist Dan McIntyre, for the recording of the superb RST single, Blow It Up, Burn It Down, Kick It Till It Breaks. Chris Lowe of Scottish Anarchists Political Asylum then joined, just in time to play on the band's second EP, 1983's Rising from Ashes. He still remembers fondly his time with the antagonistic combo. Basically, I heard a tape of the RST demo when I was staying with Miles from Napalm Death, and thought it was amazing. I wrote to Andy, and, as anyone else who did the same would know, got an enormous typed letter, plus half a dozen tapes, back a few days later. We kept in touch, and during summer 1983, when I was still only 14, I went down to London and stayed with him in the squat he shared with someone who remains to this day one of my best mates, Ian Slaughter, who did the notorious Pigs for Slaughter fanzine. Anyway, during my stay, Andy was recording a demo with the Assassins of Hope, and basically I had a jam with him in the studio. At that time, Apostles were using Razzle as stand-in drummer, but as I had recently parted company with Political Asylum, he asked if I wanted to LL their drum stool. So, there I was, 14 years old, drumming for one of my favorite bands, and staying in a squat in Hackney with no running water, where you had to climb up the side of the building to get in, 'cause the door was barricaded up. The main thing about Apostles was that, at that time, there was absolutely no other band who sounded anything like them. For a start, neither Andy or Dave listened to punk music, and as for their beliefs, it is hard to understand, but at that time there was this pathetic crass clone mentality where everyone paid lip service to these vacuous ideals of anarchy, peace, and freedom, and were basically like fucking Buddhists in black rags. The Apostles, and Pigs for Slaughterzine, were the only voices in the whole anarcho-punk movement who rejected pacism and all the bollocks that went with it. They were into armed struggle and class war, and in an anti-Nazi group, basically a vigilante squad that, along with other unaffiliated groups, used to patrol around Brick Lane and give any Nazis that were causing trouble a kicking. Not only didn't they sound like any of the identikit crass clone bands, but they didn't look like them either. ERST time I saw them at the Anarchy Center, Andy looked like a mod, and Dave looked like some Berlin hippie in a leather jacket painted with gong artwork. At the time they were doing a zine called Scum, all about the emerging power electronics scene, which was, musically, the most exciting thing happening back then. Anyway, I used to bunk the overnight train from Scotland down to London. As I was still a kid, I'd endy a likely looking couple on the train and hide under the table by where they were sitting. Or spend the night in the toilets, and if a guard came along, tell him I was feeling sick and that my parents were elsewhere on the train with my ticket. Once I got down there, we would usually have a day's practice, then we would be in the studio to record another record. The winter before Chris joined, however, Apostles appeared at the Zigzag Squat gig organized by Crass, but whereas most bands who performed that day remember it as the highlight of their musical career, Andy has a decidedly different take on the whole event. "We were never mentioned, not once, anywhere," he rants. "We were like Leon Trotsky in that famous photograph, airbrushed out of history." For the record, Andy Palmer telephoned Little at press and asked to speak to Andy or Dave from Apostles. He spectacularly wanted us involved, because they trusted us to be sufficiently mature and organized to assist them in the venture without fuss or drama. Well, we did all that was asked of us and more. All three members of E-Mob, who also helped with the organization, arrived at the venue and cleared away mountains of rubbish and made the place habitable and presentable, but at least they received some credit in the press, and rightly so. However, Melody Maker, Sounds and NME acted as if we were invisible and silent. We expected them to, but that the whole punk scene treated us in precisely the same manner is an outrage, and I shall forever hate them for it. I am fully aware that we were a very minor, obscure little band of whom most people had never even heard. I assume the vast majority of people reading this will never have heard of us. Why should they? But even if the band's music was unknown, we do deserve credit for the political and social activities in which we participated, and for causes with which we had only peripheral sympathy. Anyway, shortly after we had played our rubbish, we were at the back of the hall picking up the inevitable beer tins, paper cups and cigarette packets, when I was shoved aside by this troll in boots and braces. 5 skinheads, just miserable, thick, stupid, cowardly thugs, barged their way into the gig and pushed people out of the way in order to reach the front of the stage. I wasn't taking that treatment from anyone, so Dave and I followed them, but by the time we caught up with them, this Asian lad, he was probably the only audience member not of white Caucasian origin, was being brutally kicked and punched by all of these fascist thugs. That's right, onto one. And what were the other members of the 500-strong audience doing while this was happening? EY had formed a wide circle around the scene and watched it play out. That's right, these anarchist pacifist ratbags stood and watched fascists beat up a 18-year-old Asian boy. Punks, is it? I wouldn't even piss on them if they were Henri. EY are scum, LTH, not to lick excrement from the soles of my bowling shoes. From that moment on, I swore I would never ever again give so much as the time of day to any anarchist pacifist punk. I honored my vow with implacable authority. I despise them to this day. In case you're wondering what happened next, yes, we did surge forward to come to the lad's aid, but before we could involve ourselves, both Penny and Andy had jumped between us and grabbed hold of the two biggest skinheads, and shoved them to one side of the hall. Colin Jerwood of Connacht confronted the others with less reasonable force, and threatened to put them all in hospital. Those three fascists virtually wet their knickers at the prospect. It was a joy to see these three big tough men quake in fear before an ungovernable force. Colin, if you're reading this, you were a hero that night. I'm proud to have had our records released on your label, and I'll not hear a word said against you. I spoke to that Asian lad afterwards, because what had impressed me so much is that he had attempted to GHT back, and such courage deserves recognition. He said he would make sure he bought every record that Crass and Connacht released in gratitude for their timely action, but that he would never go to another punk gig again. He appreciated that myself and Dave had rushed to his aid, and, it turns out, the main reason he attended was because he wanted to see E Apostles, since John Soares was our guitarist and himself an Indian. Sadly, John had left the band a couple of weeks earlier. On the bus home that night, I thought about the contempt for punks held by people such as Martin Wright, Vince Stephenson, Dave Couch, and the serious class war and anarchist circles. I understood their attitude completely, and I agreed with it utterly. Andy Martin of E Apostles recording for the Third Apostles EP, 1983, picture courtesy of Chris Lowe. E Apostles parted company with Chris Lowe in 1984, soon AER Malcolm Scrufflody joined on guitar, and the smash E Spectacle 7 was released by Mortarhate. He was superseded behind the kit by Chris Whitney Wiltshire, establishing what was to prove the most long-standing and stable lineup of the band. 1986 saw the release of not only the Punk Obituary album through Mortarhate, but also E Lives and Times of E Apostles album on respected Bristol label, Children of E Revolution. Although the band refused to tie themselves in with any one label for long, they were prolific to the point of excess. I just wanted E Apostles to be the best independent group in Britain, reckons Andy. I wanted perfection and I wanted beauty in our work, presumably because I was so far from being either perfect or beautiful myself. In short, I became a tyrant, and I must have been utterly abysmal to work under. Oh yes, I am well aware of the fact that people in E Apostles worked under me, not with me. Quite how Dave has managed to remain in a group with me since 1984, I simply do not know. His levels of compassion and tolerance must be of Franciscan proportions. And Scruff is liable to speak about me in such a way that he exaggerates my importance when I was in the band. If this occurs, then it must be tempered with my own assertion, i.e. that E Apostles was always Dave's band, and I was just fortunate enough to be allowed to participate in it. Our big mistake was, we would record dozens of pieces, most of them works in progress, and release them all in the belief that everything we did should be made available. You see, I knew we were extremely obscure, virtually unknown, and certainly of no interest to the majority of people who had heard about us, and it was my belief that if we released a huge volume of records and cassettes, played dozens of concerts and released magazines by the forest load, then maybe a few people might acknowledge our existence and realize we had something to say. It actually meant we released a load of crap which served no purpose other than to deplete natural resources and increase the amount of plastic tossed onto landfill sites. Take the 9th audio cassette, for example. That was myself and Dave setting up microphones at strategic points all around the house, and picking up various instruments, radio sets, and machine tools at random as we tramped up and down stairs and through different rooms, to create a multilevel sonic environment, as I explained in one of my more amusingly serious press releases. Actually, put like that, it sounds quite interesting, doesn't it? You wait until you hear it. Better still, save yourself the bother. It is a sheer racket, a generally very quiet racket, true, but a noisome mess all the same. Believe me, The only good thing about that release was that it was AC60 not AC90. I think we sold about 40 copies, and they were either to people so desperate for an escape from punk rock they'd buy any old crap, or those kind-hearted souls who felt sorry for us. In 1987, 4 albums and numerous singles later, during which the band proved themselves second only to Rudimentary Peony when it came to unleashing disturbingly quirky, inaccessible rock music, Whitney and Scruff L.E. and E. Apostles were joined by 2 further correspondents, Sean Stokes and Colin Morrell, formerly an avant-garde performance art duo called E Demolition Company. In this guise, the band released several more cassette albums in 1988 and the Hymn to Pan LP, but for their NAL studio session in January 1989, they were actually rejoined by original Apostle, Pete Binghall. For many people, the end of a band is fraught with emotional stress and sadness. For me, it was a glorious release. My only slight regret is that I didn't leave E Apostles 2 years earlier. In early '89, shortly after that NAL session, Pete was due to leave England in March to seek a new life in America, and Sean Stokes had severed all links with Colin Morrell. They refused to see or speak to each other. Basically then, the group was myself, Sean and Dave. I took that as a sign that E Apostles really were way past their sell-by date. However, Dave and Sean decided we should at least go out in style and end with one last concert. Now, I hate live concerts at the best of times, but I regard farewell concerts as ridiculous events only for sad old bastards like in Lizzie and Fleetwood Mac. So, the concept of us performing a farewell concert appealed only to the homicidal part of my nature, but somehow I was persuaded to participate. Even more remarkably, Colin was persuaded to sit in the same city as Sean and play his drums, although he and Sean said not one word to each other during every rehearsal, and studiously ignored each other during the entire performance. Somehow it seemed an appropriate end to the group. Ironically, we played almost every number brilliantly. Having Pete there was probably responsible for that. And the gods looked kindly upon me at last. Only 3 people turned up to the gig, and one of those was a dog called Leo. No, I'm not making this up. The other 2 members of the audience were John Waddingham and Tim Verdon, both friends of Dave. Leo was Tim's dog. We played at Chat's Palace, Hackney, adjacent to Homerton Hospital where, years later, I would work. We were the only group who played, and it was an eerie experience, just us in this large hall, in front of 2 of Dave's friends and that dog. What I knew was that this would be the last time E Apostles played together, at least with me in the group. I had already told Dave I was to quit the band, but it seemed then he might end a replacement singer or carry on as a mainly instrumental group. It was automatically assumed the others would patch up their differences and continue. It never happened. Andy and Dave went on to form Academy 23, who eventually morphed into Unit, and remain committed to the furthering of their visionary art to this day, older, wiser, and even more honest than ever. Basically, if anyone wants to know what E Apostles should have sounded like, would have sounded like, had we access to a record producer and been top-class musicians, I recommend Camperite. We are your gods and parts of both fire and ice and dare to be different. I urge readers not to waste time and effort trying to track down the original records by E Apostles. They really aren't very good at all. It's in the past, let it stay there. Everyone who reads this who is interested in our work and cares about it must learn and remember this. I will be remembered mainly for my work in Unit, since E Apostles was nothing more than a testing ground, a sonic laboratory, a temporary frolic of little importance compared to what we're doing now. E Apostles prepared the groundwork, that was the drive to 2001, during which we marked time while we waited for the future to present itself. I'm alive, healthy, and rearing to go. Reacting on mistakes made in the past was never an option. I'm here to plan new projects and forge ahead. I don't look back, I think ahead. Bugger the past, it's over, forget it. By all means, right those wrongs if it means our work is restored to the map where it had previously been erased by the anarcho-punk censors, but now that's done, let's move on. Here's work to do. Select discography 7s. Blow it up, burn it down, kick it till it breaks, rising from ashes, curse of creature, giving of love costs nothing, smash spectacle, death to wacky pop, split with joy of living, no faith no fear, split with statement LPS. Punk obituary. Lives and times of apostles, acts of the apostles, in eater of fear, how much longer. Equinox screams, other operation, split with statement, hymn to pen at a glance. With such a vast back catalogue to draw upon, it's surprising that there has been no retrospective overview of apostles, although both the Smashy Spectacle and Death to Wacky Pop singles are featured on the Mortar Hate double CD, a compilation of deleted dialogue, singles. Southen's Kronstadt Uprising weren't exactly an anarcho-punk band in the strictest sense of the words for the whole of their colorful career either, but they are more than worthy of investigation thanks to their startlingly intense Unknown Revolution EP that emerged through Fluxus Spiderleg Records in late 1983. A maelstrom of red raw riffs, pounding toms, and harsh, croaking vocals, it remains as primal an experience today as when it burst onto the scene like an ugly boil. I think that 1980 was a watershed year for punk rock really, reckons drummer Steve Pegram, casting his mind back to when and why he picked up his sticks. A lot of the original bands, like the Sex Pistols, had either split or, in the case of Clash, were moving so far away from their original starting point that they didn't seem to have much relevance for us anymore, so when I heard Crass feeding of E5 it had a really revitalizing effect. I'd never heard anything quite like it at all before, and, in much the same way that watching the Pistols do Pretty Vacant on top of E-Pops in 1977 had profoundly affected me, so too did this record. It was another seismic stripping down the music of all unnecessary baggage, and was really direct and to the point. An early picture of Kronstadt Uprising drummer Steve Pegram. Suitably inspired, Steve started up Bleeding Piles, who by late 1981 also featured Spencer Blake on vocals, Paul Lawson on guitar and Mick Grant on bass. At 2 local shows that year, Mick Grant decided to end God, and was promptly replaced by Andy Fisher. To ring the changes afoot in the band, Bleeding Piles thankfully then became known as Kronstadt Uprising, recording their RST demo at Wapping's Elephant Studios and unveiling their new lineup and moniker at Southend's Focus Center on December 7, 1981. A venue that lived up to its name, bringing together like-minded individuals to create a thriving scene that also featured the likes of Cynics and Icons. We loved the original wave of punk bands to death, but we were also very aware that a change was needed, says Steve of the band's rapid musical evolution. Spencer and I had seen Discharge the previous year at E-Music Machine, which had really inspired us, and we were simultaneously developing a harsher edge to our own sound. And the more we listened to Crass, Flux of Pink Indians, Cynics, and Poison Girls, the more we felt a natural comradeship with these bands who seemed to embody the original punk ethic of doing it for yourself, and who seemed to ramify that you didn't need to be some kind of dinosaur virtuoso before you could step on a stage and play. We found this whole thing tremendously empowering. Plus, there was a real sense of camaraderie about the scene. In that pre-internet age, a lot of people stayed in touch through the fanzine scene, you'd swap information and addresses in them, and people from all over the country would be getting in touch, saying what life was like for them in their neck of the woods. So, by 1981, things on this ultra-hardcore scene had, for me, seen a rebirth, as it were, of punk's original sensibilities, adapted and updated and streamlined for our generation. There was a sense that this was our time and we were glad to be the right age to be active within it. I'd had a jam with Graham Burnett and a few others that previous summer, and he'd tentatively suggested the name Kronstadt Uprising for the project. Sadly, the band hadn't worked out, but I'd really liked the name and it stayed in my head. I'd read about this uprising at school, and a visit to the Anarchist Bookshop, 121 books, in Railton Road on the Brixton Front Line, where I'd obtained some more books about it, it really struck me as how it was the perfect name for a punk band, people standing up and saying, "No, it doesn't have to be like this." Although not overjoyed with the results, a track from that RST demo session, Receiver Deceiver, ended up on the Crass Records compilation, Bullshit Detector 2, which garnered Kronstadt Uprising considerable attention, both nationally and internationally, and, more importantly, brought them to the attention of Flux of Pink Indians, who were in the process of starting up their own label, Spiderleg. However, on the eve of their big break, they parted ways with Spencer, reluctantly slimming down to a three-piece with guitarist Paul Lawson also handling vocals. Steve, basically, a week or so after a gig at the Grand Hotel, Paul, Andy, and I had a serious discussion with Spence, and it was decided that due to his lack of commitment, we'd be better off carrying on as a three-piece. We were taking things very seriously at that point and, for many reasons, didn't feel he was as committed as he should be. Paul's vocal style initially was a lot harsher than Spencer's, and can be heard at its best on the EP we did for Spiderleg. I used to write quite complex lyrics at the time and Paul managed to phrase them really well. I don't think some fans quite adapted to his harsh style and probably lost interest in the band at that point, but I have to say the majority seemed to stick with us and liked our new harder edge, and, seeing as we were starting to play out more and more, we probably even increased our following really. Although it didn't set the world on resales-wise, Unknown Revolution was a airy enough debut to capture the imagination of many an anarcho-punker hungry for some desperately intense sounds, and for many it remains the band's crowning glory, 4 exceptionally pissed-off songs perfectly captured in all their frenetic fury by John Loder at Southern Studios. We were all aware of Southern's reputation as a great studio, and when we got there we were slightly overawed at RST, we were just some punk rockers from South End for whom things seemed to be working out. But once Derek and Colin from Flux introduced us to the engineer, John Loder, who was a fantastic chap, that did really help us relax. I remember it taking a while to get the right sound from the gear, but I was immediately impressed that they managed to get a great drum sound that had been immeasurably lacking on the Elephant sessions for the RST demo. Paul was similarly pleased that they managed to get his guitar sound down too. Andy's bass playing had come on in leaps and bounds and was now excellently captured as well. We didn't start till late the RST day, and a lot of time was spent getting the right sound levels etc., but once we kicked in, it did seem to go pretty fast. We stayed at Flux's place that night, and I remember any anxiety being around in the studio the next day, providing some much needed sustenance via some excellent homemade spaghetti of hers. Anyway, we carried on recording and in next to no time it was all done. We felt sad to leave the studio then, because once they'd achieved such a great representation of our sound, we wanted to record all our set like that. Anyway, we heard the rough mix and later went back to the studio for the full mix, and once finished I think we thought it would be due out within a month or so. However, this didn't prove to be the case, and basically there were a couple of releases that needed to come out before ours, so by the time the schedule came round it was nearly a year later, in September 1983, which was a shame as that EP, for most people, is what they associate with Kronstadt Uprising, and I'd say it does capture us at our best. But by the time it came out, our sound had changed a bit, so when people came to see us, they expected to see us in that permanently enshrined 82 sound as captured on Unknown Revolution. Spencer and Paul of Kronstadt Uprising, 1981. Nevertheless, with hindsight, I think I am pleased that we got the chance to record it at all. It's a great historical document of the time, it has some great artwork courtesy of Kev from Flux's girlfriend, Celia Bisco, contains all the lyrics and text I wrote for the sleeve, and I think stands the test of time sonically too. I have great memories of glistening with blood and perspiration as we recorded end of part 1, hitting the tom-toms as hard as I could, also of Paul screaming himself hoarse, heart and soul, to blind people. We denny-telly captured something there and rather than meditate on its delay in appearing at the time, or the fact that we didn't ever record an album of that quality, I'm just glad we did it at all and hopefully in the process inspired other people to try and do the same. Possibly disillusioned with Kronstadt's seeming lack of progress, Steve also drummed in E-Cynics for most of 1982, and then in early 83, the Cynics' guitarist Filth joined Coup as second guitarist. Making his public debut at Crocs in Raleigh, he thickened the band's sound considerably as demonstrated by successful gigs around the southeast with the likes of Fallout, Allegiance to No One, and Autumn Poison, but his tenure was a brief one, as he departed that summer after a triumphant headline slot at the Focus Center. A key point about our gigs in those days, reeks Steve of their most active period on the live circuit, especially from 1982 to 1984, is that long before the term was invented, they truly were DIY, we never had a manager, not ever. And, more significantly, they were multimedia events. Sometimes we'd hire a venue, we'd get a couple of other bands in to play with us, maybe print some literature to give out, as well as badges etc., then in between the bands we'd maybe get some poets to do some readings, including, in 1983, Paul Barrett and Ian Fry, calling themselves E Provisional South End Poetry Group. Aired sometimes be rear projections too, all to increase the atmosphere and make the events unique. E-Wide usually passed trouble-free, and would mainly feature the local punk contingent from our area, although as the band got better known, people would travel from outside the area to see us as well. After a self-enforced hiatus during autumn 1983, the band reconvened to pursue a far more rock and roll direction, looking to the trashier RST wave of punk as a primary musical influence rather than the bleak tones of Crass, although Steve maintains that their sound was all that changed, their attitude and approach remained essentially the same. Having been into and playing punk so avidly for such a long time, we just felt we wanted to expand our palette a bit. When it got to the point where you'd go to a gig, and all three bands would come out looking and sounding the same, we felt we needed to evolve ourselves, whilst keeping that punk spirit alive. I mean, we were still using the same instrumentation, I just think we wanted to smash down any barriers people were trying to put in front of us, not accept any boundaries whatsoever in fact. Sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't, and it certainly confused some of the hardcore diehards who would still come and see us, especially when we played in London. A vast majority really liked what we were doing, as it wasn't that far removed from the original punk sound we'd started with in the RST place. And in many ways, there was a reappraisal of that 76/77 style, sound, and energy in the 80s, as exemplified by artists like E Lords of E New Church, and, combined with the re-emergence of a genuine Kronstadt hero, Johnny Unders, we felt we'd now found a niche where we still had relevance and could really tee in. If you listen to the last demo we ever did, the song Stay Free still deals with the same lyrical concerns that we had at the beginning: personal liberation, freedom, and rejecting any form of oppression, perceived or otherwise. I think that recording basically completes the circle of the Kronstadt lifespan, with us starting back where we began. Kronstadt Uprising, Live at the Grand, 1982, picture courtesy of Steve Pegram. Before that recording though, Kronstadt Uprising actually split in early 1984, playing a NAL show in March of that year at the Old Queen's Head in Stockwell with the Lost Cherries, only for Steve to resurrect the band that same summer. With the able assistance of vocalist Gary Smith, guitarists Kevin DeGroat and Murray Blake, and bassist Stuart Emerton, Steve steered the band through the recording of several demos, a rather good single, part of E-Game for local label Dog Rock, and a plethora of well-received gigs. However, when Gary Smith left the band a few months after a show at the South End College of Technology on May 16, 1986, citing the inevitable musical differences as the reason behind his departure, it marked the beginning of the end for Kronstadt, who were unable to find a suitable replacement and called it a day for good late the following year. I would like Kronstadt Uprising to be remembered for being true to ourselves, says Steve, who went on to do a BA degree in social science and then a master's degree in politics, thoughtfully. Hopefully we provided interesting, enjoyable, and thought-provoking material and maybe even inspired a few people along the way. If, on the basis of one person seeing/hearing us, it prompted them to then go out and start their own band, fanzine, club, or whatever, then it was all worth it. The early 80s was quite a grey, depressing time, and if we helped in any way to bring a change to that, then I'm proud of what we did. And I really think my time in Kronstadt gave me a sense of don't let anyone tell you that you can't do something, just do it yourself. If you've got something you want to say, then say it. Whatever the medium of expression you choose, be it music, the written word, sculpture, whatever, just do it. You don't need to spend hours practicing in your bedroom, and perhaps then end up never playing at all, just get out there and start playing straight away. Who knows what you might achieve if you only try. Select Discography 7s. E Unknown Revolution. Part of E Game. At a glance, E Insurrection CD released by Overground in 2000 compiles not only both of the band's singles and their track from the Bullshit Detector album, but also all of their obscure demos, 23 tracks in all, complete with original artwork, unseen photos, and extensive liner notes from Steve. It's a ruthlessly definitive retrospective. With a track on the RST Bullshit Detector album and a decent single in the shape of E Black Death EP for Reality Attack, the aforementioned The Cynics from Southend-on-Sea were another vaguely influential band from the southeast that could well have had a greater impact nationally if only they'd held down a solid lineup. Formed in September 1979, they initially comprised Paul Alien Barrett on vocals, Paul Brunt on guitar, Dave Anti-Godbald on bass, and Vince Hibbett on drums, and played their RST show at Southend's Focus Youth Center in early 1980 with local punks E-Icons in support. It can't be stressed enough that those Cynics/Icons gigs in 1980 were Denny-Telly rallying points for the local punk scene at the time, exclaims Kronstadt Uprising drummer, Steve Pegram. I knew the original Cynics guitarist, Paul Brunt, through my friend, and local punk legend, Steve King, and he, Paul and I used to talk about punk all the time, so it was great to see him getting in a band and doing it himself. Cynics songs like Come Watch and Britain is a Mausoleum meant as much to the region's local punks as did songs by more well-known bands. I got into punk through watching So It Goes and listening to Peel, recalls John Cynic Edwards, originally of E-Icons himself, who eloped to E-Cynics in 1981, RST playing bass and then guitar for the band. I grew up on Canvey Island, so it was pretty much feel-good/hot rods territory. A mate I went to school with played in a punk band called E Vickers, who were shit hot. Interestingly enough, Alison Moyet sang for them a band called E Vandals. She later hooked up with that bloke from Depeche Mode and the rest, as they say, is history. Anyway, I listened to Live at E Roxy, which I still think is one of the best punk albums ever, and thought, I can do that, but found out pretty quickly that I couldn't. I was really into E-Vibrators and Slaughter and E-Dogs, until it became obvious that there were better things out there. I went to my RST Crass gig at the Conway Hall in Holborn, London, with Antti and Paul, and from then on my whole outlook changed. Before John even joined, however, E-Cynics, named AER the Cynics, an ancient Greek rebel movement, entered Wapping's Elephant Studios on March 1, 1980, and recorded an 8-song demo. A copy was sent to Crass, who used the track Mark of E-Beast on their Bullshit Detector collection, which helped the band's prole no end and saw them gigging regularly in and around London. When John joined on bass, bringing with him Nick Filth Robinson, also ex-Icons, as the band's new guitarist, Antti took over on drums from the departing Vince. A second demo was done at the Lower Wapping Conquer Company in late 1980. The band, with backing from Rob of Reality Attack fanzine, recorded E Black Death EP at Westcliff Spectrum Studios, a 4-track affair that showcased a slower, darker, more measured direction than that hinted at by Mark of E-Beast. One track in particular, E-Plague, lurches along brilliantly, with its staccato guitar riff and ominous refrain of Bring Out the Dead, more than compensating for its rudimentary production values. John, I'm not sure how Rob got involved, but I can remember sitting in my bedroom at my mum and dad's on Canvy with him, folding 1000 record sleeves. We couldn't get it printed at RST, so we got a contact from Crass. We went to their house in North Weald, Essex, and got some advice, but that's all they got involved in. We duly sent them some copies as a thank you. The whole package was poorly produced, he concedes. But we did it ourselves and sold all the copies in a week, and even got to number 31, I think, in the alternative charts. The record shops asked us to do some more, but we couldn't afford it, and didn't want to get Crass involved as we were earthly independent. We all thought that they were being taken advantage of by certain groups of people anyhow, and didn't want to be viewed like that. We were a live band at the end of the day, so it wasn't really a problem for us. During summer 1981, Graham Burnett, who had supported and publicized the band from their inception, included 3 Cynics tracks on his popular New Criminals, Volume 1 cassette, that also featured the likes of Subhumans and Flux of Pink Indians. However, instead of pushing home their advantage, Cynics underwent yet another extensive lineup shuffle. Anti moved to guitar, the drum stool being LLED by Steve Pegram from Kronstadt Uprising, whilst John swapped his bass to become second guitarist, his former role being LLED by the band's driver/roadie, Andy Whiting. New Look Cynics made their public debut at the Forest Gate Center in late March 1982, supporting E-Mob and Rudimentary Pini. EY played with E-Mob again that August, at the Centro Iberico, another live highlight. I particularly remember the best 2 gigs I played with Cynics, reckons Steve. My debut performance with them at Forest Gate, it was in a huge hall and rammed to the RAERS, and the place literally exploded when the band came on and the audience went crazy from the beginning to the end of the set. Cynics were RST and foremost a live band, and the set used to build in intensity throughout the night, usually climaxing in a frenzied performance of Fight. I also remember that Centro Iberico gig well, from when we turned up in the van with the PA and Mark from E-Mob and everyone else helped unload it, to the actual venue itself, which was great, to playing the gig, which for a sweltering August night seemed to encapsulate all the band were about for me: great songs, a high level of intensity in the playing and performance, and a rabid audience going mad, brilliant times. I do think that was our best lineup, ponders John. Without a doubt that was the best combination of vocals, guitar noise, and drumming that the band ever had, especially from a live perspective. The best shows for me were probably at the Grimaldi Squat, just for the atmosphere really, or the Half Moon in Putney. Grimaldi was an abandoned church which was used for gigs at the time. The famous clown Grimaldi was buried there, hence the name. It was on the Pentonville Road between King's Cross Station and the Angel, opposite McCready's Steel on the north side of the road. I can remember one of our roadies, Electric Dick, having to get the mains electricity hotwired before one gig there, as it had been cut off that day. Sadly, the church was knocked at about 10 years ago, and it's not shown on the London AZ anymore. We played with the Subhumans in Islington once as well. I remember Jello Biafra being in the audience, just he got married or something, and we were shit. Good blokes though, the Subhumans. And we played at a place called the Bose Leon House in Stevenage once, with Flux, and it was a fucking aircraft hangar sized place, a sports hall or something, but that was shit, just because it was so massive. Cynics, 1981, guitarist Nick Filth Robinson, drummer Anti. Our gigs at the Focus in Southend were always great, as the lady who ran it liked us cause our following always spent lots of dosh behind the bar. Her name was Pam and she really looked us, although we got the plug pulled on us there once as people in the ATS about 200 meters away were complaining about the noise. We just got a new PA amp. Unfortunately though, Paul Barrett, until then the only constant in an ever-sheeing lineup, the band a gig with Rudimentary Pini and Riot/Clone, at the Moonlight Club in West Hampstead, London, on September 11, 1982. Steve Pegram soon followed suit, opting to concentrate on Kronstadt Uprising, who had their debut EP coming out on Spiderleg. Auntie, John, and Andy soldiered on, recruiting various local musicians and playing occasionally around Southend. John eventually left to join Allegiance to No One, whilst Auntie and Andy formed Sonic Violence, who made quite a name for themselves on the late 80s industrial circuit, with bassist Murray Blake and drummer Elmer Barrett. E-band wasn't really the same without Paul, admits John. Mark was a miles better singer, but that wasn't really a requirement at the time. Paul had buckets of stage presence, and for a while we had some good songs and a really intimidating front man. He did go through a stage of wearing makeup though, and looked like a really hard version of Robert Smith. He could be very funny on stage as well. He had some great one-liners. Although the band carried on without Paul when he left, I think we lost half of our creative input, which put more focus on Auntie. It just ran its course really. I know I sound old here, he laughs when asked about the state of the current punk scene, but there's not one modern band that I listen to that I can't compare with an earlier band. I don't really get enthusiastic listening to bands anymore, possibly a consequence of playing in bands of my own for almost 10 years, sad but true. And as for punk being a threat still? No, I don't think so, more of a minor annoyance really. Michael Jackson is more of a threat to the music establishment than any of the current punk bands. I just can't compare the likes of Crass and the Dead Kennedys with anything since, sorry. Select discography 7s. E Black Death EP. At a glance. A thorough retrospective Cynics CD is currently planned by US label, Grand E Audio. A chapter 2 for Crass. When most people think of the anarcho-punk genre, they immediately think of Conflict, a band whose music was as blunt, aggressive and uncompromising as their lyrics. Hailing from Eltham in southeast London, they were the first anarcho band to militantly make animal rights a major issue, and their dogged refusal to back down from even the most violent confrontation generated much controversy and often placed them at odds with the more liberal, pacifist stance taken by many of their peers in the scene. Rather surprisingly, they were drawn to the punk genre by the shock tactics of the Sex Pistols. Explains drummer Francisco Paco Carreno, who began playing when he was just 12 with an outfit called Strontium Dog. I remember seeing the weekend show, with Janet Street Porter interviewing them, and seeing how disgusted my dad was, because the Daily Mirror had told him to be disgusted basically. He didn't want me to be into punk rock and he didn't want me to get a skateboard, so I got a skateboard and got into punk rock. I was already into bands like Slade from the early 70s, who were a lot harder edged than most, and I was into stuff like Elp, when I was about 10, before I was playing any instruments or anything. Then when the Pistols came along, I was like, oh, here we go. They seemed to be against the whole school thing, which I hated. I was really confused by religion and stuff, because I went to a Roman Catholic primary school, run by nuns and all that, and then went straight to a massive comprehensive, but what I found really strange was that there wasn't much difference between the two. Then I started to look into it all a lot more, which is how I found Crass. By the time I was 12, I had Feeding, and was waiting for Stations to come out. I had all the lyrics off pat, you know. It was like, here's someone else that thinks this way, it's not just me going mad, someone else believes it all enough to put out this record. It seems weird looking back, thinking I was like that when I was only 11 or 12, but as far as I was concerned, I was 50. I knew everything about everything, ha. What do you mean, only 12? I'm all of 12. Formed in and around the notorious Cold Harbor estate by a group of school friends, Conflict were originally vocalist Colin Jerwood and bassist Big John Clifford, with Graham Ball on guitar, with a guy called Ken Barnes actually standing in behind the kit to start with. Their first show was on April 11, 1981, at Sherwood Church Hall, Eltham, but Paco didn't make his live debut until October 8, 1981, when the band played the Red Lion in Gravesend with Anthrax. It was really, really good actually, says Colin of that first ever gig. We already had quite a lot of interest in us by then, because everyone knew that we were doing the single on Crass. We knew Gary Bushell as well, 'cause he'd lived on various estates near us, and he was always putting bits in the press about us. And, although we didn't want him to, he was always having digs at Crass through us as well, saying we were the real street punk band and all this crap, but it all helped. He was there at the first show, and we got a lot of press from it. Things moved quickly for Conflict in 1981, and on December 11th, the day before Paco's 16th birthday, they entered Southern Studios under the watchful eye of Penny Rambeau to record their The House That Man Built EP for Crass. I just used to go and see them all the time with this guy called Paul Friday, who was very involved with Conflict at the start, explains Colin, of their early affiliation with Crass. Stig was always there too, and Ian from Southern Death Cult, and we'd end up sleeping in doorways and all that after the gigs. I got to know Steve, and he was a really nice guy. Conflict vocalist Colin Jerwood, picture by Tony Mottram. I mainly got to know M, to be totally honest with ya, by kicking off with skinheads at their gigs, he adds, laughing. And then getting bollocked for it, you know. But me and Stig had a different view on how to deal with skinheads at gigs to them really, and in the end I think we were just this little pain in the arse for them, 'cause, although they liked us being there, they kinda knew what was going to happen. And Steve used to pull me to one side and say, not tonight, eh? I've ended up in a few cells after Crass gigs with members of the band locked up as well, all stood there blaming me. I mean, before Crass, we'd already had all that crap with The Clash. I was following them for years, and they used to play with the specials, and sometimes it was full on. And then there was the whole Sham 69 thing. And yes, I agreed with Crass that it was a sick joke that everyone was kicking each other's heads in, but I still didn't see the point of standing there and taking it. I was thinking, I can't have this, but then I got to know Steve, visited him at their house and we got chatting, and, I suppose like everyone else at that time, said, I'm in this band. He asked the rest of Crass to release a single for us, but I think the real motive for them doing it was mainly because we were getting so much press as the street punk band, and they wanted to take it away from Bushell a little bit. Which in a way suited us 'cause we had two sides to it then, we had Bushell whacking it all over the press and Crass plugging it to their camp, as it were. Whatever the reasons behind its success, The House That Man Built certainly struck a chord with the record-buying public, selling 7,800 copies in the first 3 weeks and shooting to number 3 in the Indies upon its release during June 1982. The house of the title being the corrupt courts of law, the prisons full to bursting with petty criminals, the derelict tower blocks where the poor eke out a frugal existence in squalor, the churches where the insipid masses flock for reassurance and forgiveness, and, of course, the slaughterhouse, a man-made hell on earth, heavy with the stench of innocent blood. Colin G actually made a model of that house, The House That Man Built, a purpose-built model, and they put a camera in every room of it, and then, after spending a month working on it, making it out of papier-mâché, she set it alight for the back cover. I was gutted really, 'cause I wanted to keep it. But they really took it seriously, and put 100% into everything they did. Although thinly produced, the single still throbs with ferocious intent to this day, the brooding war games in stark contrast to the bouncy feminist anthem, I've Had Enough, and the high-speed thrash of Blind Attack, the latter song being inspired by Colin almost losing the sight in his right eye in a street brawl. Image. Early Conflict lineup shot by Tony Mottram. The real story of it all, the actual truth of the matter, chuckles Colin, in acknowledgement of the many tall tales circulating about the incident, is that we were drinking in this pub in Lee, and there was this group of rockers and Hell's Angels in there, and we'd all had a drink, shouted insults backwards and forwards, and a couple of them came after me and John outside. One of them hit me over the head with the cider bottle and then whacked the broken bottle in my eye. It perforated the eyeball, so I've got no lens in there, which means I can't ever focus. I've basically got 10% vision, like looking underwater. The bottle actually cut the top of my eye off, it made quite a mess. It doesn't really affect me now, I've gotten used to it. I had a couple of major operations on it, but to start with, they thought I was going to lose the entire eye. Following up the success of their debut single with a live EP for the Poison Girls label, Centrix, Live at the Centro Iberico, Conflict then began work in earnest on their celebrated first album, It's Time to See Who's Who, which, in keeping with the crass policy of only doing one-off singles, came out through Corpus Christi. However, it broke with all other anarcho-punk traditions by coming in a full-color, lavishly illustrated gatefold sleeve. Actually spending 3 weeks at the top of the independent charts upon its release during April 1983, it was an awesome assault on the senses that married relentless street punk sounds to the peace punk sensibilities of tracks such as Meat Means Murder, a song responsible for converting many a spiky top to the enlightened ways of vegetarianism. We painted a slaughterhouse as part of a school project, explains Colin, of why he initially rejected a carnivorous diet, and saw what went on inside there, but up until then I couldn't give a monkey's what I ate, didn't even think about it. That was what sent me overboard, seeing what went on in those places, realizing what was involved. I didn't ever really think that bands were into that kind of thing, but then reading some of the crass lyrics, they flirted with it as such, and I thought someone really needed to whack it home. Someone asked us on our website if I thought that bands were singing about animal rights issues to get more popular, but to be honest, I think it makes you less popular now. I know of bands who sang animal rights songs then, who eat meat now, they may have even eaten meat then, but it sold records, it was a popular thing, but now, especially in America, a lot of kids write Conflict off because of the animal rights thing. We never had a problem with Paco eating meat though, there was never any way I was gonna try and create a vegetarian band. It has to be down to individual choice, in my opinion. I mean, I know what I'd like everyone to do, but it has to be their own decision, it has to be. Despite such tolerance within Conflict, however, Colin has always advocated a hardline approach outside of it, and, contrary to many a popular rumor about the band, his beliefs appear to have wavered little over the years. No, that's right. I mean, I've had to stop certain bits of it, for obvious reasons, tone down others, 'cause it all got a little bit too heavy. I was wondering, well, are we next? Having seen, like, Ronnie and Vivian getting 18-year sentences for ridiculous stuff, we knew we were getting very, very close to going the same way. And the laws are changing every 2 minutes about what you can and can't print, and we were physically being told that we would be nicked if we kept on producing the kinda stuff we'd been producing. At the end of the day though, we didn't stop doing it, we just got more careful. We've probably done more this time around than we've ever done, especially against people like the Countryside Alliance. Before it was very blasé, and let's get some attention for this, but now it's a lot quieter. I, especially, was like, get out and do this, but I saw so many people, especially youngsters, getting put away, put away, put away. Eventually you have to think to yourself, well, where does it end? I've got hundreds of letters from inside prisons, not having a go at us, but actually proud to be there. And although they're right, it still feels like you're sending your foot soldiers to the front line. I've never had any complaints, mainly lots of letters thanking us for helping them see the light. Before, you used to be able to go on demos, and break whatever the fuck you liked, and you'd get a £300 fine or something, but now you're getting 3 years. If you're lucky, if you go and mindlessly wreck a telephone box, you're gonna get a fine, but if you stick something through a window because you disagree with it, you're gonna get banged up. I'm no good on demos at all, no good standing outside somewhere peacefully protesting. If I know something's going on in there, I'm the kind of person who'd rather throw a bomb over the wall than wait for legislation to be passed. I can't take that, things are getting cut up in there right now, you know what I mean? People often ask me why I don't go on demos anymore, and A, I got fed up of being filmed, and B, I just don't see the point. I mean, at Huntingdon, they've done fantastic, but if I'd have gone on some of those recent demos, I just wouldn't be here. It's good to show opinion if you can take it, but I just can't take it, and I can't handle being pushed around by policemen. I'm too easy to bait. I've had just one too many closed-door beatings off the old bill. After the album, guitarist Steve was replaced by Kevin Webb, who made his recording debut with the To a Nation of Animal Lovers EP, which as the title suggests was an even more focused statement about man's inhumanity towards animals, the expletive-laden choruses balanced out by some genuine pathos reluctantly wrung from the lead guitars. It was also the first Conflict recording to feature guest vocals from Steve Ignorant of Crass, who would eventually join the band on a more permanent basis during the late 80s. Kevin's more metallic guitar style thickened and tightened up the Conflict sound considerably, a song like Berkshire Cunt especially utilizing the formidable intensity of the crossover scene to hammer home its impassioned message. Issued by Corpus Christi in August 1983, it was another runaway indie success for the band. Finding themselves in a strong position as regards profile, Conflict's next move was to set up their own label. Mortarhate, which not only issued all their own records from then on, but also a slew of strong releases from their peers in the anarcho-punk scene, although it was never plain sailing for the label, despite the band's unwavering popularity. The intention originally was to stay on Crass, offers Colin. But we had offers from Secret and several other record labels, although nothing major, not back then. We'd done these two tapes, the Icons one and our own Crazy Governments one, which was basically just our first demo with our first drummer, some songs that never even made the first album, they were that bad. From then on in, it became known as Mortarhate, and Mort 1 through 6 went through IDS. Increase the Pressure sold fucking truckloads, and we were waiting for the money when IDS went bankrupt. And I had to buy all the parts for our records back off the receiver. Which was quite a knockback, so then we took it to Jungle, 'cause I knew Steve Brown there, but he was such a good mate of mine and so easygoing, he let me overspend ridiculously, on anything that we did on Mortarhate, and it ended up that I owed him £30,000. Thankfully the ungovernable force cleared that debt, but it's been one tussle after another really. The whole scene around that Hager period was really nice though, he adds, as regards the criteria involved in getting signed to Mortarhate. I was going to loads of gigs then, and it was just bands I saw, that I liked as people, that we worked with. For example, I can't say that I ever actually liked Liberty, their sound or anything like that, they didn't really do anything for me, but I really liked them as people, and liked some of their lyrics. Of course, as with all things concerning Conflict, speculation and rumors were rife that they weren't paying the bands on Mortarhate the royalties they were due. The way we do it now is we give bands copies, but I wish we'd done it back then and all. 'Cause we never used to get sales figures ourselves off Jungle until way after the event, but if all those bands were to see those statements now, they'd realize that 99% of it lost money, especially the singles. And we can prove it to them. But now, with every new release we press, we're giving the band 200 copies in every 1,000 to sell for what they want. Yeah, we heard all the rumors too, but no one has ever actually confronted us and asked for figures, 'cause if they wanna see 'em, they can have 'em. I think some people prefer to just moan about how they got shafted by Conflict rather than actually sit down and work it all out. But I'd like to state categorically that we've never, ever withheld anyone's money, although sometimes, if a release had broken even it may have got caught up in the bigger picture with the distributor going under or something, but if we've been accounted to, money has never not been passed on, never. Although, to be honest, it's only really the last album and some of the reissues that have been making money, the rest of it was in such a deficit, it just wasn't selling, not after the early days had passed anyway. I'm sure a lot of these bands are convinced that they sold a lot more than they did. A lot of them thought they were selling similar to Conflict, but they weren't. There was a world of difference. The first release for Mortarhate was the Serenade is Dead 7 EP. Recorded at Greenhouse Studios, London, in September 1983, and appearing in January 1984, it was quite a departure for the band at that point, a mournful bass line ushering in a rather profound and deeply personal contemplation of the system and its restrictive ways. Backed by the powerful 1-2 of the Positive Junk and the System Maintains, the Serenade is Dead even saw Conflict breaching the lower echelons of the national charts for the first time. The band then peaked with what this writer considers their finest work, 1984's Increase the Pressure album, which took all the musical and lyrical fury of the preceding releases and distilled it into 7 of the finest anarcho-punk songs ever committed to vinyl. Only the album's glorious A-side featured new studio recordings, however, the B-side being a substandard live set from a Brixton Ace show the previous October. Colin, we just didn't have enough songs for a whole new album. We didn't have the time or money to write and record a whole record, but we needed something new out just to survive. 'Cause we were putting out all these singles on Mortarhate, but we weren't making anything from them 'cause they were so cheap. Still, such is the strength of the studio songs, Increase the Pressure stands as not only Conflict's crowning glory, but also as a watershed in political punk, the band not only unleashing some of their most passionate compositions to date but also daring to print the home addresses of various individuals involved in the barbaric seal cull on the Orkney Isles, a provocative step that raised the ire of even their close friends in Crass. I had some real debates with them over that, remembers Colin. They got quite upset with me, because they felt that those guys were only doing what they had to do to make a living. And I said, well, they should fucking do summit else. And Crass were like, but there's nothing else to do up there, and I was like, so they should fucking move somewhere else then. I wasn't prepared to hear any excuses for what they were doing, but Crass were a lot more liberal than us, too liberal for their own good sometimes. A heavy touring schedule was undertaken to promote the album. In fact, Conflict were veritable road dogs throughout the 80s, gigging across the entire country several times a year, and, of course, in true Conflict style, the shows were often not without incident. We have had some run-ins, I must admit, concedes Colin. But we've not backed down from it, you know. We've had to get out of a venue only once, and that was the White Lion in Putney. We didn't even get to play that night, it was wall-to-wall with skinheads. We was set up, 'cause there was thousands of British movement skinheads there when we arrived, and it was bad, we could have been killed, and to be honest with ya, that was when we went up a gear outside of Conflict. I thought, I'm not having it. And we knew where certain people were, and we targeted a few of their top guys and put 'em straight. It's different rules now, it's not just about gigs, it's us and you, and we know where some of you are and we'll come and get ya. And there was this kind of acceptance after that, an uneasy truce. It sounds like a thick notion, but it was almost like, they're all right, they don't mind a fight. Well, it was either that or they knew we weren't kidding when we said that one of 'em would be coming out of bed one night, Paco. That was when we realized that the most important part of the band's equipment was the toolkit. We carried several weapons of mass destruction. But we had to do it really, 'cause it was them or us, Colin, and when people saw us really go off, it started to change things. I remember we were in Exeter, and a load of skinheads and Marines kicked off, and we went for 'em, and the whole hall went with us. It was amazing. It was as if everyone decided at the same time that they weren't gonna take it anymore. Paco, if we'd have backed down and just ignored it, then the audience would have done the same, and those 30 or 40 guys would have probably killed someone. It was at this point that Conflict picked up rather a bad name on the live circuit as an often unreliable act that seemingly cancelled as many shows as they played, but once again, the truth of the matter is quite different to that perceived by an outsider. Do you know why that really was? I'll tell you why, spits Paco with feeling. It's 'cause people would think, oh, they're nice blokes, they'll turn up, and they'd organize gigs without telling us in advance. This is the truth now, we never once bumped a gig because we couldn't be bothered to do it. Or pulled out for fear of what was meant to happen there or whatever, interjects Colin. I remember sitting around Colin's house once, and answering the phone, 'cause I was nearest. Hello. Where are you? Well, in Eltham. Where are you? Fucking Skegness, waiting for you to play, you bastards. And we didn't even know about this gig. But it happened all the time, people would organize gigs just assuming we'd do it, or they'd mention this gig they were planning in 6 months' time to us, and we'd never hear from them again until we saw the flyers somewhere. Or they'd speak to someone else, like the Icons, who'd assumed that they'd also get in touch with us directly or whatever. Don't get us wrong, there are gigs we've had to pull out of, admits Colin. And some of them have been a bit late in the day, but people have always been informed, and it's never been too late to warn people not to travel. No way. But of course, people would say, "Oh, you're big now, you can't be bothered," or shit like that. Paco, this is a classic joke from 1985, which someone told me on the way to the ambulance station in the Old Kent Road. Why don't conflict ever get girls pregnant? 'Cause they always pull out at the last minute. But yeah, I'd say that maybe 40% of the gigs we were meant to play, we didn't even know about. During August 1984, Conflict played their first shows in the USA, most noticeably headlining the Olympic Auditorium, LA, as part of the Nagasaki Nightmare Festival, commemorating the 40th anniversary of the atomic bomb being dropped on Japan. A recording of the show was later released as the Only Stupid Bastards Help Me album, the title an attack on New Model Army, who had just betrayed their independent roots by signing to the aforementioned major label, the record itself a benefit for the Anarchist Bust Fund, an organization who helped pay the fines of incarcerated anarchist activists. We went out there and did 4 gigs, recalls Paco candidly. 3 of them were great. We did this huge self-sufficient squat in San Francisco, and that was good. It depends what you call good really. Is it good to play to thousands of people in LA, but have police on horseback rioting outside? Or is it better to play 2 nights later in a little venue with no security to a few hundred people? You know, it was crazy. We played Fenders at Long Beach, and there were thousands of people there who'd been waiting to see us for years, but the security were working with the old bill, and they were all lined up in the streets with baseball bats. It was already a done deal, no one stood a chance, everybody was gonna get slapped. And the skinheads were doing what they were doing here in '82, so everyone was getting intimidated, but we were like, we're not having this. So we waded in, and they were all like, who are these crazy limey guys? Ha! But we were pleasantly surprised at how much they lived and breathed what we were about over there. You gotta remember that, at the time, there was no internet, no mobile phones, everything was done by regular mail and word of mouth, yet these kids were really deeply into what we were doing. Another benefit record followed, this time a single, This Is Not Enough, cheekily backed by Neither Is This. Recorded again at Greenhouse, it was released in March '85 to help fund the Stop the City campaigns that bravely attempted to bring the capitalist machinery at the heart of London to an all too brief halt in an effort to raise awareness of corporate globalization, although more money would have been raised if the band hadn't decided to price the record at a paltry 49p, in an optimistic act of defiance that backfired somewhat. Yeah, we actually lost 2p a time on that, and it sold fucking thousands, chuckles Colin Riley. We thought we could break dead even with it, and to be honest we just wanted to take the piss a bit. You can do it in the DIY scene okay, but we got it in all the stores, and they hated stocking it, but they had to 'cause there was so many copies wanted. But then, when we worked it all out a year later, 40,000 copies sold, and all these minus 2 pences on the statements, it really added up. Image. Conflict live at the 100 Club, December 1984, picture by Paul May. Adds Paco, We knew we couldn't do it as cheap as Reality Asylum, which was 45p, so it was gonna be 50p, then we said, fuck it, make it 49p. But then we found out we were just mugging ourselves. I even got a fucking load of stick when I put it back out at 99p, says Colin incredulously. Off people saying, it used to be 49p, you're ripping us off. Yeah, alright, mate, whatever, it'd be £3.50 now. Musically, this is not enough. Picked up the baton where the studio side of Increase the Pressure left off, revealing a confident band at the height of their powers, as did the band's next single, The Battle Continues. Recorded during August 1985, for an October release, it actually went on to become Conflict's best-selling single. And not without reason, because it features not only some of Colin's most inspirational lyrics but also some of the band's most dynamic arrangements, the acoustic midsection of Mighty and Superior especially capable of sending shivers down the spine. Not so great though the next recording, It's Time to See Who's Who Now, which was basically a reworked version of the first album, with a few of the best tracks from the Animal Lovers single thrown in for good measure. With Kevin handling both guitar and bass duties, it's a decent enough, hard-nosed punk record, but fairly redundant considering how good the original recording sounded in the first place, and then it wasn't actually released until May 1994 anyway. That was just taking the piss out of Southern basically, explains Colin of the sessions. Because we wanted our first album out on our own label, and they wouldn't release the rights to it. They had paid for the recordings, so officially they owned it. It had sold fantastic amounts when it came out, it really went. I think it sold about 26 or 27,000 copies straight away, and then it stopped, because it got deleted. I don't know why, but you couldn't get it for years. It was just one of those catalog titles that they pulled. Ex-Crass vocalist Steve Ignorant whilst singing with Conflict, Woolwich Polly 1987, picture by Jez Wiseman. It was more a drunken moment of anger than anything else, to be honest with ya, confesses Paco. We went out for a drink with Derek, and he'd had problems with Southern as well, and he had his own studio, and we were, like, we'd love to record that fucking album again. And he said, come back and record it then. And we were, like, fuck it, we will. Colin, it gave Kevin a chance as well, 'cause he played guitar and bass on that, and we just whacked it out, Paco, which is exactly what it sounds like. But if it sounds fucking angry, it's 'cause it was. Thankfully the band's next studio album proper was about as raging as anything they ever put their name to, The Ungovernable Force being released autumn 1986 and climbing straight to number 2 in the independent charts. Opening with the atmospheric You Cannot Win, it remains an impressively diverse work, still maintaining the high levels of aggression that helped define previous releases yet also taking in the almost poppy melodies of custom rock and statement, effective spoken word pieces such as The Arrest and 1986, The Battle Continues, a montage dedicated to the strong foundations laid by Crass and even some moments of high comedy, in particular the damning satire of the Metropolitan Police Force or Service. Not bad for a record that was written entirely in Rockfield Studios, the band not having a single note written for it prior to recording, not even rehearsing for a month leading up to the session. It was also the first release to feature new bassist Paul Hottie, who had previously played with Defect and Broken Bones. He used to come and see us when we played Manchester, recalls Paco. And he basically used to come up to us and say, I'm going to be in your band, and he was really into it, almost like a dog hanging on your leg. He was well up for it, and I went to see him at the 100 Club, playing there with Broken Bones, adds Colin. I watched from the side of the stage, and, as much as we love John, we've known him for years, he'll be the first one to admit that he's not a great bass player. And so I stood there watching Adi, thinking, fucking hell, you might be a pest, but I really wanna play with you. Bones were pretty big then too, packing out the 100 Club, so it was kind of a compliment that he even wanted to play with us in the first place. And he's been really good ever since, really. Loyal is the wrong word, but he always puts his back in, you know. Possibly as a rite of passage with conflict, Audie even had to endure the band leaving deliberate mistakes in his bass playing on the intro to the title track of the album. At the beginning of The Ungovernable Force, it was all meant to fall to bits before the band kicks in together really powerful and all that, explains Paco. It was meant to be a big mess until the snare brought everything crashing back in. Thing is, me and Kev did it really tight, so it wasn't a mess at all, and it sounded like Audie fucked up on his own. Colin, he was the only one who did what he was told, the rest of 'em said, bollocks, we like it the way it is. Don't go all crass on us. Audie still hates us for that even now, and whilst on the subject of going all crass, Conflict organized and headlined the extremely ambitious gathering of the 5,000 show at the Brixton Academy on Saturday, April 18, 1987, that saw Steve Ignorant joining the band on stage for a spirited run-through of many a crass classic, as well as the regular Conflict set. What could have been a triumph for the underground punk movement was scuppered by the overwhelming logistics involved in booking such a huge venue for such a huge event, with costs spiraling out of control and cooperation between the band and the Academy breaking down at a crucial point in proceedings. Guest lists were ignored, the vegetarian catering refused access to the venue, farcically resulting in beef burgers being offered as sustenance amongst the multitude of animal rights stalls. Outside the venue after the show, police intimidation of punks leaving the building resulted in scuffles breaking out which quickly escalated into a full-scale riot that saw 52 Conflict fans arrested and 10 police officers injured. The show left Conflict hopelessly in debt, and banned from most major London venues. I was in New York in 1980, says Steve, by way of explanation. And was walking along the boardwalk on Coney Island, and I heard these amazing sounds coming from this ghetto blaster, so I went over and asked these black guys what it was, and they were like, haven't you ever heard of scratching? And they were intrigued by this punk guy asking them all these questions. So, even during Crass I was getting into the rap thing, and writing more in that style, but after Crass had finished, I rang Colin from Conflict up, and said that I'd written this rap song, and would he want to do it as a single. It never came out in the end, but he asked me if I wanted to do this gathering of the 5,000 gig. Of course, it ended in a fucking riot, in true Conflict tradition, but what do you expect? Anyway, it was meant to be a one-off, but I enjoyed hanging out with them all so much, having a right old laugh, that I did another one with them, and in the end I joined them properly for a while. The gathering was recorded and later released as the rather good double live LP, Turning Rebellion into Money, which actually made #1 in the Indies upon its release during summer of '87. Unfortunately, it would be the last Conflict record to feature Kev's not inconsiderable guitar skills, with him leaving the fold soon after the gathering, and tragically taking his own life in more recent years. I'm not sure what happened, I haven't heard the full story, but I believe he got back into drugs again, says Colin sadly. He was into heroin before he even joined Conflict, and we suspect during his time with us a little bit as well. I'd heard he was on Prozac too, adds Paco. But at the end of the day though, the only person who really knows why he did what he did is Kevin. Colin, it was a real shame 'cause he was good at what he did, and he was very into the beliefs too. He'd been out on Alf stuff with me, and he was right bang into it, to the point of fearlessness really. But he never wanted to listen to anybody. Me and him clashed many times, over really stupid stuff. We'd openly row in front of people at the front of the stage over the set we were playing and stuff like that. You just don't need it, do you? But he was a great guitarist, probably the best guitarist we ever had. He brought a whole new style to the band, that sort of Motorhead/crossover style, which was nice. He was great when he was knuckling down and working at it, but he couldn't handle the pressure, I don't think. What used to get to him was that he lived up in North London, and a whole little lot of 'em up there started to go all anti-conflict, and he had to listen to it all the time, and it was doing his head in. Paco, of course, we all lived in Eltham, near each other, and he was up there on his own, and with what all his mates were saying to him all the time, he probably felt alienated. We tried to make him feel a part of the band, we bought him a guitar and good quality equipment, but it got quite awkward towards the end of his time with us. The official reason he gave was that he wanted to spend more time with his missus, Gillian, and their kid, but straight after that, he went back on tour, as roadie for Scream, so Gillian and the kid fucked off, which set the whole depression ball rolling really, Colin, and it made the reason he gave us for leaving the band seem like an excuse to get away from conflict really, 'cause he fucked off on tour again straight away. I do know that he kicked in a load of windows of a record shop in Islington a few years ago, 'cause he wanted to destroy the conflict CDs in there that he'd played on. And I know that to be true 'cause I knew the shop owner who didn't prosecute him, but it's strange, ain't it? It must have really got to him, and he ended up hating the thing he helped create. Kevin's replacement was Chris Parrish, another troubled individual if the rest of the band are to be believed, whose tenure with Conflict was a short one, although he did end up on 2 albums, 1988's The Final Conflict and 89's Against All Odds, which were recorded back-to-back during the same sessions at the Lodge Studios, Clare, Suffolk. Again, a very good guitarist, concedes Colin. But you just couldn't get any humor or personality out of Chris at all. I remember we went up there and recorded, and I made a meal the one night, just a big stew, and we all sat down round the table to eat it, but he went and sat in the corner with a piece of dry bread. I'm sorry, I started laughing, 'cause I thought it was fucking hilarious, which didn't help at all, and he was going, I won't eat anything that anyone else has touched. And I went, well, I've just cooked it. And he went, I don't care, I'm eating this in the corner, which to me was just a little bit strange. The next day, or a few days later, me and Ignorant were in there, and we picked his guitar up, when Chris was asleep upstairs, only to learn how to play something, just mucking about really, but he heard it and came down and went mad. He kicked a cup straight across the studio, which smashed against the wall. Paco picked up his guitar and fucked off. Left the studio, left the session, left the band. Luckily he'd finished doing all his guitar parts though. Possibly as a result of 1988 being an atrocious year for the band as they struggled to regroup following the Gathering fiasco, The Final Conflict was more defiant than ever. Opening track Let the Battle Commence declaring vehemently, so what if we don't change a thing? We'll have a fucking good try. Mobiliza, fight, against all odds. And one of the most obviously heartfelt tracks on the album is I Heard a Rumor, a knee-jerk reaction to the constant backstabbing and verbal sniping between the various cliques of the punk movement. It's sad but true, Conflict have wasted far too much time and energy over the years feeling it necessary to justify themselves and their actions to all and sundry. Yeah, we have, and it's a shame really, sighs Colin. I was actually talking to Jay from IT about this the other day, because he's now having shit written about him on the net and stuff, and I just told him that eventually it'll all go over your head. It actually forced me out of the scene, in 91 or 92, I couldn't take it anymore, but I said to Jay, don't waste your time worrying about it, me and you have spent the last hour talking about this, when we could have been talking about something much more worthwhile. 'Cause I've wasted months defending myself, and in the end it does get to you, especially when someone gets personal. Eventually, you just say, fuck it, I ain't taking this. What gets me though is, I'm supposed to have to put up with violent threats, and people saying stuff to me in the streets, but if you were walking down the road and someone from outside the punk scene said the same thing to ya, you'd whack 'em. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's wrong, you shouldn't be allowed to speak to people like that. Yeah, we've been mouthy about a lot of bands and a lot of things, fair enough, I'm happy with that, but it's when people who are meant to be on side turn on ya. They're just waiting for you to slip up, the slightest thing, and they're there, gloating. It's mad. That's why I like the forum on our site now, 'cause it's so open. If people are asking something, they're getting a straight answer, and it wasn't that they didn't get a straight answer before, but now I don't care. 'Cause what's there to lose? They can either take it or leave it, can't they? And when we did the final Conflict album, we had 3 days left of studio time, adds Paco on how they produced 2 albums for the price of one. So we said, let's knock out a single, no, fuck it, let's try and do another album. And we wrote, recorded and mixed against all odds right there in the studio in 3 days. I'd always wanted to do a piece of music which had a bit of everything in it. He elaborates on the genesis of the album's ambitious 14-minute title track. Slow rock, fast punk, slow punk, and finishing with a little dub section at the end just for the sake of it. But that then set the mood for about 14 different sets of lyrics. Colin, me and Steve wrote well together, we just sat and took it in turns with the lines. Back then, I had books and books full of 1- and 2-liners, where I'd just jotted down bits and pieces, so we'd just start with something and see where it went. I liked writing with Steve, he had a quality that I didn't, especially at the time, although I'm getting there a bit now. I was always black, white, fuck, cunt, but he could write a story around black, white, fuck, cunt. There's not that many Conflict albums that I do still listen to, but now and again I dig out Against All Odds, and I do like that song itself. It's got some good changes in it, and I like some of the vocal patterns. It would be 4 more years before Conflict issued another album, and when Conclusion was issued in 1993, it had an air of finality about it that wasn't just attributable to the title. With Frank Collins and Marshall Penn now heading up a twin-pronged guitar attack, Jackie Hanna providing female vocals, and Mark Pickstone manning keyboards, the album was a mature, considered, and well-produced collection with more than its fair share of great tunes, but all was definitely not well in the Conflict camp. Apart from a few one-off shows in 1994, an ill-fated tour of Australia in 97, and a string of obligatory retrospective compilations, the band ground to a halt, its members concentrating on other projects. Yeah, we just kinda stopped, to come up for air, reckons Colin. We never said, that's it. And it just kinda drifted, even though we were getting loads of mail and that, and I don't know if it was just a total physical and mental shutdown on my part or what, but I didn't wanna open any more. I'm not sure how the other guys felt, 'cause they all kept on with their other bands and stuff, but personally I just didn't wanna do it any longer. It wasn't that I wasn't into it, but we were getting one knockback after another, and to get all the crap we were getting with it, I just couldn't see a way forward anymore. There was nothing fresh about any of it. It was always time to do another gig, or time to do another fucking record, and none of it was really inspiring me, and it's like when there's someone who you mean to get in touch with, but the longer you leave it, the harder it is to do, offers Paco. But when we left it, there's no denying that it was turning into a chore. Gigs were like glorified rehearsals, playing to the same 30 people, the live music scene was dead on its arse, no clubs wanted to put bands on, 'cause they could get some DJ wanker down there with his decks for a tenth of the cost and twice as many people. Also, when you've been doing something for that long, it's good to get out of the bowl and check out what's going on outside in the real world. I did a band called Experiment for a couple of years, and then I did Fear of Fear with John. I even took my HGV lorry test and did a bit of that as well. 'Cause I was 15 when I joined Conflict, so I'd never done any of that career stuff. I'd come straight from being a rebel at school to being a rebel in a band. Before I knew it, I was 30, so I did a bit of lorry driving, and it didn't take me long to realize that I definitely fucking hated that game, so that quickly got knocked on the head. Then I did the Inner Terrestrials, but everywhere I was going, people were asking me where Conflict were. Colin meanwhile had turned to the burgeoning rave scene for inspiration, and even ended up running several dance clubs. Well, I got into that afterwards, corrects the vocalist. First of all, I got into open-air field parties. I loved it. It was totally fresh, the first thing since punk that wasn't a shit revival. This was brand new. Taking over a field, totally illegal, until the drugs thing kicked in. It was a great atmosphere. It wasn't political or anything, but it was keeping one step ahead of the police as well. Then I got asked to help out at a club and ended up running a night there, and I enjoyed that for a while, but again, drugs moved in, and certain people moved in, and it got a bit too violent, just got too much, and that was that. Approached by Paco to do a one-off reunion for the Across the Decades show that was staged in Milton Keynes in 2000, Colin thankfully agreed, and found it such a positive experience it kick-started Conflict back into full operations once again. I wasn't really interested to start with. He rang me up and asked me if I wanted to do it for nostalgia's sake, and I didn't really, to be honest, 'cause I'd got so far out of the scene. But it was so good in the end, I realized how much I'd missed it all. It's not that I don't want to play to people, he tries to explain his trepidation at being mentioned in the same breath as the countless bands that have reformed in recent years to play Darren Russell's Holidays in the Sun/Wasted festivals. But it is a hard fucking set that we do, and I like to do it the right way, and you think to yourself, do we want to become like that? After what went before. You know what I mean? And I hate seeing old, wanked out, overweight punk bands that are not cutting it, and I never want to become that, so the minute I don't think we're vital, that'll be that. That's one of the reasons we're putting so much effort into it now. We've gone up a gear, to make sure we don't end up like that. We're certainly not doing it for money. I can go and earn more money in one day than I do with Conflict in 6 months. And Paco will tell ya, I don't rehearse if I can help it. I hate it, I just can't do it. I do it when I have to, but it's hard. Stood there shouting at a wall. Conflict live at Salisbury City Hall, November 1985, picture by Mark Freeman. But no one bangs their head against that hateful brick wall harder than Conflict, now joined by Sarah Taylor on additional vocals, as proven by their recent studio offerings, 2001's Incendiary Now You've Put Your Foot in It EP and the quite brilliant 2003 album, There's No Power Without Control. The passing of the years has done little to quash Conflict's ability to stir up fierce controversy, and their most recent sparring partners have been the Countryside Alliance, whose primarily bloated, conservative membership and staunch stance in favor of fox hunting placed them directly in the band's firing line. Spits Colin with feeling, I'd have more respect if one of those bastards stopped making silly excuses about controlling foxes and just went on TV and said, I enjoy it, I enjoy killing foxes, it's what I like doing, I like killing. Just be honest, and stop the fucking lies, 'cause I've got some crazy undercover footage of that lot, that shows exactly what they like to do, given half a chance. All that nonsense about protecting the countryside? Just admit you like killing. They have a good knack of winding me up, and we've had a few run-ins between us. They got us through our PO box, and then through Ferenc's website, and they actually arranged a meeting to have it out with us properly behind King's Cross Station during their big march, to have a good sort out, which, to be honest, we were up for. I had a lot of proper people there to support me, and all they sent was a load of police. They bottled it, and we were set up. They're brave in numbers, of course, but there's only one way you can really deal with people like that, only one language they understand. It's like that whole A-team thing we set up, to help the saboteurs when they started getting beaten up by Hunt security. There was Dawes from Exeter, from the Waste, and we basically coordinated a little team so that if sabs were getting bashed, we'd go down there in the van, march over with bats and do the security right back. Which at the end of the day is a bit silly, but what do you do? It's an ongoing battle, and it ain't gonna get any easier. What I do find funny though is a lot of the so-called anarchists quoting the law on our website, 'cause for me, I don't need there to be a law, I know that hunting's wrong and I want it stopped right now. But it's a fine line, like I said earlier, between waiting for legislation and chucking a bomb over the wall, so, the ungovernable force hasn't mellowed with the passing of time, sticking to its guns where so many others were tempted by the lure of major labels and mainstream airplay. We actually got a big offer from Emmy a few years ago, which we turned down, reveals Colin. We thought about it for ages, thought about all the money we could get out of it that could benefit a lot of people like the ALF, but when we spoke to them about it, they just said, we'd rather do it the long way, wait and do it independently. The main thing that stopped me though was when this bloke called Mike Smith, their publishing man who wanted to own all the songs outright, said to me as a joke, we can all have our pictures taken together and you can wear a I'm a stupid bastard t-shirt. He thought it was humorous, but I just thought you wanker, and walked out of there. But a part of me really wants to sort something bigger out for America, 'cause we'd only shipped 1,200 copies of Power, just before we last toured there, which is fucking shit for America, but we still did well at the gigs. Having it out there would be so good, but it's knowing how to do it and still live with ourselves. Some people say that it would be a demoralizing slap in the mouth for us to go with a major, others say that this shouldn't be a private fan club, that we really should be getting heard and we're not. Despite Paco having just had to retire from the band because of serious health issues that are now affecting his playing, stamina, and ability to travel, Colin sees no reason for conflict to bow out of the game just yet, and indeed the band have just celebrated their 25th anniversary with several high-profile shows. For me, it's probably the black and whiteness of it all, he says, pondering just what set conflict apart from their peers. There was no beating about the bush, no pissing about skirting issues, we'd just get straight in there and say it as we saw it, and that was that really. Rather than all the little gimmicks that go with it, we just came out and said it, and what happened, happened. There was never any compromise with the band, and perhaps that's the hard thing now, realizing that that's what we're gonna have to do, especially with some of the music channels. I know what kind of video I'd like to give them, but it'd get kicked off after one screening and it would be a waste of time and money. There has to be some kind of compromise somewhere along the line, and as much as I don't want to do that, I also think it would be a big waste if we don't try something out of the ordinary. I mean, there's 101 publicity stunts we could pull, but they don't last 5 minutes, and they're never gonna sell us 100,000 more records or get us over to a lot of new people, which we're gonna have to use the media to do. The trouble is, no one wants us on the same bill as them. It's true. They go, like, fuck that lot. They're all mad, there'll be too much violence, or whatever. I suppose it all depends on what the next album and single are like, 'cause we're not easy on the ear. You can't sing along to Conflict, can you? Even the people who like us tell us, you're the hardest band in the world to show that we're enjoying it. It's just too manic. A lot of my original ideas for the next record were kind of, still up-tempo and powerful, but more like a safe European home type style, but how it's coming together at the moment, it's definitely not progressing that way. We never learn, do we? Selected discography 7S. The House That Man Built. Live at the Centro Iberico. To a nation of animal lovers, the serenade is dead. This is not enough. The battle continues. These colors don't run. Now you've put your foot in it. 12S. From protest to resistance, the final conflict. LPS. It's time to see who's who. Increase the pressure. Only stupid bastards help. Emmy, the ungovernable force turning rebellion into money. The final conflict against all odds. Conclusion. It's time to see who's who now. There's no power without control. At a glance. There have been many conflict compilations over the years, two of the most notable being Cleopatra's Employing All Means Necessary and Deploying All Means Necessary, Issue 2, which were re-released in 2001 by Anagram in an attractive digipack, complete with enhanced live and interview footage. But for a comprehensive overview of the band's singles output, Motorhead's 20-track There Must Be Another Way collection is a must, whilst their career spanning 2005 Rebellion Sucks compilation even comes with a bonus DVD of a whole live set from the London underworld, making it the definitive conflict anthology. Mordorhate have just struck a distribution deal with Cherry Red, and the first 3 albums are now available again, remastered with numerous bonus tracks. DMIT Your Shit are probably the most controversial of all the bands included in this book, at least for people involved in the punk movement. Closely tied to an anarcho-punk scene they basically despised by 2 brilliant releases on Mordorhate, they refused to conform to peer expectations at the time, either musically or lyrically, but have since become even more notorious, as a result of their ex-vocalist John Weenie Cato's widely publicized racist beliefs. We formed in London, mid-1984, primarily just to play music, reckons John, the same as it's always been for anyone who has ever played music, despite every pretentious and arrogant claim you've heard of wanting to spread the message. That bullshit annoys me as much now as it did 20 years ago, and we certainly had no problem expressing our distaste and revulsion for it either. The name is actually the chorus words to a Buzzcocks side, and just sounded so fucking brilliant, so fucking right, for what we wanted to empathize, were we ever to dare presume that we had a purpose with the band. Actually though, and significantly, we never played under the full name, not once ever. Every gig was always Eyes, even when using acronyms, even when we introduced ourselves, obviously joking as well, as Neon Christ. It was only when Mordorhate released the 7 that we agreed, reluctantly, to the full name being used on the cover. Granted, we were sometimes billed as Admit Your Shit on the Conflict press adverts for gigs, but I think that was always because Colin liked the name far more than we did, and certainly far more than our influence to only use the 3 letters would permit us to get our own way. Eyes were a completely different take on the fast-developing thrash/punk scene, playing at velocities in excess of even Conflict or Discharge. They also had a manic edge of the seat intensity about them, not to mention a certain innate arrogance, that took considerable influence from the American hardcore scene of the time. Oh yeah, without question, I'd even say that was our sole inspiration, musically and ethically. To us, it was just better, more thought out, more important. It was even more than what it felt like when you first got into punk, when records had to be sought out and their discovery meant something, not just commodity. It was like having that little scene all over again, where basically every record felt different and new, fresh and exciting. The buzz was indescribable. And the lyrics, mostly, talked of things you'd never considered or been exposed to. It was just more honest, so different from every UK band saying exactly the same thing, all these bands who didn't dare to really think for themselves or lay bare any tiny bit of emotion they may have had. Here was passion, something which to me punk was nothing without. And the music, wow. Every record just seemed to explode with intensity immediately. No long, slow, sometimes acoustic, intros, no intros that were just bass or guitar or drums, just fucking everything all at once. How could you not be moved? Joining John were guitarist Johnny Lee, bassist Sean Kenny and drummer Simon Rimini, the band making their live debut at the Metropolitan in Farringdon, during October 1984, with the Lost Cherries. We were basically fucking awful, laughs John. I remember feeling a mixture of nervousness, excitement, embarrassment, and desperation at those early gigs. Nervousness because no one then was playing the music we were, and, irrespective of not being bothered generally what anyone thought, you'd still like to be given half a chance. Excitement because at least we were doing something, over here, that no one had seen or heard before, and that, just maybe, even one person might have been excited enough to check out all these amazing, relatively new bands that had inspired us, seek them out for themselves and feel the same rush of excitement that we did. And that is why there was embarrassment as well, that we had to accept that we too were arrogant enough to believe that we could affect people as well by being different, and good enough that we could expose others to that music and its ideas we had felt so moved by. Admit Your Shit, picture by Mick Slaughter. But fucking hell, yeah, more than anything else, the greatest desperation I believed it was ever possible to feel as well. Here was this lazy, self-congratulatory, backslapping, absolutely and unbelievably conformist youth movement, which gave so much credence to free speech and freedom of thought, now scared shitless 'cause someone came along and really did that, and, to hell with the short-term consequences, showed it all up for the joke it really was. We rarely used to rehearse, he adds, certainly not as any sort of Sunday morning ritual anyway, a couple of times prior to a gig, at best, or when arranging new songs before recording, and that was it. I know it showed sometimes as well, but we didn't care. For some reason, we didn't seem to have to try too hard, it just clicked. I didn't like having a good practice just before a gig anyway, it invariably meant that we would play badly, and a bad practice usually meant a good gig. Never quite worked that one out, but it always seemed true. I remember Hazel O'Connor knocking on the door of our rehearsal room at Bow once and asking to come in and listen for a while. That was quite nice, and very flattering, to hear how this consummate professional was in shock and intrigued enough to interrupt another band's practice, to ask to come in and listen, because she couldn't see how it was possible to sing and play that fast. We were smugly chuffed that it genuinely seemed to confuse her, these young kids who looked normal, well, not punk anyway, even though that was sort of what we were playing, although it was nearly metal as well. How many times were we to hear that? When she left, she was totally shell-shocked, while we were laughing our heads off, playing regularly around London. Eyes quickly built up a strong rapport with Conflict, with whom they shared many a stage during the mid-80s, a collaboration that naturally resulted in Eyes joining the Motorhead roster despite the confused scratching of heads this unlikely union caused amongst punk purists. As well as an early track on the We Don't Want Your Fucking War compilation, Eyes even had ex-Conflict member Pauline Beck singing with them at some of their first gigs, and Colin Jerwood himself was rumored to have played bass for them once. The relationship with Conflict, as a whole, was like that between nagging father and errant son, reckons John. Don't get me wrong, we were always fully aware that Conflict had been there and done it, and that we were mere pups. So we would have been foolish not to have listened to them when it mattered, even though it would not have meant us altering our core values and compromising. As a band-to-band thing, I think they appreciated the music, and, being mates and close to us, they trusted us and cared enough for us to always be on hand, to rein us back in if they felt we had pushed it too far. Still, by the very nature of the two bands, it could never always be sweetness and light, and there were certainly enough fallouts and times of enmity, but it was mostly good, all the same. I was certainly closer to Colin, man to man, though, than Eyes was, and could be, to Conflict, band to band. In fact, I have probably been closer to Colin, friend-wise, than I have been to anyone else, whether it was 20 years ago or not. And even further still, when Colin used to tell everyone that we were brothers, I don't recall a single person not believing it was any different, and we had some fucking great times. And yeah, it's true, Colin did play bass for us, but only once. And it was a great day out, and such a laugh at the gig. It was our first gig outside of London, in Ipswich, with the Stupids and Scum Dribblers. The Stupids had also just started, and Dig put me and Tommy, their drummer, in contact. You know how it goes, the quick correspondence, the tape trading, the phone calls, and soon, too soon really, Tommy asked us to play Ipswich with them. This was on a Thursday, and the gig was on the Saturday. Me being eager, and chuffed that not only did someone else like the same music as we did, unheard of at the time, but had also formed a similar band, I immediately agreed. Fucking great, I thought, brilliant. The only problem was that Sean, our bassist, had a prior engagement that he couldn't get out of. And why should he anyway? Me and Colin went out that night as usual, and I told him all this. Remember, we'd only played a handful of gigs at this stage, so Colin, he admitted later, couldn't believe that we had gotten a gig off our own backs, far removed from the tutelage of conflict as well, let alone outside London, and he thought I was using the Sean thing as an excuse just to give it the big un, and that really there wasn't any gig. He should have known better really, but we used to wind each other up something chronic, so he decided to call my bluff and said he'd play bass for us. I knew he could play bass, but what about that fast, bearing in mind that we would have no chance to rehearse? Still, things always seemed to work out right one way or another, so I thought, fuck it, let's do it. Besides, and Colin will laugh at this, even if we didn't get to play, I would have had just as much pleasure from Colin bottling out at the last minute. Typical fucking Colin though, he didn't. So, we drove up there Saturday lunchtime, stopping really briefly so that he could get a basic grasp of the songs, and fair play to the geezer, he got them pretty damn quick, and the rest behind closed doors at the venue. Bearing in mind that our song structures were not exactly the simplest, and certainly faster than anything he'd played before, as the boys ran through them while I watched from the back of the room, I may still have been, justifiably, nervous, but I was also now well excited that this was actually going to work, and not be a shambles. Even there, and I still don't know how or why, word had spread about this band, Eyes, who might be ringers and were really a USHC band, not from London at all. So, Tommy made us headline, nice one, mate, the nerves came flooding back. No one knew that Col was playing bass for us, so even beyond the other rumors, there was massive intrigue as to what he was doing there, and the level of attention we received was immense. I think Colin just stuck to what he always did, he was there to look after me, his little brother. By the time we went on, I was nervous as hell. We played about 9 songs in the fastest time ever, even by our standards, and I tell you what, I don't actually remember Colin missing a note or even forgetting the somewhat awkward song structures either. I don't remember who was most amazed though, when halfway through covering Punk in It. Whether it was me, singing this song by someone else, and that someone else was thrashing fuck out of it on bass for us. Or whether it was the audience tormenting themselves with the realization that, but isn't that Colin up there? Yeah, but Colin. Or Colin himself at the surrealism of it all, and how he managed to get us back in one piece after the gig. But that's another story. I hated the blatant obviousness of the jealousy in others of my friendship with Colin, as if that was why he supported Eyes so much. Fuck 'em all, I couldn't care less if it meant sleepless nights for them, sweating about how we were getting on, this band diametrically opposed to the accepted politics of the norm, but it did bother me that it showed an utter lack of respect for Colin, as a man. This man they viewed as their leader, in a world where they apparently wanted no leaders. And it was only because their needs were so selfish that men as human beings didn't matter. And I didn't mean just fuck 'em all, I meant kill 'em all. The selfish, vile, hypocritical, lying cunts, and no apologies for that word, either, that they were. Eyes entered Alaska Studios in Waterloo with engineer Ian O'Higgins and recorded 6 songs for a proposed split cassette release with The Stupids, that was being mooted as the first release for a Motorhead offshoot. However, when Colin heard the session he decided it was way too good for merely a tape release, and it became 1985's Expect No Mercy single. The 7 was okay, but I think the overriding thing about it that confused us was that it didn't sound like the bands we listened to and loved, who had inspired us so much. Well, how could it? We liked its rawness and obvious sense of urgency, and we liked the guitar sound and the bad brain snap of the snare, and also that it was like nothing else from the UK at the time, and certainly like nothing else on Motorhead. We recorded it mostly in one take, and it was over in an hour. Fucking great. Poison Idea did it with Pick Your King, so that was good enough for us, and, more importantly, professionalism as such meant nothing. We loved leaving the mistakes on it, just as much as we loved the good parts. I also liked the fact that Colin would let us have a plain white ink on black card cover, Like the first Dr. No LP on Mystic, of course, and that we could have an insert like our favorite US bands, and I'd even admit to liking the unanimously great reviews it had, all the opinions it generated and the comments it received. It was all very flattering and surprising. By its nature, the kind comments justified its release, but, concomitant with that, it led, and still does, to what we hated about it all. The discomfort, that feeling of self-betrayal, that the record condemned us to. While we laughed at and despised all those other bands who denied forming bands for any other reason other than ego, here we were doing exactly the same. John Cato of Eyes, Live at the Old Arts Centre, London, November 1985, picture by Paul May. An energetic, rampant slab of emotionally charged hardcore, held together by the skin of its teeth with some instinctive yet impressive musicianship, the single boasted amongst its tracks an effectively brutal rendition of In My Eyes, a teetotal anthem originally by Washington straight edge legends, Minor Threat. I wrote to Ian, yeah of course, but he generally used to telephone back. A busy man, Ian, we met a few times whenever he was in London, and Minor Threat were undoubtedly one of those very few bands that have influenced everyone at some time or another, to varying degrees, whose whole essence is capable of moving the listener on a very profound level. Well, they did it to me, and we were just fortunate enough that all of us in the band felt that, and at the same time. I think that was because, like the Ants and Crass, they marked a time in the development and movement of our lives. And let's face it, any band could be cited as an example of that for one reason or another, but we're not that cheap, not so easily bought, and the world of difference between those bands and any contemporaries they may have had, is the unflinching moral compunction to be so completely and openly honest, following what they felt was right at whatever cost, because it had to be done. But I've got to make clear that Eyes were never a straight-edge band in extremis, certainly not by today's standards, and we definitely didn't feel that because Minor Threat were, we had to be too. Their influence wasn't that domineering. Our objection was to overindulgence, where oblivion was the goal above all else. And it was because this was especially prevalent among those that had the audacity to pretend they had greater goals to achieve, that were lying again, that we hated it so much. We never, even in the slightest, had a problem with anyone having a few beers, for example, but we did with the excessiveness of 10, and the problems it would invariably cause, the time it would waste, but mostly just with the hypocrisy and pretense of it all. Let's face it, everyone has something they use as a crutch, that's all we were pointing out, be it drugs, sex, alcohol, records, coffee, shopping, food, whatever. We didn't even have a problem with that, just that there is a world of difference between indulgence and obsession. Reliance is a weakness, it's very easy, it's lazy, it's a cop-out, and it's only a very small step from use to abuse. And that's why we would have had just as much of a problem back then with the straight-edge kids of today, when common sense fails and extremity becomes the norm. The band then entered the studio to record their blinding Someplace Special 12, which would prove to be their epitaph, it being released posthumously in 1987 after they'd split late the previous year. Opening with a thumping instrumental that recalled Cock or the Bad Brains with its impromptu time changes, it was another high-octane excursion into the realms of USHC that built upon the strong foundations laid with the preceding single. And with uncomfortably honest lyrics such as Bad Blood, it seemed that Eyes were still intent on antagonizing as many people as they possibly could before they inevitably self-destruct. I wouldn't agree that we were antagonistic to the exclusion of all else, but neither were we not gonna call people on their bullshit as we saw it, if we thought it warranted that. We were just going to be honest, and if that meant upset and condemnation, so what? Fuck 'em, we felt it necessary, and at least we could look ourselves in the mirror each morning. And so, it wasn't antagonism that refused to allow us to play certain gigs if we didn't support the cause or group the benefit was for, it was just a refusal to be hypocritical. And it was not antagonism that questioned the crazy ideas and myths propagated by certain bands who willfully conducted their own lives completely contrarily to the words that came out of their mouths. And it was not antagonism that overrode the disgust and revulsion we had for that falseness and cheapness which motivated our desire to expose it. It was not antagonism and its intent which prevented us from really caring about what was happening in Ethiopia at the time, as expressed by the 12-song Bad Blood, or remaining completely unaffected and unmoved by it, tragedy though it undoubtedly was, just the grim realization that I didn't care, couldn't trick myself into wanting to either. I just wonder how many others might, truly, deep down, have felt the same. If eyes fitted in anywhere with the ideals capitulated by the anarcho-punk scene, it would have been with the nihilist strand of the movement, proclaiming belief in nothing but themselves. I don't even know if we were nihilists, or anything really. I don't actually think we were wholly at odds with every part of the anarcho-punk movement either, just some of it, those parts which were so disgusting, their vileness could only reflect on the whole of that scene and overwhelm the good there was in it, a lot of which we even admired. We even got on well with most of the bands, some obviously more than others, and always only those that we respected. Others we appreciated and liked as decent, truly caring people, as friends. Others were just a joke, a truly sick fucking joke. Though they and we may have seemed to ostensibly be diametrically opposed politically, if you wish, essentially the goal was the same, just completely different ways of expressing it. Those who meant it, truly meant it, and of course, we respected and admired them. We were just sick and tired of the contradictions, the clichés, the lies, and basically just hearing the same thing over and over again. If the cause was so right, then the people involved were so wrong. Despite the 12 coming with no proper track listing or lyric insert, all the packaging in fact looking like something of an afterthought, John still rates it as his favorite Eyes release. The vinyl output is merely what it always was, 19-odd songs by 4 kids from 20 years ago. I'm proud of a lot of things we did, and cringe at others. I still wouldn't change a thing though, not even the bits that half a lifetime on still make me squirm. It was good in its time, we had fun, made a point, got people to think, even when they disliked the manner it was conveyed in, but mostly we had fun. I much preferred the 12 though, not only because we were much more musically competent by then, but also because we really had done our best, and most of all, it could not have been bettered lyrically as a definitive articulation and expression of the band. Even now, if we had to do it all over again, I would put the same words to those songs as we did then. Occasionally I still regret, although nowhere near as much as I used to, that the songs on the 12 were cut in the wrong order, which was, we felt, extremely important at the time, and it came out with no lyric sheet or our design in the middle of the record where the Mortar Hate ends were. But I've got to be honest, that was solely down to me and nothing to do with Mortar Hate. It didn't come out for over a year after we recorded it, and about 9 months after we'd split. At the time my partner was heavily pregnant with our daughter and had about 2 weeks to go, when I was informed of the date of the cutting and asked to send the insert artwork and label design. Well, to be frank, if I didn't care before, I certainly cared a whole lot less by then, and with the imminent arrival of our first child, let's just say it wasn't exactly high on my agenda. Yeah, I regret it because I think the record deserved it, and I regret Mortar Hate being blamed for letting it ride when it was really down to me. Eyes played their last ever show, with conflict of course, at the Camden Electric Ballroom in September 1986, and in true Eyes fashion it was a frustrating anticlimax. It was the worst gig we ever played. It was 2 weeks before my 21st birthday, and we had no further gigs planned. We had enjoyed ourselves, but it just wasn't fun anymore. Subconsciously, even if the others didn't, I knew that I wanted to call it quits. I'd had enough. We didn't even play well, although whether that was because our interest had waned that much or not, I don't know, maybe. And if we were that jaded already, being denied a sound check made it worse. The sound was god-awful, and I think it amplified our general lack of enthusiasm. If I had any regret I was being forced to admit to, it would be not trying, all of us, to play well, and not finishing in the manner we had started. The one redeeming thing, the only consolation, is that we didn't do that whole grandiose bullshit thing of announcing it was our last gig ever, to declare that it was over. And yeah, it was over, even before our last 20 minutes on stage. But personally I couldn't give a fuck how eyes are remembered, I didn't care then, and care even less now. We did what we thought was right, we did it properly, we had no regrets or remorse because, for good or ill, it was honest and we knew it. I admit it would grate when people tried to convince themselves that we did it purely out of mischief because the truth was unpalatable, that we had no greater purpose, or, at least, they could not grasp what it was. And so, if I did care 20 years on, I'd hate to think it was the same now. But I really don't care at all, they're not worth it, nor were we, and it is 20 years ago, after all. Nostalgia is nothing more than record collecting, and how did Pini put it? The past is farce, dot. And as for the apparent about turn in his ideals, from the libertarian ambitions he seemed to nurture whilst fronting eyes, to the deplorable white separatist stance taken in later years, John, now a father of the 3 most beautiful children in the whole world, remains defiantly unapologetic, although he is careful to point out that the views he expresses on this subject are purely his own, and shouldn't reflect on the other band members' ideals. Nothing has changed over those 20 years. He spits with feeling, and it's worth pointing out here that John was a member of the British movement long before he ever fronted a hardcore punk band. Those who knew us, okay, especially me, will say, he's always been like that, he always will be, John is John, whatever he has done, or is supposed to have done, it's no surprise, he was always like that. And it's true, nothing is different, for good or ill. I guess if there was any reason that people would want to read about Eyes 20 years on, it would be this somewhat morbid curiosity about dodgy politics, as if Eyes weren't bad enough already. And sometimes there is truth in the world of bullshit punk rumors, and usually no smoke without some sort of fire, but I have nothing to hide, and certainly nothing to be ashamed of. I've already explained what motivated Eyes, that we weren't purely intent on antagonism, that we weren't cynical to the expense of all else, there really was a higher and greater goal. And personally, I haven't changed my whole worldview one iota in those 20 years. That libertarianism that you rightly believe prompted Flex Your Heart back then is the same libertarianism I still feel today. It's just that it might not seem acceptable in the parameters set by your own ideas of freedom, and it's articulated in terms you could not fail to feel uncomfortable with. But there's still no difference now from then, whatsoever. I may hate, it's a healthy and vital emotion, but I am not a hater, and there's a world of difference. And that is why I hate the right wing as much as I hate the left, both of whom are guilty of being incapable of love and mostly lead by hatred. Look, I'm no angel, but I'm no demon either. In fact, you know what? Ask me if I'm racist now, and was I back then? And I'll tell you, fucking right I am. And damn right I was back then too. Like I said, I haven't changed in 20 years, nothing ever does. But my racism is rooted in love, of my own kind, not in hatred of anyone else. The burning question that needs to be answered for many reading this book though is, has John Cato ever deliberately hurt anyone simply because of their race? No, I can truthfully answer that I have never, ever hurt anyone because of their race. And as for those who have, I can think of nothing more vile. What sort of creature would do such a thing anyway, whether provoked or not? Of course, if it was unavoidable, then yes, I would defend myself to whatever extent necessary, as would anyone, but that has nothing whatsoever to do with race. To be honest, it is not something I have even had to deal with, I tend not to put myself in situations where it may happen. Others do, seek it out in fact, as though it is almost desirable. Well, it's not. Not only does it serve no purpose, it damages the long-term goal, which they are probably unable to understand anyway. It is people like this that I despise as much as the collaborators and agents of our real enemies. Real racism, real National Socialism, is born of positive and profound ideals, not the psychotic hatred of non-whites. It's a shame more people don't understand this. The controversy continues unabated. Select discography 7s. Expect No Mercy. 12s. Someplace Special. At a Glance. In 2005, Motorhead released Someplace Special on CD complete with the Expect No Mercy single as bonus tracks, and whatever your feelings on John's twisted political leanings, there's no denying the potency of the musical legacy Eyes Left Behind. Despite an all too brief existence, during which they never really managed to extricate themselves from the shadow of their mentor's conflict, Liberty from North Kent still quickly established themselves as one of the more musically ambitious and politically militant of the second wave of UK anarcho bands. Although formed in 1980 by three school friends, vocalist Mark Wallace, bassist Graham Clench and drummer Derek Banks, they didn't play their first show until 1982, at the Dartford YMCA, and didn't really get up and running properly as a band until Mick Harrington joined on guitar in May 1984. Colliver Baines was our first guitarist, then a guy called Alan, and then Terry, explains Mark. And we even had a female singer, Lisa Dillon, for a short time, but she left due to musical and personal differences. We used to gather at the Red Lion pub in Gravesend, where bands such as Conflict, Flux, Dirt, and Anthrax would play for 50p, great days. That was where it began for us, fanzines and protest bands, a weekly event. None of us had been in bands before either, until we met Mick at the Red Lion. The Red Lion was the root of the scene in Gravesend, where the beat of the drums and the rumble of the bass guitar and the hard-hitting vocals rocked the foundations of the system we all loved to hate. That was the reason we formed the band anyway, to get our message across on the many issues in life. We were dissatisfied with the system, we wanted to create an alternative, a voice for the little man on the street. We used to practice at a church hall near to Derek's house in Dartford, recalls Mick. I lived in Gravesend, a train ride away. We used to practice every Tuesday night, but none of us could drive, so getting equipment to practices was a nightmare. I'd have to lug my guitar and amp, with the help of a willing mate on the train, and then we'd have to walk about 2.5 miles to the practice. Even later, when we had Steve, Ray, and Augie in the band, we still practiced in Dartford. That meant Steve had to travel from North London, Ray from East London, and Augie from Sevenoaks. When I joined Liberty, we had quite a good scene in Dartford, with a few local bands we would play in church halls, youth clubs, etc. We never had much aggro at the early gigs, the odd divvy skinhead, but not a lot else, which is surprising. Crass wouldn't play Dartford or Gravesend because of the local skins, and, sure enough, when they did eventually make it to Crayford for a gig, there was trouble with Nazis. Like so many of the bands in this book, Liberty were quick to pick up on the raw, righteous anger being peddled by Crass as an alternative to what the media perceived as punk rock, and it was a logical step from there to the heavier-handed approach of Conflict. I remember my first hearing of Crass, it blew my mind, says Mark fondly. They gave me answers to my confusion, and later I visited them at the Epping Commune, which still stands today, the house that Crass built. Punk was the vehicle to vent our frustrations, but anarcho-punk had the lyrics that educated us. It was also a movement for everyday people to build an alternative music network, independent of the big bosses of capitalism and popular music. Anarchist squat gigs were our examples, anti-system videos, books, collectives, and, of course, the message of Crass, all in black to mourn the system. Steve Ignorant made Johnny Rotten sound like Gary Glitter. I'd grown up listening to the Upstarts, Rejects, Menace, and the Lurkers, adds Mick. So I'd always been drawn to the more street punk scene than the hippie sounds of Crass, but the first time I saw Conflict, all that changed. They were a band that talked sense but played street punk. I remember seeing them at the Red Lion when John Jacobs was their roadie. I think he might even have been playing drums that night. Anarcho-punk just made sense to us, the idea of being in control of your own destiny and not having MPs, etc., telling you what you can and cannot do is everyone's dream, surely. In September 1984, Liberty entered DT's studios in Chatham to record their first demo, which they began selling at shows. With actual product to hawk, and growing friendly with bands such as State Hate and Stigma, they began gigging with increasing frequency around South London, including several shows at the Woolwich Polytechnic. A song recorded at one of these shows, As Fools Rush In, was even included on the 1985 compilation, Communicate. Live at the Thames Poly, on TPSU Records, that saw Liberty rubbing shoulders with an eclectic mix of artists that included Sonic Youth, The Mission, and The Membranes. We also joined the Greenwich Musicians Cooperative, which was a really diverse collective, says Mick. It was home to all sorts of people and bands. The collective was based in and around Greenwich and we used to meet at the old dockyard at Woolwich. The co-op would organize gigs and we all took turns in arranging gigs for the bands in it. We played some lovely places in and around the area, old houses converted into community centers, etc. And it was here that we met a poet called Pete Dog and also the bulbous skunk cabbages, who both became part of the Liberty Collective. We liked playing to different crowds and in new venues as a lot of the scene had become stagnant, the same bands, the same people, and most of the anarcho bands were singing about the same stuff we were. But we'd play with anyone willing to play with us. We wanted and needed to open up new avenues of interest, so we asked the Cabbage guys to play flute and saxophone on a couple of our songs, just to see what it sounded like. We liked it, and so did they, which was cool. It was about this time that a strong, lasting friendship began to form between Liberty and Conflict, which resulted in Colin Jerwood inviting the band to appear on the We Don't Want Your Fucking War compilation, with the track Deluded Rebellion, alongside many of their partners in musical crime such as Eyes, State Hate and Stigma. It was issued through Mortar Hate in early '85 and went top 5 in the Indies, boosting the band's profile overnight. We walked alongside Conflict from their first days of gigging in Eltham, Mottingham, and Gravesend, reminisces Mark. We grew close to them as mates, performed live together, played in the studio together and shared an anarchist vision inspired by Crass. In the early days, Colin was an anarchist living on an estate in Eltham with John and Paco, surrounded by NF skinheads. Colin stood by his beliefs and fought his way there. Every time Conflict faced an obstacle they would kick it down, hence the name. We joined in their fight for the anarchist movement, both mentally and physically. They stood on their own and did it alone. Great days, good lads, always, that will never change. Colin, with his spiky hair, one side black, the other white, fronted a band that's really stood the test of time. Conflict gave Liberty their first real chance to record. They brought the message of challenge from the commune to the street, and we took up that challenge with them. The actual song Deluded Rebellion, with its vehement closing couplet, so, punk is dead and anarchy's a farce, because people still use it to wipe their arse, was a damning indictment of a glue bag infested punk scene that so often seemed to wallow apathetically in its own self-pity. Like many other anarcho bands, Liberty dreamt of a punk scene that could mean so much more than just music and escapism. Punk music without protest words is just another sell-out fashion vehicle, spits Mark with feeling. Worshipping punk bands as pop stars. Obsessed by individuality, yet we couldn't stand together, but anarchy should have been the common goal. Something new had to take place, a wake-up call. The system remained well while we were all sleeping. Actions always speak louder than words. I wanted to know then, as I do now, what we will all be doing in 10 or 20 years' time, part of capitalism or an alternative to it. Sold out or still resisting. So many bands had gone before that preached the message, we had no excuse. People were using the punk movement for their own private gains, modern-day perverts like McLaren of old. The anarchist movement had the ideas and the numbers, the ability to be a proper force. The danger was not to become another cardboard cutout clown in the rock and roll circus, peddling yet more state-controlled pop music. Liberty wanted to spread the message of anti-state to a wider audience by whatever means possible. To change minds was the objective. Playing to an anarchist/punk audience was becoming like preaching to the converted. Where's the challenge? You can only see the light in the darkness. We wanted to change the anarchist punk movement, to link with all alternative music, united in the message of protest as the left wing was alongside the anarchist movement in direct action. Strength in numbers, for punk was an attitude not a style of music. Liberty Live at Salisbury Arts Centre, November 1985, picture by Mark Freeman. Following the positive feedback from We Don't Want Your Fucking War, Colin offered Liberty the chance to do their own single on Motorhate, and the band entered Alaska Studios in April 1985 to record the Our Voices Tomorrow's Hope EP. By this time Steve Flack had joined the band as second vocalist, adding yet more intensity to Mark's already passionate vocal delivery. 4 fine tunes quite literally crackling with anger, the EP made number 12 in the Indies, with the band undertaking concerted gigging in support of the release, and more discreet activities in support of the ideals espoused therein. I still listen to the EP, reckons Mick. The production is a bit weak, we were very naive and did all the tracks live, but the sentiments covered in the songs all still stand today. Just think the Iraq War, fox hunting, etc. And all of us were involved in some form of direct action or other, wrecking butcher shops, hunt sabbing, and the passive things, like marches. We also went to Greenham Common and Molesworth Airbazes, and played a lot of benefit gigs for the ALF, SEAL, and the striking miners. The dream of anarchy was wearing a bit thin though. Unfortunately you realize that there are just too many idiots around for it to work. People were wearing leather jackets with "Meat Means Murder" painted on the back of them, for fuck's sake. Soon after the single though, Graham Clench left, and was replaced by Rob Gonk Lovelock, formerly bassist with The Unorthodox, who only lasted a few gigs himself, and then Paul Forster of The Spice of Life joined, only to be replaced himself by Ray Searle. Hope you're following all this. We met Ray at the Plough and Harrow pub in Leytonstone, East London. He and his mate, Graham Atkins, were putting together a fanzine called Activated and they asked us for an interview. We were playing with the Arch Criminals, who were sort of label mates as they had recorded for the Motorhate offshoot, Fight Back Records, and we hit it off right away as we all shared the same passions in life, punk, politics, and football. But before Liberty could relax into the stability of a steady lineup, yet another founding member, Derek Banks, left for pastures new, with Augie from State Hate stepping in to fill the vacant drum stool just in time for an eventful national tour with Conflict in early 1986. That tour with Conflict was the best. Wales, Leeds, Birmingham, Sunderland, Brighton, Deptford, Woolwich, Islington, up and down the country, always skint, of course. Empty pockets, touring in a van, crushed together, sitting on amps, guitars, and drums. Card games and counseling sessions would take place, in the belief that one day we would all be able to rule ourselves. We had good times and good vibes, the crowds were great and the memories even better, meeting other bands and seeing the scenes in other areas. One night we were dropped back in the early hours and missed our trains home, so we slept in Eltham Park, freezing until the next day, then it was off again to another gig somewhere. On a number of occasions police arrived when we clashed with Nazis, and on one night there was virtually a mini riot against NF skins and casuals, beer bottles, broken pool cues and the whole shebang, but victory was ours in the end. During the tour at Brighton, a whole coachload of us hit the beaches and funfair, taking over the giant slide. We had a right laugh on the road. The bond between the bands was very strong, confirms Mick. The threat of violence was never too far away. A lot of gigs used to end up in mini riots, but Lancaster was a particular exception. We'd traveled all the way up there from Kent in a box van with Conflict and a few mates, and we never got to play a fucking note. The venue was quite small, held about 200 punters, and we were told by the owners and the police not to exceed this. Anyway, when everything was set up and sound checked, Conflict nipped out to get something to eat, leaving us on the door. The venue soon filled to bursting point and, as we began to turn people away, 30 or 40 local punks turned up. We couldn't let them in, but they decided they were coming in anyway. A mass brawl started in the entrance hall and we got kicked up the fucking staircase. Someone ran out to get Conflict and, when they turned up, it was a them and us situation, a sort of Mexican standoff, us at the front of the stage, a few locals from Sellafield with us, and all these arseholes facing us. Conflict had a bag of surprises for just such an occasion, and we all armed ourselves with kashas, baseball bats, and starting handles, etc. Just as we were about to steam the bastards, the old bill turned up in force. The owner had phoned and told them that we were only defending our equipment, but it must have been a bizarre sight, a tooled-up crew asking the police to leave us alone for 10 minutes, so we could dish out some much-deserved justice. But the old bill couldn't, do it. All good, clean fun, I suppose. I don't want to forget any of that tour, it was excellent. Unfortunately, the last date was Newcastle and only those who were there know what really happened that night. After the tour, Liberty returned to Alaska Studios to record their album, The People Who Care Are Angry, once again for Motorhead. A wonderfully diverse set of protest songs, delivered with a vigilante fervor, that saw the band incorporating a whole range of eclectic influences into their sound. The album hinted at great things to come from a band seemingly unconcerned about musical and social barriers. Sadly, it was to be their last release, as a disillusioned Steve left before it was even finished, and the band fragmented soon after, but even without the final flourishes that were planned as the icing on the cake, the LP stands as a sterling reminder of Liberty's potent vision. We were becoming frustrated playing to the converted in punk ghettos, offers Mark. We wanted to press on with taking the message to a wider audience by playing with more diverse bands. The tracks for the LP were songs we had played live for many years, but we wanted to cross boundaries too, so we had an acoustic song sung by a local Dartford socialist folk singer, Tony Chittier, and a classical piano track by a trained musician, Shemi. The horns were courtesy of chart musos, Pig Bag, who were friends of Colin, and the poetry by our mate, Pete the Dog. We wanted to make a difference by raising awareness in all circles. It doesn't matter if you listen to Crass, Conflict, Bob Marley, Nas, Sizzla, Capleton, Grandmaster Flash, Bounty Killer or Billy Bragg, as long as it's protest songs for revolutionary minds, a poor people's movement from the ghetto. Mick, the album was recorded at the same time as Conflict were recording The Ungovernable Force, so it was an unforgettable time. The Liberty/Exit Stands choir feature on a couple of tracks. The studio was like an open house for us at the time. We would wander in at any time and someone would be recording Conflict, Eyes, or Exit Stands. The Conflict/Liberty/Motorhead thing was like one big family. We used to meet up in Eltham Park on Sundays and play footy, with jumpers for goalposts. Colin and Paco used to do a disco down the Poly and we'd go week in, week out, sometimes we'd do the Door. Colin also put on gigs at the Crypt in Deptford, under St. Paul's Church, and we would do the Door or the record/t-shirt stall. We would also do stage security at their bigger gigs. So the recordings and the tour were just an extension of all that. Despite having tours of Ireland and America in the offing, Liberty split before the album was even in the racks. We had experienced many changes, we were tired and skint, says Mark regretfully. We all decided to go our separate ways, losing Steve was the final blow and personal pressure took over. There was a need to move away for some of the band, to channel energy from music into action, to do what we had been singing about. True to his words, Mark, still a committed vegetarian, traveled Africa and the Middle East doing aid work, and spent several years living in the Bobo Shanti Rasta community. After Liberty split, I pissed around in a few bands for a while and then settled down. Mick's story is a very different one, but no less genuine or valid. We all lost touch, but recently I've met up with Mark, Paul, and Derek again. I still go to see bands and I still love punk. I'm nearly 40 and it's still fun going to gigs and seeing kids enjoying music. It's funny to see the British punk bands trying to sound like American emo stuff and the Yanks trying to look like the old British style of punk. I think it was the Icons of Filth who said, if the label fits, fuck off. A lot of individuality has gone and bands tend to try to pigeonhole themselves in categories, i.e. emacore, skackery, hardcore, etc., but, let's face it, from Agnostic Front to Zounds, it's all punk, innit? And I still love it. We may have started out as an anarcho-punk band, we had the same hopes and ideals as a lot of the bands/people in the movement, but I think we soon realized that in order to better oneself you have to progress. Anarchy is a state of mind, it's something very personal, and every person will have a different view on what they want out of life. But that's freedom, the right to choose your own path. That Liberty left our mark as a protest band is enough for me, quips Mark. Lyrics first, music after, trying to unite the left-wing activists with the anarchist movement, a common struggle to complement music with action. We did not put ourselves in boxes, challenge brought the truth and caused offense, but if only one word, one song, one lyric, opened up one person's mind to challenge the system, it would have all been worth it. Liberty have recently reformed, with a new single recorded for an as yet undecided label, and several gigs scheduled to promote it. Select discography 7s. Our Voice is Tomorrow's Hope LPS. The People Who Care Are Angry at a Glance. Mortar Hate's 2004 CD release of The People Who Care Are Angry also includes the Our Voice EP as a welcome bonus, neatly compiling all the band's major 80s releases on one disc, complete with artwork and lyrics. Not to be confused with the fun-loving New York metal act of the same name, Gravesend's Anthrax were a convincing anarcho-punk band, that dwelt musically somewhere between crass unforgiving rants and conflict's violent bluster, but with a pleasing edge to their sound that was all their own. We started when we were at school, recalls vocalist Gary Oscar Budd, although Sean joined later on, he was a friend of Gareth, our bass player. We all went to Longfield School together in the beginning, which is where we started the band up, then a lot of M left, D went to Gravesend Grammar, and Sean was at Meopham School with Gareth. We were still in contact with each other though, and we used to rehearse every dinner time in the church hall. Rob Challice was on bass, Paul Forder was the singer. It was Fod that got me into punk, if I remember rightly, he used to bring all these records round, and we started listening to John Peel and stuff. I was on drums to start with, and we had this geezer called Willie on guitar. Eventually I moved to vocals, Gareth came in on guitar, cause Rob was still on bass, and we got Peter in on drums. We kept badgering him cause his father had bought him a drum kit and he'd had some drum lessons, and then we got D in on guitar as well. He used to live at the end of my road and I knew him cause his brother used to go banger racing with my brother, but he was a bit of a recluse, he never came out of his house. I used to call for him on a Friday night and he would give me money to go and buy him punk records from the Gravesend Market on Saturday morning, and I'd take them back to his house, and he'd vanish back inside. But then his mum bought him a guitar from the K's catalog and he went from there. David and Oscar of Anthrax, early 1982. Initially called Vivisection, although they never played a gig under that name, Anthrax also had a female vocalist, Sue Huntley, in their ranks for a short while, although she and Rob left after the first gig and moved to Hackney, where they formed Faction. When we were all at Longfield School, I used to do a fanzine with Rob and Fod called Enigma, which was quite big at the time. It was pretty well established on the anarcho-punk scene anyway, it even came with a free patch. We printed them ourselves on this old roll press in the church hall where we practiced. It used to all get mailed to my dad's house, and the parcels kept getting opened, and my dad used to really worry about his mail being tampered with. And we had the fanzine before the band, which really helped when it came to contacts for gigs and stuff. There was another fanzine in London we were in touch with called FAC, ran by this couple, Dave and Julie, and we knocked about with them for a while, and they were a lot older than us, and introduced us to a lot of people like Conflict. We actually went to their first gig in Eltham. We got quite friendly with Conflict early on, although we got beaten up when we went to see them a second time in Eltham. By the Eltham skinheads, too, who were all Conflict's friends, but for some unknown reason didn't like other people coming into their area. We knew 'em all, but they still beat us up after the gig, which was quite bizarre. Most of our early gigs were with Conflict, and a bit later on, we played a lot with Excretas and Naked. We had quite a little community going in the Kent area really, with Carnage and The Committed and so on. We could always fill a coach for gigs further afield, which was good, 'cause we'd turn up mob-handed and have 50 Anthrax fans there straight away, even if most of them were in other bands that we knew. We'd play every week, we played once a week for years in fact, and many of those gigs were at the Red Lion, a much-loved Gravesend venue, where Anthrax had a weekly residency and were able to invite many of their anarcho-punk peers to play alongside them, in exchange for gigs with those same bands in their own areas. The Red Lion was really good, remembers Oscar fondly. It was a Hells Angels pub originally, but we played there every Tuesday night, and had all these different bands travel down here. The landlord used to let us do what we wanted there, and the gigs used to do really well. It was only a small place, with a small stage, we could barely all fit on it, but we used to ram it to the rafters. The best thing about it was, we never got any trouble there, none at all. It was only when we went outside Gravesend, when we started playing London and stuff, that we had trouble at our gigs. We played the Blue Coat Boy in Islington, sometime in '82, and we were the only band that night to get out of there alive. We were pretty lucky if I remember, 'cause someone ran through the bar with an axe. We seemed to have this tendency to get out of places at just the right time. That was the only thing I really dreaded about it at the end, the constant violence. I remember we did this anti-glue sniffing gig once, in Bishop's Stortford, and it was full of glue sniffers. And it really kicked off, but luckily enough, the guys who did the PA sorted them out, but it was all trouble, every gig was trouble. Except the ones in Gravesend. Well, it did kick off in Gravesend once, but that wasn't at the Red Lion, that was at the town hall, when all the Gravesend Soul Boys started. That was a Naked gig, adds Sean, and all I can remember was Tony, their singer, flying off the stage with the microphone stand and giving it some. Our drummer was outside launching dustbin lids at 'em all. It was a bit mad. In 1981, Anthrax saved up the £90 required for a day in Oakwood Studios, Herne Bay, and recorded 7 tracks, one of which, All the Wars, made it onto the Bullshit Detector 2 compilation released by Crass the following year. Although an obviously inexperienced recording done on a shoestring budget, there's a compelling simplicity about the buzzing guitars and thundering toms that ensures repeated listening. That was what made the Anthrax sound, observes Sean, of their distinctive guitar tone. Because Dee played so fast, and had his overdrive set to maximum, it was like one long constant noise, like a buzzing chainsaw basically. You could hear the notes changing as he played, but not his actual picking. His right hand was so fast, none of us could keep up with him. The track on Bullshit also brought the band to the attention of Pete Stenett's Small Wonder Records, who released their striking debut EP, They've Got It All Wrong. It subsequently spent 6 weeks in the independent charts upon its release in early March 1983, peaking at a very respectable number 9. The provocative artwork, depicting a gang of punks jerking mindlessly at the end of puppeteer strings, being controlled by the bands that apparently sought to liberate them, was provided by the Tasty M, a graphic designer friend of Dee's, who also provided the cover for the band's second single. It was a group called The Snails who took a copy of our demo they'd bought off us into Pete's shop, and he just rang us up, reveals Oscar. It was weird really, 'cause we used to travel all the way across London to the Small Wonder shop to buy records, and all of a sudden he rang us up and asked us to do a single. We had to sign a contract and stuff, because he'd just been shafted by The Cure. He'd recorded Killing an Arab with them, with no contract binding them to him, and they'd gone off with Polydor on the back of it. Anyway, he gave us these contracts but we didn't read any of it, we just signed them. We recorded it at Southern Studios, but unfortunately it was with an engineer who didn't like Pete. So that wasn't very successful sound-wise. It was a bit of a push anyway, 'cause we recorded it in the evenings, every night after work. But Pete used to live next door to John Peel, and they were good friends, so at least we got plenty of airplay. Gareth was replaced by Lawrence from the Excretas on bass, and Sean was recruited as an additional guitarist, just in time for Anthrax to make the first of 2 trips to Holland during spring 1983. Because of the fanzine, I was in contact with the X over there, reckons Oscar, and I wrote to them and said we wanted to play on the continent, and they set up this mini tour for us, saying they would set up so many gigs in this certain period of time. Then they said, "How many of ya are coming?" To which I gingerly replied, 13. And they just said, no problem. They paid us, fed us, put us up, and gave us 2 crates of beer per gig. Oscar of Anthrax, pictured relaxing at the Moonlight Club. Anthrax live at the Red Lion, Gravesend, 1982. It was amazing, smiles Sean. We'd be ushered into each venue to have a meal, while someone else unloaded our gear. We'd never been treated so well. But we even had trouble over there with skinheads, though thankfully one of the geezers we took with us sorted all that out. The Dutch lot we were with were really nervous about it all, but we had this rather large guy with us, who wasn't an aggressive bloke, but really went for it when the occasion demanded. A single on Crass followed just a few months later, Capitalism is Cannibalism, the record that many consider the band's defining moment, and although there's no doubting its lyrical potency and understated musical power, Oscar isn't overly keen on it as a representation of Anthrax's real sound. After the Bullshit Detector 2 album, Eve Libertine rang us up and asked if we wanted to do a single. It was weird, 'cause we recorded for 3 days with Penny and John Loder, and when they mixed it, they took our bassist Gareth off the recording and added all these little bits, and it ended up sounding nothing like the original songs. Basically we ended up sounding like Crass. Personally I prefer the first demo we did, but we were young, and it was good, we enjoyed it, no real regrets or anything. Licking their wounds somewhat, morale not helped any when an interview with Winston Smith for Sounds never actually made it to print. The band returned to Oakwood, where they had tracked their very first demo, to cut a track, It'll Be Alright on the Night, for Motorhead's compilation, Who? What? Why? When? Where? It was to be the last thing Anthrax would record together, with the band splitting before the record was even out, right after a disastrous second tour of Holland. We never meant it to turn out so different to the singles, says Oscar carefully, of the surprisingly melodic It'll Be Alright on the Night, but the engineer bought a Mini Moog into the studio, and Dee started tweaking about on that, and suddenly the Mini Moog is on the recording. You know what I mean? Dee was like, oh, what else you got? It was that kind of session. I just got pissed off with it all in the end though, he adds, on his reasons for quitting the band. I'd been doing it for so long, and I was just wondering how many more gigs we were going to do that were going to get trashed. It was such a caper, trying not to get beaten up all the time. And we were really lucky not to get seriously hurt a few times, we really were. I remember we were meant to be playing this gig with Conflict, at the Moonlight Club, and when we turned up, the promoter said we weren't even on the bill. So we got back on the train to come home, and we had a gang of skinheads trying to nick our guitars off us. We had to run for our lives, it was just everywhere you went. Then we played the Half Moon, and it kicked off big time, loads of claret flying everywhere. Crass got done with scaffold poles. We were lay under my car, hiding, and people were just hitting the pavement all around us. That was also the gig where our drummer did a drum roll and fell off his stool at the end of it 'cause he was so drunk. He fell off his stool backwards another time, at Portsmouth Polytechnic, adds Sean, who played with the blues/rock outfit Exit in the wake of Anthrax. We looked around and he'd vanished off the back of the stage, leaving us standing around, wondering what to do next. In recent years, the members of Anthrax have actually reunited to jam out their old material, with a view to possibly recording something new, but nothing came of it other than a few enjoyable rehearsals. Everyone had moved on a lot musically, and all of us in different directions, explains Sean, but it was nice to have us all back in one room again, even though it was obvious that the band had run its course. I wouldn't change any of it for the world though, says Oscar. Nor the fanzine, although I was only actually involved in the first 2 issues, before I pulled out 'cause they wanted to charge £1 for it. It had been free up till that point, and I felt really strongly about that. Everything we did was free, wasn't it? Sean: yeah, the only gig we charged for in Gravesend was a 12-band benefit gig, to raise money for a leukemia and cancer equipment fund, and that was only 50p to get in. All the bands played for free, and did 4 songs each, and the place was packed. Oscar: I think the most we ever got paid for a gig was £30, and it cost us more than that to get a van and put the petrol in it. But that was what it was all about, wasn't it? The money was never as important as just being involved. Select Discography 7s. They've got it all wrong. Capitalism is cannibalism at a glance. Both the Mortarhate compilations that Anthrax appeared on have seen a reissue on CD in recent years, and thankfully Overground have a comprehensive Anthrax discography CD, compiling all the studio recordings, planned for 2007. It's surely the dream of every band to release at least one great record they can be remembered by, and although the aforementioned Naked literally did just the one single for Blueberg, they can at least rest happy knowing they left behind a genuinely fantastic testament to their time together as a band. Formed in and around Sheerness in 1979 by vocalist Tony Bandy White and guitarist Chris Council, alongside bassist Kevin Nash, second guitarist Alan Dan and drummer Kevin Morgan, Naked actually made their live debut in Holland, at Vlissingen's Hoppet Club, and were joined by bassist Chris Midgley and drummer Kev Arnold in August 1980, by which time the band had already garnered a considerable local following. Yeah, they were already playing before we came along, explains Mitch. In fact, we saw them at the Red Lion several times prior to us joining. Naked did loads of gigs there, so did Anthrax and Conflict. In fact, most of the bands in your book probably played there at some time or other. It was a good venue, and Gravesend had a good little scene going on. Me and Kev Arnold were in another band together before Naked, but we never did a gig or anything. It was a punk band, but if we had a name, I honestly can't remember what it was. I was 13 or 14 when I started playing bass, and it was 'cause of the Stranglers really. I loved Jean-Jacques Bernal's bass sound. That was the whole reason I ever wanted to join a band in the first place. The Stranglers actually played in Rochester last year, up at the Castle, and they were really good as well. Midge and Kev made their live debut with the band, headlining the Red Lion, in August 1980, supported by Vocal Attack, which served as a much-needed warm-up for a rather prestigious show the following week, opening for the UK subs at Gravesend's Woodville Hall. I think Midge and Kev joining changed our direction quite a bit, ponders Chris. They were both punks, and the music went more that way for a while. I remember Midge was very raw and didn't really know what notes were which on the bass, so we had a bit of a learning process to go through, but after that, well, you've probably heard the results. I don't think we ever set out to be a punk band, in the sense that we wanted to play the music we liked, rather than copying everyone else. We all had our own musical influences which I think tended to show through at times. If we had all been the same age, and always listening to the same stuff, we probably would have ended up sounding like every other band we were playing with. I was, and still am, of course, the oldest of the band by about 3 years, and had grown up listening to Pink Floyd, The Stones, Led Zeppelin, Bowie, and so on. So punk music was a bit hard to grasp at first, all thrash, no tunes, screaming vocals, no talent, etc., etc. But then I did catch on, and found myself thinking how wonderful it was that even these people who didn't know one end of a guitar from another were at least trying, and a lot of it was great to listen to. I expect I sound very pompous, but it was just that it was initially so different, and I don't think I am pompous either. Anyway, then it all got more serious, and the more we were involved, the more it all made sense. I did personally have a struggle with some aspects of it at times, as I had a job in the civil service and responsibilities at home, as my dad had died a couple of years before we formed the band. So, I sometimes felt like a part-time punk, but then, for me, the music was always the #1 priority. Rehearsing in Sheerness Rugby Club, Naked began penning new songs for their first studio recording with the new lineup, which they undertook at Rochester's DT's studio, material that was much harder, faster and angrier than how the band had first sounded. And despite its barely polished rough edges, that earliest recording especially showcased Tony's great voice, a natural talent that lent even the band's thrashier numbers a distinctly tuneful edge. Yes, he could really sing, agrees Mitch. A lot of people said that. In fact, when I first saw them at the Red Lion, I thought to myself, this band are good, and that bloke can fucking sing. But before me and Kev joined, they were much more poppy, definitely a long way from how they sounded after we joined anyway, and I think that when Tony had these two new members, he really exerted his influence on the band, to make it sound a lot more how he wanted it to be. He steered it more in the direction he wanted it to go. It was the ideal opportunity for him to do that. The demo not only landed them many more mini-tours in Holland, it also brought them to the attention of Crass, who included their track, Mid-1930s on the 1982 Bullshit Detector 2 compilation. With their crisp guitar sound, tight burbling bass and competent production, not to mention Tony's urgent melodic vocals, Naked were a genuine revelation, and they quickly found themselves welcomed with open arms by the anarcho-punk scene, consequently being invited to play shows alongside the likes of Dirt, Flux of Pink Indians and near neighbors Anthrax. Naked. Midge, Tony, the singer, who wrote all the lyrics, was the one most into the anarcho scene, and it was through his contacts that we got as far as we did, to be honest. I didn't really see ourselves as an anarcho-punk band, not even as a punk band really, we were just a band, if you know what I mean. I listened to all sorts of music. I used to really love Killing Joke, although I haven't seen them play live since Youth left. They were a big influence on me, but whether they influenced the rest of the band, I don't know. But Tony was really into Crass and all the stuff they put out, and after the Bullshit compilation, we started playing a lot more gigs with all those kind of bands, and, before we knew it, that was the scene we were associated with. Not that that was a bad thing or anything, don't get me wrong. And what I liked about it all was how everyone tried to help each other out. It was very cooperative. I wasn't too sure about some of the politics of it all, but I liked the general vibe, you know what I mean? It certainly opened a lot of people's eyes to things. I mean, I went vegetarian after hearing Sick Butchers by Flux, and I'm still a vegetarian to this day, although I must admit I wasn't a great lover of meat prior to hearing that anyway. None of the others were veggies though. After an ill-fated UK tour with Anthrax, Kev Arnold left and was replaced by Carl Carrick from Westgate, the drummer that actually played on the superb One Step Forward Towards Reality EP for Blurg. He just got pissed off, I think. He didn't drive, and he lived all the way down in Ramsgate. But he was working in Chatham Dockyard with me, just across the river here, and he had digs up here as well. I basically used to ferry him around. When the dockyards shut in '83 or whatever, after the Falklands War, he was stuck back down in Ramsgate, but he did rejoin eventually. He was a better drummer than Carl anyway. Carl kept trying to put in too many drum rolls, and Kev was a lot steadier, much more solid. Recorded at DT's in late July 1983, with Dick and Bruce from the Subhumans traveling down to lend the band their production expertise, the single was a perfectly formed, vibrant pop-punk gem that bothered the lower echelons of the indie top 30 for about a month upon its release in late '83, all 5 uplifting tracks as memorable as each other. I was so chuffed when it came out, says Chris proudly, just on a personal level even, because I only ever had 2 ambitions until that stage in my life, and making a record was one of them. I was also really pleased that we, as a band, had achieved it and hoped it would lead to more. We had built a fair following and I was confident we could go a long way. Of course I thought it was a great record at the time, the best thing since sliced bread, but then I would. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, I'm still proud of it, and now that I have a copy on CD, I have something to play my son one day. But I also feel that it could have been a lot better and tighter, and without so many out of tune or out of time bits. It also makes me sad to think we never did get any further with it all. I'm not really sure why. I recall Bruce saying they would want us to do a follow-up, but for whatever reason it never materialized, and we didn't have the means to do it ourselves. But it did pretty well, adds Midge, especially around here, in all the local papers and stuff, whatever that means. It did well in Holland too. I think it made the top 5 of their independent charts. We loved playing there, which was why we went over so often. It was so much better organized than over here. I always remember we'd get a roll of drink vouchers to do what we wanted with, which was nice. The most memorable gig was probably one we did in Breda, and unknown to us it was an anti-Dutch monarchy gig, arranged to coincide with the Dutch Queen doing a walk-round visit to the town. The whole place got busted by the police, we all got arrested, we had about 30 English people with us, and we were all carted off at gunpoint. It was a great gig though, and we managed to play most of our set before the police burst in on us. The worst thing we did there was this live rhythm and booze festival in Flushing, and it went out live on the radio. It wasn't just punk bands, there were folk and rock bands playing as well. We were on just before the headliners, Queen Ida and her Bone Temps Zydeco band. Anyway, my bass amp blew up halfway through our set, so it sounded bleedin' horrible, and everything else went wrong that could go wrong, and it was all broadcast live on Dutch radio. Surprisingly enough, after such a well-received single, and great shows with the Subhumans at the 100 Club, Tony White left the band, leaving Naked to struggle on as a 3-piece for a while, with Chris and Midge attempting to fill his rather big vocal shoes between them. Naked, taking a break from rehearsals. It didn't work that well though, admits Midge, so then we had this girl singer, Paula, join. We did a 4-track demo with her, sometime in '85, in Gillingham. I think it was one of the best things we ever did, personally, although it was obviously a lot different to what we did with Tony, and we had all these people moaning about the new style. The thing is, she sounded alright on tape, but when we played live, she didn't have a very powerful voice, and couldn't really project herself to be heard over the rest of the band. In fact, Naked only played the one show with Paula fronting the band, in Sevenoaks in 1986, before they quietly disintegrated once and for all. I'm not so sure that she had that much of an effect on our sound, reckons Chris, who now works with people that have learning disabilities. Maybe other people will think otherwise, but as I said previously, for me, making good music was always the most important thing. I'm pretty sure Midge felt the same, to be honest too, so I think the main effect Paula had was just that the vocals were different. I think lyrically things had been changing for a while before she joined, and perhaps becoming less political. I can't really tell you how the die-hard fans reacted as I didn't speak to that many of them at the time, but those I did speak to were actually keen and said they liked what we were doing towards the end. Anyway, I went on holiday to America, and we were due to rehearse only a day or two after I got back. I was really jet-lagged and rang round to say I wanted to leave it until the next week, but next week never came. How strange and sad is that? We just never got back together. Midge even left his gear, or some of it, at the rehearsal place and never retrieved it. I regret that so much, and have done for many years. I always thought we could get somewhere with our music and still think the same. That's not meant to sound clever or anything either, although I suspect maybe it does. I just honestly thought, and still think, that we had something a bit special, and it was a shame we never got the chance to take it any further. I've even been talking about playing again recently, says Midge, now a self-employed builder. One of the blokes I work with is a really good singer, and we've been talking about doing something, just to keep our hands in really, for something to do. I still pick my bass up and have a little tinkle now and again, but not enough really. The thing is, I broke my wrist 5 years ago, and lost a lot of movement in it, which is a hindrance. I loved my time in Naked though, wouldn't change a thing, wish I was back there now. To be honest, everything seemed a lot simpler back then. Select Discography 7s. One step forward towards reality at a glance. Overground have recently stepped up to the plate and announced a 2007 release for the sort of thorough retrospective CD a band of Naked's caliber undoubtedly deserves. The quietly influential Riot/Clone actually formed in Ashford from the remains of Hounslow Act, The Replacements, a short-lived band that featured Riot/Clone vocalist Dave Floyd on bass and a female singer, Kathy. The other two members, Kenny and Howard, actually left the week before the band's first gig, in Ashford, supporting mod band the Vespas, leaving Dave and Kathy to draft in last-minute replacements. And even Kathy was having throat problems, so I reluctantly took over vocal duties as well, recalls Dave. I don't remember much about the show itself. That morning, however, I had bought the only copy of The Feeding of the 5000 by Crass from our local record shop, and, kinda blown away by there being another band out there with seemingly similar ideas, plus not having that long a set rehearsed, had got together with the guitarist and learned Do They Owe Us a Living, which we played as our final song. Some 20 years later, I actually met up with someone who had been at the gig who was adamant that I had written the song but Crass had stolen it. No end of arguing would convince him, and he probably still firmly believes it to this day, based on the evidence that the local record shop didn't get any more copies in for a few weeks, so he wasn't aware of its release until then. Riot/Clone. With Kathy's throat problems making her continued role as vocalist impossible, Dave decided to sing, until a more permanent vocalist could be found, and recruited next-door neighbor Hammy as guitarist, bassist Pooch, and drummer Steve Spade. Becoming ever more interested in the Crass way of doing things, Dave changed the name of the band to Riot, but two other members wanted to be called Clone, and the hybrid compromise of Riot/Clone that was used on the posters for the first gig soon became a permanent arrangement. But not before the Replacements enjoyed 15 minutes of fame supporting the Ruts at the Nashville in West Kensington. Yeah, as time went on, I became more and more interested in the political and DIY aspects of punk. The first wave of punk had disintegrated and it became clear that most of the bands had really just been pop star wannabes. I felt cheated and let down, but rather than do what most people in my area seemed to be doing, and leaping onto the mod bandwagon, I decided to concentrate on my own band, working on the theory that the only band I could always trust would ultimately be the one that I was actually involved in myself. Anyway, I had been lucky enough to come across the Ruts before they had any real exposure and were still playing to a small crowd of friends at most gigs, so had got to know them pretty well, to the point of being beckoned up on stage to sing backing vocals for them at some gigs. I had obviously told them that I was starting a band, and Malcolm came over to me at the bar at the Nashville show, asking if we were all there, because the support act, Vermilion, and the Aces hadn't turned up. Yes, I said, and he went off to arrange for us to play instead. It was then pointed out to me by Pooch that Hammy wasn't in fact with us, having gone to the marquee instead to see the angelic upstarts. Malcolm came back and said it was all arranged, and I told him we had no guitarist. "No problem," he said, "I can find you one." And he disappeared again. Now was the point where Pooch and myself had a serious debate over who should sing. Neither of us were overly confident and both knew the bass lines, though admittedly Pooch was a far better bassist than I was. It was eventually decided, by Pooch and Steve ganging up on me, that I should sing, firstly because I'd got us into this, and secondly, because I was the oldest. That settled, Malcolm returned and told us to come backstage so we could teach the guitarist our songs. We were gobsmacked to find that it was none other than Rat Scabies, of the Damned. Pooch managed to teach him 3 songs before it was time to go on, and we decided to do those 3, plus any covers that came to mind. So on we went, me, Pooch, Steve, Rat Scabies, some guy called Pat, who had overheard the original conversation with Malcolm and blagged himself into the deal, and Vermilion, who had showed up having not found her band. To say I was nervous, walking out in front of over 400 people, would be an understatement. Word had gone around that we were a last-minute stand-in though, and with me knowing all the Ruts crew, and Pat knowing a fair percentage of the remaining audience, we were greeted by a resounding roar. My nervousness disappeared immediately, and Pooch was later to say he always regretted forcing me to sing that night, as he could see that the moment I walked out on stage, any thoughts of playing bass had completely vanished from my mind. We went down really well too, even our own songs, which was very pleasing, and, 3 weeks later, Riot/Clone would play our first proper gig. Said well-received gig being on October 8, 1979, at the Grove Tavern in Kingston-upon-Thames, after which, flushed with their early success, the band recorded their first demo, which, when coupled with a live recording on the B-side, became the band's aptly titled Musical Destruction cassette. However, it would be 2 years before Riot/Clone found themselves with a stable enough lineup to release anything else. 1981's Crime Pays cassette was another collection of DIY demos and live material, and by the time it emerged, Dave had been joined by guitarist Rue, bassist Pete Spence, and drummer Mel's. It was this lineup that entered Pet Sounds studio in South London and recorded the first Riot/Clone EP, There's No Government Like No Government, which, inspired by bands such as 6 Minute War who were releasing all their own material, they issued on their own Riot/Clone label in early 1982. I just got a copy of Melody Maker and phoned all the pressing plants advertised in there, asking questions about the process and their prices, explains Dave, of how he started up the label. Once I'd done that, I also rang the mastering plant that was most used at the time, and concluded that the whole adventure would cost us £450 plus the covers. So, armed with this knowledge, all we needed now was the £450. We played a gig that paid us £30 and decided to all chip in the rest, in installments, until we had it all saved. Luckily, we only had to make one £30 injection each, after which someone Mel's knew through work offered to lend us the balance, so we could do it there and then, without having to wait. It may have taken some time otherwise, what with 2 of us being unemployed. A mate of ours who worked in a print shop then offered to do the covers for us at the weekends, when he was on overtime and the boss wasn't around, so that saved us having to dig any deeper, and also dictated the style of the covers as the largest he could print was A3. So off we trotted to South London, having rehearsed 5 songs repeatedly for the recording session. First off, we had to get the sound right, and there seemed to be a problem with it, as the engineer pointed out. This is something that will make kids nowadays just starting out in bands crease up with laughter, and shows how inexperienced we were at the time. The engineer asked Rue and Pete if they were in tune, after fiddling with various knobs, trying to rectify the sound. Yes, they both replied. So, they tried again, but again the engineer asked the same question, and got the same reply. He finally hit on the problem though. "Are you in tune, together?" Blank stares were all he got. Yep, Rue and Pete both had their guitars in tune, but they had both tuned separately, without a thought for the other. Once that was sorted out, we got stuck into the recording, though Mel's and myself made sure we took the piss out of our wannabe axe heroes all the way home for that. One of the 4 tracks from the single, the ultrafast and raw Death to Humanity, a tirade against mankind's widespread and despicable abuse of animals, was then included on Anagram's extremely popular Punk and Disorderly compilation, which gained the band many new fans from outside of the peace punk camp. Very aware that their appearance seemed like some sort of cop-out, having gone to such great lengths to release their own record, Riot/Clone requested that any royalties due them for their contribution should be donated to the Animal Liberation Front. That is actually my least favorite song of ours. I like the lyrics, but the song itself seems to start, drone on for what seems like hours, then stop, without doing anything remotely interesting in between. Of course, with that being the track that appeared on Punk and Disorderly, everyone always wants to hear it, so it has to be included in the live set every time we play, making it something of an albatross I have hanging around my neck forever. The best feeling that came from splitting the band up last year was that I'd never have to sing that damned song again. Another 4-track EP, Destroy the Myth of Musical Destruction, followed in late '82. Better produced than the first single, it featured 4 more simple yet memorable tunes, the best being H-Block, all about the infamous Maze prison where Republican hero Bobby Sands was amongst 10 men who starved themselves to death on hunger strike, protesting against the institution's appalling conditions and refusal to segregate political prisoners, in 1981. I think the second EP captures the best balance between sound quality and energy, offers Dave. I only finished the lyrics to Sick Games in the car on the way to the studio, and it replaced Running, which once again proved to be a stumbling block when it came to recording it without making any mistakes. This was why we always rehearsed 5 songs, so we had a backup in case one didn't work for any reason. I do have a soft spot for the first EP though, he adds fondly. I can remember how great it felt to record it and finally get copies in our sweaty paws, but despite the spirit managing to somehow overcome the dreadful production, the quality of the recording does detract from what could have been a great single had we had a little more money to spend on the recording. Also, lyrically, I'm very pleased that most of the songs remain relevant, whereas quite a lot of output from the early '80s was of its time, and sounds pretty naive or dated now. A third EP, Blood on Your Hands, actually appeared in December 1984, and managed to dent the indie top 30, despite the band that recorded it having split up long before its eventual release. We actually split in January 1983, before the third EP had been recorded. The reason was that good old rock and roll cliché, the girlfriend. Pete had been seeing Janice since they had hooked up at our Liverpool gig, and as time went on she had become more and more intrusive in the workings of the band. It had reached the point where I pretty much had to get permission from her before booking any gigs, although Pete was blissfully unaware of this, 'cause she always answered their phone. One night we were due to play in Cheddington with the Lost Cherries, but neither Pete nor Mel's, who had just got a job, turned up to meet the van. Steve of the Lost Cherries already knew the bass lines and was cool with filling in for Pete, although their drummer Nuts was rather more nervous about having to fill in for Mel's. Rue and myself weren't happy. Only a couple of months earlier we had all agreed to put more energies into the band, yet with Mel's doing overtime at every opportunity and Pete being vetoed by Janice every time she didn't want him to do something, the opposite seemed to be happening. We decided to ask Pete to leave, and ascertain from Mel's where his main interest lay. Mel's turned up 10 minutes before we were due to go on stage that night, and wasn't happy to hear that we wanted to ask Pete to leave, saying he would have to consider his own position in the band. Pete agreed to leave, and a couple of days later Mel's left too. Riot/Clone live at the Genesis Youth Club, Stanwell, June 1982, picture by Mick Mercer. Unfortunate really, because at the time of the band's premature demise, they were well on their way to completing the writing of their debut album, which was to have been entitled From the Cradle to the Grave, until the Subhumans released their sophomore album of the same name, and the working title was then shortened to just Life. Pete and Janice formed Evil Eye, before Pete went on to do stints with Rubella Ballet and Daisy Chainsaw, as well as some time with Dave in Mad Dog. In 1989, he and Dave reunited with Rue for a brief riot/clone reformation, to celebrate what would have been the band's 10th anniversary, resulting in the early 90s Ambitious Dead. But Not Forgotten set, all three of the band's singles reissued, and bound together by a 72-page booklet. However, what was intended to put a satisfactory full stop on the riot/clone story actually had the opposite effect and led to them reactivating on a more permanent basis. In early 1995, Dave, Pete and Pooch entered the studio, Brixton, with Conflict drummer Paco behind the kit, and recorded the 40-track Still No Government Like No Government CD. Featuring brand new versions of most of the band's old material, plus some impressive new numbers, it came with an astoundingly thick 142-page booklet of lyrics and in-depth articles about the many varied topics they touched upon. Although a bit much to digest in one sitting, it was the first time the band was blessed with a sound that did them justice, breathing new life into much of their back catalog, and the accompanying literature certainly lent a credible depth and meaning to the band's message. In 1997, Bomb Factory released the To Find a Little Bluebird album, which, although wrapped in a serene cover, was the band's most musically uncompromising offering to date, a genuinely hardcore collection of hard-hitting thrash. It was followed in 2000, after various lineup changes and much touring of Europe and North America, by the full-on Animal Rights album, Do You Want Fries With That, and then, in 2004, by a brand new EP, Mad Sheep Disease, for Californian label, Alternative. Both releases demonstrated beyond any doubt that Riot/Clone had lost none of their outspoken invective, and yet another new album was being written when Dave decided to relocate to America for a while in 2005, and the band he left behind recruited a new vocalist and became Refuse/All, who issued the Have a Happy Holiday in Guantanamo Bay LP on Dear Restricted Records during 2006. There was also another Riot/Clone EP recorded in 2000, explains Dave, during the same session as Do You Want Fries With That, titled Acts of Floxinosinahilipilification. It was due to be released through Catchphrase Records from Arizona, but due to various problems the release never happened. It contained 3 tracks, that will appear on the CD version of the new album, that will be out shortly on Dr. Strange Records. As yet, I've no title to give you, but it is by far the best Riot/Clone album ever recorded, and will be a fitting end to the band, though I don't discount the possibility of a final US tour when it is released. We dared to be different, unlike those who slavishly followed the crass model, he adds on what helped Riot/Clone stand apart from their peers. We never tried to emulate their sound, instead just wrote songs as best we could that we liked. We also never copied the look, in fact I went from always wearing black to purposely making sure I rarely did, once it became a scene rule that all black was the way to go. We seem to have managed to get a fair crossover audience over the years due to this, but by the same token are destined to remain relatively obscure, straddling the fringes of the normal punk and anarcho scenes. Many people into more standard punk still discount Riot/Clone without ever hearing us, because they assume we are just another crass band, something I've constantly heard from those who stumble across us by accident. We also went it alone, despite the obstacles put in our path along the way, such as Fresh Records going bust whilst owing us £600. Damn, we're the only band I know of who turned down a possible record deal with Rough Trade, because we had our own label and wanted to remain as independent as possible. And let's face it, you didn't get much more independent than Rough Trade back then. Select Discography 7s. There's No Government Like No Government. Destroy the myth of musical destruction. Blood on Your Hands. Dead. But Not Forgotten, re-release of the first 3 singles Mad Sheep Disease LPS. Still No Government Like No Government, double LP To Find a Little Bluebird Do You Want Fries With That? At a Glance. The excellent 1995 Still No Government Like No Government CD, although little more than a re-recorded best of collection, remains the perfect way to check out the band's 80s output because of its superior production values and incredible packaging. One of the more tuneful anarcho bands were Lost Cherries, although don't be fooled by that past tense because the band are back together, recording and gigging with great success even as we speak. Their 1984 All Part of Growing Up LP was an accomplished slice of melodic punk rock, heavily tinged with both reggae and pop, and remains the defining moment of their 80s output, although the band were considerably more raw when they first picked up their instruments in late 1981. Formed in Sutton, Surrey, by bassist Steve Battershill, that first incarnation of the Cherries also consisted of vocalist Gian Jeffries and guitarist Dave Greaves. In the absence of anyone else willing or able to do it, Steve actually played the drums to start with, until they recruited Warren Nuts Samuels, author of an acclaimed local fanzine hit ranking, to man the kit. Lost Cherries live in Bristol, November 1983, picture by Paul Mahoney. The first gig was undertaken during July 1982 at the Swan, in Mill Street, Kingston upon Thames, with Riot/Clone, and it wasn't long before the band were blazing a trail on the punk underground. Both with their live shows and also their debut single, the No Fighting, No War, No Trouble, No More EP, for Riot/Clone Records, by which time Dave Greaves had been replaced by Andy Rolfe. And it was from the outset of their existence that they found themselves aligned with the anarcho-punk movement, by virtue of not only the company they were keeping on the gig circuit but also their thoughtful lyrics and the obvious anti-sexism stance of their moniker. We became aware of anarcho-punk the day Crass released Feeding of the 5000, reckons Steve. And although we never really applied the term to ourselves, we were more than happy to be mentioned in the same context as most of those bands at the time. If you had to put us in a box, I guess that would be the right one. Although labels and pigeonholes are things we are all born into and have to exist within, and freedom from them begins and ends inside your own head. We were always the same, never changed and never will. Our style of music developed as we improved as musicians, but our lyrics have always been about the things around us that directly affect us. The feminist stance was struck very early on and has never wavered. Equality in all walks of life is essential to us. The issue had already been raised by Crass and Poison Girls, so, although it wasn't that widespread, people were starting to seriously address such problems. That debut EP was a spirited affair, undeniably generic with its rather tuneless high-speed approach yet charming in its boisterous naivete. It was recorded at Heart Studios, Kingston, explains Andy. Between the hours of 10:00 p.m. and 6:00 am, because it was cheaper to record at night, 7 tracks in 8 hours, it really was 1,2, 3, 4, go. We mixed all the songs in that time as well. A pro-plus frenzy of chaos and toilets. And sound-wise it was exactly what you'd expect a bunch of 16 and 17-year-olds who can't play very well to sound like, but it was our first single, and we still look back at it fondly. Despite its obvious shortcomings, No Fighting, No War, made the indie top 30 for a few short weeks during July 1983, and saw them gigging up and down the country with the likes of Flux of Pink Indians, Omega Tribe, and Conflict. Indeed, it was the latter's Mortar Hate Records that ended up releasing the second Lost Cherries single early the following year, although originally the release was slated for Dick from the Subhumans Blugurg label. Yeah, Dick was actually at the session, confirmed Steve. But when Colin heard it, he offered to put it out and we went with Mortar Hate in the end, because we'd already done a lot of work with Conflict by then. We did release some compilation tapes with Blugurg though. Lost Cherries, live in Bournemouth 1985, picture by Jazz Wiseman. 20 years on and nothing much has changed between us and Mortar Hate, they're still really good to deal with. Of course there's always a few horror stories about them, but they usually come from people who don't really know anything about them, or bands that want paying for every fucking note they ever play. A Man's Duty, A Woman's Place, as the sophomore EP was known, was an infinitely stronger release than its predecessor and crashed into the indie top 10 and spent 3 months in the chart during spring 1984. Opening with the brooding, evocative Blasphemy, No Trouble had a heavy dub reggae influence, but the best track was probably the upbeat Living in a Coffin, a damning indictment of the sterility of modern life in the fast lane. And of course, Sexism's Sick remains as relevant now as then in its condemnation of the bigotry inherent in so many traditional institutions. My favorite Cherries release, Enthuses Endy. It was recorded and engineered by John Heeseman, who was the drummer for this jazz/rock band, Colosseum. The experience of recording properly in a top studio was great. You must remember we were still in our teens and so inexperienced. The sessions were really good, though, and the end product still sounds fantastic today. Personally, my fave track is Blasphemy, elaborates Steve. Because it came out exactly how I imagined it would, with all the sound effects, the child voiceover, the music, the whole 9 yards really. I dreamt that song, and wrote it in 5 minutes, but it only came together bit by bit. There's a great vocal by Xian too. Just before they recorded A Man's Duty, the Lost Cherries expanded to a 5-piece lineup with the addition on keyboards of Gail Thibbert, former lead vocalist with Adventures in Colour, who had previously supported the Cherries at Feltham Football Club. Before I left Adventures in Colour, I did a demo in the studio with what was basically the Lost Cherries minus Xian, reveals Gail. In other words, me singing, with Nuts, Andy and Steve. We recorded 2 tracks, Oh La 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 and Lavender. Steve then invited me to join the Lost Cherries. We came home with the demo, which was called Lost in Colour, as it was part Lost Cherries and part Adventures in Colour, and Steve announced that I was joining the band, but, as Xian was already the singer, it was agreed that I would play keyboards. I laughed and pointed out that I couldn't actually play keyboards, but Steve said that that was okay as they couldn't play either. He then set about teaching me, placing colored stickers on the keys with numbers on, and nodding his head when it was time to hit one. So there you have it, my secrets are revealed, and I still can't play keyboards. The single was followed by the inclusion of the Wait on Motorhead's popular Who? What? Why? When? Where? compilation album, that saw the band's lineup further expanded by additional vocalists Bev Cook Abbott and Debbie McKenna just before the aforementioned All Part of Growing Up LP. Says Bev of her recruitment. I was a friend of the band from when they played gigs with other local bands Warning and Panic in Steve's mum and dad's single-car garage that had egg boxes stuck to the walls for soundproofing. We'd all bring our 2-liter bottles of cider and the bands would watch each other. I think me and my friend Cindy were the only ones there not in any of the bands. Anyway, just as the second single was coming out, Xian was planning to leave to go to university and she rang me out of the blue to see if I fancied replacing her as singer. I've no idea why though, as I'd never sung in my life. I guess no one else wanted to. I'd only heard the first single and that was a while ago, so she brought the second single round. I loved it and did an audition tape of me singing along to it, 'cause I was too embarrassed to sing in front of them. Shockingly, it turns out Steve still has that tape. The idea was for me to replace Xian, but she didn't go to uni in the end, and, by the time she was thinking of moving on again, we liked the way it worked with 2 vocalists, so Gail brought her friend Debbie McKenna in. Then we would still have 2 vocalists when Xian finally left. Hence the All Part of Growing Up album had all 3 of us on it, but Xian eventually left to join Blythe Power just after it came out. With its heavy musical bias, the album, recorded at Brixton's Arawa Studios, still shines like a lighthouse towering above a sea of so often bleak, insular thrash, and it was no surprise when it went top 10 in the Indies upon its release in November 1984. With the 3 girls harmonizing over some delightfully delicate guitar melodies, and the pace generally carefully measured throughout. It's one of the more listenable, upbeat records of the period. A fact reinforced by the peaceful cover shot, of a Cornish coastline, and a most enjoyable version of Pleasant Valley Sunday that pays suitable homage to the pop overtones surrounding it. With such a prominent female force at work in the ranks, it was inevitable the record would continue to confront the thorny topic of sexism, and You're You, I'm Me provides an articulate and balanced take on the theme. Elsewhere the Cheries ponder the mundanity of everyday life for the average Joe/Joe, and there are several songs that deal with animal abuse, in particular hunting and vivisection. No mention is made of eating meat though, possibly because the band would have felt hypocritical addressing such an issue when not all of them were vegetarian. I only actually went veggie about 8 years ago, confesses Bev. I wasn't back in the 80s, although I would have liked to have been but hated vegetables. Still do, but now you can have corn and other meat substitutes. I'm sorted. Give me a plate of ratatouille and I'll give it back to you, give me a nice corn roast with all the trimmings, and I'll be your friend forever. I couldn't care less if it looks or tastes like meat, it isn't, and that's all that matters. And I have got more into animal rights with each passing year. I won't go to certain countries that have terrible animal rights records, I will only use cosmetics and household stuff that are cruelty-free, etc. And I certainly won't wear leather, which I also did back then. After contributing War, Parts I and II to the We Don't Want Your Fucking War collection, and with Xi'an now departed, Lost Cheries entered Alaska Studios to record their last EP of the 80s, The Unwanted Children 12. Released in September 1985, it only bothered the lower echelons of the indie top 30 for but a few weeks, possibly because the average punk who followed the band was a little disconcerted by the slick rock production and the catchy use of horns on the bouncy title track. That's the ironic thing about the musical progression between our releases, sighs Steve. The better we became, the less people liked us. But I'll be fucked if that mattered. The Unwanted Children EP was a bloody good listen, but people would still stand at gigs and yell out for our old Discharge rip-offs. Disillusioned with dwindling sales and indeed with the ignorance that was still rife in the punk scene, despite all efforts made to the contrary, the Cheries called it a day after a particularly miserable gig at the Mermaid in Birmingham in early 1986. It was probably the worst gig we ever did, spits Steve. In fact, it was so bad we split up after it, because we decided we really could do no more. There we were playing Sexism's Sick, and there they were shouting, "Get your tits out." A right bunch of wonkers, to be honest, and we just felt like we'd been headbutting a wall for the previous 4 years. What was the point? Apparently I announced halfway through our set that it was our last gig, adds Bev. And that was that. Listening back to tapes of our last few shows though, we really sounded like a band who couldn't be arsed. We were terrible, and if you can't get yourselves up to play for people who have paid good money to see you, then you really shouldn't be there, so we stopped. For a while at least. Bev formed a band intriguingly called Bubble-Eyed Dog Boys. Andy started up Apex Beat with Andy Kemp from Warning, whilst Nuts put together Instant Reactor with yet more ex-members of that band. None of these acts amounted to anything more than a few demos, and then Andy and Nuts reunited in 1988 for Good Question, a light-hearted covers band that eventually metamorphosed into Pipe. In 2003, Steve decided to resurrect Lost Cheries. I felt bored and boring, and I missed it a lot over the years. And seeing other bands still doing it made me want to try and see if we could maybe give it another crack, so first I announced on a few punk websites that we were reforming, recording a new single and album, and touring the States, UK, and Europe. Then I set out trying to contact the band, and by the time I first heard back from Bev and Nuts, I was already getting loads of emails from America saying how great it was that we were back. Fuck, sometimes you gotta roll the dice a little, but if you build it, they will come. We tried to contact the other 3 via email, the internet, word of mouth, and a message on our website for them to get in touch, elaborates Bev. but we got no joy until Gail and Debbie turned up at our very first gig back together, in Hackney in July 2003. It was great to see them. Debbie came up and sang Unwanted Children with me and we had a great catch-up. The thing was though, by that time the four of us had worked really hard on gelling the new setup with me and Andy on vocals and we really didn't want to start again, so we actually chose to keep to just the four of us. I think they were a little disappointed, but hopefully they understood. Since then, the band have been busy spreading the word of their return on the live circuit, even playing as far afield as Italy and America. A cracking new studio album and retrospective DVD are the latest additions to the band's canon, and recently they've expanded their live sound by recruiting a second guitarist, Jeremy Buzzing, and vocalist Joey Hill. I don't think we actually differ that much now to then though, reckons Nuts. After nearly 20 years, I was gonna say that we now sound much better, but, after revisiting all the old tracks, I'd have to say that we sounded pretty good even back then, on a good day at least. Speaking for myself, I would say my ideologies are more or less the same as they were then too. It's sad to say that not much has changed in the world. And even when politicians claim they are gonna change it, and you begin to think that this is the start of something new, they always let you down. I think we're just taking it as it comes really. When we got back together it was just to play a few gigs and see how it went down. From that came the Mortarhate Anthology CD, and then the new singles, and now the album and DVD. As long as we're all enjoying it, then we'll keep doing it. I've been playing drums for over 20 years now and I can't see a day when I don't want to anymore, and while the Sherrys still want a drummer, I'll be there for them. Select Discography 7S. No fighting, no war, no trouble, no more a man's duty, a woman's place. Another bite of the Cherry CD/EPS. Fathers for Justice 12S. Unwanted Children. LPS. All part of growing up. Free to speak, but not to question at a glance. The excellent 2003 Mortarhate CD, in the beginning, compiles almost all of the band's early 80s vinyl releases, and comes complete with a 12-page booklet of lyrics, artwork, and rare band photos. It was re-released, with extra tracks, in early 2006 as a double disc set in a deluxe digipack. In much the same way as Chapter 1's Rubella Ballet, Hager the Womb threw a brightly colored spanner in the works of pedantic claims that the anarcho-punk scene was a drab and dreary place, where bands only dressed in black and never dreamt of having fun for the sheer hell of it, and they were a very necessary breath of fresh air in an often claustrophobic pressure cooker of mangled power chords and heated political debate. Formed in London in 1980, it was apparent from the outset that Hager would not conform to any party line, not even that of the nonconformists. At the time, we girls were really pissed off with the guys who had elected themselves the movers and the shakers of the Wapping Anarchy Center, explains vocalist Ruth Radish Elias of the band's inception. Obviously, being an anarchy center, I don't really mean we had elections, but these guys were mostly in, or connected with, bands that had started to play there, and were busy fixing up gigs and other things to keep the center going. They had an attitude and an almost unshakable sense of authority, and we, the few girls there, were finding it hard to get ourselves heard or involved in any sense. Anarchy in Wapping or no, the battle of the sexes continues, so there we were, naffed off because we had just been laughed at for making some suggestion or other, huddled together in the loo, the natural habitat of the female species at venues, and we thought we should form a band, because then they would have to take notice of us. I make no apologies that the Hags were not formed for worldly reasons, but that's actually why we came about. And I am ashamed to say I made the name up in the one whole week we had between forming and doing our first gig. As you can see, it was a rush job and immense advertising pressure was laid to bear to have a name to put on the poster. It doesn't actually mean anything and I never liked it. A rush job indeed, especially seeing as none of the original lineup could even play an instrument, but punk rock has always been blissfully indifferent of such minor inconveniences as musicians who aren't the least bit musical, hasn't it? And after all, the show must go on, and what a first show. Opening for scene luminaries, Zounds, and the mob. The Anarchy Center was a collective, and thankfully some of the regulars helped us out. In the week between our Band of Defiance being created and our first gig, Andy Martin from the Apostles lent us his habitat to rehearse in, and sorted out a drummer for us, Scarecrow. None of us wanted to drum, or indeed learn to play an instrument, that was all getting a bit too serious really. That's why we started off with 3 singers, and why drums, guitar, and bass, despite the brave stabbings of Janet and Steph, became, through musical necessity, the more male preserves within the womb. That's not to say that other females couldn't play them, just that there was a more plentiful supply of males who played within our circles. Hager the Womb and Friends, Darlington 1986, picture by Andrew Metcalf. It was one of the biggest gigs, pre-Crass Invasion, to be held at the center, and the only reason we got offered it by the guys organizing the gig was because they didn't think we'd actually get it together to perform live within a week. Everything that followed was because of them, thanks, guys. Bold, if not entirely fearless, proved that anyone really could get up and do it. After killing Andy Martin and co with our noises for a few days, we arrived on gig Sunday armed with a few songs, a drummer, a borrowed guitar, bass, and amps, and plentiful supplies of peanut butter sandwiches and alcohol for bribery purposes. These we used to great effect, the Hager cocktail being particularly effective in getting a Larry vocal crowd to the front of the stage to drown out our efforts in encouraging drunken cheers. These poor souls were then earmarked for our badges, crudely superimposed over other bands' badges as we didn't have any proper ones. They read number 1 fan, number 2 fan and so on. We even reached double figures at one show I seem to remember. Those badges must be worth a fortune now, haha. Our first songs included Puff the Magic Dragon, Dress to Kill and Babies. Anyway, we were all chuffed with the gig, or rather all the support we got, despite being so knowingly dreadful, and decided to continue. JFB was soon drafted in on second guitar, to boost the band's live sound, whilst Scarecrow was replaced behind the kit by Chris Elephant Face Knowles, previously with Cold War. When Nicola left, the band continued with just 2 vocalists, Ruth and Karen, for a while, at least. Through some concerted gigging with like-minded bands, the Hagers began to quietly build a respectable following around London and a name for themselves on the anarcho-punk scene, although whether they were actually anarcho-punk remains open for debate. I suppose we were always considered a bit different because A, we were not overtly anti-war, or anti-anything actually, B, we were mostly female which was rare, and C, we didn't wear black a lot. Apart from that, you couldn't tell us apart from any other crass band. I remember a friend at school lent me Crass' Feeding of the 5000, I was blown away by it and scared at the same time because it was just so angry, it made the Sex Pistols seething seem like mild disdain. But for me, Crass weren't there at the outset so were not an initial influence on our sound. They did have a massive, positive impact on the anarcho-punk movement though, they shaped it really, and there was no doubting their overriding influence on that scene. I lived in West Hampstead at the time. I had been kicked out of home for dyeing my hair red and ended up at Puppy Mansions, the local residence of Tony D and his seminal Kill Your Pet Puppy fanzine. It was a great place to live, creatively if not hygienically. I admit that I was one of the worst offenders. I remember Tony explaining that I not only had to clean inside a pot, but around it as well. I was amazed. The giraffe on the cover of Word of the Womb originated in my bedroom there. I wonder how many times it's been painted over now. We had the Moonlight Pub/Club just around the corner, which put on a lot of punk gigs at the time. We, and a lot of bands we hung out with, played there. It was definitely a fave rave of mine. We weren't far from the 100 Club or Marquee either, the Fulham Greyhound and several other great venues, so we were lucky in that respect. This lineup recorded the band's first demo, a track of which, For the Ferryman, eventually appeared on Mortar Hates Who. What? Why? When? Where? Compilation. Compared to the heavy-duty thrashings elsewhere on the album, Hager's contribution bounces along rather inoffensively, a subtle examination of self-knowledge and the adverse effects of peer pressure on individual thought. By the time the compilation was released, however, Steph had quietly said no more, the bassist slot being subsequently filled by Mitch Flacco, formerly with the Crux, the Snork Maidens and Flack. He quickly immersed himself in the band's light-hearted approach. Maybe it's true that booze and other drugs fuck your memory, but I can't remember a single rehearsal, he laughs. Getting gigs was easy though, you played the Anarchy Center in Wapping, or the Centro Iberico in Westbourne Park by asking for a gig, then other bands who liked you put you on the bill when they got gigs and vice versa. People were always trying to put on gigs in their local pub, youth center, park, or whatever, and whoever was the local band, or the popular band with a record contract that could buy their own gear, shared all their backline. Here was a bunch of teenagers doing their own thing, venues, recording studios, record companies, fanzines, theater companies, cafes, the squat scene. Fuck Thatcher? We did better, we ignored our elders and betters. But were we really anarcho-punk? I'm a communist and was at the time. The majority of the scene didn't know the difference between anarchy and chaos. The chaos, music, drugs, and sex, were what people really liked. The Anarchy Center had Stalinists, Trotskyites, apoliticals and even Tories coming along, although I think most people were libertarians of one sort or another. The predominance of anarchists as singers/songwriters probably made it seem as though there were more anarchists around than was actually so. Go and listen to the words of bands like The Mob, Rubella Ballet, and Hager again, there's a lot of personal politics, but very little anarchist rhetoric. And I think that the major difference between Hager and our peers is that we didn't push anarchy, peace, vegetarianism, or teenage angst as much as the others. We were more into fun for fun's sake, we were sometimes called the silly girls behind our backs. But as I mentioned before, political theory was not the strong point of most, and they'd certainly never heard of personal politics. It was the DIY aspect that was most inspirational, ponders Ruth. That anyone and everyone could do it, I think that's the one thing that has hung on in our lives since. Chris Elephant Face is now one of 3 seminal acid techno DJs called the Liberators, and of the 3 I reckon he is the best known and most sought after, because he made tapes of all his stuff and sent them to whoever requested them, getting himself valuable grassroots exposure. It's how we worked and it still works for him now. Some of the values are still there. I've always worked in not-for-profit organizations since, being much more comfortable in those settings. And a healthy disregard of authority in any shape or form seems inbuilt. The only real friction in the punk scene was between the anarcho-punk and oi factions around at the same time, 2 very different camps under the punk umbrella that looked similar but were worlds apart. It makes me laugh now, when I see young punk pretenders in Camden Market with crass and exploited badges on the same lapel, that would never have happened back then. The anarcho-punk bands were positive and purposeful, with ideals, social consciences, a sense of responsibility and the ability to use their bands and the scene to strive for positive change. They never advocated blind anger, mindless destruction, or hatred, many of the negative connotations associated with oi. However, despite these worldly aspirations, in our scene there was always bickering about which bands should get higher billing at gigs, or who was more anarcho or who had been veggie longer. Those ideals considered as being in tune with being anarcho, such as vegetarianism, took a strong hold very quickly, but led to elements of righteousness amongst those who adopted them, and hypocrisy amongst those who didn't but didn't want others to know. I remember finding it funny at the time that, shortly after the release of Flux's New Smell, so many people around me went veggie overnight, and fundamentalist veggie at that. The same people who would rant at you if you still ate meat were those who had been doing so themselves up until a week ago. Their bands would push out their anti-slaughter lyrics while some of their own members would make great efforts to hide the fact that they were still eating meat. Still, if efforts like Flux's made veggies of a few thousand of us, for any length of time, that's progress. Following their well-received contribution to the compilation, Mortarhate duly offered the band a chance to release a full-blown 12 EP, 1984's The Word of the Womb, the recording of which took place at Heart and Soul Studios, Walthamstow. We played with Conflict a lot, they gave us our first gigs outside of London, explains Mitch. When Conflict decided to start their own label, they asked us if we would like to be on it. And when Colin says come on then, you don't say no. I'd been in studios before to see other bands' record, and was pleased at the way Colin and Pete Fender just made us belt it out. Of course, now I know to listen to the final mix before it goes to the pressing plant. What I had put down as guide vocals, on True Part 1, actually turned up on the record. I can't sing well, but I'm not that bad. I've just listened to the records for the first time in years though, and I still like them. We were around bands like Conflict a lot as they played at all the venues we hung out at, elaborates Ruth. Colin came up to us after we'd played a few gigs and had got Chris, Mitch, and Paul in the band, who made us more musically digestible. He noted that we were more mature in the tune department and offered us the EP. I remember the conversation well, as we came up with a condition which he, unsurprisingly, promptly met. Can we have badges? Yes. That was it. We recorded it shortly after, an all-night affair in some tiny studio. We kept coming out for bouts of cool, dark London air. We were rough, the recording was rough, and that's about it. I would have been happier with some technology slapped on, even some basics like echo to beef up the vocals, or to patch over some mistakes as most were one-take efforts, but our limited budget wouldn't allow it. Now that EP has a fond place in my heart, like an imperfect teddy bear. Released early 1984, The Word of the Womb was a great success, spending over 5 months in the Indies and peaking at number 6. Dressed to Kill, probably the best track on offer, is a ludicrously catchy pop-punk ditty, drenched in youthful charm, with an insistent hook that once lodged in the listener's head refuses to let go. Janet and I wrote that on a 253 bus after school one day, sniggers Ruth. With a little help from Boney M. Karen and Ruth of Hagar the Womb. Ruth of Hagar the Womb, picture by Mick Slaughter. Many gigs were undertaken to promote the release, including one noteworthy all-dayer at the Brixton Ace, supporting Conflict, where, in the resulting live review in Sounds magazine, the band were accused of being Nazis. The reviewer thought that the movements our singers did during Dress to Kill were fascist salutes, scoffs Mitch incredulously. She also claimed that, at some point, we said Sieg Heil. At a later date, when we confronted her about her comments, pointing out that there were some people of African and Asian descent in the band, she admitted to being blind drunk at the bar all evening. The article showed a picture of one of us waving in the air, explains Ruth. There was actually a stage invasion during our set, and the picture was taken as we were flapping around trying to get people off it. We were well miffed and insisted on an apology for misconstruing hand movements, which happened in a subsequent edition. Such sensationalist coverage aside, Hagar the Womb went from strength to strength, even landing themselves a coveted John Peel radio session off the back of the EP, by which time Elaine Rubens had joined Ruth and Karen on vocals. He played a song from Word of the Womb on his show, says Mitch. Then announced afterwards that if anybody knew how to contact us, he wanted them to get us to phone him. I didn't believe the first 2 people who rang up to tell me. A big thanks to Conflict here as well, for lending us their backline to do the session, 'cause we still didn't have any at that point. We were just so shocked when it happened, adds Ruth, who has mixed feelings about the session itself. We had been listening to his show for ages and never thought we would be session material. To be honest, we weren't savvy in marketing ourselves at the best of times, as we were never ambitious in the sense of selling stuff and making it big. The session itself was a bit of a mare because it all had to be done in one day, and the drum kit promised to us never materialized, so we had to scour London for a replacement when we should have been recording. Then there was a problem with the use of the word fuck in a song of deep hate. We were told to replace fucking hate with hate, which just didn't flow as well and caused no end of trauma and delay. In the end, we got what we could down in the time we had, and I still cringe listening to it because it was so much rougher than we were at the time. I don't really know what the exposure did for us. If anything, John championed so many small bands and some got bigger as a result while others faded. I don't think it really opened any doors, but then again we never really tried to capitalize on it. After falling out with Mortarhate, Hager the Womb signed with Abstract Records, then home to the likes of New Model Army and the Three Johns, the latter being good friends of Mitch's. The resulting Funnery in a Nunnery 12 again made the indie top 10 upon its release in February 1985 and marked a significant musical progression for the band. More confident vocals and mature, relaxed arrangements resulted in a captivating EP that took its influences right across the board, from gothic rock to pop punk. Only Armchair Observer, with its rather remedial chord progression, tied the band to their primitive roots, whilst the likes of Once Proud, Now Dead, and Come Into My Soul were so atmospheric and subtle they almost sounded like a brand new band. I think the major difference between the two EPs was the recording technique, reckons Mitch. For the second one, we actually compiled Come Into My Soul whilst in the studio. We had a much more proactive producer, Dave Wolfson, who suggested changes to our arrangements and stuff. We also had a lot more time, and a better idea of what we could and wanted to do, so there were a lot more overdubs happening. That song, Come Into My Soul, was my statement of how you lose yourself in a relationship, adds Ruth. But it was forever changed when Mitch got hold of my lyrics, which ended, "For the price of security rises but never erupts," and added, "For the pride of monogamy, what must we give up?" Obviously a strong sentiment of his, but one that changed the emphasis of the song completely. That spoiled it a bit for me really, but that's songwriter's prerogative. I also liked the pointed upbeat feel of One Bright Spark, We're So Happy in the Midst of All the Sadness was a comment on how so many bands around us felt they needed to dwell solely on war and death etc. It all got very gloomy. Song of Deep Hate, which Chris penned, got my greatest respect though, because it showed our musical maturity. I would never have believed that song could come from the likes of us. Funnery, however, would prove to be the band's final release. Mitch left mere hours before a scheduled gig with the Three Johns at Dingwalls in Camden, only to be replaced by Paul Veg Venables, who was plunged into the rigors of touring Holland the following week. I first saw Hager sometime in 1980 or 1981, recalls Veg. It was with Kronstadt Uprising and the Snork Maidens at some community center in Covent Garden. This was when Mitch was in the Snorks and Steph was playing bass for Hager. My first thought was, this band have got some great songs, but they can't play them. I fucking loved them instantly. At the time, I think me and my mate Calvin were the only two punks in London who had Hager the Womb on our jackets, which caused Ruth constant confusion. "Hi Veg," she would say. No, I'm Calvin. Put your glasses on." I was so impressed, I went out with Calvin for many years, laughs Ruth, or was that Veg? My first proper gig with them was at Woolwich Poly with the Three Johns, continues Veg. It was a benefit gig for Mitch, who had just been sent down for mistaken identity at some Stop the City demo in Brixton. I remember it being great, but I was so nervous I totally fucked up the first song. I'm sure it was fine after that though. In the dressing room afterwards, Karen was trying to give me £5 and I didn't understand what for. She was going, "But this is what you get paid." And I'm thinking, this is such great fun, and you get paid. Mind you, I never got paid again after that. There was no dramatic split to speak of, but over the next year or so, Hager the Womb simply fizzled out, and by 1987, Chris, his girlfriend Julie Sorrell, Paul, and Veg were permanently ensconced in We Are Going to Eat You, who went on to record for All the Madmen, Cat and Mouse, Big Cat and TVT before changing their name to Melt and splitting in 1991. Mitch meanwhile went on to roadie for the Mekons and play with the likes of Some Dogs and Big Bottom, an art concept band comprising 5 bassists, but he still remembers his time with the Hags fondly. We'd all like to be remembered, wouldn't we? But for me, if someone, somewhere, thinks so, that Hager the Womb gig was fun, that's good enough for me. Ruth, 25 years on, and I am constantly surprised when I still get emails about the band, or see our stuff going for what seems like megabucks on eBay. It's an inexplicable world, but I do like to think we chimed with others out there, if only for a short while. Select Discography 12s. The Word of the Womb. Funnery in a Nunnery. At a glance. There are no official Hager the Womb retrospective releases available, but the who, what, why, when, where compilation, featuring For the Ferryman, has recently been reissued on CD by Mortarhate. Thanks to the uniquely powerful vocal cords of singer Caveat, London's Youth in Asia were another of the more distinctive of the early 80s anarcho bands, yet they only wrote a dozen songs during their brief tenure, resulting in but one cassette release and an acclaimed appearance on Bullshit Detector 2, with the defiantly simple yet eminently memorable Power and the Glory. I'd met these brilliant girls at a little village festival, who were all dressed so outrageously, recalls Kay, of her initiation into the intoxicating world of punk rock. They told me to get down to the Greyhound in Croydon on a Sunday night, because that was the nearest venue to me putting on punk gigs. None of my friends wanted to go, being the boring, old hippies that they were, bless 'em, so one Sunday evening I plucked up courage and went on my own, for what proved to be a life-enhancing experience. It was totally amazing, like being transported to another world, full of misfits and outcasts who thought and felt just like me. The venue was buzzing, and I immediately got talking to various colorful characters. Tom Robinson, The Damned and the Cowards played, and it was so loud and raw, and there was a huge mass of people pogoing and throwing themselves about, so naturally I joined in. It was an exhilarating experience and I was immediately hooked. Thereafter I became a regular at the Greyhound, and saw some of the finest punk bands around. Everyone who was anyone played there. I made some amazing friends, and began to let loose with my clothes, makeup, and hair, the emphasis being on second-hand, DIY, anti-fashion. The more outrageous, the better. My mother still laughs about the time I crept home with a huge vibrator around my neck, after making an appearance on stage as guest vocalist for the Cowards when they played an impromptu set at Croydon's Pied Bull. Kay formed the, briefly lived but brilliantly monikered, Case Laserbeam and the Gamatrons, with Cowards singer-slash-guitarist Mark Lemming, which only actually lasted for one rehearsal, with Dave and Fred Burke from the Johnny Moped Band on drums and bass. Kay began dating Johnny Moped soon after, traveling all over the capital with his band and soaking up the energy of the emerging punk scene firsthand, but it was an eye-opening encounter with an infinitely more serious troupe that really prompted her to form her own proper band. Yes, in 1979 I went to see Crass play for the first time. After 2 years of constant gig going, I could see the punk scene changing. A lot of the early bands had sold out or disbanded, and the scene was becoming more commercial, which most original punks resented. The whole essence of punk was being lost. I'd read about Crass in the music papers, and when I heard they were playing Red Lion Square in central London, with Poison Girls, the Erratics, and the Straps, duly went along to check them out, and it was unlike any other concert I'd ever been to. There were screens showing films on either side of the stage, and all these banners with anarchist slogans on them, and a lot of the punks, and the band, were dressed all in black. It was very dark and intense, and a totally different vibe to previous gigs I'd attended. Nevertheless, the bands were superb, Crass especially, and I was given loads of handouts and fanzines, all about anarchy, all anti-state and anti-religion, far more menacing and to the point than anything I'd read before. I bought Reality Asylum and played both sides over and over again, and decided that I really had to form my own band as I had plenty to say and protest about myself, and I needed an outlet badly. I saw an ad in a music paper from a bloke wanting to form a band along the lines of Crass, who lived in Clitheroe, Lancashire, and was desperate to get a band together, and although we lived 200 miles apart, we managed to meet up, and ultimately became a couple, with Mark moving down to London. He was an avid Crass fan, and had been communicating with them regularly, and he took me to their commune, where I was amazed at how friendly and down-to-earth they all were. Then me and Mark went traveling all round Europe for 6 months, and ended up living in a squatted commune in Freiburg, Germany, but we were always discussing the band we intended to form when we returned home. We moved back to London, into this squat near where Wayne Preston, one of Mark's old friends from Clitheroe who said he wanted to play bass, now lived. Mark and I had already come up with the name Youth in Asia, a play on the word euthanasia, during our travels, and I began writing lots of lyrics, fueled with angst and inspired by Crass and Poison Girls. We followed them around on a nationwide tour during this time, and kept bumping into this bloke called Punky Pete and his girlfriend, Olga. It turned out that Pete also wanted to form a band, and was willing to play drums, like Mark on guitar and Wayne on bass. He had no previous experience, but was willing to give it a go. Eager to ensure that Youth in Asia wasn't a male-dominated affair, Kay asked Olga to join as second vocalist/keyboardist, and the fledgling band made their live debut in December 1981, in Brussels, of all places. Well, Wayne knew this Belgian girl, Marlene, who used to hang about with Crass, and she was trying to get an English band to play over there. We did it all on the cheap, of course, because it was self-funded, although we did have accommodation laid on at the other end. I think the venue was a squat, and it was packed with Belgian punks and hippies. We were abysmal, but they loved it, probably because we were from London. Afterwards everyone wanted to talk to us, and we were all taken into the toilets and given lots of free drugs, then taken to some club. I remember some young lad saying that he knew I was English because of my animated face, must have been the drugs. We stayed on the floor of some girl's flat, but were kept awake all night by this dog roaring around the room like a greyhound. The next day we wandered around Brussels in the snow, freezing cold and totally skint, and then spent the night in Marlene's posh flat, and all got bitten to death by fleas. Fond memories. After a few more gigs back home, Punky Pete was replaced by another of Mark's friends from Clitheroe who had freshly relocated to London, the much more dependable Eddie, and Lou from the Witches also joined on rhythm guitar, making Youth in Asia a 6-piece band with a 50-50th gender split. To be honest, we had it pretty easy when it came to getting gigs, admits Kay. By the time we got going as a band, the anarcho-punk scene was alive and kicking. We were very much a part of it all anyway, what with our friendship with Crass and knowing lots of other people in bands, and as soon as we were ready to play we had loads of gig offers coming in. Olga is Zilla from Rubella Ballet's sister, so Zilla made sure we always played with them, which was a great start for us, plus they always let us use their equipment, which was really decent of them. We had none of our own stuff, apart from guitars and the Casio, and we had no transport either, although most of our gigs were held in London, so it was merely a case of bunking the underground. All the bands we played with shared their equipment actually, there was a lot of trust and sincerity around in those days, and everyone mucked in to help one another. We became regulars at both London anarchy centres, and it became a bit of an arrangement that if they were short of a band, Yea would always oblige. No one ever got paid, of course, because most of the gigs we did were benefits, although we might have gotten a free beer on occasion. Another reason we later began playing more prestigious gigs was that Wayne worked for an independent badge company called Better Badges. Badges were big back then, and Wayne craftily began doing deals with some of the bigger bands. He'd let them have so many badges free in return for a gig, and that's how we managed to play places like the 100 Club etc. In fact, we very nearly ended up doing a tour with Sex Gang Children because of Wayne's dodgy badge dealings, and we never had to pay for any YEA badges either. Their friends Crass gave the band's national profile a healthy boost by including the aforementioned Power and the Glory on Bullshit Detector 2, and soon after the compilation's release, they also invited Youth in Asia to play their Zigzag Squad show in December '82. That was fucking amazing. Out of all the gigs I've played over the years, that is still one of my all-time favorites. Crass proved that you could squat an old venue, fill it with bands and equipment and a non-paying audience, all via word of mouth, and there didn't have to be any trouble. The vibe was something else, and there was a genuine respect amongst everyone there, a real feeling of unity, a very rare thing. Anyone who was there will always remember it. It was like one big party. We managed to get on the bill quite late, and played between Omega Tribe and Poison Girls, and went down a storm for once. I don't think you could get away with anything like that now though, not with all the rules and regulations this government imposes upon us, which is a shame. In 1983, Youth in Asia recorded their Sex Object cassette in the basement of the Poison Girls' house, with Pete Fender helming the mixing desk, a 10-track release that ably captured their hypnotically quirky, unconventional sound. It sold well too, landing the band many more shows in and around London, and even some further afield. Yeah, most of our gigs were in London, but we did a few up in Clitheroe, where Wayne, Mark, and Eddie were from, and they were always good, with everyone in the town coming out to see the local lads play. One was especially memorable because of the band we played with, Potential Threat. They turned up late and the place was already heaving, but they had this ridiculous prima donna attitude, saying the venue was too small for them, and they wanted their petrol money back home, refusing point blank to play. Naturally we were appalled, and I started laying into them, saying I'd seen Crass play a tiny air raid shelter with a leaky roof in the pissing rain, where the electricity kept cutting out on them, and this load of arseholes were refusing to play a well-organized gig in a nice church hall. We played the gig with the local band anyway, and it was a blinder, and when we got back to London I told everyone what had happened, and they didn't get invited down to play very much after that. Caveat and Wayne Preston of Youth in Asia. Another memorable show was when we headlined downstairs at the Clarendon, which was quite a prestigious place at the time. The trouble started when the bully boy bouncers started pushing the audience around, stopping them from dancing. It was so good to have people up to you, I didn't want to lose them, so I made an announcement through the mic telling everyone to ignore the bouncers and carry on regardless, which they did. Then, at the end of the gig, I got set upon by these bouncers, threatening to do me for causing trouble. We never did any more gigs after that where bouncers were involved. You live and learn, don't you? In late '83, Eddie was forced to move back to Clitheroe, to cure himself of a heroin addiction, and Lou also had to leave due to ill health. The pair were replaced by guitarist Mick Clark and drummer Bernie, both formerly of Windsor's Disease. Although it made for a tighter band, it was the beginning of the end for Youth in Asia. They were both great musicians and slotted in well, giving us a much more stable sound, explains Kay. The problem was, we'd written no more than 12 songs in our 3 years together, so it was time to write some new stuff. We'd just been asked to do a 7/4 Crass, and had recorded a demo at Dan's studio of 2 new songs prior to Mick and Bernie's joining. I did my bit and left Mark and Dan to mix it, and afterwards Mark confessed that Dan had redone the bass himself because Wayne couldn't keep in time. When Bernie joined he also began complaining about Wayne's rigidity, and I guess that was the heart of the problem. We wanted to progress musically, but we were unable, which ultimately led to frustration. Mick and Bernie had played together in Disease for a while, so they were a tight unit, and whilst Mark had no problem keeping up with them, poor old Wayne couldn't manage it. Also we'd begun to move in separate directions outside of the band as well. Wayne had a business to run, Olga was expecting her second child, so they both had important personal matters to attend to, whilst the rest of us were concentrating on writing new songs and making some musical headway. Hager the Womb had just split, or were on the verge of doing so, and their bassist Steph was looking for a band to join, and Mark was keen to work with her. The next part got a bit messy, and I've always felt bad about it, so this is my feeble attempt to clear the air with Wayne and Olga. I was personally fed up with the increasing tensions. I was pleased that we had a single lined up on Crass, but thought it would be a waste of their time, to be honest, seeing as we might not even be together by the time it came out. But I wanted to stick with Mick, Bernie, and Mark, but none of us wanted to kick anyone out, so between us, we decided to end Yeah and start a brand new band, Decadent Few, away from the anarcho scene, with a different sound and a different bassist. The thing is, I dropped the bombshell in a very shoddy manner. Before discussing it with Wayne and Olga, I told a mutual acquaintance, who immediately went and told them, and they were understandably pissed off. It was very immature, although I don't regret the decision, just the way I handled it, which was very underhand. Steph didn't continue for long with Decadent Few and was replaced on bass by Gary Smith. Mark then bowed out, to concentrate on a career as an electrician, leaving the band as a four-piece. Wayne and Olga even did a few gigs as Decadent 2, and had a track on the Mortar Hate compilation, We Won't Be Your Fucking Poor, billed as duet. They eventually married and had several children together. As well as Decadent Few, Kay also went on to sing with Radical Dance Faction for a while, whilst married to Phil, their guitarist, and then the Astronauts. She now lives on the South Coast, bringing up her son, but is working on some new songs with Mick, who still runs Inflammable Material Distribution, that they hope to record in the near future. Once a punk, always a punk, chuckles Kay. But seriously, inside I've not changed that much. I've still got that burning inner rage that made punk seem so appealing in the first place. I always was, and always will be, a square peg that won't fit into any nice, convenient pigeonhole, and that's what punk was about, a freak show for the freaks so they could freak everyone else out. Wonderful times. Youth in Asia were odd in our own strange way, but now, when I listen back to Sex Object, I can appreciate our oddness for what it was, and although we were musically limited, we did dabble with some mad ideas. Our hearts were certainly in the right place too. We were never about preaching anarchist slogans for the sake of them, and it might be hard to believe, but we had a great laugh as well. They were bloody excellent times looking back. But I did tire of punk's formality after a while. I thought the scene was about breaking rules, not making them. It became a very right-on movement, and maybe a little too puritanical for its own good, with Crass looked upon as virtual gods towards the end. Of course, I still feel very strongly about most of the issues I wrote about in Yeah, and that inner anger keeps me going. I'll always be a nonconformist in my own way, and will undoubtedly end up one of those silly old biddies in a twilight home with bright purple hair and a nose stud and stuff, singing along to the classic old punk songs on a dodgy cassette, annoying all the other residents. I'd like to think that the other ex-members feel the same. I know Mick does. At a glance. There's no official CD release of Youth in Asia, although When the Wind Blows, from their last ever recording session before they split, is included on Overground's Anti-War, Anarcho-Punk compilation, Volume 1. If Anarcho-Punk was just about raging against the system at 1,000 miles per hour, then London's Flowers in the Dustbin wouldn't be in this book. But thankfully the scene had far more substance than that, despite what its detractors would have us believe, and defiantly eclectic bands such as Flowers, helped add a convincing depth and diversity to the anarcho canon. Rising from the gory remains of the anabolic steroids, they were instantly discernible from many of their peers, and considerably more ambitious sonically than their first outfit suggested they might be. When I look back on the steroids, it was kind of like performance art, reckons vocalist Gerard Evans. We were that unconcerned about being musical, we didn't even tune up, we didn't know how to tune up, in fact. Our bassist only had one string. We were taking the Sex Pistols adage that anyone could do it to a real extreme, even more so than the Slits. What was influencing us wasn't so much Never Mind the Bollocks, although we loved that, it was more the great rock and roll swindle. We knew that McLaren wasn't being serious when he said, find yourself 4 kids and form a band, but we thought it was funny and tried to take that kind of angle. We were doing it for a laugh. I was doing a fanzine at the time as well, called Ability Stinks. There used to be these classified ads in the back of sounds, and people used to put little statements on their ads, and there was this band called the Bollocks, and they just put Ability Stinks at the bottom of their ad, which I thought was great. And the anabolic steroids even had a song called that as well. We really built this ethos that all the local punk rockers got into, that you really didn't have to be able to play, and we did all these chaotic gigs. Indeed, the steroids actually played several shows at the Whopping Anarchy Center at the bequest of Andy Martin of the Apostles and his Scum Collective, but split before they could be immortalized on vinyl. Yeah, I stopped the steroids because I didn't like all these appalling punk bands that were about, I just wanted to do something more musical. I was very into Adam and the Ants, and when Kings of the Wild Frontier came out, I thought it was fantastic, as did most punks, I think, until Adam started appearing on kids' television and stuff. But when it originally came out, they were still a punk band, and they did this incredible album that I was completely inspired by. I loved Dirk, as well, but I could never aspire to play music like that because I knew I'd just end up sounding like a 10th-rate version, just like you had a lot of 10th-rate versions of Joy Division and all that. But Kings had this huge tribal thing going on, the whole Red Indian vibe, with the Western guitars. Western as in spaghetti Western, of course. More than anything, it made me realize that I could do a lot more than I was with the steroids. I wanted to do something more colorful, in every possible sense of the word. The original, short-lived incarnation of Flowers saw Gerard and bassist Chaz playing alongside Joanne Mead and Samantha No Name, on drums and guitars/vocals respectively, and the band's 1983 public debut was predictably eventful. Well, Chaz had been temporarily kicked out of the band, for reasons far too long and boring to go into, and we played our first gig at the Lee Centre in South London, where I cut myself up on stage quite badly with a razor blade, a half Iggy Pop, half Ian Curtis moment. I've still got the scar, see. I had started in my personal life, so as an artist I figured I had the right to take it on stage with me, I suppose. Consequently, 2 of the 4 band members, 2 of the women, left immediately, because I hadn't told anyone that I was going to do it. They were upset, people in the audience were quite upset too, because I cut myself really badly. We only did 2 songs, one of them about 15 minutes long. A few of the girls were going out with some of the guys from King Kurt, who were really haha, let's have a laugh kinda blokes, and they weren't impressed either. Well, it was hardly a King Kurt moment, was it? So, that was the first gig, but I don't really count it as a flower show, to be honest, even though we were called Flowers at that point. The first real gig was in Wolverhampton, with a band called Curse of Eve, at the Archers Club. It was normally a nightclub, with all the mirrors and disco lights and so on. We were good friends with a load of the Telford punks, which is how that came about really, and we had an affinity with Curse of Eve. They were a bit like the Slits, but with a feminist angle, the empowering women angle though, rather than the man-hating one. The Always Another Door demo was duly recorded, and what it lacked in musical finesse compared to later Flowers recordings, it compensated for with intelligent, positive energy, qualities that were too often sadly lacking in early 80s UK punk rock. Yeah, me and Chaz did that, just the 2 of us, reveals Gerard. We went to this really shit studio in Catford, and he did guitar and bass and I did drums and vocals, though obviously not at the same time. It was called Always Another Door, because one of my main inspirations for the band apart from Adam and the Ants was this novel called Always Another Door, a 50s novel, a true story about a woman called Pamela Russell. She fell off her horse or got knocked over by a car or something, and was made disabled, confined to a wheelchair, and it's all about how it didn't stop her in life. I was full of teenage angst at the time, and saw some sort of analogy there with my own life, so called our demo always another door. As they clocked up shows in and around London on the back of the tape, including dates with the likes of Omega Tribe, Lost Cherries, and Flux of Pink Indians, the band began to build a modest following amongst the anarcho-squatter and anarcho-goth scenes, aligning themselves in particular with the Kill Your Pet Puppy Collective and the Black Sheep Housing Co-op, that also numbered amongst its ranks members of the mob and sex gang children. It was a bit of both really, ponders Gerard, on whether the band found themselves hailed as anarcho-punks by accident or design. It's not a word I'm comfortable with, but we were all anarchists, more or less, politically active a lot of the time. We were involved with organizing the first Stop the City, we were the only band involved with Stop the City, in fact, and that put us firmly in that scene to an extent. But we never used to go on stage and shout, "Fuck the system." Yes, originally there was a very broad umbrella of anarcho bands, before it all split off into goth or positive punk or hardcore or whatever, and there was indeed a strand somewhere in there that we were a part of. I'd say that we belonged to the same scene as the Mob, Poison Girls, and Rubella Ballet. We certainly related to all those bands, but where we differed from a lot of them was that we were never contained within that scene. We'd go off and play with other kinds of bands, as long as it wasn't at rip-off prices. We did refuse gigs if the entrance fee was too much. We refused a gig supporting Mercenary Skank at the Marquee once, although we did gigs elsewhere with them, and our place on the bill that night was taken by a young goth band called Stone Roses. Elaborating on just why he felt restricted by the anarcho pigeonhole, Gerard adds. We were doing a gig once with some offshoot of UK Decay, essentially some goth-type band anyway, at the Hammersmith Clarendon, and I was outside the venue when I heard someone say, "Oh, Flowers in the Dustbin, they're that squatters band, aren't they?" And I thought, Jesus, is that how people see us? You know. Flowers in the Dustbin, live in Telford, 1984. I mean, yeah, admittedly we were a squatters band, well, we were a band who squatted, but we weren't a squatters band, do you know what I mean? And I was worried that we would just get tied in with all those tired cliches. We didn't live on buses, we didn't go to Stonehenge, in fact, we always refused to play festivals because we knew how badly organized they were. We didn't want to wait around for 8 hours to go on stage, we couldn't handle that. So I suppose we were a maverick anarcho band. Politically we were very active, to the point where both Chaz and I had the police try to frame us in court and stuff, but we just never felt the need to talk about all that, I guess. I think it's important to remember that alongside the generic scene that anarcho-punk will almost certainly be remembered for, there was a completely parallel scene that was nothing like that, people who had been into the New York Dolls, who wore makeup, bands like Blood and Roses and Brigandage. Those people were just as much anarcho-punks as the people with all the patches and the ripped jeans, in fact, more so, in many respects. And we would have been comfortable if that had been the way the scene had been portrayed, you know, these Adam and the Ants offshoots but with sincerity. Which is what I thought Southern Death Cult were going to be, but they weren't in the end. There was a lot of excitement about them when they came out, because they were everything you could want from an anarcho band really, except Ian wasn't an anarchist anymore. He was a big Poison Girls fan, did you know? I don't blame him for anything though. I mean, he's ended up singing for the Doors, hasn't he? I would have settled for that. Flowers in the Dustbin. 1984 saw the band finally cementing their nebulous lineup long enough to record and release the nefariously diverse Freaks Run Wild at the Disco 12 for All the Madmen Records, the label initially set up by members of the Mob. It was more the Puppy Collective than the Mob themselves, corrects Gerard. Mark from the Mob lived with Tony D and Alistair and Mick Lugworm from the Puppy Collective, and I never really got to know any of the other people from the Mob. Tony did the first ever review of us, he was writing for the NME at the time and reviewed us when we played the Burn It Down Ballroom, this squatted venue on the Finchley Road, and he gave us a good review, of course. There was a sense then of almost being a fifth column. There were certain writers who were biased towards that scene because it was a culture. There wasn't a culture around any other bands. There was no culture around a band like Nirvana, I don't think. They had long hair and they were pissed off, which is fair enough, and they might have been the greatest band ever or whatever, but it wasn't a culture, was it? And anarcho-punk was a culture, certainly in London, and whenever it entered the mainstream there was this fifth columnist mentality, so it was almost a given that Tony would give us a good review. And then Mick Lugworm, who was a bit of a mover and shaker, he was at every gig in London, came up to us and asked us if we wanted to do a record for ATM. And we were gobsmacked, 'cause doing a record hadn't even occurred to us. It was the culmination of all my ambitions, because I thought, if I can get a record out, it means I'm not completely untalented, not completely deluding myself. I probably formed a band to shag girls like everyone else does, but I was also looking for some sort of self-validation as well, grasping for a sense that I had some sort of worth. Indeed, the artistic worth of Freaks is beyond question, the 12 being a volatile cocktail of impassioned vocals, delicate guitar harmonies, and dramatic atmospherics. Only the thumping Last Tango in Vietnam is instantly classifiable as punk rock, elsewhere the mournful, piano-led True Courage throbs with a quiet intensity, whilst Pocketful of Gold is a craftily composed, yet tragic, tale of innocent dreams being swept aside by the trials and tribulations of adulthood. All the Best People Are Perverts was the next release, a lo-fi cassette-only affair on Rob Chalice's 96 tapes, a label named as such because it was run out of number 96, Brougham Road, Hackney. There was no real effort made there, reckons Gerard. It was just a collection of demos and live stuff. They'd recently done this tape of Blood and Roses, and to be honest, if they hadn't, we probably wouldn't have bothered. 'Cause cassette was definitely a sort of second-class release as far as I was concerned. Much more convincing was the Nails of the Heart 7 that the band issued in 1985 through Conflict's Mortar Hate label, a surprising alliance considering that Flowers were not only at considerable odds with Conflict's own musical style, but also out on a limb as regards all the other bands on the roster. That's right, yeah. I was living in Bromley, and Conflict were in Eltham, which is just a bus ride away, but Mortar Hate had their office in Bromley. In actual fact, Colin was living in Bromley too, he had a flat there, but we didn't bump into each other in the street or anything, so I'm sure that wasn't the reason. For all the so-called differences though, we had a lot more in common with Conflict than, say, oh, I don't know, Screwdriver or someone. I still went to see Crass play, and I'd see the Conflict guys there. We were doing different things when we were on stage, but we were doing very similar things off stage. All the Madmen didn't have any more money to put anything else out by us, and Mortar Hate asked us, and we just said, yeah. We didn't know where our next record would be coming from, but we knew that we wanted one out. And the Conflict single was a lot more professionally accomplished than Freaks Run Wild. We'd recorded that in Gold Dust Studios in Sidcup, Kent. I literally got it out of the yellow pages, you know. I wanted a 24-track studio at the right price, and we had 2 days in there to record the 5 songs, but I got this horrible throat infection, and I had to go home. So we had to do a third day, which probably didn't do ATM's finances any good at all. The second single we did at Alaska though, a bloody good studio, and Conflict just let us get on with it. Rob Hendry, who ran our rehearsal studio and had become our sound man and our driver, produced it. He used to be a big session musician, he was in Twiggy's band, he was in Nashville Teens, Renaissance, he'd already recorded our demos, the ones that came out on the 96 tape, but with 24 tracks to play with, he could make a bit more of a go of it. But they put the record out, and then we lost contact with them. I think it sold out just because it was on Mortar Hate, so it was hard to gauge how well it was received, because X amount of people bought all those records anyway, if only to put them in their collections. We gave a copy to John Peel, we hung around and handed it him as he was going into work. He did play it, but about 3 months after we gave it him, and said, "That's really good, I wish I'd played it before." So do I. But that was another culmination of some of my dreams, to get John Peel to play us. Following the moderate success of the Mortar Hate single, Flowers in the Dustbin signed with Cold Harbor, a new label started up by two ex-EMI employees keen to branch out on their own, Steve Fernie and Mark Walmesley. Originally signed for 2 singles and an album, which the band recorded onto an 8-track Porta Studio provided by Cold Harbor, only one single ever materialized, Descent, setting in between the core members of the band at a crucial point in their potential career. We were all on the dole throughout this period, which was okay because we were artists and we just looked at it like an art grant, but we were starting to wonder what it would be like to be full-time musicians. Because the job center were on our backs, and the last thing any of us wanted was an actual job, we'd always made a point of being absolutely committed to what we were doing with our music, so having a job was just not on the cards at all. Which is where the schism with SI came along. He'd been off to do a part-time college course, and just as we were planning to do this album, he sat us down and asked us to put the writing on hold while he did his exams. Of course, he wasn't just saying that, he was asking us to put our lives on hold while he did his exams. I wasn't happy, I thought it was completely insulting, so I sorta said it's me or him, to the other guys, and at the end of the day it was my band, so it wasn't really much competition. Simon was replaced by German-born Ange Klein, with John Howells also being drafted in on keyboards, a lineup change that brought the best out in the band's inherently quirky sound, the keys adding a hint of 60s psychedelia to proceedings. The subsequent single, 1986's Lick My Crazy Colors, was a heady concoction of introspective, rolling bass lines, pseudo-folk guitar harmonies, and Gerard's endearingly vulnerable vocals conveying beautifully a desperate sense of yearning. To promote the release, Flowers undertook an extensive UK tour in support of all-female Birmingham post-punk's Fuzzbox, which, although an enjoyable experience, was the final nail in the band's coffin. "We were smoking a lot of dope by this time, and drinking a lot of beer," sighs Gerard. "And we'd always had this strict rule about going on stage straight, but me and Bill had just about kicked that into touch by then, and we were really getting into hedonism, the whole rock and roll lifestyle really. We crossed the line basically, nothing bad happened though, and the tour was probably the best time of my life. I defy anybody to travel to a different place every night, be the center of attention when you get there, show off on stage, and get paid for it, but not enjoy it. It's such a buzz, and when it isn't a buzz, you can always take lots of drugs. But ultimately all the art had gone, all the heart had gone as well." This was December '86, and the whole scene had finished in a lot of ways. Chaz was still really involved with Hackney Community Defence, but it was all going through a real lull. It was pre-poll tax but post-anarcho, and there was a bit of a cultural dirge in that respect. Critically though, the miners' strike had just been lost, and essentially the class war with it, and there was an empty, shit, what do we do now, feeling. The war was over and the good guys lost, everyone was bailing out in their own personal way. Despite morale being through the floor, Flowers persevered and half-heartedly played a few more shows, one of which almost resulted in tragedy. That was at Surrey University, Guildford, with the Primitives, who were having their big hit at the time. Chaz and Bill had a really bad fight in front of the venue, we weren't subtle enough to have it backstage, and we weren't rock and roll enough to have it on stage. Anyway, I got between them and had my leg broken really badly. To a point where I was almost crippled for life. It was a hairline fracture, and I walked around on it for ages, and I developed a calcified hematoma, where basically another bone grew in between my two thigh muscles, and when I finally went to hospital because I couldn't even bend my leg anymore, they said that they'd never seen one that big before. I was an outpatient for 6 months, and, to start with, they didn't think I'd walk properly again. That was essentially where it ended, But ironically, despite all that, we soldiered on for 3 or 4 gigs, but I can't remember where they were. By then we were all falling apart as human beings, taking drugs and drinking an awful lot, falling into that whole thing we'd always been careful to avoid. We all felt a bit lost, we didn't know what to do or where to go. Gerard has continued to write music to this day, most recently starting up a successful web design company and even writing a well-received book on folk music heroes, the Levelers. His most recent book, published in September 2006, is, aptly enough, all about Crass. I've got no regrets musically, he reflects. All my regrets are from our lack of internal organization really. Maybe if someone had shaken us by the scruff of the neck, we'd have been a more effective unit. That's what I most admired about Crass, they were such an effective unit, they really were living the dream, the music was what I admired least. That was one of the themes with Flowers, the gap between talking about it and living it. Certainly me and Chaz, probably all of us, to be honest, really believed in actually doing it, we weren't pissing about, it wasn't some showbiz facade, we really meant it. And we thought that a lot of other people didn't mean it, a lot of bands were hiding behind a political facade. A lot of the anarcho-punk scene was very black and white. This is right, that is wrong. But we weren't afraid to reveal our emotions. I was coming from a very Patti Smith angle on that front. When I heard Horses by Patti, that blew all my parameters wide open about what you can do with music. I realized that bands like The Clash and the Pistols were stuck in just one dimension, but Patti Smith was trying to achieve something more, she was writing real poetry, expressing real pain and loss. A lot of other bands were screaming against external things, but we were screaming against the effects that those things were having on us inside. On an even greater level, I think we were dealing with similar areas to William Blake, the loss of our own innocence, trying somehow to keep hold of the innocence of our childhoods. A lot of it was about post-puberty angst, about hating the thought of joining the adult world. On songs like Pocketful of Gold, where I sang, I just wanna stay pure, don't wanna grow old, that was very heartfelt, I didn't want to end up all broken and forgotten. Select discography 7s. Nails of the Heart. Lick My Crazy Colors. 12s. Freaks Run Wild in the Disco at a Glance. At the time of writing, Honey Bear Records, ran by Lance Hahn of US punk band J Church, has in the works a 22-track Flowers in the Dustbin compilation CD, It's Okay to Be Ugly. B. Blood and Roses signing to Chimera Records in St. Paul's Cathedral. Lood and Roses have been described as one of the best goth punk bands of all time, and they almost certainly were just that, despite their own resistance of the gothic tag, and all the doom and gloom trappings that accompanied it. So, why are they here, nestled in a book on the UK anarcho-punk scene? Well, as suggested by Gerard from Flowers in the Dustbin earlier, for a brief period back then, it didn't matter whether you wore eyeliner or bondage trousers, or both. Anyone who felt ostracized by regular society could be a punk. And whilst Blood and Roses most certainly bore little resemblance to the likes of Crass or Conflict musically, their take on the concepts of right and wrong were virtually the same, and their lifestyle, ensconced deep in the trenches of the London squatting scene, certainly warrants examination here. I hadn't even heard of such a thing as a goth until long after Blood and Roses had bitten the dust, reckons guitarist Bob Short, who actually grew up in Wollongong, just outside Sydney, Australia, and moved to London in 1979 when he simply got bored of his band, the Urban Guerrillas, and the life he was living down under. I'm told that makes us proto-goth, and I still don't know what that means. I saw the Banshees and the Sex Pistols and Pill, and 1,000 lesser bands on top of the Pops, and I just figured they were bands, and we were a band. In the same way, that I just thought of Crass as a band. I've always either liked something or not liked it. I never really referred to us as any particular kind of a band, I don't really think we fitted into any convenient package. When we played at the Anarchy Center, we didn't sound out of place, and they were without doubt the best gigs we played. That was where we felt at home, they were the people we liked playing to. My very favorite gig we ever did was at the Centro Iberico, when we got up at the end of the night to play a short set, just because we were all there. We played 3 songs and the whole place just exploded. In the gaps between songs, the roar that came back at us seemed louder than the band, it was like some giant animal roaring, that was cool. Whilst back in Sydney, Bob took note of Radio Birdman, who were dominating the Sydney scene at the time, a band who forged success on their own terms, despite encountering nothing but apathy for their cause to start with. Yes, I particularly liked the way they thought, explains Bob. They picked an unpopular road and beat their heads against it until people started listening. No one will book us, so we'll start our own club, no record company will touch us, so we'll do it ourselves. Whilst that became a fairly standard avenue to follow over the next couple of years, these were amazing ideas at the time, the notion that you didn't need to wait for permission. In Brisbane, the Saints had pretty much done the same thing. Their self-pressed Stranded single hit the shelves the day after the Ramones LP. The UK bands at the time were all hanging out for major labels. The only place the Saints could play was in the front room of their house, nobody would have them. Yet live, they were amazing. I remember sitting outside a hall listening to their sound check, and just the sound of the bass drum sent shivers down my spine. Finally, they hit the stage and just plowed through their set. They stood there looking like men braced against a storm, screaming feedback against the wind. One of the biggest influences on my life has been this notion that you do what you do, no matter how many times you're told to fuck off and die. You don't do it for fame or recognition or money, you do it because you don't have any other choice but to do it. Before the Urban Gorillas, Bob cut his teeth in filth, alongside vocalist Peter Tillman, who would later front the Lipstick Killers, a messy, anarchic punk band who only played a handful of shows, but left their mark on anyone who witnessed the impromptu chaos of their performances. The anarchy was more youthful nihilism than anything else, admits Bob, although there was a definite political consciousness developing in my songwriting. To me, the songwriter was the most important thing. Learning to play guitar was a way to let off steam, but writing songs was something else. Something magical. I figured that if something could just appear in your head like that, you had a duty to share it with others. Lisa later identified my greatest need as to communicate and be understood. The Urban Gorillas could definitely have been described as an anarcho-punk band though. The political themes hardened up, we were anti-war, anti-government, anti-religion. We called ourselves punks, and we looked like punks, we were unified in that kind of identity. There was safety in numbers, and it doesn't take a genius to work out why I would find that an appealing concept. Everyone looked at us as if we'd come from another planet. The villagers would light their torches and start sharpening their pitchforks whenever we walked by. Along the way, I copped more than a few beatings. Upon arriving in London, and having nowhere else to go, Bob quickly found himself a part of the burgeoning squat scene, and although this initially seemed a far more tolerant crucible than the Australian outback, prejudice is sadly a worldwide trait, the narrow minds it relies on for succor a truly international phenomenon. Squatting was fun and terrifying, sad and boring. It was like living in an X-rated version of Coronation Street or EastEnders. There was sex and drugs and rock and roll, there was also squalor, disease, and death. I felt feelings of belonging and community I will probably never feel again, but there were also times marked by emotional pain and loneliness. We had nothing but each other's company, but sometimes we hated each other's guts. Different squats had different vibes. It's difficult to, say, compare the fire station at Old Street with the Campbell buildings in Waterloo, or Derby Lodge in King's Cross. Different people, different music, and different drugs. 2 months was a long time in London. One day everyone was doing speed and listening to the Ants, and then suddenly we're all dropping Valium and someone upstairs is playing Public Image's theme over and over and over again. There you are, 2 off your tree to go upstairs and change the disc, and someone has crashed out with the bar on the record player up, so it is on eternal repeat. 24 hours a day exposure to John Lydon wishing he could die can have devastating effects on the human psyche. We have nothing to fear from chaos, we have always lived in holes in the wall. It's almost definitely misquoted, and I forget who said it, but the point is obvious. Poverty is a great politicizing force. Whilst the working class were growing enough enfranchisement to vote Tory at the general election, an underclass was growing, and in many ways, the system encouraged it. If you were on the dole, private rental was not an option in London and council housing was primarily targeted at families. If you were young, broke and pursuing any kind of alternative lifestyle, the system had no need or place for you. Lisa of Blood and Roses, live at Glasald Park. I think it's fairly important to discuss the violence of the period as well, he adds regretfully. It was pretty much like a small war going on, far away from the prying eyes of the world. Initially, skinhead violence was purely territorial, they would claim a band for their own and aggressively drive punks away from the gigs, but towards the beginning of '79, the violence shifted to direct assaults on squats. The first time a crass gig was targeted was at a community centre in Waterloo. A group of 30 skinheads burst through the entrance and moved 3/4 of the way up the hall before turning and herding people out. This left the hardcore of fans at the front of the hall. After clearing the back of the venue, the skinheads moved forward to beat up everyone at the front. It all happened very quickly, and there had obviously been a fair degree of forward planning. Everyone remembers the Conway Hall gig Crass played, when the socialist workers came in to do battle with the skinheads. I remember being extremely pleased they had come because I, for one, was getting a little pissed off with having the shit kicked out of me by bald-headed freaks. I think the fact that Crass decided to criticize the SWP said a lot for their ideology, but lost them 1 or 2 friends on the scene. They were living happily in their Essex commune, while we were living in fear of having various objects shoved up our arseholes, literally. It was at the old street squat that Bob met bassist Ruthless Tyndall, although a proper band didn't really begin to take shape until they were holed up in the Campbell building and met vocalist Lisa Kirby and drummer Richard Morgan. They made the deliberate, not to mention, novel decision to not have a name, just a symbol. Yeah, it was like a hammer and sickle barred by a swastika and formed into a question mark, and provided the opportunity to bombard a variety of sites with some mind-fucking graffiti, but we were low-life scum, quite literally street people, and no one was going to let us anywhere near a venue. We scraped some money together and tried to record a demo tape at Alaska Studios. The results were dreadful, bad enough to make you want to throw your instrument in the dustbin. Some guy from Essex actually stole the one copy we had, and we are eternally in his debt. Finally, at the start of 1981, we got a gig at a pub in Bethnal Green. We were so dreadful that someone should have taken us out the back and put us out of our misery. We plodded through about 8 of our 10 songs, unable to hear each other. After trying to get it together for a year and a half, we just fucked it up. Ruth made the sensible choice and left the band and abandoned the self-destructive lifestyle. After a brief stint with one of Richard's drug buddies on bass, the aptly named Clapham, and a gig in Stoke Newington's Glasald Park under the Cramps-inspired moniker of Difk, Jez James was recruited as bassist and the band finally played their first gig as Blood and Roses at the Anarchy Centre during early January 1982. 10 days or so earlier, on Christmas Eve, a gang of skinheads had broken into the squat on a smash and injure mission. Some things seemed to never change. For the next couple of months, it was the only place we played. Then, when it closed down, we started to play the Centro Iberico a lot, although we got the odd gig at the Moonlight and a few pubs here and there, but the mainstream circuit remained closed to us. Later, I was told that this was because we had been one of the Anarchy Centre bands which had pulled the crowds away from the Lyceum and led to its closure, which is a ridiculous story. The Anarchy Centres rarely pulled more than 200 or 300 people, no matter what anyone says. You wouldn't have been able to fit many more people into Wapping if you tried. Of course, these days, if some of the tales I hear are true, the Anarchy Centre must have been double the size of Wembley, the amount of people who were allegedly there. In late '82, this lineup of Blood and Roses recorded both a well-received session for John Peel and the Love Under Will EP, which was released in February the following year. 1983 also saw the Life After Death cassette emerge through 96 tapes, and the inclusion of SHMYHSHVH on the Whip, a Chimera compilation that has since acquired something of a cult following. Although thinly produced and held in low regard by Bob, that debut EP has some great moments, not least of all the ponderous, brooding Necromantra, a powerful anti-war dirge draped seductively in the velvet frippery of Gothdom. It led to them appearing on the ITV program South of Watford, a documentary about the positive aspects of punk rock hosted by the writer Michael Moorcock. Fed up with all the attention they were getting, the band actually split for a short while, before regrouping, with Ralph Jezzard on bass, and striking a deal in 1985 with Norwich-based Bax Records to put out future releases on their own Audiodrome label. The Enough Is Never Enough album and Like It Hot EP were the impressive results, both mixing imposing soundtrack sensibilities with some wonderfully dark, atmospheric rock, Lisa's commanding, ethereal vocals soaring over the rumbling toms and Bob's expansive guitar scratchings, all demonstrating a tremendous growth in the band's confidence and abilities. By the end of the following year, however, Blood and Roses were no more, having split once again, at the seeming height of their musical powers, and this time for good, depriving the world of an artistic band of great substance. After the album came out, Lisa became pregnant and that meant we had to back off from playing live, explains Bob. We started recording another album with a drummer called Kate, but we were recording in the dead time of a studio that was dying faster than we could lay down our tracks. There was talk of going on tour to America with the Only Ones, but there was no funding, and the drugs were coming down like rain on a blocked drain. We called it a day in the end, and by then we went out with more of a whimper than a bang. After playing in various bands, Bob returned home to Australia, where he now makes low-budget films and is the musical director for the Horizon Theatre Company. My belief in the potential for an anarchist-based society probably took a hammering when I went out for a train ride to a girlfriend's parents' house. I think I'd spent the bulk of the previous 5 years in the tight confines of the squat scene, and my world had become very small. Even when touring, I was huddled in the back of the transit and I didn't stop to watch the world go by. On the train trip, I was suddenly struck by just how vast suburbia actually was, and how the bulk of Western civilization lives like that, aspires to that and wants nothing else but that. I thought the chances of them giving it all up were remarkably slim. That said, I continue to believe you should try to act as a moral beacon. You should live in a way that is true to your beliefs. Do I succeed in that? I try. When I write, make a film, or make music, I continue down a path I've been walking since a dumb song entered my head in 1977. Do I think music can change the world? I know music can change the world because music changed me, it changed others like me, and it brings me together with other people. When we give voice to our ideas, we give them to the world in direct contrast to the voices that would oppress us. I believe the world is shaped by media. If the airways are filled with pretty young things singing about love and cars, they are changing the world too, for the worse. Anyone who does anything to the contrary is changing things for the better. Select discography 7s. Like It Hot. 12s. Love Under Will. Like It Hot. LPS. Enough Is Never Enough LP at a glance. There are no definitive Blood and Roses collections available, although the interested reader can contact Bob at kxv666@hotmail.com. S. Adley, Anathema, a tuneful punk band from New Malden, Surrey, never ever made it onto vinyl, despite a planned split single with the Apostles and one of their tracks being billed for inclusion on the Mortar Hate compilation, We Won't Be Your Fucking Poor. Their name actually appeared on the cover of the album, but their music was omitted in error. Such near misses would seem enough to make anyone bitter, but not vocalist Lawrence LOL Cooper, who merely shrugs philosophically. I do still feel a little frustrated about it, but I think at the time we were just doing our thing. And besides, on a more positive note, there was such a big underground network of tape labels and fanzines around then, a lot of people still got to hear us anyway, just not on vinyl. You have to remember that we were very young at the time, compared to a lot of the other people out there doing stuff. We were all still at school when Anathema started in 1983, and I think that if we had been just that little bit older, we would have done more, vinyl-wise. But at the time we were just enjoying being a part of it all. And LOL really was right in the thick of it, doing his own tape label and fanzine, as well as fronting the band and helping build the thriving scene around the Kingston-upon-Thames area. Yeah, I ran Love of Life tapes, releasing stuff by us and many other bands from all over the world. There was a big underground network in those days, of like-minded people exchanging different, creative stuff from around the globe. It was good because we could put out what we wanted, how we wanted, and people would get the chance to hear it. No big bucks or business plans, just being really into something and sharing it with others. I don't think you have that now, which is a shame. That's how you knew about all these different bands and stuff, not the mainstream music press. It was all done for the people, by the people. Those days are sadly long gone now. It's gone completely the other way, in fact. Joined by guitarist James Jenkins, bassist Edwin Glass and drummer Joe Daldurf, Anathema began gigging at such local venues as the William Morris Club, the Dolphin, and the Swan, with bands such as the Throbs, Menace Dancers and Fungus, but it was LOL's politically charged lyrics that got them so heavily associated with anarcho-punk. We were just happy to be in a band, and never gave a thought to which scene we fitted into, claims the singer. But timing plays a big part in things, and I was singing about events happening in the world around us, Thatcher, riots in the streets, the miners striking, IRA bombings etc. etc. But no, we weren't all on completely the same wavelength, which I think is healthy, and that was never the most important thing to us, as long as we could all get along. Besides, any pigeonholing is restrictive, and in the end we had had enough of it, everyone mouthing the same empty statements. It just got boring and sounded the same. There was no conviction or honesty. You had a few good bands and people, and a load of parrots and puppets. Everything isn't always so black and white, and it was so shit that people thought they had to act and say certain things to fit in. That's not what it's about at all. My idea of anarchy is living by your own rules. If you want to change the world, change yourself first, simple as that. With drummer Joe being replaced by Lee Duffel, and bassist Ed leaving to focus on Maniac, Anathema made their first official recording in early 1985 at Toad Hall Studios in Leatherhead, and although James ended up playing bass as well as guitar, it was a spirited session that captured more than adequately the band's uplifting positivity, not to mention some extremely adept musicianship. It was promptly sold at gigs in its own right, but was then later released as a split cassette album, entitled Smash the Illusion, with the excellent Systematic Annex. Funny, I can't remember a best gig, but I can definitely remember some bad ones, laughs LOL. Once we played at an all-day punk festival in Birmingham, which should have been great. We traveled down with our guitars and bass, on a train full of football hooligans, and it just got worse from there. When we got up to play and I opened my mouth, they hated us straight away because we were from London. Cue shouts of, "You Cockney wonkers! Fuck off, you fucking anarchists!" Beer and glasses were being thrown at us, and this was the second I opened my mouth, before we'd even played a note. And it just got worse. In the end, we just walked off, so that wasn't a good night. Also, we played with exit stands in a pub in Islington which was a skinhead stronghold, rough as fuck. A girl was being shagged on the stage while we played, and people were thrown through the drum kit, which meant we had to keep stopping to put it back together again. What was even funnier though was that our bass player at the time, Rob, was a bit of a goth and had brought all these fishnets and makeup down to change into before we played. He never did get changed for some reason. Rob was but one of a string of bassists that also included Steve Hayward and Seamus Darcy, the latter of whom joined Anathema from another local band, NMBD, and ended up playing with the Reformed Riot/Clone. Another, Superior, demo led the band to a friendship with the Apostles, with whom a split single was slated to appear on Mortarhate, but the record never made it into production, despite reaching the test pressing stage, with promotional posters even being printed in readiness for its release. Colin from Conflict had said he was interested in releasing it on Mortarhate, but then things ground to a halt. I think Colin was releasing anything and everything at the time, and ours just didn't happen in the end. Funnily enough, James paid £70 for one of the test pressings years later. Unfortunately, we had a similar mix-up with the Mortarhate compilation we were meant to be on, when our artwork made it onto the sleeve but the track didn't. And that was the end of our studio career as Anathema, short and sweet. Not surprisingly, faced with such persistent setbacks, the band fizzled out in 1986, with LOL and James starting afresh as Compassion, enlisting Mark Cooper on bass and Pablo Videla on drums. They continued in much the same vein as Anathema, self-releasing cassette-only albums, but did make it to vinyl on the 1992 Sisters of Percy compilation, Liberty. We Want the Real Thing. Image. Anathema, LOL Kupig, Seamus Darcy and James Jenkins. James continued with Maniac, who released one single, the Killing for Pleasure EP on Rentaracket in 1985, before becoming March of Anger, who released a vinyl album, entitled A Beautiful World, for the record label in 1991. He also played guitar for Surf Weasel, with Pablo on drums, who existed from 1990 until 93, and released an EP, A Mind of Your Own, for Sisters of Percy. Then, when Compassion split in the early 90s, LOL and Ed formed Compassion Family, a punkadelic dance outfit specializing in techno-terrorism, who released several minor trance classics on Inter 1, Boom and Full Moon Records, before once again setting up their own label, Greedy Dig Productions. Just so we could release our own stuff exactly how we wanted it, full artistic control, DIY, old habits die hard, et. LOL tapes all over again, just different. I still produce music under the name Liquid Chaos, a more avant-garde experimental ambient project, and there are even some plans to do some updated dance versions of Anathema/Compassion stuff sometime in the future. Both LOL, who has traveled the world extensively during the last decade, and James became parents in 2005, and LOL maintains that his involvement in the anarcho-punk scene played a crucial role in his own personal development. Everything shapes you as a person, doesn't it? All experiences, all places, all the people you meet. I think I still have pretty much the same beliefs as I always did, maybe more refined and a little wiser, but the core beliefs are the same. I still hate politicians and politics. They're never gonna save us, are they? It's all about money and power, they'll suck us dry. Bush can get helicopters to Iraq for war, but not to New Orleans to help the dying. That's the politics of choice. But of course music can change the world, he adds, as an optimistic postscript. By changing the way someone thinks about something, you are changing the world. It's the butterfly effect, by just challenging the way people think about things, encouraging questioning. The 60s changed the world, and so did the anarcho-punk thing for a lot of people, myself included. At a glance. All the old Anathema and Compassion recordings are now available direct from LOLC/O'Greedy Dig Productions, www.greedy-dig.com. Chapter 3F. All the anarcho-punk bands featured in this book, the Subhumans are by far the most consistent, having never released a bad record and rarely played a bad gig. Even their reformation in 1998 revealed a band that was still as vital and exciting as in their youthful heyday, and they continue to delight audiences both young and old every time they set foot on stage. As to whether or not they actually are an anarcho-punk band remains open to debate, with even the band themselves nursing reservations as to whether they should be labeled thus. To be honest, I was always fairly uncomfortable being lumped in with the whole anarcho thing at all, admits vocalist Dick Lucas. I was still living at home back then, and when I got a car I was obviously buying petrol that was polluting the earth. I was still eating meat until 1983. I didn't think I was anarcho because I wasn't 100% anarcho, whatever that is. I was a bit scared by the whole nature of the politics really. I didn't think I was cut out to be that serious. I just wasn't that angry, and I'd got into punk 'cause it was fun. It was about getting drunk with your mates and making noise. Obviously that's a generalization and there was more to it than that, otherwise we would have been little better than a load of football hooligans, but essentially it was fun to say something meaningful. At the time, I liked all the Crass bands, I thought their lyrics were great, and it made me realize that I wasn't wrong to think the whole world was fucked up, that I wasn't alone not liking discos. The anarcho thing said that it was okay to be fucked up, and it was okay to say so, and in the process of saying so, you became less fucked up. But sometimes you could become a bit too overconfident, and you could start saying stuff like, don't do this, don't do that. And the whole point of punk rock was, don't tell me what to do. There was a fine line between suggesting an alternative lifestyle and being dictatorial, so, anyone who didn't like anarcho-punk could always accuse the anarcho bands of being the latter. It's a quick lesson to know that to suggest something is way more influential than demanding or accusing. You can't go round splitting people up even more than they already are. I read about Crass before I heard the music, but I was well into Feeding of the 5,000, adds Dick. I really had the lyrics to Band from the Roxy down. I could sing that song 1.5 times on the way to work. Yes, they did influence us, but I can't tell you exactly how or why, 'cause I only read all the stuff they wrote with their records once, fully intending to come back and read it again, but never getting around to it. I liked the way they didn't want to talk to the media. I liked the way they talked about the system like it was something real and tangible, this mixture of religion, authority, the police, the government, the media. No one had really said, fuck the system before, had they? They had these ideas that no one had had before, and it was more real than just singing about anarchy in the UK, or whatever. And they were really pissed off, they were really angry, they shocked you into thinking about things. It wasn't the shock of breaking windows or wearing orange sunglasses, it was the shock of saying something so angrily, you just had to take it seriously. And they were also saying, we can do this together, it's us against them. It was very, very straight down the line, so much so that Gary Bushell got really pissed off. 'Cause he couldn't join in, I suppose, and he slagged them off for being elitist and separatist and living in their country house and being ex-public school types and stuff. But for a while, Crass were like any other punk band, and they hadn't been labeled anarcho-punk or anything, and neither had any of the other bands that sounded like them. That almost happened because of Gary Bushell and his invention of oi, the sound of the streets, as opposed to anarcho's sounds of wishful thinking. This reincarnation of what the hippies had been saying, just a lot more angry. Subhumans, picture by Tony Mottram. Confirming his dilemma on the subject, the philosophical vocalist even wrote a song entitled Are You Anarchist? Which was never used by the band but suggested that, putting anarchy labels on things is naive. If you believe in yourself, you'll know when you're free. I really don't know whether I'm an anarchist or not, but I have ideas linked to the whole massive canopy of anarchist ideas, but as soon as you start trying to define which are the right anarchist ideas, and telling people which ones they should be following, it's like, fuck off. Don't tell me what to do. It depends how serious you want to take it, from the literary angle, or the hippie angle, where we're all meant to love each other, or is it, go break a window, smash things up, the live fast, die young angle. All the other angles are intensely personal, but I've never met anyone that says, hi, I'm an anarchist. It doesn't really happen. People are anarchistic 'cause they do things their own way, they ignore all the limitations that most other people seem to live by, and they can be very inspiring people. We were doing things that we thought would exclude us from being anarchists. We thought it involved a very strict sense of values, a morality that we couldn't maintain, 'cause we got the impression, wrongly, that there was no fun in anarchy, it was all very, very, very serious. And it was, but we tried, well, we didn't plan anything, and there were no conscious decisions about whether we were anarcho-punks or not. Even that song "Are You Anarchist?" was probably too heavy a statement on the subject for us to ever want to put it to music. I just wrote it all down in case anyone ever asked me about it. Such wordy analysis is fairly typical of the subhumans who, as well as enjoying challenging themselves musically, like to challenge the preconceptions of their listeners with cerebral, witty lyrics, often far removed from the standard nihilism offered by many acts of the early 80s. But such intellectual aspirations developed organically over time. Dick's first band, The Mental, were far less subtle, as are most initial forays into the world of music. Image. Dick Lucas of the Subhumans, picture by Craig Thompson. My brother Steve was the bassist, and we had SI Kick on guitar, Tony on drums, and Toby on second guitar. We were all at boarding school together, and at weekends we'd go to SI Kick's house, which was near Basingstoke, and practice in his mum's garage. We'd make a right racket, but we wrote some quite basic, solid tracks. We got better as we went on, but gigs were a complete shambles, it was very chaotic, things wouldn't work, tunes were forgotten, but we'd struggle through it. "Oh crikey," he then laughs endearingly, when asked about his initial induction into the world of punk rock. "I heard Bored Teenagers by the adverts on the Alan Freeman show on a Saturday afternoon on Radio 1, and it totally encompassed all the bits I'd previously liked from the bands I was listening to beforehand. It was like all the loud bits from, say, a Yes album. I'd realized quite quickly that I'd liked the Yes albums for the faster, more intense bits, and here were the adverts doing it non-stop. And then it was finished, it was only like 2 minutes long, and I was, wow, fantastic. So I was straight down to Woolworths to buy the advert single, then the Buzzcocks album, and almost any other punk rock I could find and afford. This was late 77, or 78, then my brother got Nevermind the Bollocks the same time as I got Another Music in a Different Kitchen. And then the holidays finished and we were back to our boarding school, which is something you keep quiet about in the punk rock scene 'cause you're not meant to go to boarding school unless you're stinking rich, which was not the case at all with us. Anyway, I could pick up Radio Luxembourg at school, and they were playing a lot of punk rock, mainly on a Sunday night, and I was taping that and making these C90 cassettes full of punk, and I was religiously buying Sounds and NME, and sometimes Melody Maker, once a week, and cutting out all the pictures and sticking them on my wall, and I was just totally interested in all these bands. I was a complete wimp, a very insecure character, before punk rock came along. Then I carried on being insecure, but I felt stronger about it, because punk rock allowed you to say anything you wanted to say. You could get rid of all your inner demons, and blame the rest of society at the same time. So being fucked up A, wasn't your fault, and B, was now public knowledge, so fuck you, that sort of thing. I suppose that being at boarding school had an effect on us too. We would get 6 holidays a year, including the half terms, but the rest of the time, from 11 until 18, we were living there. It taught me all about the nature of authority, how groups of people work, how hierarchies are set up by physical and mental intimidation, how friendships can shatter under peer pressure, a lot of stuff. But deep down I thought it was a lot of immature kids, and the real world would be so much more together and welcoming and respectful of what you were like, but then I started work and found out that it was exactly the same as school had been.